mostly in season 3 together. RSGSG directly for Bray. Derry was debuting in SMGSG back then, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Derry?
Correct.
Okay, so a few more questions. Derry, why did you decide to join RSG?
I think cause at that point of time, Roy texted me.
Okay, so Roy recruited you.
Yeah, Roy like asked me whether like am I still playing next season or not. At first I told him that I'm not playing already. After he just say like they lacking roamer. Then after that, he asked me come and trial. After that, from there on, then here I am.
Yeah, I remember you actually went on your Instagram once to announce your retirement.
Yeah, actually I already planned to retire and quit already. But then like maybe 1.5 months, 2 months later, when I never opened ML already, then Roy suddenly texted me. Then asked me to want to come play back or not.
Then why do you accept Roy's invitation?
Actually I wanted to play with Roy quite long ago already. But it's just that he joined RSG, then like there's a back then there was like a high requirement or standard to join RSG.
That's right.
But then it's just I wanted to play with him more. Like I wanted to try play with him. Like play with Bray also. Yeah, then after that like I see like Kilo, they minus room, then just go and try already, then yeah, I'm off.
Why do you think Team Evo is so strong that you always cannot beat them? Be it in SMG, be it in Homeboys. Yeah.
Actually, I really don't know why we cannot win them. But I have to admit that their chemistry as 5 really very strong. Maybe that's what sets them apart. Maybe they are able to stay in the top 3, top 4 range. Yeah, their chemistry is really one of a kind.
Okay.
For the reason why I cannot win them, I really don't know. I really don't know why I cannot win them.
Okay, then
Maybe it's just a curse thing.
No way. Then I'll turn it to the person that actually won Team Evo before Bray. Why do you think Team Evo is so strong? You won against them before, but other teams cannot. What is their secret sauce?
I think it's the fans. The fans always very loud. Then really give the players a boost. Like when I play, I always hear the fans shouting. But it's also very entertaining lah. Like I like to fight Evo because I did hear their mic checks and all. It's very hype. Like I really like Powerful the way he play and coach the team. Because he's the captain of the team. I really like how he managed the team. I heard from the mic check he was very how to say, his comms was very like
concise, precise.
Yes, but also
energetic.
Yeah, very energetic.
Commanding.
Yeah, so it's like
Okay.
I just like the way he does all this, and his fans also lah. It's very nice to fight them because of the hype and all. Yeah.
Then can I talk more about your other players? Like we talk about CS.
MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. MPL And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, right here to MPL SG Season 7. Just yesterday in Week 3, Day 1, what we have seen is a transfer week turbulence. Yes, with the brand new additions right here into MPL SG Season 7, we have seen some major changes in terms of playstyle and even drafts. So what can we further see right here in the regular season? We can only find out. With that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings. So here we see our defending champions Team Flash with 13 points to their name, drawing that lead further. Followed right behind them, we see RSGSG with 10 points to their name, as well as our brand new qualifying team Asterisk with also 10 points as well. Now Bleed Esports is still at the top of the table, but in 4th position right now with 9 points. And Vanguard Esports at 8 points, Homeboys SG with 5 points, Evil with 3, and Exco with 2. So yes, that's the great divide yesterday, starting off the show for Week 3, Day 1. So what will happen right here in Day 2? So let's find out as we see the upcoming match schedules. So today for Match 1, opening up the show, we see Bleed Esports going up against Homeboys SG, starting off at 10 a.m. And then we move on to Match 2, where we see our community heroes Evil going up against Vanguard Esports at 12:30. Followed by Match 3, RSGSG will be going up against brand new qualifying team Exco at 3 p.m. And closing off the show, our new blood Asterisk will be going up against the Old Guards, which is our defending champions Team Flash at 5:30 p.m. Wow, so what will happen? We will be one step closer to find out who will be advancing to the playoffs, because once again, this time round, the format is different, where we will see the bottom 2 teams get relegated and will not realize their playoff aspirations. So we're going to kick off Match 1 right here, where we will see the likes of Bleed Esports going up against Homeboys SG. Now, for both teams, this match is still incredibly crucial, because for Bleed Esports, they need all the points they can get to secure and cement their top table position, whereas for Homeboys, they are also in a very precarious situation in the bottom of the table so far. With that being said, let's take a look at the beautiful faces, starting off with Bleed Esports. Now once more right here in the jungler position, we see Jox. Now previously yesterday, we see Bleed putting up a really valiant effort against Team Flash, but we're sure they're down today to come back harder. Now going up against Bleed Esports, we see Homeboys SG. when it comes to Homeboys, they are definitely going to claw every single game they can and secure their position and their playoff aspirations. So what will happen right here from this match? Let's hand our time over to the casters to find out more. Let's take it away, boys.
Well, welcome everybody to MPL Season 7, Week 3, Day 2. And I'm your caster, Moman, and with me are my fellow co-casters, Holler and Jays. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
All right, so today, first game, right, we have Homeboys versus Bleed.
That's right.
Homeboys are currently at the bottom 2 right now. I mean, the storyline has been set. The top 6 will be going through, bottom 2 will be relegated out. I mean, Jace, you did the workings. You talked about what Homeboys need to do, what Evil needs to do, what Exco needs to do to get out of this.
Okay, please hold. Let me go to the demonstrator right now because trust me, I was doing the workings. Homeboys currently, instead of bottom 2, they are currently bottom 3, but they're not out of the danger zone as of yet because anything and everything could go wrong, especially with the last 2 games they have left in the regular season. And what Mo said, if you're in the bottom 2, that's it. I'm sorry, you're not even going to see the playoffs at all.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to see the playoffs at all. I mean, 2 games left for all these teams, right? But before all of that, these are the teams that will be playing for the first series. Now we do have Bleed. I mean, Holly, can you run me through this?
Sagitnu on the XP lane, Jox is stepping in for Yan on the jungler, Jays in the mid, Gear, Rongum, Seiji as the goal laner. And of course, yes,
I like the fact that you use good code Jay and like Jay's coming in and like, sorry, what? Okay, yeah. I mean, that's
do many things.
I mean, that's the issue, right? So I remember back in season 1, I wanted to change my name to Jay. But he's already taken it.
But you just add another Y. You'd be J with 3 Ys. That
so
would work,
call him JY then. All right. But jokes aside, Bleed Esports really looking strong and solid. They're basically currently at the top 4 or top 3. They're safe, right? They're untouchable for now. But now let's take a look at Homeboys.
And we do have Vernicure delivering an amazing performance yesterday. Zishuan new on the jungle, but not new to the role. Buji, of course, on the mid lane, Yoon on the roam, and Anip on the goal lane. Anip, he has been the trendsetter, right, with the Moskov for Homeboys SG. They gave it to him yesterday, but they broke it down. That's the thing. It's a time where teams have each other figured out. They have each other's numbers at now. It's already in the later stages of the tournament. So both teams will have to counter strat around each other. And do you think with Zishuan and Anip playing right now, will we see the assassin meta?
I feel like Zishuan should really pull out the assassins because right now the most important thing is Zishuan hasn't really found a lot of successes on these tank utility junglers. Maybe today it's time for him to play a little bit more selfish. I want to be the one that's carrying most of the game. So maybe that's something that we could expect coming into this game.
Yeah, but there's There's 2 games left. I don't know if there's a whole lot of time to kind of experiment and getting themselves into it. But let's take a little bit about the stats here. Let's talk a little bit more about Bleed Esports. You were saying, again, top 4 going into this one. But Jace?
Yep, so currently, if you take a look, right, Seiji on this GPM is 811, which is actually really decent. And this is, don't forget, this is like this is across the weeks, right? There's week 1, week 2, and now week 3. The GPM average is around 811, so expect Seiji to carry given the chance as well. But we also don't want to count Gear out, right? He's been setting all this really nice setup for his whole team, especially when you leave him the R-Lot. If you noticed, first picking R-Lot for the side of Bleed is going to be very instrumental. You can flex it over to Sagitnu.
Yeah, you can flex it over to Sagitnu instead, but then the problem is, yesterday they were broken down versus Flash. So in a 2-0 fashion where Flash was flexing around Hades, so Bleed might not be looking too good versus Homeboys right now. Homeboys, they have the possibility of Zishuan coming in right now. There's so much possibilities, but that's the thing. You talked about the synergy, right? Zishuan replacing Sop might be a key thing to notice.
Yep. Now, let's take a look at Homeboy Singapore, right? Zishuan, I really agree. Like, really need to really pull and make it so he plays a lot more selfish. Like, I want to see the Fannies, I want to see the Lancelots, I want to see pull out the assassins, right? So let's spice it out, Homeboy Singapore. There's nothing left to lose for them. Even though, yes, I know putting him in like during the transfer week, especially when you only have 3 games left, I feel like it's a massive gamble coming up for Homeboy Singapore. But there's something I really have to point out from this particular roster. Focus on Anip. Anip has played like 6 games worth of Moskov.
Yeah.
Like, and
And the other marksman that he played is Roger, and that's it.
Yeah.
He has never played anything else but Roger and Moskov, and he's found more successes on Moskov with 67% win rate on his own games.
You're giving a little bit of counter intel right now for the
Yeah,
Bleed
yeah,
side.
yeah.
I mean,
I
if they
am.
do focus it, obviously you're going to force him into
Yeah.
probably a hero that he might not be as comfortable. I think in this league thus far, we've seen that Anip has been equivalent to the Moskov name. He's like brought it to
He is
prominence,
Moskov.
so to speak. All of his highlights have been through that, right?
Yep.
So that said, it might be a target and something that they might need to work on. But again, you've got two. If it's open for homeboys, you have to take it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and they have to take it, but let's just find out what they have to say in the head-to-head video.
I think he's a respectable coach, but the players must work hand in hand with the coach. And I think the homeboys players are still rather new and inexperienced. So for now, maybe not, but we can see through their regular season performance.
Well, I think so. Like I said, like you said, they have really young players, and right now in a lot of MPL region, those young players, they're really performing. But like I said, you need to teach them the mental, because if those young players get a mental breakdown, that's it for them.
I feel Jay is also a very strong mid laner. He's been in the scene for a very long time as well. Yeah, I think both Roy and Jay is a very stable mid laner. So I think him adapting to another team is not an issue. And previously when he was in Flash, he also played really well. So I believe that when he's in Bleed, he's also able to adapt even though it's a newly formed team lah.
Depends untuk bring out the potential of the player, depends on the coach and depends sometimes the coach want the player is quite good, right? Tapi kena pula dengan play style. So depends Kalau kena dengan gameplay, the player gonna be looks good in the netizen eyes If not, then hard
Yeah, and with that head-to-head video, we have highlighted the team's concerns regarding this series, right? Homeboys versus Bleed. I mean, it's a case of individuality versus team synergy. With Zishuan and Ani playing their playstyles, I feel that it's a bit hard for Zishuan to go into this assassin lineup. I mean, it's extremely hard because Ani, he goes for this extremely safe play and he needs to be protected by the jungler. That's why we see Zishuan going into the Fredrin, going into the Barats as well. But I'm not too sure. What do you think?
Like I said, I think they have nothing left to lose, right? If this is the only chance they have to basically get something, right? Right now, they're fighting for survival. Any points is worth it.
And look at that. Audience prediction by McDonald's. Homeboys SG with a slight advantage. 57% leaning towards Homeboys, especially with the addition of their new jungler. But Bleed, on the other hand, Yon, the main jungler, is not playing today, right? Jox will be playing today, and we'll have to see how that synergy fits in as well. But to be honest, Bleed, they have been playing together for a longer time compared to Homeboys SG. It's about experience as well. But let's just see what Holler has to say about their mentality going into this. I mean, Homeboys SG, they are at the bottom right now.
Yeah.
Bleed, they are at the top. They have the opportunity to experiment as much as they want.
Look, I mean, here's the casting, the prediction. I think it's very different than what we saw in terms of the audience. A little bit in favor of Bleed. Very different from the audience. And then we're going to 2-0. Wait, okay, before we go into your question, let's talk a little bit about the prediction here, Jace.
Yeah.
I'm having PTSD. All right, the last time we did something like this, a team will lose.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we said it. Homeboys are gonna win. It's all right. Audience, we got you. We got you.
I don't know, man. Like, okay, right now it's just I want to see something new. In fact, you can also say that Bleed is also in the same boat as Homeboys. Singapore, unfortunately, is not the main lineup. It's Jox that we be replacing. So right now, Bleed is at its not say lowest, right? But there is a small little gap that Homeboys Singapore may potentially squeeze through to squeeze out a 2-0.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of pressure, right? I think to answer your question now, Mo, of how do Homeboys feel? I mean, Bleed are still not in the best spot. Obviously, you want the top seed, right? You want to kind of push along. I think they're they're fourth right now, so they're still kind of within stone throw, I would say. Very difficult. We're going to have to check the math from Jace, but I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be, you know, falling out of the top 6. So I think they're comfortable in that sense. But Homeboys, on the other hand, they're fighting for everything. They're fighting for the tournament lives. They need to ensure that they're in that top 6.
Now we compare these two players, right? One from the Philippines, the other one from Malaysia. And of course, you know, it's clear and day. You see the numbers by the side. Top GPM, in fact, is going to Seiji. He's been farming up a lot, and he's also pushing down a lot of turrets. So which means that you can say that Seiji loves to play by the silence mode of the time, get his farm up as quickly as possible, and then after that, join in the fights.
Yeah, and Seiji, I mean, yesterday he was kind of down versus Vanix, and of course, that team synergy does come into play. But when it goes into a matchup between Ani and Seiji, I mean, Seiji, he has been given the Harith free reign at the start of the series, right? At the start of the tournament, he was given the Harith, but now teams are starting to try and figure him out, and that's what Flash did yesterday. They just blanket banned his Roger, they blanket banned his Harith, but he still tried to prevail. He came out with a Claude, he came out with the carry as well, and he's doing extremely well on those heroes. But now we have the coaches at work right now.
Yeah, but oh my goodness, what happened to Gear? What's going on? Having a bit of headache, and that's not a worrying sign. If you want to go into this one, you don't really want to give Homeboys a bit of a fighting chance, and of course, especially when you're already one jungle down.
I think Gear is kind of sad that Matilda got banned. That's like Matilda got banned. Yeah, my Matilda, man. Why you do this? I'm a Matilda main. And now we do see the Harith being taken out, and of course the Hellcurt as well, the newest addition that we were talking about. I mean, Hellcurt, where is Hellcurt? Truist was asking, where is Hellcurt?
Okay,
right, and there he is.
I don't want to talk about Hellcurt ban, because really we've seen how Hellcurt can be flexed very easily to the assassin role and also the roam in the hands of Zishan. You don't want to give that to him, right? Now, Bleed, I love this ban coming out from Coach G, right? Onto the Moskov, and now Homeboys is forced to kind of ban away the Harith, right? And now, what does it give you? Seiji has the full access to the Roger.
Yeah, he has the full access to the Roger. And but they'll be taking the Arlott for Gear. I mean, given the performance that Gear has, Arlott might be a good priority pick towards Bleed. But Homeboys SG, they have been denied of their Moskov right now. So that's was their key winning plan of week 2, right?
Yeah, you counterpick with like a Roger here, right? I think Anip has proven that he can play that hero as well. So it's definitely an option. I don't think that you want to go into the second phase or the third, you know, the second phase where other things might be banned or potentially stolen. But as I say that, it looks like they've taken the Barath instead.
Yeah, so no Roger pick as of now from both these two teams. They may be playing, you know, more of a scaling marksman kind of role, but remember we were talking about during the stats, Bleed want to prioritize the Arlott. There you have it. They can now flex it easily over to Gear or even to Sagitnu, right? So that's the power of a first pick.
Yeah, and with the Barats being in the pool, I mean, Bleed, they do have to think about what it means for their front line. How Homeboys SG, Barat is going to be the main initiator. So right now, they answer back with a Vexana who can output the damage and have some form of control in the back line as well. But that's a problem with the Loi in question as well. So they will have to answer back. And they do pick the Roger instead. So Roger will be prioritized for Seiji. I mean, Seiji on the Roger is going to be extremely scary for Ani, but he does go for the Nathan. One of the higher pick rates and higher win rates for the marksman role.
Yeah. So now this is something that Homeboys Singapore is first time seeing Anip on the Nathan. Technically speaking, it works similarly as a Moscow, where you hope that the enemy team just walks up and queue up in one line, right? But I love what Bleed has selected for themselves. Knowing that there might be a potential diver coming up from Homeboy Singapore, they went for the Vexana, something that could counter the dives. Arlott can also counter dives as well with the final slash and also initiate. There's a lot of flexibility in this particular hero. Homeboy Singapore, on the other hand, they're looking forward. They're just basically saying that, okay, you want to dive me as well? I have the Loi, I have the Barats to stop you at the same time. So, technically speaking, Bleed and Homeboy Singapore, they're going for the similar draft to counter any form of divers. But now, the only difference is, who are the junglers from the side of Bleed?
Yeah, and Homeboys SG, I mean, they took out the Alpha instead. And you were asking, who is the jungler for Bleed? I mean, with the Vexana pick, right? You have to go for a tanky frontline jungle.
That's right.
You're not able to play the assassin jungle you're not going to be able to give Vexana space. Vexana is not going to be able to invade with you because she does not have the mobility to get away of harm's reach. Of course, she has a flicker, but after she uses that, she's just fresh bait. And with that, you don't want your Vexana to be a sitting duck. Vexana requires a lot of frontliners. And yeah, Homeboys SG, they single out on that.
Yeah.
They'll be taking out the Frederick pick.
Called Saifu the Garden, he's treeing down the jungle bush right now. I mean, jungle hero pool right now because like Alpha is gone, the Frederick is gone. The only thing left that Bleak could potentially pick is the Baxia. And if Homeboy Singapore really want to pull something weird, I will put a Baxia roam or something. And then now all of a sudden, Bleed is really suffering for all of these jungles, or even to a certain extent, a Kai coming up from Bleed could also potentially be the pick for Jogs.
Yeah, but the Baxia and the EXP lane maybe very viable as well, but they do pick the Minotaur. I mean, Bleed, they probably wanted it for themselves as well. Maybe putting Sagitnua on the Alar. He has been putting up numbers on the Alar as well. It would have been a viable frontline. With the Grok not available, with Minotaur being taken out from their hands, Bleed will have the back foot in this drafting and banning patterns right now.
Yeah, Homeboy Singapore is really doubling down on, you want to engage me, come and get it, really, right? There's so many counter disengages that they can use from the side of Homeboy Singapore, and I really agree with you, Mo. Like right now, Bleed needs to find a way to be able to dive, and there you go. There's two divers from the side of Bleed. Homeboy Singapore is going in with the mindset that, yeah, I'm expecting divers, here you go. Bleed is literally giving itself over to Homeboy Singapore.
And that's a statement by Bleed by going for the X-Morg and Yizong. Like you were saying, they are going for the dive gameplay. That means that Vexana is going to be left a sitting duck. The Arlot has to use the final slash to take away just attention from Vexana.
That's right, but Homeboy Singapore, Verno Cure needs to play something like a Benedetta or Paquito to be able to access Vexana right now. Bleed can dive, and Bleed has a solid front line. Vexana is going to stay put from a range and cast spells. Homeboy Singapore needs to find a way to access the back line. If not, they're going to suffer.
I mean, Paquito is still available, so yeah, he does pick it up. I mean, Terry Bogart will be seeing him today, and Paquito, it's extremely scary. Every single one of these EXP laners, they have been handling Paquito to a T. You look at Bear Traps, right? Yeah, Verno Cure on the Paquito yesterday as well. Sagitnu himself on the Paquito. He knows the extent of the hero. So with the matchup of a Yuzong versus Paquito, Paquito being bursty, Yuzong being more sustainable, it's about just both of them trying to dive each other's back line. Whether they can find the mage, whether they can find Buji, whether they can find Jay, that's going to be the key to the game here, especially in the mid stages of the game where they want these objectives as much as possible. They need the magic damage output, right?
Yep. So right now, Homeboy is going to have a little... Okay, at least they have some form of dives all the way to access to the backline, right? Bleed, on the other hand, they're looking for massive dives. But this is a roster that's really defensive coming off the side of Homeboy Singapore, and hopefully defenders advantage, right, Holler?
Yeah. I'm hoping so. I mean, we're going to find out. This is, of course, match 1, game 1, the first series of the day. Bleedy Sports going up against Homeboys. Homeboys kind of do or die, I would say, especially since we don't know what's going to happen. This is only the second to last final regular season play date that they have, but now we're talking about the draft here. I know that there's a little bit of a balance. There's a little bit of an all-in type of event, I would say, on the side of Bleed, especially with, you know, your X-Borg, you have your Yuzong that want to really get in, but do they have enough to really protect Jace?
I feel that Jay will be left alone. Bleed will need to engage. It's up to Jay whether they can catch up, right?
Okay.
If not, if Bleed plays it wrong, Homeboy Singapore will be able to create this wedge between the front line and the back line. But however, Roger is also kind of like a divey kind of hero as well. But damage!
Oh my god, Gear flickers to safety. He's going to be fine, but that was a 3-man attempt. And it looks like Gear's going to get away here.
Yeah, you really cannot count out Buji, especially the early game damage from the Loi's passive.
And with this matchup on the top lane, right, you see the Roger going up against Nathan. You give Seiji the Roger. Seiji's going to get the advantage as fast as possible. With that going for Gear, I mean, Gear surviving that gave Seiji so much advantage on the top lane. And Anip, he will be on the back foot. Zishan will be coming in for the rotation here. But I don't think with this creep priority, they're not going to find anything.
Yeah, I think it's right now they just need to create space for Anip, right? Anip needs to scale towards the late game, and it's very normal to Seiji to do a lot of damage against Anip. If you notice, even the Purifier is already burned away by the side of Anip, so maybe Bleak can also make a play up top. But right now, Cure is unable to leave the lane because of the wave management that Sagitnu was able to inflict against Homeboy Singapore.
Yeah, surprising. Yuzong, of course, does do better in the earlier stages of the game versus the Paquito until he gets to level 4. Vernacura will become a threat in terms of burst damage, but now we do see the turtle fight going on. Both teams still posturing for position. I mean, Firaga Armor taken out.
The Black Dragon form is going to be right on top. Zuan, is he going to go for this one? The Dragon Tail, the Furious Dive, and Jox is going to be killed. Vernocure will take first blood. Sagitnu is going to be killed. Dijuan as well. It looks like they're going to turn this around. Yun getting a little bit low gear, going a little too deep. He goes down as well, and Vernocure will take that kill.
Homeboy's taking a full advantage of that. Vernocure sets up for no Firaga Armor, no more Last Insanity, no more damage from Bleed, and Bleed, yet again, decides to handshake that team fight. That gives a massive buff over the side of Homeboy Singapore this early on.
Yeah, and we were just saying that Bleed, their lineup is to go in, right?
Yeah.
And without that Firaga Armor, they lost that ability to go in.
And create space.
Yeah, they can't create any more space, but now we did have a flicker away from Vernocure, just away from that final slash, getting out of harm's reach. Vernocure on this Paquito just looking extremely scary right now. Seiji will have to answer.
Yep, currently that's a
Here we
catch.
go. Dedena's welcome right onto him, and it looks like they've got gear knocked up, and he's going to get a little bit low, but it looks like Zizuan will take the turtle, and Vernocure will go down as well. Jay gets the nice little snipe, and the Eternal Guard just bashing onto Buji at the end.
Man, Zetshen really landing the retribution just nice. Jox thought that he could create space with Last Insanity, but you can see Homeboy Singapore disregarded him because he has no damage right now.
And Bleed, they do answer back with the important kill. I mean, Final Slash, Purify timing, extremely nice on Ani. I mean, he is one of the better players of the marksman lane as well. Nathan will not be a stranger to him.
Right now, Anip needs to find some place to farm. You can see Bleed is starting to focus a lot more onto Seiji. They need to get Seiji up and running fast because they know they're losing a lot of priority everywhere else on the map. Right now, Homeboy Singapore, it's their turn to kind of counter-react, and Anip just using that to wave clear. As long as he doesn't die, he farms, he's already winning lane against Seiji.
Yeah, the moment Ani gets the entropy with the reverse clone, getting away, creep priority, objectives, so easy for Nathan, right? But for Seiji, he has so much to do to clear the waves before he can go out in the lane.
Gets a little bit low, he's going to back off.
Oh,
Yeah.
lucky.
Lucky right there.
Yeah.
But we do see the glowing wand already picked up from the side of Jay. I mean, if Eris were here, he would be saying, no necklace endurance, no go.
Alright, let's take a look at the items currently, right? Like, if you notice where the book has already been built by Buji, so I expect a lot more, spammy, right? No more more duality procs, more passive procs. Nathan, on the other hand, Federal Heaven's already created, so that's one massive item spike being created. Seiji is going for that burst Roger build that relies on the Lycan Pounds kind of damage, so he also will have some sort of a cooldown.
Oh, the knockout Vernocure flickers away, not able to get away, and Sagitnu will take credit for that one.
And I like Bleed's target prioritization, right? They're going for Vernocure, making sure that he cannot become the macro Paquito that he's meant to be as of yet. So securing the mid stages of the game, not having to worry.
Slash onto Sijuan, pushes him back, no damage, but the Black Dragon form, are they looking to cut off the ends of the retreat? Buji's being focused, and it looks like he's going to go for a one-on-one, but the rest of Homeboys have kind of got Sagitnu in a bad spot. Gear continuing to fight, Turtle getting a little bit low. The charge in from Sijuan misses, and it looks like who gets it? And Jox will take the Turtle, and it looks like the finals of Last Insanity is going to do some work and spreading around the damage, but Yon has already been killed. Buji getting a little bit low. Zijuan continue to fight, but he's going to be killed as well. And Buji goes down, and it looks like Anip flickers over the wall. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, and that's the power of the mid-game power spike coming off from Bleed, right? If you notice how Sagitnu aimed for the backline for Buji, pushing Buji away from the fight. No more duality procs, so Bleed can just, okay, the one thing that Homeboy Singapore, the 1-2 against us or dive comms is already eliminated. So much space that Bleed could actually take around the turtle bush, and if Zishuan misses that that dash onto Jox, it's easy turtle for the side of Bleed.
Yeah, and you can see Bleed scaling in terms of thought process, right? We take out Vernocure, that's step 1. He gets no mid-game. That's step 2. And step 3, without him around, we go for Buji. He can't play keep away as a Paquito anymore. He's not threatening your objectives. He's not threatening your heroes. He's not threatening your backline. So Bleed, they just do it so perfectly. It seems so simple in theory, right?
Oh, but Yon, Sajitnu getting a little low. He's going to Black Dragon form. He's going to turn this around. No way. He's going to just... Okay, all right.
That's a
Hold your
massive
horses.
U-turn from Sagitnu right there. He did not need to take that damage. But of course, Sagitnu, he does have the farm already. And now Buji, I mean, in a slight bit of trouble, but Gear does not have the final slash available.
Oh, but Jocks, they're going to look to go cut off the retreat. They've got Yon. They're going to pull him back in. No, he's been immune.
Oh, nice
no,
one.
Last Insanity is on point. Now he's got no Faraga armor, but he's going to back off here.
But good macro right there, right? Like, sorry, good micro coming out from Jocks, right? Knowing that when you go into Last Insanity, you're CC immune, so you can still be able to control, and you basically wasted immune for it. But it's the same could be said over to Jocks as well. But if you take a look where Bleed is currently at right now, they're starting to take a little bit of control around the mid game, and they need to hold on to that control. If not, Anip will scale.
Yeah, Anip was skill, Vernacure was skill, and we did see him taking out the top outer turret right there. Vernacure, what he wants to accomplish out of this, he wants to get as much macro, as much diversion as possible. But speaking of diversions, was a diversion from us.
We were diverted.
Yeah.
Black Dragon form. They're going to look to go for this one. The stakes a little off the mark, and then Jocks will take the easy turtle. Looks like they're going to retreat here. That was all off the back of the Black Dragon form that provided a lot of vision and pushed them all away.
Yeah, a good decision coming out from Bleed. They took the turtle and they backed off. Right now, it's just how they need to try to out-rotate Homeboy Singapore, right? Yes, Vernacure has set a very good macro push all the way up top, and now Bleed needs to look somewhere else. Maybe down at the bottom, or maybe even mid if they can. But Homeboy Singapore is really hard to kill them because they have so many disengages.
Yeah, and Bleed is doing a good job of keeping in check, but Gear in a bit of trouble.
He's been stomped to the Minoan Fury as well, and they're going to do some work on the Gear. He's getting a little bit low. He does to be careful. Vernacure was looking to cut off or go from the flank, not able to do so. It looks like Homeboys are going to back off.
There's a few like a slight communication breakdown for the side of Bleed, right? Like if you see Jocks, what he's trying to do, whereas Gear is already trying to engage, I feel like Bleed right now is playing 2 games against Homeboy Singapore, and in this case, 2 games is really bad in MLBB.
Yeah, you just want to play one game. Everyone wants to be aligned towards the same objective. And now we do see the diversion.
Oh, but probably not the greatest spot as it looks like Jocks is kind of right in the middle of things, and he's very tanky and annoying to deal with, but Jay takes the bottom T1.
Yeah, heads up play by Bleed to check out all the bushes with Jocks. He does have the Faraga armor, a lot of sustainability.
Yep. And that's a really good peel coming out from Bleed, right? Pushing the members of Homeboy Singapore off, they take down bottom. Remember what I was talking about just now. They really need to play the side lanes, and they did it. So, great. And now they need to take full advantage.
Final slash, Eternal Guard, the Wombo combo, and Yun somehow survives. Wow, sliver of life.
Yeah, but Anip is, the damage from Anip is good enough to dissuade Bleed. But as time goes by, that favor is going to go into Homeboy Singapore because Bleed, look at the goal lead, it's not really massive. Homeboy Singapore could easily recover at any time.
But Bleed using the low-cost cooldowns to take away the flicker from Yoon. That's going to be huge. Coming in with the Lord fight in 2 seconds. The Lord will be up and running, the first Lord of the game. And I feel that Bleed, they have their hand on the objective so far.
Yep, a lot of pressure onto Jocks. And now Sagitnu going to dive onto Buji, try to push him away. Yoon getting caught.
Final slash, they push back Yon, and they're going to throw him back. He didn't have that flicker that you're talking about. He's going to be killed. Seiji will take credit for that. But Anip gets returned on Sajitnu. He's going to be killed. Jay will be killed in return as well. But Jiwan, he does go down. Seiji's got the burst, does some damage, and Jocks is dead as well.
Okay, right now both of these 2 teams just delayed the inevitable. Right? Both of these junglers go down. They bought enough time. But Homeboy Singapore, if you take a look, the damage is starting to pour in. That gold lead gap is starting to getting a little bit smaller.
Yes, slight scaling coming out from Homeboys SG. The damage from the Barrage is not to be ignored at this point. And Anip, he will be going for the Lord without the help of the Retribution. I mean, Jocks is not around as well. Will Bleed respond to this?
Okay, right now Homeboy Singapore is trying to force it. Now Vernacure is trying to buy time. Seiji should be able to spot it. And now Bleed has to go in. The Lord is actually getting low.
It's getting so low, but Anip will take credit for the Lord. It takes it out, and it looks like that was a perfect play by Homeboys. Realizing that Jocks was down for the count as well, so they had that window of opportunity.
Yeah,
it's not expected for Homeboy Singapore to really go ahead to burst down that Lord. Yes, they do have a manpower advantage earlier earlier just now, and Homeboys took it, and now all of a sudden, so much standing gold in the favor of Homeboy Singapore, and Anip has already secured his own Holy Crystal. There's a lot of damage in Anip right now. Homeboy Singapore is in a better lead.
Yeah, Bleed, they had to disengage there, did not want to take any more losses. They have to turtle up and start playing slow. I mean, that's not favoring their matchup at all. They want to be in, they want to have as much advantage as possible. But with the towers taken away, this Paquito has become a problem.
Not only just Paquito, right? Just take a look at the items. The NOD already built out, so which means that lesser healing for Sagitnu, lesser healing for Jox. To a certain extent, CG as well, right? So that's something that Homeboy Singapore is just really shoving Bleed all the way back into their own base. This is Homeboys' game right now.
With the Winter Truncheon being picked up from Puji as well, we are going to see some crazy diversion plays that we did see out of him. I mean, we saw him just running through, right? And now Vernicure, he has entire free reign of the map. Anip already getting the 3rd level in the ultimate would mean that he has the entropy at a 12-second cooldown. He can take the objectives as fast as possible and as much as possible.
Yep, this defensive lineup coming up from Homeboy Singapore is starting to work. You start to see the Radiant Armor being built, and in response already has a Divine Glaive. So basically Homeboy Singapore is ahead.
Oh, diversion into the bush. It looks like they're going to go for the backside, and they found him. Anip will take the snipe on the stage. He takes him out. The Black Dragon 4. Gear flickers to safety. Yon continuing the stomp potion. He's controlling them. He's stunning them down. Sijuan trying to go for this one. Vernocure looking to dive. Doesn't be careful. He went a little too deep, so GD will take credit for that one. But now they've gotten Jox in return, and Buji will take him out. Sijuan continuing to fight. Buji sticking around. Anip, do they want to go for this one? Do they want to dive? Anip continuing on, continuing the siege. It looks like they're going to go, and now they're going to look to retreat.
Oh man, Jox just thinking that he's basically sacrificing for the team, but I think what Bleed really needs now is the wave clear opportunity that Xbox was able to do. Nice setup coming from Buji, and now I feel like the fight's not over.
Oh, not over. Eternal Guard is going to be landed, but he's going to be killed. Sajinu is going to be killed, and now they want to go, and Gear's going to be down for the count as well, but they did get something in return. Anip and Yon, that's a pretty good trade, as well as Dijon, and Seiji is here on cleanup.
Yeah, Buji used the ultimate just to get on away. Seiji coming in just nice to try to slow it down. Homeboy Singapore, that momentum swung it back over to Bleed. Bleed has a fighting chance right now.
Yeah, it's a game of baits right now from the side of Bleed, just giving up Sagitnu's life. Sagitnu being the main initiator, like trying to just drag them in, giving away his life for Seiji to come in and clean up. That it was just heads up play by Bleed.
Yeah, that allows Seiji to snowball, right? Basically, but right now it's a little bit too late because Anip has already secured most of his items. This only allows Seiji what? A little bit, like right now the growth for Anip is exponential, but Seiji is only just a linear line. Diversion already used, but we're sending the good squad.
Oh, here comes the squad. It came in. They've got the pull back in. Jock's getting a little bit low. Doesn't be careful. Gear's going to be focused. That's going to be life number 1. The Black Dragon form. How is he going to deal with it? Can they find Anip? They're focusing the damage. Sajinu trying to target it, but looks like Sajinu's down for the count. The 2-man stun on the Homeboys, though. And Vernocure's still up front, and now they're going to disengage. They have 5 members still standing from Homeboys.
Massive amount of fuel being shoved into Homeboy Singapore's choo-choo train core, right? And they're really full steam ahead. There's no way they've got full control around the Lord Pit right now. CJ looking for an angle. Bleed doesn't really have. Okay, finally with Jox coming up, he needs to do something.
Oh, he got caught out. He's going to be focused. He's going to be bursted here. And do they go for this play? They're going to go for the Lord. It looks like they're going to go for diversion as well. Continuing on with the assault. But Homeboys right now definitely in the driver's seat.
Man, Homeboy Singapore right now is definitely in the really driver's seat. Remember we're talking about this game? Yes, it should go into Bleed by theory. But Homeboy Singapore is showing that, hey, I got this. I want to stay in MPL Singapore.
Yeah, Vernicure on the Paquito, catching Seiji, rotating in. He was going for the flank right there. Vernicure, he just didn't let Seiji go in. Like that, there's no way you're coming in. You're dealing damage to my team. You don't have any defensive items, and neither do I. So let's go ham at each other. And Paquito versus Seiji, I mean, it's going to be handed with Homeboys SG's map advantage that they have right now. And now they have the Lord already up and marching in.
Wait, what?
Oh, the diversion play, they go right in for this one, and they get the Gidu, they pull him out. It was a giant surprise party, so to speak, and they did not get the invitation. The final slash pushing Zijuan back. He's very tanky. He's going to be fine, but this diversion plays are pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's like, they're
going in. Vernocure getting a little bit low. He's a little too deep. I don't know what that was. Gear will take credit for that one. Fuji will take Jay in return, and
Wow.
they're focusing on this T3.
Wow.
Homeboys starting to back off here, but Gear looking to go for the flank. Does get the nice 2-man stun, the final
Seiji has
slash
to
as
do
well.
something here.
But do they have the damage? They don't really have the follow-up. Seiji continuing on. They get it with a diversion into a retreat as well.
Homeboy Singapore is literally throwing everything. Once Buji's ultimate cooldown went off, he just used it all the time. And I love how you said it. It's a surprise birthday party for Bleed, but Bleed is not invited.
But wait, Bleed got the top inhibitor turret with that exchange, and Homeboys SG, they just lost a heavy piece of map control. If they can take more of the outer turrets, if they can still continue fighting for the objectives, Bleed might ultimately just win in terms of map control.
Yeah, right now, okay, at least it's good, right? Decent amount of damage done by the side of Homeboy Singapore down bottom, but they kind of tunnel vision right here. Don't forget, Bleed should know how to macro quite well, but if this mid lane goes down, okay, that's some form of map control that Bleed has to wrestle out of Homeboy Singapore.
Yeah, and Bleed, I mean, they have this map control on point. And it's going to be a bit scary right now because even if Buji goes into the diversion, I mean diversion, there might be Gear waiting down there with a final slash. And Gear having that conceal available, he might be anywhere in the map at this point.
Yep. Right now, it's just Homeboy Singapore is just raising their shields up, right? And now they're bashing Bleed with this shield. And now the shield is starting to show a little bit cracks because, you know, Bleed has regained some form of map control. But bottom lane is a little bit soft. Don't forget, there's a lot more map pressure coming out from Buji with the diversion. They can be anywhere, anytime. And I feel like they're doing it right now.
Yeah, Vernicure in the Elder Bush, but the Lord is going to be up. So this is the Radiant Lord, 18-minute Lord. Vernicure might be showing himself on the top lane here.
They might go for it. It's ultimate flicker burn away. But now,
Oh, they spotted him out. Yun, they're going to surprise it. The Lord with a nice 3-man stun, though. But Yun's still up in front, about half-life. Does need to be careful. Gear looking to go in. He does a lot of damage, but Zijuan will take the Lord. That was very quick. The diversion. Are they going to get out of there? They do. And they get out unscathed.
oh man, Homeboy Singapore, they're everywhere. They could just appear anywhere. And they take the Lord away from Bleed. And Bleed was caught off guard.
Is this why Lori is banned? Because, I can see why now. You know, like every 20 seconds.
Look, I want to comment on Vernocure's play on the top, right?
Yeah.
He was Paquito pushing out the lane, attracting so much tension. They were like, oh, there's no way that Homeboys is going to go against the Lord 4 versus 5. And so they tried to take him out, but Vernocure's fast fingers, and of course the diversion play that you're talking about, are just, it's just like they're coming from all angles at this point.
And that micro play from Yoon, using the little bit of speed boost given to avoid the final slash from Gear. I mean, just small little micro plays down there, just adding to the confidence of the Homeboys SG members. But this is where confidence might turn into folly here. Bleed on their last legs for this base hold.
Okay, Sagino goes into Dragon, trying to look for Anip.
He's trying to go in, but he's already so low. He has to retreat. No way he goes. The Lord is about half life. They're going to siege the top lane at this point. Zijuan continuing to stand up front, being the tanky beast that he is. The base is wide open.
Yeah, base is wide open, but not a lot of minions for the side of Homeboy Singapore to work with. The wave clear coming up from Bleed is there. Gear needs to try to make something. Yoon will be doing it instead.
Final slash, he's been knocked back in. It looks like he's going to be, somehow still surviving because he's got that second life. He's going to KO, but Sujidu not as lucky. Anip with the snipe. He does get the burst. He does have the damage. Jox is a little bit low himself. He does want to siege it. The base, they're not going for it. Vernocular going in and out, somehow still standing. This dance is going to continue on. The stakes not able to find a pull. Seiji J in the mid lane trying to zone him out. The minions are now crashing in. Gear getting a little bit too ahead of himself. He's going to go down. Zijuan will take credit for that. Jox, though, is going to be killed. That's going to be life number 1. The stakes pulled him back, but it looks like he's going to be in the heart of the enemy team. He's going to be down, killed yet again, and he's going to be bursted. Fuji will take it, and Seiji just going all in. Vernocure's like, all right, I'll take 1 life for that one, but they've got 2 left members. Seiji flickers back to safety. Jay continuing on. The Eternal Guard just trying to do what they can. It looks like the base is wide open. Now they're going to focus it. Game 1 goes to the Homeboys.
Homeboy Singapore basically saying waves and waves of zombies down to Bleed to deal with. Albeit against the amazing macro coming up from Bleed, Seiji trying to pull the minutes away so that it doesn't land under the turret, so that Homeboy Singapore doesn't get that lead to basically push down the core, the base. But it's to no avail because Homeboy Singapore is just overloaded with damage.
Yeah.
I think it's perfect to see Homeboys kind of peaking at the right time. I understand that you're like, oh, the 6th, it's like do or die.
Yep.
They're playing very well. That was a very good match. They were behind 2K. They were able to come back, and they did it objectively, understanding like the strengths of their heroes. Liu Yi was on point with the diversions.
Yep.
You know, everybody was just playing really well in that game.
Yeah, and that's why Buji was such a good mid laner for RSG, right? And now we do see why the Loi should be banned out when you give it to Buji. But the thing is, Homeboys, in terms of discipline, in terms of taking the objectives together with Anip on the Nathan, a new pick for him, a fresh pick for him, but still very disciplined in terms of taking objectives. They did not overextend themselves at all. The diversions were used not for greediness, just to join the team fights, and extremely non-flashy, but still flashy at the same time.
Definitely. There you go. I like the fact that you basically glazed Buji right there. He deserved that because his diversion plays are out of the world, getting caught off. Like literally, Bleed got caught off guard. He not only just provide an engagement tool, a disengagement tool, mind you, to escape, bringing the Goon Squad and also taking away the Goon Squad.
Did Buji just play the best game with Liu Yi in MPL Singapore thus far? Like, I've never seen it so, like, dynamic. Whenever it was off cooldown, like, the diversion was used, like, aggressively, and it was on point. It was never really a wasted one. I think there was one wasted one in kind of early game. But, I mean, mid to late game, he was on point with everything. And the fact that he's 7-1-10 speaks volumes about his play as well.
It gives me throwbacks when Jay brought Loi for the first time. I think it was in Season 5, where that Loi was literally all over the place. And that time, the Loi wasn't even meta at all. And now, Buji is just giving Jay a taste of his own medicine.
20-second cooldown on that thing.
Yeah.
And the way the rest of the team was playing, they all had their objectives set. Vernacure just being the distracting beast that he is on the top lane, the flicker play away with the Lord while Anip was taking it. Anip forced down the Lord so many times with his entropy, with his reverse clone as well. He was doing such a great job. And Zishren, he's just been a core pivot. I mean, a core, tower for Homeboys SG. And we were saying that he's good on an assassin. He's showing us a duality. He's showing us that he's good on the barrage as well. He's a jungler. I mean, junglers by nature, you can rely on them. You can expect them to rotate in time. And the way that he played together with Yoon and Buji, Yoon gave up a lot of his life, but half the time, you don't want to be killing a Minotaur. You want to be killing Buji. You want to be killing Anip as much as possible.
Looking at these item builds right here, if you notice, Sagitnu literally had to went for pure defensive because he's taking a lot of damage from Buji. And the only time where Bleed was able to get any form of wins is by forcing Buji away, right? Vernacure also, you know, if you notice, going for the Sea Halberd and also the Rose Gold Meteor because he knows that he's either have to deal with the Sagitnu flying over to you, you have to try to limit that heal, and also surviving that damage that Sagitnu was able to do, right? So therefore the Rose Gold Meteor is going to be massive. Right now, I feel like Jock's always getting bursted down so quickly may cause Bleed a lot of that because Homeboy Singapore, once they have the damage, right? Once they had the Lord push, the first Lord that they decided to push down early, all of a sudden they got so much damage and Jox wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, and they weren't able to snowball the momentum that they had in the early game. In the early stages of the game, they looked like they were winning. I mean, it did look like a Bleed game to lose at the start. Because of the map control that they had, Seiji was winning the gold lane one-on-one. No issues there. Eternal Guard being used. Sagitnu zoning out Buji as well. Doing an extremely good job. But when it came down to the mid-game decision-making, it seems like they were slightly behind in terms of Homeboys SG. In terms of synergy as well, you saw Gear going in multiple times without support. Jock's not able to be there. Jock's not having the Faragher armor for the first few fights. Was just a heads-up play by Vernacure, sure. But, I mean, it should be communicated to his team that he did not have the Faragher armor available. There's no last insanity. Let's not go for this team fight. And that's very telling. It's extremely scary for Bleed right now. Homeboys SG, they looking like a unit.
Definitely like a unit. And they understand the weaknesses when things, I mean, you're talking about the cooldowns already, but like some of the heroes, when they're like, the positioning is just not right, it's like, oh, okay, we can flank them with a diversion, we have that play. And then they go in for the action, and then 20 seconds later, they can kind of get themselves, they retreat out. I mean, they're just, everything is like working well together at this point, and it's very fun to watch.
Yeah, I love how creative Buji was playing the low E. I remember during the draft I was saying that, yeah, homeboys need to find a way to flank.
Yeah.
Right? One person. But I wasn't expecting Buji to use the whole diversion and flank with the whole goon squad. Right? And that's how Bleed faltered once Jay is exposed, and all of a sudden Bleed is just caught off guard. Remember what I was talking about, right? There's not a lot of heal for Jay. The way that Bleed has to play is to really flank and really just try to outflank Homeboy Singapore. But unfortunately, it's just Buji with the diversion just causing a lot of confusion in the battlefield.
Yeah, and the essence of Bleed's lineup was just to commit. With the X-Boy, with the Black Dragon form rezone, once you pop those, you have to commit as much as possible, especially with Jay in the back line. If you don't go forward, there is no backwards. There will be a diversion waiting for you, right? But that's just my opinion. It's just really my opinion. So let's just see what Professor Churros has.
MVP first.
Oh,
we're
yeah.
going to watch the highlights first.
Oh yeah, we gotta watch the highlights first,
That's
right?
right.
All right, let's go.
Yep, so take a look at throughout these highlights, right? It's a lot of Sagitnu, a lot of pressure on Sagitnu to make it work, right? And of course, Jocks to basically land the red tree against Zed Shen, right? If you notice how Jocks was trying to just create some space right there and allow Seiji to step forward comfortably, that's really good in the early game, right? That's strong in the mid game, but they squandered away all of that during the mid parts of the game.
Yeah, and after that, you see Anip in the back line with the reverse clone not being handled at all. Anip never becoming a main target in this fight has become a main problem for Bleed as well. The fact that they are not committing into this team fight, I mean, very good recovery from them over here with the Seiji cleanup, but the diversion, once again, used to escape away. I mean, we talked about it, initiation, disengagement.
Yep.
Also good from the side of Buji, and that's why he's the MVP, right?
Yeah, definitely, right? And I think now we just have to take a look, right? Like how Bleed needs to really like resolve this, right? Right now there's evidently something wrong. I feel like it's not just a drafting issue. I feel like there's an execution issue,
Agreed.
right? Coach G needs to find as much bandages and as much blue tags. If you guys are from engineering, you know what I was talking about, right? Just to try to fit the pieces together so that they don't fall apart.
Flex tape, right? You gotta just stick it there. You gotta stick it there, fix the issues, and then keep their mid-game decision-making. These players, they have the mechanics.
They do.
It just falls down to the decision-making. But let's just find out what Professor Churros has to say in Off Desk.
What's going on, guys? Thank you so much for what an incredible game that was. What an evolution also from Homeboys on the precipice of elimination. And they showed us how they turned Super Saiyan from all of this, from the draft to the execution to their gameplay. Everything was just chef's kiss. But out of all of the different series or the sequences, the battle sequences that happen in this game, I really just want to take a look at the two. The two that won them that game was the third Lord take, that was the Evolved Lord, and also the last base rush. But we'll let this play out. This was a classic case of a 1-4 versus a 3-2. They know how Bleed likes to play this. They like to just come by, create that opportunity to take down Bruno Cure because he knows that, you know, Homeboys definitely is going to be having one man off lane, and then you want to just try to shut him down. Once they identify this, Bruno Cure, all he has to do is just give that vision over to his team. Once they get intelligence, notice how the rest of Homeboys are just rotating over to that turtle pit. It was just so crazy for that. Giving that vision over to whoever that was there. And Bruno Cure, he senses this. His spider sense knows that someone was in that bush. And it wasn't just one guy, it was three. Basically, once that happens, it's just a numbers game and Homeboys will take this Lord down. And even with a nip right there, it was just an easy take and basically like a drive-through. Just in and out, taking that Lord and using diversion, get out safe. And that was just a very, very good game from that. And Sagitnu, I hate to say it, but he's always using that Black Dragon form a little bit too prematurely, a little bit too soon. And from that draft, you're drafting a Black Dragon form onto a Nathan. What happens is, in the late game, your dragon basically or virtually becomes useless. You can't zone anyone out. You fly in, you take tons of damage, and then you fly out. There's no damage done. Nathan's definitely going to heal himself out. you can't land your petrified because there's no backup, because Black Dragon form always takes you a little bit too far, and this was one of the perfect cases of how you see Sagitnu taking a lot of damage from that Nathan itself. So notice these two players right here. Neat always very, very heavily protected, and I like the fact that Shen, once he was into this roster, it was like Homeboys had that discipline, had that structure that they so desperately need in the crux of elimination. Now, this is week 3, day 2, one more game, potentially the last game of this series. I want to know how this story plays out. Whether Bleed, we kind of, it's sort of like the crowd favorites, but we'll see how this plays out. Boys, back to you.
Well, yeah, crowd favorites for the casters as all our predictions have been thrown off the
Why do you have to
board
keep bringing that up?
once
Why?
again. Just because you're here. Just because you're here. I know, no, it's a pet peeve, right? But if Homeboys does take this 2-0, I mean, Jace, you did the math.
Yeah, I did the math. So what I did is going to be a very, very spicy match, especially spicier and probably as spicy as the McDonald's Chicken McCrispy as well. So don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Road to Glory has never been tastier with McDonald's and Homeboys winning this one. By the way, I'll tell you why in just a short while after this one. So catch all the MPL Singapore Season 7 action and complete it with the experience of a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Yeah, send it over to us. Thank you very much. That's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you and your squad. So go smash that hunger like how Homeboy smash Bleed in game number 1, of course. Traffic conditions apply. And on to that point, if Bleed actually loses this one 2-0 in that 2-0 fashion, Homeboy Singapore takes that one, they're going to be out at 8 points. And that's going to make it a lot easier for them to stay in MPL Singapore and proceed to the playoffs. And ultimately, the victim is evil. And that's how it's going to shake things up.
And that puts Vanguard in a weird position, right?
It does.
If Vanguard loses to Evil 2-0 as well, I mean, I'm just theory crafting.
Yeah.
Just
it's
theory
good.
crafting.
It's good. It's good. Theory craft with me. I love theory.
Vanguard is at 8 points as well.
Yep.
So that means they are potentially in danger of moving towards the bottom as well, given that the next week is coming. The last game, the last series will be coming next week as well.
Yeah, and it's going to make the Vanguard Evil game, the upcoming series, even more important. Not only just for these two teams as well, but also for Homeboy Singapore. And now Homeboy Singapore stepping up like this is going to cost Evil ultimately as the main victim currently right now at 3 points.
Let's hold our horses a little bit, right?
Okay,
I mean, it's just one game, don't get me wrong. Bleed Esports did play well in the early game. I think in terms of the mid-game is where you saw a little bit of a, the wheels kind of falling off a bit. And I do understand it's great to have that drama and to go in, but Bleed Esports still, they're the foundation of this team that we've seen. They've been very strong, right? They've kind of faltered to this point. This is one of those moments where they're going to be truly tested going into this game too.
Definitely.
If they win, all bets are off, and let's go with this Homeboy train.
Okay. But to be honest, I'm the kind of guy that will call fire even before the fire happens.
Isn't that illegal? Don't you get in trouble for that? You can't do that in a movie theater. I know.
It's the foresight.
Okay,
I can
all right.
see. I can see it. In a very nutty world, Homeboy Singapore is able to stay in the playoffs because of this 2-0. And Bleed really needs to buck up.
Look, I want to see it just for the sake of the playoff implications that could happen, right? It's going to be way more exciting going into the next series.
But enough about the implications, right? There's a lot of theory crafting going on, but
I love it.
It all goes down to the coaches in terms of drafting, right? When you talk about drafting, when you talk about Bleed versus Homeboys, now Homeboys, they seem like they have so many more facets. With Anip on the Nathan, with Buji on the Loy, you have so many more heroes to ban out. And look at that, Homeboys SG, they will be taking out the Loy for themselves. Of course, they are on the second pick. Angela will be taken out as well. And Bleed are sticking true to the guns. They just said, like, the first game was a fluke.
Nope, I'm not going to call you a fluke.
Not a fluke.
They earned it. They
Give
bloody
them
earned
some
it.
respect, sir.
First game was a fluke. We are going to just stick to your guns, go with the Faramis band, go with the Moskov band, know what we know. We know Anip is a monster on the Moskov. We will take that out for him. I mean, now, Homeboys SG, they're banning out their own heroes from the side
Oh,
of
plot twist. Plot
Yeah,
twist.
it's a
I'm
plot
gonna attack
twist.
myself, right?
Yeah, you don't do that against me. Right?
All right, ladies and gents, let's take a look at the ban. A lot of pressure on the Coach G right now. They have to try to make things work. Now now you're on second pick. I don't really like this Moscow ban because I feel like it's just, you know, a bleed is just maybe they're overreacting over to Homeboy Singapore. And now even Nathan's gone. Roger is open. Anip may not go for the Roger. He has not found a lot of successes on that one, but they probably have to do it to counter pick. Instead, the Mathilda get leads through.
And Mathilda is indeed a scary roamer to be playing against, especially with the confidence level that you saw Yoon having at the first game on the Minotaur as well. I mean, the fact that he can just play around with Gear at this point, his confidence is at an all-time high right now. And Bleed, they will answer back with a carry, of course, very stable in terms of bursting down tanks if needed. Carry known as the Tank Slayer. And the roamer choice will be Arlott once again.
It could definitely be Flex, right?
Yeah,
so
could
Nuke can
be.
also picked up, you saw the stats. So Bleed is not revealing a lot as of yet, but Bleed is anticipating maybe a Barat's pick or a French pick. Now, Homeboy Singapore needs to play this right, but okay, they're going to go lock in Anip's Roger. And Roger is already slippery on its own. Now you add that Mathilda into the mix, that's going to make Roger even slipperier. It's like a fish, and now you wash it with soap, it's going to slip off your hands way too easily.
Wait, have you done that?
When you cook, you wash a fish, right?
Not with soap!
Yeah.
You gotta wash it anyways. You need to wash it with soap.
Okay,
No?
all right.
No, is that not how you
Way
wash
of making
fish?
Okay, we'll let it go.
We'll let it go. We'll let it go for now. But usually
We gotta talk about this later. All right.
we do see the Boxia pick coming out from Homeboy
Oh,
SG. I mean, yeah, talking about slippery, right? Boxia is a very slippery character too.
Aja.
And of course, the Kaja picked up from the side of Bleed. Kaja having 100% win rate.
Okay, so thank you, Hades, for making a 100% win rate. Bleed. Remember we talked about the slippery fish kind of thing with soap? And now, in order to hook somebody, Gear has to be that fisherman for the side of Bleed. We lock somebody down, we burst him quickly, and Kaja is a massive counter against Roger. Roger likes to dive. That's basically free engage from the side of Kaja, right? Just hook you back and just wash you cleanly.
But is Gear really that good of a hooker?
I mean, it's definitely part and parcel. If you are a robe, you really need to know how to play it a Kaja holder.
Got it. All right.
And we do see the Kadita banned out from the side of Homeboys SG, one of Jay's signature heroes as well. The Yuzong will be taken out, but there are still a lot of possibilities in the pool. With the Mathilda around, I mean, the Paquito is still a threat as well. We both know that Vernicure, Sagitnu, they love this hero, but it's more of a threat for Homeboys SG right now. It seems like Arlott will be going towards the EXP lane, so the Paquito will be taken out from the side of...
Yeah,
you have to do
You
that.
have to do it. If not, you will see Mathilda just pulling people back to safety, and they're already so mobile as a team. Homeboy Singapore, this is like a full-on mobile. You want a car with 4 wheels? Homeboy Singapore say, no, never mind. We're gonna go 8 wheels because they're just so mobile. And now Bleed needs to try to find more ways to lock them down with as much CCs as possible. So expect something like maybe a Frederick coming out, right? Maybe focus on like a Kai coming out. You really have to try to find as much CCs as possible to stop Homeboy Singapore.
And mobile being the name of the game, I mean, it literally is like Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right? So
Thanks, Dad.
The mobility will be very key for Homeboys SG. But we do see the X-Borg being banned out. X-Borg, I mean, it's an extremely good pick, but I just feel that it's not what Bleed would be going for.
Yeah.
Bleed, they still have a lot of options available for the side of Jocks in the jungle. I mean, the Barrage is still there. The Fredrin is still there. But versus the Boxia, it's extremely hard for that matchup.
I feel like, Dyrov. Coming out and Bleed.
Yeah.
That Dyrov is definitely going into the jungle. Usually you see him as assassins, but we've seen it being played as a tank jungle by LY4. This is really interesting coming out from Bleed. Dyrov needs to have an early game. So basically, Bleed is just doubling down. We need to win early to mid. Hopefully carry scale. So basically, that's the storyline coming off from Bleed for now.
Yes. And Homeboys SG.
I'm not a fan of this Zara pick, no offense.
Not really a fan. Yeah, given the fact that they have a Matilda, but
Yeah.
the thing is, Kaja Dyrov combo is extremely potent in taking out one member.
Okay.
Yeah, so if
Okay,
Bleed,
adds on to the burst, right?
Yeah,
okay,
it adds
okay,
on.
now I'm seeing what Coach G is cooking up, right? So Dyrov going in for this one, maybe they're anticipating Baxia's hard invades, right? Dyrov is something that you don't want a hard invade in an early game, and now Homeboy Singapore is going to conclude the draft with a Vexana and Nathamus, and it's so much mobility coming off of Nathamus, and it provides Vexana a save way. That's what I'm talking about. The CCs that we need in the Xavier. That massive AoE on demand is gonna be very vital and crucial how Bleed is gonna survive this one.
but the thing is, Bleed doesn't have anything protecting their back line. In terms of dive, Homeboys SG, they have a lot of dive available with a Roger, with a Matilda, with a Baxia, and whether or not they can protect the Xavier, that's gonna be falling into the mid game, right?
Ah, my dear moment.
Xavier protects
Xavier
himself.
can peel for himself.
Yeah, Xavier protects himself.
It's a skill base. It's gonna be a skill based matchup. Xavier needs to keep himself alive, but Bleed has a bit going on. I can see where they're going. The carry should be able to deal with the Baxia and the Thanos with the true damage. Should be.
Match 1, Game 2. Homeboys, Bleedy Sports, we know what's going to happen. I mean, this is...
I don't know what's gonna happen.
No. I think we know what's going to happen. I think we're going in, but to be honest, okay. All right. Going in with just the drafts, who do you give the edge to, Mo?
I gotta give it to, Bleed at this point. I mean, they pulled out the Xavier, they pulled out the Dyrov, they pulled out the Kaja. I want to see these heroes succeed. I want to see the evolution in the meta as much as possible. Newer heroes, fresher picks, always for me. How about you, Jace?
I'm leaning over to Homeboys. I
Hey,
feel
yeah.
like there's a lot more flexibility and mobility. Zeshan can easily come in and steal. It's a lot more on how Bleed plays this early game. And now if Jox is staying in his jungle, not moving about, Homeboy Singapore is winning.
Yeah.
Here, all the way in the front, kind of zoning it out. I mean, this is one of those moments where who needs to have that early game to really get themselves kickstarted?
It's definitely Bleed. I need to see more aggressive plays coming out from Bleed, right? But now it feels like Jox kind of hoping to scale quickly to level 4 first, and then maybe make a play from there.
Shield Unity right on top of Gear. Gear dashes over the wall. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, a lot of early skirmishes coming out from both sides, but Bleed, they do have to be on the front foot here because they have to secure as much farm for the Dyrov as much as possible. Russ, remember, he does not have that sustainability. He's relying on that damage first. And with Gear not having the Divine Judgment, not being level 4 yet, he does not have a stable burst. He does not have something to help him hold the units down.
Now I need to see Bleed just ramping up. Jox has already hit level 4. There's no reason if you're not ganking. Right now, they may be trying to fight for turtle control, but don't forget, Homeboy Singapore, their power spikes also come at level 4 as well. Bleed, on the other hand, it's more crucial and critical for them to basically force these fights.
Yeah, and rotating their top, the mid laner towards the top as Gear will be holding the mid lane. Bougie will be slightly on the back foot in terms of leveling here, will not have the Eternal Guard for this turtle fight.
Yeah, Yun, flickers away, dodges the final slash, somehow survives each one. Is he going to go for the Shield Unity? He does go for this one. He does a Deathly Grasp on top of Gear. They get first blood, and it looks like they've got the damage, but Fuji goes down. He got blasted in the end. Jock's getting a little bit low. Burno Cure trying to do as much damage in the front, just tanking as much, forcing it back in.
All right, now, good map, good team, turtle fight right there. Both sides losing necessarily, but Joss taking that first kill should snowball him. But I like how both these two teams play, right? Trying to kill off both their roamers, and now look at the roamers. Struggling to hit level 4, especially Yoon, and that's massive. Gear can make a play right now, and they have to force it right here to try to limit Yoon.
And Yoon, just nice, in the nick of time, will have the Circling Eagle now available. But now the Turtle will still be up and running. Both teams have not claimed it for themselves as of yet. And Gear might want to force things out here. Jox available to help. Sagitno falling really low, though.
Zeshan playing it safely right now. He started
Shield
spin.
Unity, they got the Divine Judgment. They pull back each one. I don't know if that's the right target, but they do pull him back. They do get the Jox. The Eternal Guard is going to be used as well. And now Aniba's going to join the fight. He's looking to clean things up. He does get Jox. Gear is going to go down as well. Yoon will take credit for that one.
Yeah, so now Homeboy Singapore, massive lead right here. The momentum, like I said, this is a battle about who gets to the mid-game power spike first. Homeboy Singapore got it. I like what Gear did. That's a good idea. But unfortunately, when Anip joins the fight, that's it. Homeboy Singapore loves to fight S5, and they're strong together in this kind of match.
Yeah, and taking out Zishin right there was the only key saving grace for the side of Team Bleed. They did get the turtle, but they lost Jox.
Yep.
And Jox, Dairoff, you require a lot of map control. You require to be on the map to exert the map control. And Jox might have lost a lot of that early game momentum.
Early game, technically speaking, Jay doesn't really have a lot of damage as a Savior, but don't forget, you go to late game, Xavier can also output almost as much damage as a late game Sicilian as well. Don't get me wrong. Guys, try it. It's crazy the amount of damage that Xavier can output, right? And now...
Dawning Light, Jay flickers over the wall. Here's the Circling Eagle. He's going to abort out of that mission. Yoon, he's going to find Sajitnu, though. Yoon getting a little bit low. He's going to flicker to safety. He gets on out.
Yeah, flicker for flicker.
And Homeboy's name of the game, I mean, you talked about Xavier's damage, right?
Yep.
Homeboy's name of the game is you can't output damage if you're dead. So they want to kill They want to kill Xavier as much as possible.
Technically, a Diggy can output damage when it's dead, but here we go. Gear, that's Divine Justice.
The Dawning Light connects onto Bougie. They found Gear. They've got the damage, and they do have the burst. Homeboys, another kill.
Yeah, and here, I don't know, man. I think Bleed right now, they're really trying to force it. They're already slide a little bit behind in a sense because, yeah, the gold lead's still in the favor of Bleed, but Homeboy Singapore, it's more economical and they can get to mid-game even faster now. The turtle is up. Bleed right now needs to find some form of space. If you notice, Homeboy Singapore, they really love to fight S5, especially when this turtle spawns at the bottom lane.
Oh, they went in for this Yoon, but they're just going to let him go. He just kind of scouts it out. The turtle's back in his cave.
But the thing is, now Bleed, they have Seiji on the traditional marksman, on the carry.
Yep.
And when he finds his power spike, yeah, it's going to be extremely scary. He hasn't joined the team fight as of yet.
Sajitnu gets Deadly Grass. The Eternal Guard, the combo is on point. Vernocure will take credit for that one, though. Now the Eternal Guards continue to force them back. Yoon's been stunned. And they're going to continue on with Jox. They're going to try to take their attention onto him. Jox getting a little bit low, whittled down. He dashes to safety. The Divine Judgment pulls back Vernocure the other way, keeps him alive.
Yeah, but they traded the turtle over to the side. I like how Anip decides to go all the way up top. Not only just the fact that they defended that turret up top, they also take the turtle. So Bleed right now starts to lose a little bit more priority. Homeboy Singapore should be rising up as of now.
Yeah, Bleed forced to use the Divine Judgment in a defensive manner, not able to combo it with Jox. I mean, that's not the situation they want to be in, right? Saginu going in straight away with the Vengeance, just getting plucked off. That's just not the initiation you're looking for. But still, both goal laners equal head-to-head, and both teams...
Oh, they do have the shield unity. They lock in Seiji, though, but Zichuan, he's getting whittled down. Does need to be careful. Gear was hiding in the brush. The Circling Eagle in the top lane. Yoon continuing on. Gear's on the run, but Zichuan has been killed. Jox will take credit for that. Vernocure just farming the enemy jungle.
Yeah, you can see the challenge time from Jox on this Dire ultimate. Oh, so much damage.
Oh, Yoon.
Yeah, just a pluck off onto Yoon, not able to get out in time, but Jay will be going down on the backline. Vernocure.
Gidu looking to fight this one. Vernocure has the damage, but now Jox has made an appearance, and he's like, I got at least the trade.
Yeah, but okay, and the very least, the Dire is scaling just a little bit, but the damage from Anip.
Oh, Anip coming out of the blue. He's like, he's hiding in the woods. He's the wolf. He'll take you down. Anip 2-0-2.
These team fights never end, man. They never end. But the thing is, the note for the item note for Sagitnu, he went for the Blade of Heptisi's first item as an Arla. So that signals to me that he's going for some form of damage build. And he's going to fight these early game as much as possible, and then he will start building towards the tank items, right?
Currently, Homeboy Singapore is at its peak, right? They have the strongest, they have the stronger heroes. They also have the stronger damage right here. Evidently, you can see the gold lead swinging over. You can see Homeboy Singapore finding this massive pickup right here. Jox needs to try. Jox should start to fall off priority soon, but unless it goes in like, you know, slightly tankier builds.
Yeah, just so mobile. Oh, but Anip goes down. That's a big win. Jox will take credit for that one. So this is a bit of an opening. The turtle is still yet to be vanquished here. Jox is up front in the bottom lane. In the mid lane, Seiji goes down. Zichuan, they do have the damage. But Vernocure continuing to be up front. He's in the tankiness. Sajitnu getting a little low. Doesn't need to be careful. The Dawning Light on top of this one. The final slash pushes back Fuji. He gets back to safety, but Jox is getting whittled. Is he somehow surviving? He does. And he does get away. Sajitnu, Vernocure has to dash away. Gear focusing in. They have the Divine Judgment. What a late pull and a nice win on that.
And
Yeah.
Homeboys SG, that's exactly what they didn't want. Bleed having an extended team fight with Xavier safe in the backline.
Yep.
He has so much damage output. He has so much immobility to you as well. And that just bought so much time for Gear to have his Divine Judgment off cooldown once again.
Yep, I like what Bleed did there, but now you're still not out of the woods. Yes,
Yeah,
not only
still
just
not there.
the Roger is scaling. You also got Bjorn here starting to get a lot more priority. Buji's able to output the damage. Zishan is also securing at least one turtle already on their own. Bleed on the other hand, they need a little bit more time. No, I think they need a little more 5 more minutes before they could be a little bit more have more priority in this game.
And you're already expecting the Circling Eagle. They will know that the Lord is underway,
Proto
but Final
Cure gets
Slash...
Final Slash back in. Zagino will take credit for this one. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a disaster. Yuna on the run. He has the flicker. Divine Judgment pulls back Sichuan as well. With the Eternal Guard, it's too little too late.
Okay, Bleed playing to their strengths right now. Don't forget, this is a pick comp that picked into Homeboy Singapore, where it's more of a clash comp, right? More of a dive comp. So yeah, I love what Bleed was able to adapt very quickly, and now they got this first Lord, and now Homeboy Singapore is forced to make a play.
Homeboy Singapore now on the back foot. The objectives being challenged. You with the Circling Eagles gets a double knockup, but not going for anything as of yet. They do still have the Lord and Super Minions to deal with.
Right now, it's just buying time. Bleed needs to buy as much time as possible, right? Yes, the Lord will help them buy more time. Seiji is starting to rank up in terms of the damage. Jox is already starting to build into more tanky items because he needs to be that secondary tank alongside with Gear to basically help to protect Jay and also Seiji as well.
And suddenly with Jox as the tank available, the Xavier pick becomes even much scarier because he's going to be protected by Jox. He has damage, he has sustainability, and Gear has the dominant ice as well. So that is a lot of DG aura for the side of Zishu and Yoon. So very scary.
Athena Shield being built that will help against Yoon as well to basically build up the magic resist, and also against Bushi, right? And now with this Lord push all the way bot, and you see the goal escalates exponentially in the favor of Bleed right here. Bleed is in a better position as before, and now Homeboy Singapore, it's their turn to respond.
Yeah, Siege is going to happen. The Lord is going to just kind of get killed here, but do they get anything in return?
No, you
nice
don't
knock
fight
up on Saginu. He flickers back in the Circle Eagle onto 2. Pulls him back in. Saginu gets sniped by Anip, who's on the flank. Verno Cure gets a little bit low. Yoon goes down. Gear's gonna be killed as well. Anip finds him. Jichuan goes down by Jox. Verno Cure is killed as well. And Seiji somehow still alive, and Anip does go down, and Jox will take credit for that kill.
Man, Homeboy Singapore did not check the gold lead because they forgot that Bleed is already 4K. There's no point for them to basically handshake the fight, and now look at them. They're gonna lose a lot more turrets, and that's massive problem on the side of Homeboy Singapore.
Yeah, Buji, the only one left. If he gets plucked off right here, that might be game. That might be game. As Bleed will only have Yoon left standing, and Bleed fight right back with a 1-1, putting us at a tie. Homeboys SG will have to answer.
Man, that game should have gone to Homeboy Singapore. Homeboy Singapore was playing really well around the mid game. They noticed what they need to do and they play it to the T. However, Bleed Esports, this is a pick composition, right? Once they are able to pick somebody off, and that's it. They just snowball out of control. They should not have taken that fight there and around that team fight. They threw it all away thinking that they have the damage. But don't forget, they're already 4.5k goal behind. The Xaviers also started to scale. Seiji also started to scale. Don't forget, the whole team fight was a 5v4 without Seiji joining the fight as well.
Yeah, there was that one Lord fight where they were kind of, they had that lead. They thought they were, they had map control, but they were trying to force the Lord. That seemed like that was like the tipping point for me in terms of like the wheels came off right after that fight.
Yeah, and it was extremely scary watching Bleed trying to dismantle Homeboys SG over there. In terms of Seiji, they knew that they were on a clock, they were on a timer. Seiji did have the later scaling in terms of farm, in terms of reach as well. But the thing is, they could not find the Xavier at all. Jay's positioning was so much on point that, Xavier was just dealing damage at the backline, and with that composition, Saginu might have given up his life, but he did his job. He did the peel for Jay when necessary.
Yep, the pick composition, and then after that they start finding front to back, right? Because of the Xavier and also Seiji, also the carry. So it's really nice what they did there, but I really feel like Homeboy Singapore, man, everything is going so well for them for at least like the whole 80% of the game.
Yeah, and now we have the MVP of the second game, which is Gear on the card as well. I mean, with the pick comp, the Divine Judgment becomes much more of a priority.
Yep.
I mean, even in the early stages of the game, when they were behind, Gear was forced to use it defensively, dragging Vernacure away from Saginu to just get as much peel away.
If you notice, ever since he built the Fleeting Time, that's a lot more ultimates coming up online, right? And that helped Gear to basically become this MVP. You start to see his assist rate just increase like crazy.
I mean, one thing to take note of is that usually when you see Kaja play, they go for the initiation, they go for the flicker, Divine Judgment. They're so much further away from the enemy, from the rest of your team to kind of gang up. He was very patient with it. He would use it almost in the mid to the late part of the team fight and ensure that he locks it down like the Matilda, who's very mobile, and he was just on point with how he was doing. He was controlling it. Very well played by Gear.
That's also Homeboy Singapore in a way that they're also this dive comp, right?
Yeah.
And if you notice, I like how Gear was very flexible and adaptable to this. Okay, I know you want to dive me, right? So I'm going to use my Divine Judgment as a defensive tool. You saw how he dragged the Thamus away, if I'm not mistaken, away from Sagitnu. So it's very defensive and adaptable how this Kaja was being played.
Also, I want to give props where props are due, right? We've getting a little, like, Jox was kind of like, he's a little shaky yesterday, today, but this 9-2-4, that's exactly what you want out of the Dyreth. You want to ensure that, you know, Jox is comfortable with who he's playing with.
Interesting build right here, right? Instead of going for the Hunter Strike or Blade Hypothesis that you see from normal Dyreths, this Dyreth is going for a kind of fighter kind of build.
Yeah.
He went for the Brute Force Flesh Blade after the first damage item. Then afterwards, he went for another damage item, then went back into the Radiant Armor. So building into tankability as well as damage at the same time. I mean, trying to answer for being the front line for Jay as much as possible. Because, to be honest, Bleed, they do not have much of a front line. Saginu, he went for Blade of Heptasis, he went for the Sea Halberd. He wants to jump the back line, he wants to deal as much damage as possible. And Holler, you were talking about Gear being very patient with his Divine Judgment. On the other hand, I feel that Yoon, he was pretty premature with his Circling Eagles. They were not used to buy space. They were not used to get any form of conversion for the side of Homeboys SG. It feels like a wasted ultimate from the side of Yoon. I mean, he has been playing very confident lately, but sometimes that confidence can turn into folly.
I personally feel it's just how the cookie crumbles, right? Like how Homeboy Singapore definitely got they thought they had the damage, they thought they had the gold lead, right? Especially the last team fight, right? But that macro decision to handshake that fight just lost it, right? And if you notice with Kaja, with the Gear, just spreading damage with the focusing mark as well, it's just spreading all the bonus damage on top of everybody. It's just making it super easy for Bleed to just overwhelm. That gold lead doesn't feel like 4.5k. It actually felt like 5k because of that focusing mark.
I also kind of feel like Homeboys didn't play their draft to their strength, right? I feel like the Thamus needs to be up front, tanking it. The initiation happens onto him, and then you have, you know, the Baxia jumping in, the Matilda, everything like jumping in, right? Like you have like that wombo combo. And this one, it seemed like they were trying to force it. Like the Matilda was going in. Wasn't you talk about conversions, Mo? About not being able to convert on those things, and the Shield Unity. These things were happening, and there were some nice two-man stuns, but the rest of the team wasn't there to kind of clean up.
Only in one situation where Anik was there to clean up, and that looked beautiful for Homeboys SG. But afterwards, when CG started to ramp up and join these team fights, it started to all break down because Thamus couldn't be the frontliner that he was meant to be. With the Xavier pick, I think it really threw them off guard. The immobility from the side of Jay, I mean, you prevent Baxia and a Thamus from being mobile. That's not gonna be a fun time.
Yep. If you take a look at the damage dealt, right, it's not so far apart from the side of Homeboys and Bleed. But don't forget the heals from Yoon, the heals from Vernacure, right? Kind of counteracts that. So Bleed is actually doing as much damage against Homeboys Singapore. But now the problem is, how do you deal with if you go in the long extended fight, you can't find Jay. If Jay can peel for himself, if CG can peel for himself, and by dashing away, Homeboys Singapore cannot catch. Then, hold on, you're right. Like, you can see the amount of damage and the amount of no-go zone, this mystic field that Jay was able to output, just giving him so much damage. In fact, the highest damage dealt out of these 10 players right here.
Yeah, 86,000 damage as the Xavier. I mean, the name of the game for Homeboys SG was try to kill Jay as much as possible, but they could not find it.
They couldn't find the backline access.
Couldn't find the backline access at all. And the thing is, it was all done by Jay himself. Right? He was just being immobile. He was immobiling Homeboys SG, and he was just
Now
running
you're
away.
convinced, Mo.
Now
Now
I'm
you're
convinced.
convinced
Now
that
I'm
Xavier can
convinced.
peel for himself.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know Xavier was such a good hero.
Yeah. I mean, if you keep it afar, like Jay is really good with positioning more than anything else. It's kind of immobile. It's kind of difficult to move around.
Yep.
But once you can kind of keep yourself safe, you don't have to be jumped in or anything like that. You can just cast your spells from afar.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a field day.
And not only just that, Jay is positioning. You talk about Jay's positioning. You haven't factored his creativity as well.
Yes.
That man is an artist, right? And now he's just painting the field with these massive circles.
Yeah, and extremely creative, but let's just see the creative plays on the highlight screen. As we do see these early stages of the game, you see Homeboys SG, they were having the advantage. Yoon was converting these circling eagles with the Eternal Guard at the same time. Vernacure does go down, and Anit, he comes in for the cleanup, while Yoon takes out Gear in the backline. Vernacure still finding out Jay's position, but after this, it's where things start to change.
Yeah, the problem, I feel like the pinnacle is when you see Jox and HP bars. Yeah, he realized that he doesn't really have enough tankiness in the innate team. Don't forget, Gear as a Kaja is technically not a tank. It's like a soft support that is meant to just drag somebody, right? This utility, right? And if you notice here, it's just Homeboy Singapore just taking too much for himself, thinking that Anip does have a lot of damage, but don't forget, Jox right here decides to go for this massive tanky build. And after that, he just got wiped.
No, I mean, like, just at the last one, right? Anip actually went back in. It was 1 versus 3 at that point. It's like one of those things where, hey, if the call is retreat, you gotta retreat. Okay, I understand that you might have the potential burst, but sacrificing your life at that stage of the game was just, you know, not possible. You going?
As a Roger player, I would do it too. I will greed for the kill, especially when I see how low Jox is. I just want to kill him. That sort of idea, right?
Okay, I feel like we played together in a ranked game.
Yeah, possibly. If you see Jay's on the screen, but yeah, worry about is Roger. But now we have to worry about Professor Churro's opinion off the desk.
I have to say though, Bleed did not give Homeboys an easy road to the playoffs. And this is a very, very interesting draft coming out from Bleed. I love the drafting coming out from Jay's creativity. I mean, Jay said that as well. I know there's too many Jays floating around my head right now, but it was so brilliant. The fact that using this Xavier, remember that time when Xavier first came out, it was entirely just banned, because of how strong he was with the Mystic Field. Using that Mystic Field to his advantage to create space for his team to get in and out of battle, knowing that you're facing up against a Baksha and a Thamus. So I think this was a very, very significant run that changed the tide of battles for Bleed. This was the time when Anit suddenly just face checks into that dot bush and the rest of the team goes ham. They know that they're facing against the clock. As the time is ticking by, Seiji and Jay, they're constantly building up. Who knew that Mobile Legends could teach you about investment? So putting 2 late game heroes into the same team, sure, you have a very, very tough early game, but then the impatience and the overconfidence from Homeboys got to their heads. They're going in, they're trying to fight, but they can't reach the back lines because of the Mystic Field. So very, very well played, very well positioned from Jay. And notice how the Lord was spawned up, and this was the time when Vernacure, Tashia, and Buji, they wanted to contest for this Lord. They wanted to take them down because a little bit too overconfident of Anit being back. You have that damage, you have that cleanup potential. So they tried to go again, but unfortunately I didn't clip that one. We'll go straight to when the Lord was actually taken. So when the Lord was taken, Homeboys had a better shot staying within their base, just because of the fact that their entire lineup was built around base defense. Just because of the fact that you have Buji right there on that Vexana. And that's the main saving grace. But the Shen wanted to make the shot call onto Seiji, not knowing that actually Sagitnu was swapping spaces with Seiji. You don't really have that vision potential, and the impatience again getting to their heads. And what better way to face off against a lineup like Xavier than in the jungle? So they went for Sagitnu first, not knowing that Seiji was in the back line just free hitting from that back, and that was their entire downfall. Leaving Seiji unabided, no one just taking him out, and there's no one getting near to Seiji because Jay's Mystic Field was just the cherry on top. And I think that this last game will be an absolute banger, and I'm just hoping how, I don't know. I don't know what to say now because it's anyone's game, right? Boys, take me out of this. Take it away.
The tying things up against Homeboys. I mean, who thought MLBB can teach us things about financial investments, right? We were talking about conversions. We're talking about, if you're going to commit something, you better convert. You need to get something out of it, whether it be defensive, whether it be offensive as well. And I feel that Homeboys SG, they could not find those conversions as much in that game as well. But whether or not they go into this in the next few drafts, I mean, we see the previous draft right now. We see that they did take out the Loyi as well. They did take out the Nathan for themselves because they were scared of this. But
I just want to comment on that because of the fact that like Homeboys had a great game 1 with Loyi and the Nathan, right?
Yeah.
Why would you ban it yourself? Like it's one of those things where if it ain't broke, why fix it? I'm going to continue to run the same lineup until you ban it or you can counter it. Right? So it's one of those things where I don't need to show new drafts. I don't need to show, all the cards to all of the players and the other teams that are definitely going to watch this as they research your team. This is one of those things where, hey, I'm just going to continue to play it, right? Beat me at that game, then I'll look to evolve.
Yeah, exactly. That's what went wrong, I feel, in the drafting and batting patterns of the stage. Homeboys SG, they did not want it to be done to them.
Yeah.
But I feel that Bleed, they have the versatility to play around their mechanic players, right?
Yep.
I feel Jay, he has a lot of creativity. Jox coming in on a die-off really impressed me as well. The way he item swapped, the way he itemized against Homeboys SG, making sure that Anit could not burst him down. He was that front line just so that Jay can output the damage from the back as well. And that's just amazing gameplay from Bleed. And Seiji just being the key, statue that he is for Bleed, always in the back line, always making sure he gets the farm up. He's the late game assurance, right?
Yep.
When everything goes to fail safe, you look at Seiji. Yeah, you just hope that he has the farm to carry you in the game. Like, Saginu went in. It's like, I kind of went in. I died, but at least Seiji's getting the kills.
Yeah.
At least Seiji's getting kills. At least Jay's getting kills. At least Jox is getting the kills as well.
Yep. Okay, right now it's just interesting. It's just interesting, right? Okay. Why am I saying this? It's like now Homeboys Singapore has perhaps increased their chances slightly, even after this loss, right? They just increased their chance slightly, right, to be able to stay in the playoffs. I think that's very important for the Homeboys Singapore. If they win this, it's like a confirm. You'll be at least be able to go to the playoff because Team Evil, unless they get even if they get a 2-0 in the next game, and then after that, even after that, okay, tomorrow, okay, it also depends on tomorrow, right? So maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but Homeboys Singapore, I like their chances right now. Okay. That's basically the TLDR.
And I mean, okay, this is what we wanted. We wanted it competitive. We wanted to ensure that they had the Homeboys. And so when you were like, hey, they're going to 2-0 them, I was like, whoa, we got to hold up a little bit.
I kind of
it would have been way more interesting that way. Don't get me wrong. But I think that Homeboys, this is still one of those moments where every loss that you might take, hopefully they don't lose this match. I'm not sure. My prediction is aside. It's one of those things where they can really learn from them. And I think they can. Game 2, there was a lot to learn from that one.
Yes.
And I feel that Homeboys, as a team, they have a very strong mentality coming into this entire regular season, because I feel that as a team, they have not faltered. They were at the bottom of the barrel many times. We saw in the first week, they falling down very low, almost close to the bottom, and yet they still fight back. They think of constant new strategies. Ani putting him on the Moskov. We saw him on the Nathan on the first game as well. And when I was walking out of the studio, I saw Homeboys. They were still all smiles, right?
I was expecting when you walk up to the studio, I was thinking that you got another episode of the Rumors from the Toilet. Okay, I feel like right now what Bleak can basically glean out of this particular game is that, you can give Anip the Roger.
Yeah.
Right. It feels like sometimes he gets a little bit overheated as he dives in, and because of evidently just now, Roger shouldn't be going in for that particular fight. So that's one massive idea that Bleed could do. In fact, Bleed has been banning the Moscow for basically 2 games in a row as well, and now Bleed going in first pick. Yeah, expect that to be banned again.
Yeah.
But don't you think Game 2's draft by Homeboys was still good enough to win that one?
Yeah, it is.
Like, it was one of those things where, like, I going back to this draft, I feel like, hey, that's still a decent draft. I would not throw that away. I think that there were definitely some mid to late game mistakes, and that's kind of why the cookie crumbled the way it did.
Yep.
But it's one of those moments where let's not throw this away. Like, it's still a good idea. We just got to work on that execution.
That's right.
They should still play towards their strengths. Homeboys SG, I mean, not to discount their members, they are extremely talented as well.
Yeah.
And I feel that they have what it takes to take on Bleed SG. But the thing is, Bleed, they are extremely versatile when it comes down to picks, when it comes down to hero pools.
Especially Jay, right?
Yeah,
The
especially
artist right there.
Jay. I mean, you can't ban him out. So what Homeboys SG has to do with this banning and drafting right now is they have to go and play against, play to their strengths.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hopefully this time around, Homeboy Singapore can show us what it is like to have Zushan basically on the roster. I want to see Assassins, man. Like, come on, just give me one game of Assassin, right? Just throw something that Bleed doesn't expect, because as of now, Homeboy Singapore has always considered putting Zushan on the tank junglers. I want to see him on something that's new. I want to see the Assassins coming off of Zushan.
And we have seen Homeboys SG on the back foot multiple times, but they still fight back. And now Loyi has been taken out from the side of Bleed with their standard ban.
I think the funny thing is, like, Homeboys, the Matilda was decent last game, and they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna ban it this one. Like, I feel like anytime their own team plays it well, they're like, nah, we're gonna ban it next game.
Actually, Matilda is really like a massive prior pick, and now you take away Anip's Nathan, but now you give the Roger over to Homeboy Singapore. This is exactly what I was talking about. Coach G is just letting Anip pick up the Roger, unless Anip goes for something like a Claw.
Yeah, Anip's performance on the Roger, I mean, currently still not very good.
0%.
Yeah, 0%, but still, I mean, he did join the team fight. He did get the cleanup where needed, but not finding conversions into objectives. And Homeboys SG, with the secondary pick, will have their field up options available. They prioritize the Paquito. Like, it is a key winning factor for Vernacure. I feel that Vernacure, it's extremely strong on the Paquito. You want to stop that as much as possible. But Fredrin, what do you think about this?
Fredrin is very normal. Like, I mean, you kind of first pick the Paquito already. You kind of expose that Fredrin is going to go to Zushan's. But Bleed, I think they have the shred. The Nathan does a lot of shred against, especially tanky teams. So I'm not too worried about Bleed for now. But this is something that Homeboy Singapore, I mean, Fredrin fits in any comp.
All right, Homeboys, though, their sex appeal is definitely over 9,000 with these two guys, right? Frederick and Paquito.
Oh, Chip! We forgot about him!
Oh!
Wait, is Jake going to play Chip mid lane?
Bleed.
Unless Gear plays it.
Bleed has pulled out something out of the bag. Yeah, I heard it. I heard this before. We said it. Rumors from the toilet. I was in the toilet with Coach G, and he was talking about this.
Why are you guys always in the bathroom? Like,
don't you go to the bathroom too?
No, not with other players. I don't like make. Hey, we meet.
No, we make conversation.
Like, I don't. Sorry.
It's like, we
might meet in the hallway, but not in the bathroom.
You have to do your business anyway, so why not just talk about, what's going to happen?
Okay, that's a limit in mind. There you go. Like what I was kind of predicting. I really feel like Anip will pull out a Claw. There you go.
And yeah, Anip just pulling out the Claude at that point. Equally mobile as Nathan, but does not have that single point damage shred. It's more of AoE damage.
In fact, yeah, it's now Bleed going for the AoE in the straight line, whereas Claw goes in AoE in a massive circle, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Homeboy Singapore can play around with the circle. Maybe draft in Yi for the side of Buji if he wants to play trigonometry and more shapes.
But with
and the Lolita to it as well. Might as well.
With the Chip as a wild card factor for Bleed, I feel that Homeboys SG, they're just thrown off the rails right now. Their mental is like, yeah, Chip. Oh no. What do we do?
Yeah, and don't forget, Chip wasn't really much heavily priored in MPL Singapore, even in the pick or bans, right? So I'm very surprised that Bleed decided to let it slip, because I feel like right now, if you notice how MPL Singapore is banning, they're banning a lot more targeted bans, right? Like Fire Mist that Buji likes to play, Moskov that Anip likes to play, but it also leaks out so many of these prior heroes, right? In fact, Matilda getting leaked in game number 2. Technically speaking, Homeboys needs to take it, right? So that's why they took it for themselves. Now, Buji will be going for the Novara. He plays it really well.
Amazing.
And now, Homeboy Singapore, right? Their kind of draft is going to be slightly different now. They're going to play it safe from the back. use Bruno Kuro's Paquito create space. But if Bleed dances around Homeboy Singapore, they're gonna get chunked down by Bucci. That's why Claude can go in for the final kill.
Yeah, and the R-Lot
There
being
we go.
picked up
Sus.
from Bleed. So yeah, I mean,
Sus.
that's so much potential from Bleed right there.
No, it's a very sussy draft coming out from G. Look, Arla can go into Sagino, Terizla can be going into Gear. Now you got 2 double fighters. J right here, you already don't need a magic support damage already, so you have J on the chip. I told you.
Oh yeah.
So you don't have a standard mid laner. It's a mid lane J on the chip.
And we have the R-Lot Martins combo.
Yeah,
you know,
that
knock you
solves.
around.
Yeah, correct. That solves your physical damage. You have lots of magic damage in the side of Seiji, and that frees up Jay, the artist, to basically design and create havoc against Homeboy Singapore.
And Homeboys SG, how will they respond? I mean, it's already set in stone what Bleed wants to play. But Homeboys SG, they still have the Fredrin to work around, and they are yet to pick up the roamer of choice. I mean, possibly the Minotaur has been taken out, Florin has been taken out. So,
Rafaela,
Grok, I mean, Estes?
Grok. There's going to be a Grok coming out from the side of Homeboy Singapore. They need to find a way to disengage or perhaps engage. So that's something that Homeboy Singapore decides to go for. And yeah, I kind of like this pick. Like I said, right now Homeboy Singapore is going to try to play from afar to try to chunk it down. Don't forget, this is a do or die situation for the side of Homeboy Singapore. This is probably the best slot that can actually come out with to be able to react against Chip. Sorry, instead of Jay going for the Chip, it's going to be Jay on the Terizla instead.
Terizla mid lane.
Yep.
Yeah, I was hyping it up, you know. Fighter mid
From the
lane.
Mekong region, right?
Yeah, fighter mid lanes are the thing right now. And yeah, we saw Martis mid lane coming out from Flash. Now we see Bleed pulling out the Terizla mid lane. I guess this is where the meta's going. I hope it is.
Match 1, Game 3. We're going to find out. Bleedy Sports, Homeboys. And of course, as per what you guys are saying, this is do or die for Homeboys going into this one. Of course, they must have this. Now, if your backs are on the wall, your tournament life, so to speak, you're not going to make the playoffs if you don't win this game. Is this draft good enough? Are you going in with your best foot forward?
I feel like this could be it, right? You create space for yourself using Buji, using Yoon's wild charge. Bruno Kuro can macro. There's a lot of flexibility coming out from the side of Homeboy Singapore's draft. Whereas for Bleed, they need to rely on this fast-paced, massive movement coming out from Gear on this chip to basically react against Homeboy Singapore. So Bleed's draft is just purely reacting what Homeboy Singapore wants to do.
And Yoon has to find the early game advantage as much as possible versus Jox here as the Martis. But Gear doing an extremely good job of playing keep away for him as he will be ushered out of their jungle. But still, I mean, Homeboys SG, they do have the old reliable Vernacure on the Paquito as well. We do know that that has been a winning formula for them. But now, with Chip in the question, that's a lot of things thrown out. A lot of theories thrown out as well. Jay on the mid lane with Terizla.
Yeah, needs to be careful here. Gear and Yoon were going at it in the jungle for quite some time. It was looking to be a better love story than Twilight, but nonetheless, Gear and Yoon, they're going to disengage at this point.
I'm definitely on Team Gear right now, right? Like, we get to see Chip. I'm glad.
And Terizla just dealing so much damage to Buji on the mid lane. You expect, you know, I'm a Novaria, I have range, right? You're not supposed to be near Terizla, but look at Buji's HP right now. Jay is doing an extremely good job of utilizing the fighter mid.
Yeah, and like I said, this guy is a designer, right? And this guy's an artist, right? Even though Buji should have the range advantage, Jay somehow managed to out-heal the damage that Buji because of the Brave Smite and also do damage against Buji. So it's crazy how flexible Jay is as a mid laner in the side of Bleed.
And now the turtle fight, the first turtle of the game, will be going underway. Vernacure has to use the Flicker Away to get out of trouble. That'll be a battle spell burnt for the next 2 minutes.
So right now, the pokes come in. Jock's hanging around. Shen is actually getting zoned out. Gear and Vernacure goes 1-1.
Yeah, Gear falling extremely low.
Gear going a little low in the bottom lane. Looks like Vernacure went too deep himself. He's going to be killed. Oh, nice 3-man stun. The penalty zone was on point. The Shura Aura doing some damage. They have the Echo, though, but Zishuan, I don't think he gets away from this one. He's going to be killed, and Jox will take the double kill. And it looks like they want more. They've gotten the triple kill. Jox is continuing to flex here. Jay's going to stick around, and this Terizla is paying off.
Yeah, definitely. That massive penalty zone right there just really making the work. Opens up the map so much for Jox to basically take away a cam, a purple from the side of Strand, and also have access to the turtle already.
Who is this guy and where did he come from? Jay Terizla? I mean, yeah, Jay Terizla mid? Oh man, where was this guy yesterday? Now a wall
nice
charge on top.
two-man knock-up. Gear's going to be killed. Jichuan and Jay both will take credit for that one. They've got a 2 for nothing.
Yeah, the shortcut not paying off in dividends right there. Seiji will have to farm up as much as possible. Anip just having slight advantage in terms of lane priority at this point.
Now I'm curious about the emblems coming out of Seiji, right? Like, if you notice, Anip, usually you go for a common emblem, but Seiji is a lot more mana hungry as compared to Anip, and ooh, so much double AA damage.
And Sagitnu, he does have the damage to burst down Vernacure. We know that Sagitnu, he likes to go for this damage build on the Arla, not the traditional tanky Arla that we've been seeing. Now, the Turtle, being uncontested, Homeboys SG will get it scot-free. The Bleed wants the top lane priority. They want to prioritize Seiji as much as possible.
Both teams decided that, okay, fine. Turtle's not going to be very important at all, since we're going to go into scale and game damage.
Nice wild charge connecting on it to the blazing duet. Gear goes in for this one, trying to slow him down, but Anip will take credit for this one. Jay getting a little low himself. Jichuan still up in front, somehow gets a shorter aura. He's going to be killed. Jax will take credit for that. Jax continuing on. No, it looks like there's going to be a disengage now.
Yeah, so what happened right there is just Gear overextending, that's okay, but I feel like right now just Homeboy Singapore just decided to just pounce on him, trying to make some space for Anip to basically get his farm right, especially when he's already down. Don't forget, right now, if you notice, the turret energy is still up. Oh, Seiji!
Oh, Vernacure under tower. What are you doing, my friend? 1 versus 2 and you got killed. Seiji will take credit for that.
Yeah, he tries to cut the wave right now. If you notice Seiji's rotation all the way down bot, he's going to absorb so much of that gold.
Oh, Yun taking a lot. The final slash pushing him back. The flicker will keep him alive, but that might have been a cooldown wasted.
Yeah. Homeboy Singapore, this kind of roster is Buji's ultimate is going to be very big, especially when you have bonus hitboxes with the Grog Wild Charge. That's so much easier for Yun to land the stun and also the knockup. So that's something Bleed has to be a little bit careful about, especially as they exit the portal, because you are stacked together when you exit that portal.
Yeah, and it's falling to the mid stages of the game where the mobility of the chip will come into question here. We saw Seiji utilize it to rotate towards the bottom lane, and Chip being able to be there with the Y walk. I mean, Vernacure was expecting Seiji just to be alone because he saw Gear at the top lane, right? Then he just managed to use that Y walk into another place. That's just genius coming out from Chip at this point. Gear showing a lot of facets as a roamer.
Yeah, and right now it's just being the chip being used to match the rotations of Vernacure. So that's okay, but Gear needs to pay attention, because if you rotate Seiji all the way, if Vernacure gets a lot of damage out onto Seiji, then there's going to be a lot of trouble for the side of Bleed. And now with the turtle up, Homeboy Singapore and Bleed, they look for a clash right around here.
And Gear, he might be on the cusp of a gank. He is in danger, though.
He's focused in, but he's about half life, though. Looking to turn this around. Yun getting a little low. He wild charged back in. Oh, nice three-man penalty zone. He connects on to 3 with that one. Zichuan continue to fight there. He might dash away. He's continuing to be focused. The short aura not letting him go, and Jax will slice him down. Sagitnu continuing to fight, though. He dashes over the wall. He's going to be fine. Seiji makes an appearance. The turtle back into its cave. Anip, do they want to fight for this? Jay getting a little bit low. He's getting whittled here. Anip focusing it on him. Jay still up in front. The turtle a little bit low. Gear goes in. Nice 2-man stun on that one, but where's the damage? Anip blazing duet on point, but as he gets bursted, Sagitnu, though, will take credit for that, and now 5 members up from Bleed. Looks like they've done this.
I understand why, Holla, you're so confused, because sometimes you may thought that, oh, okay, Bleed wants to fight for this total priority, but they also want to go for the kill. So all of a sudden, Bleed is just split up, right? I don't know what I want to do, but I just want to do both at the same time. So they invested equal resources from both sides. Homeboy Singapore, unfortunately, when Anip goes down, the total priority goes over to the side of Homeboys, and to Bleed, and don't forget, Seiji is just hard pushing side lanes, and he's just getting so much gold right now. He's soaking out so much gold.
And this is the perfect playstyle for Bleed right now, right? Given that the fact that they have a Terizla on the mid lane, Chip is the form of soaking damage, but Blazing Duet!
Seiji over the wall, trying to dodge it. Anip images back in. He's safe, but Yoon not so kind. Bougie on the run. Jox, Jay tried to go for the penalty zone. He's going to miss that one. The Shura Aura does connect, does damage, but no real follow-up.
And the bottom lane, just a little bit of skirmish going on.
Nice
Saginu
three-man.
just getting a bit of damage. But
Gear! He wants to go in for this one. He's been knocked up though, and Jay has made an appearance as well, but that might have been a little too deep at this point. The energy eruption locking in Jay, the Appraiser's Wrath as well, and they do have the damage. Bougie will take the double kill. Saginu will kill Anip though, so that's a bit of a win. Seiji will take out the tower.
I see what Bleed wanted to do, but the timing is not there, right? Bleed wants to cut the waves and push Homeboy Singapore back into the second tier turret so that Seiji could sneak up and take the turret. However, Bleed was a little bit too early and a little bit too greedy right there, but I mean, trading for 2 kills from mid turret, I think that's worth it, because sometimes we see teams struggling to get the mid lane first tier turret.
Yeah, and that opens up so much control, given the fact that they have a lineup, they have a damage a lot, right? He went for the Blade of Heptases, he already has the Malefic Roar as well. And in terms of damage, you see that Martis already has the Hunter Strike available. So it would mean so much control in terms of the enemy jungle. Bleed now have so much map control.
Yeah, but Bougie can always wrestle it back. You just see that one ultimate just denies everything that Bleed wants to do and can do in this particular roster. Saginu, there's a lot of damage, hello?
Yeah, and that's what Bougie needs to be worried about. He has to keep away from Saginu as much as possible. Saginu will be looking for him.
Bougie opening up the map, non-committal right here. Yoon also doing the same. A lot of information given over the side of Homeboy Singapore. Now Vernocure goes in for the Malefic Roar. Has a better push up top. And now Bleed is starting to collectively collate around the Lord Pit right here. Yoon using that wall to try to reset, try to force it out to buy some time. Vernocure has a massive push up top, and now Homeboy Singapore looking for Bleed.
All concealed. Gear goes right in for this one. He goes right to Bougie. He's trying to focus this one, but they looking to turn this around. Zichuan has a nice Appraiser's Wrath, connecting on a 3, but Jox has already taken the Lord. Zichuan, Anip, gonna use the Blazing Duet, does so much damage, and it looks like somehow they're still surviving, but the portal pushes them back. They've got it out, and now Yun is on the run. Saginu trying to get away. They do have the nice stun up. The Entropy pushes them forward. They do get Yun as well.
Man, 3 men down for the side of Homeboy Singapore. Bleed takes away the Lord, and then Vernocure just create a lot of space. Yes, that's a massive trade, but Homeboy Singapore is now losing a lot of map prior. Take a look with the Super Minions marching out. Mid lane already taken down. Bottom side, there's also another Lord push that Homeboy Singapore needs to deal with.
Oh, it looks like they're going to go for Vernocure has already been pushed back. Jox and everybody else is taking the T3, so they'll take that one. Bleed looking to just regroup. The Lord is pushing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Bleed getting so many objectives for themselves despite giving up Vernocure.
Wait, they take away mid already just like that?
Yeah, they took away the inhibitor turret as well. I mean, with only Vernocure and Anip available, that's extremely hard to defend, given the final slash from Saginu is doing so much damage.
Saginu continuing to fight. Zichuan pushes him back. They got the final slash on the Yoon. Zichuan, though, is going to be killed. Man. The Lord is going to be up. The Blazing Duet is doing some work, but Anip images back. He's going to be fine for now. Vernocure is pushing the mid lane as well. Or he's kind of trying to defend, excuse me, and they're looking to focus on the T3. They take the bottom one. The Echo is there, and it looks like that's going to be a disengage.
Man, Bleed is not supposed to be able to take down the mid lane turret before the Lord clash, right? Homeboy Singapore, the defenses kind of failed because their offense is the best defense. Using Vernocure to make sure that they gain a lot of map and side lane priority, that's how they want to play. But when it comes to like defending a base turret, they don't really have much wave clear apart from Bougie and to a certain extent Anip, where you really want to save up your Blazing Duet to also wave clear. But don't forget the nerf onto the Claude. With Blazing Duet doing lesser damage onto the minions actually hurts that high ground. So Homeboy Singapore, they have to play offensive in order to play defensive.
And Jox, he is a tanky beast at this point. He can run in unabated, and we do see a penalty zone.
Yeah, penalty zone, but just on the Yoon, it might not have been enough right there. Jox got the Assura Aura, but really no cleanup on this.
Yeah, there's no way that Yoon was able to survive that, and not just that, right? He's unable to use the wall charge. Imagine if he has a point-blank wall charge right there, Homeboy Singapore would have pounced, but Vernocure is playing off-map right now. Homeboy Singapore needs to buy as much time as possible. They may climb back if Bleed makes a mistake.
Yeah, and the only mistake that they can make is leaving Seiji unguarded versus Vernocure at this point. But the thing is, Bleed, they have so many frontliners. Gear is getting extremely tanky as well. Jay has been tanky. He is a Terizla after all. And the thing is, Martis, is also building towards a tank build as well. Hunter Strike being the only damage item of choice. So Sagitnu and Seiji will be the main damage dealers of this team, and it's extremely scary to deal with.
I like how Jay is just like, you know, I've got enough damage on my team already. I've got Sagitnu that's always building damage items on the R-Lot, even though, yeah, usually you build tank items on the R-Lot. So Jay is just basically just, okay, I'm becoming the secondary tank. That's how the artist likes to design this. This is just Jay being just flexing how flexible he is.
Knock up energy eruption on Sagitnu. They're looking to turn this around though. The reinforcements have arrived. Sagitnu is going to be killed though. Zishuan will be killed as well. But Yun is killed, and is, you know, Seiji's on point with this one. Seiji continuing on. They don't even need to deal with the Lord. They're just going to focus it in. They've already got the portal. The base is wide open at this point.
No, currently Bob is the only minion right now. Bob is going to get down, but don't forget there's no minions now. Bleed shouldn't try to force this, and they're taking a lot of damage.
They do have minions coming to back them up, and Bleed will eventually take this series 2-1. Congratulations to Bleed for just taking down Homeboys SG, despite the fact that they lost a 1-0 game to them.
Yep, it doesn't really hurt Bleed as much, but I feel like that's a lot of pain inflicted against Homeboy Singapore. Yes, they only gain 1 point out of that. Yeah, now playoffs, that playoffs dream doesn't look really bright for the side of Homeboy Singapore.
This is a game that Bleed really needed, right? They got punched in the face in game 1. They came back in game 2 and 3, and they look stronger than everything. It's one of those things where when you're in a relationship and you get tested, they were tested today, right? And they're into this one in game 2 and 3, and their bonds are going to be stronger. They're going to be much better coming into the playoffs.
You know, Holla, whatever you just said just now just reminds me of the wedding that I just attended yesterday.
Okay,
Wow,
right.
wow, that's
okay,
it.
maybe I was the scriptwriter there. Did you ever think of that?
But I mean, the most important thing that we also have to take a look at is, man, Homeboy Singapore has an idea.
Yeah.
I really agree. That draft looks very scary if you put it in, if you replace name tags, right? If they're all played accordingly that what they want to do, it will be a formidable roster. But the problem from the side of Bleed that Coach G threw over the Homeboys is, how are you going to do with Chip?
Yeah, they really have an answer.
They have no answer, right? All of a sudden, you think you're basically fighting a 1v4, and then suddenly, boom, the whole team comes, right? It's something like a Loi in a sense, but it's just crazier.
And the fact that Jay was Terizla on the mid lane as well, that's so much tankability, so much damage. I mean, Jay just opened up so much of the early game for them with the penalty zones. Yeah, you didn't expect him as a mid laner to just come in and be the frontliner for his team, right? But Team Bleed, they capitalized on that really well with that Seiji playing and the backline as well. And of course, he is the MVP. Pretty much enabled by his team. GPM 937. I mean, Seiji's stats during this entire regular season, off the charts.
He is basically #1 in average GPM, 937 GPM. Brother, he was just like absorbing all the turret energy in the early game. After that, he rotated down bot, pushed that one down. No, it's so quick. And is one of the fastest farming gold laners I've ever seen in MPL. Singapore racing all the way from the Philippines. And on the Nathan that is a very expensive hero to build. Look at that Holy Crystal. That item is so expensive. He's already probably built it like 2 minutes faster than everybody else in the league.
Yeah, I think it helps also having a chip on your team, right? When you have the shortcut, you're able to get into the team fight wherever you need to. And so you get that net worth and you build it up, right? And again, Seiji, like obviously deserved MVP when you're 9-0-4, but he was there everywhere he needed to have done, and he got all the kills that he needed as well for the team.
Yeah, and the thing about Chip that's so cool that works with most Seiji's playstyle, it's that the shortcut is like two-way, right?
Yeah.
So first thing, you can go into the fight. Yeah, after you finish the fight, you can go back and farm.
Or you can stay and continue to push.
Yeah, continue to push.
So that's why a lot of, in other regions, start to see a lot more priority bans onto that chip. Oh, we gotta take a look at the item 0 right here. Like what I mentioned, look at that. Look at this. Look at Seiji. Seiji has full item builds. And you still got some holes that some people wasn't able to build. Look at Sagitnu. He has 2 items that he wasn't able to build because brother was just farming like a storm. 12k gold worth net worth right there.
1k, almost 1k a minute, right? 900 gold a minute. I mean, 13 minutes.
I wish I made that amount of money.
Yeah, I wish I made that amount of money. But to be honest, on the side of lead as well. They did itemize very smartly versus Homeboys SG. If you look at how Jox was building his itemization, he went for the 100 strike first just to secure the early momentum as much as possible to play with Saginu's Blade of Heptases. Afterwards, he went for the tank ability and Gear going for the dominant size first item just to stop that bit of regeneration coming in from Zishuan. That's why Zishuan, he could not stand at the front line at all because Chip would be there together with Seiji just trying to whittle him down, chunk him down as much as possible. And if you look at the emblems from the side of Seiji and Sagino, they both went for tenacity, right?
Yep, and not only just the tenacity that we'll talk about the gold lane matchup, right? If you notice halfway through, you see Seiji really starving for mana because there's two ways to build a native, right? One is to go for the common emblem so that you get like unlimited mana so that you can spam your first skill to wave clear very quickly. Secondly, this is a very greedy one. He wants to build as much damage as possible and he needs to be really mana efficient because the only way that he can regen mana is to go back. So it's so crazy how Seiji was able to, one, push down the clock, two, stay, make sure that his turret untouched, while he can have, I don't know whether he has time to go back to regen his mana at all. I don't think so. It's about his efficiency in the lane that makes Seiji a very solid gold laner.
Yeah, and that's pretty much enabled by Gear, right? Shortcut available as well. If you need mana, team fights going on, you recall back, shortcut available for you to just join the team fight at any time. And that's why you said Chip priority back.
Also, let's talk about Jox, right? Really good day. Right?
Really
game 1 might not have been the best, but game 2 and 3 really stepped up. And he might have been the MVP of the last game, right? And going into this one, his presence was felt. He was forcing the issue. He was kind of, the Shura aura on point. He was like chasing after people. So Jox really made his presence felt, and that's what you want out of the jungle.
Yeah, very hard game for the side of Homeboys SG. I mean, Zishuan, he was supposed to be the tank for the team, but you see that the sandbag has fallen on.
It's just a bag.
Yeah, because
or a sand.
Because Zishuan, he was meant to be a Frederick, right? You were supposed to be sustained. You want to tank as much as possible, but he was chunked down by Seiji as fast as possible. You see, in this team fight, the first name that pops up is Seiji killing Zishuan most of the time.
Yeah. And they were good with the target prioritization. I think that this one, if we're like comparing to what happened in game 1 where the target prioritization wasn't as great, people were kind of fighting everyone or whoever they wanted. This one was like, hey, we need to kill Sichuan. Let's go. And then they would kill him, right? And so like the coordination and the team calls, and I'm sure we'll see it maybe in the mic check a little bit later, but we'll see exactly how they did that.
Yeah, and credit where credit is due. Look at the carry. I mean, it is Bougie on the Novaria. He did extremely well on the Novaria, though. On the mid lane as well in the matchup against Jay, but just falling behind slightly in the mid stages of the game.
Yeah, and that's why I really like Homeboy Singapore's draft. This is a draft that is more flexible, right? I can make mistakes in the early game. I can play the macro game in the late game. I can poke you out of submission, but as long as I keep my enemies in their side of the map.
Yeah.
This is a roster that's really strong at creating space for themselves, but doesn't have the high ground advantage at all.
Yeah, and once Chip comes into play, it becomes chaos on the map. But
Controlled
speaking
chaos.
Yeah. Speaking of chaos, let's find out what these players had to say in the mic check.
Nice. Go. TG.
Nice one, TG.
Go TG. Nice one.
Nice.
Go bottom.
We
Get low.
Nice one, Jox!
Come here. I will cheer, guys.
We win this, RJ. Can you stun him?
No, I cannot. 2 seconds. I got pull. We still can win one, eh?
I know actually. We set first.
Nice, guy. Let's go, bot gear. Yeah, pull now. Can
Come, guys. This one.
This one, Tommy J.
You know what dash, guys? Okay, Roger.
Go now, guys. Anyone. Go, gear. Hey, the Roger, flicker ulti. The Roger behind, no flicker.
I got everyone, guys.
You can jokes, you can, man. Trust yourself, bro. Hey, can you cut the Cloud gear? Cut him.
Blue.
Nice one, Jox.
Go fight.
I can try. Go.
You have TP.
Just go. We fight. Hey, he got slam, guys. Nice one, Jox.
Go.
The front guys, the front guys, the front guys, the front.
Nice. Dan fire na play guys. Cloud no.
Go bot, go bot, go bot, go bot.
Go bot. I go ahead, Pakito. Go bot, guys, go bot.
And that was chaos, right? That was chaos in the bleed comps, but not. It was controlled chaos.
It was controlled.
But the thing is, Seiji, as a marksman, he
Popping
was popping off, and he's communicating as well to his team. Like, can you cut them? Can you do this? Can you do that to facilitate his own gameplays? And that's what we need to see more of the marksman players. Instead of just following, you gotta just make your own calls, right?
I just want to be quiet and play my lane.
But yeah,
Not
let's just be quiet as Professor Churros is bringing us the news with Off the Desk.
What's going on, guys? What a series it has been. Bleed is the epitome of Da Vinci, and they were very creative with that draft, and everything just went so perfectly to the T. The fact that they picked up the Teresa mid and then chip on the roam created so many dimensions for objective taking. And I want to just hyper focus on the draft. The structure for Homeboys, let's start with Homeboys, is a little bit similar to what we see, a little bit easier to execute. You have a standard mid lane, roam, jungle, and all that. But for the side of Bleed, you have everything that, it's basically Nathan's wet dream. You want a beefy front line, and it's pretty much simple math. 2 fighters equals 1 tank. You have 3 fighters and 1 tank, giving you so many thick front lines. It's basically the Great Wall of China just standing in front of Seiji, creating so much impact in the front of the game and setting up, enabling Seiji to deal that much damage in. This was one of the team fights that won them one of the first lures of the game, and they created so much space for themselves to clear out the entirety of Homeboys. Notice that Homeboys doing their thing, going for the split push with Werner Cure on that side. He might eventually take down the T1 and T2. Eventually might even go down to the T3. And I was curious, like, why isn't Bleed worried about that split push opportunity? It's because of the fact that Gear has direct access down towards one of his portal points, having that shortcut or wide walk down towards that top side. So it immediately gives him a lot of pressure up top, bringing the entirety of the team towards where Werner Cure is. Knowing that when he initiates a fight onto Homeboys and creating a lot of pressure onto a kill zone up top, Werner Cure would need to come down because, you know, don't leave no man behind, and Werner Cure would be able to rotate downwards, creating and alleviating pressure up top. So that is the Bleed's game plan over here. But this is what I want to highlight. So Bleed, just looking around at right target, he wants to go for Bougie because he's the one that can potentially steal the Lord with Astro Echo. He wants to create a choke point down on that purple buff area. Throws down that portal, and this is where everything goes ham because Seiji and Yoon will be able to use that portal to go back and forth, so creating the entirety of this space, extending the Lord fight beyond just the Lord pit alone and beyond the river. So Seiji picking up that Lord, going up top. Notice also that Jay is taking a lot of damage, uses the portal to outplay their enemies, forces that flicker onto the portal and getting back safe. So I think this was an amazing play coming in from Bleed, from the micros to the macros, and creating, again, using the portals to relieve some of the pressure and creating that choke point where if Yoon or Werner Cure wants to go back up top, they can't run because Sagitnu is right there to block them off. So I really like how Bleed plays. I want to hear from the players themselves. And yeah, it's just an interesting series. I like the way that Bleed drafts. Let's just hear from players. Cheryl, take it away.
Thank you so much, Prof. Right now, I have Jay beside me. Hi, Jay.
Hello.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So previously, I've always seen you in Team Flash jerseys for like the past 3 seasons. And now, there's a change. Looking super hype and dapper right now. How does it feel changing the jersey right now?
Just like that. No difference, honestly.
No difference playing for a different team?
Yeah, correct.
Ah, okay. So, speaking of this different team, we'd like to know who's your favorite teammate?
I think Yeah, potato.
Of all, what about in the main roster itself?
Potato is in the main roster.
As in like playing with you today
I think Seiji, Seiji.
then? Seiji. Cause Seiji here, that's why you say that.
No, because we always play Valorant together at night.
I see. You got a lot of time to play other games, huh?
Yeah, correct.
I see. Okay, so speaking of hobbies, I wanted to ask about the baby photo. Why is it that once everybody saw the fish, they immediately knew that it was you? They were just like, oh, once they see the fishing photo, then they were like, oh, it's Jay.
Maybe I post a lot on my IG stories where I go fishing and stuff. So maybe they know. Yeah.
So how long have you been fishing for?
Not sure. I think since young.
And this hobby was due to whose influence?
My father.
Oh, okay. So you're fishing now for prey in the land of dawn. So you have been a very noteworthy mid lane player in MPL SG for a while. So who are your top 3 best mid laners that you reckon? Okay, other than yourself lah. Let's be humble a bit. 3 other best mid laners.
I think Katizi, Sayla, and Roy. Yeah.
Katizi, Sayla, and Roy. Alright, so 3 noteworthy mid laners. So moving on, when you guys do head to playoffs, who do you think would pose as a challenge most to Bleed?
Definitely Flash. Yeah.
Definitely, which is your old teammate. But based on what you knew about them, do you think that it could be an advantage towards Bleed?
Not really. I mean, they changed a few players and their roles are swapping, so I don't really know much about them now. Yeah.
I see. Okay. And of course, you are a very unique mid lane player. That's why you brought out the Terizla today, which is probably the first few we've ever seen because you've used Cho and I think Edith? Yeah. So this is a very unique mid laner hero pool that you have. So how does, Coach Cody as well as Coach G actually work together to bring out the best in you and your team?
I guess it's just trusting each other. Yeah, they trust me, I trust them, then we just play together.
Fantastic. Teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you so much, Jay, for this wonderful interview. So that was Jay, ladies and gents. Super, super amazing. Definitely, I saw in the comment section that a lot of you guys were swooning over Jay and his hero pool as well as his performance. So the next game that is coming up is 2 teams who are clawing for points right now, happening at 12:45, where we will see the likes of Evo going up against Vanguard. Now this is a fight for survival as teams now only have 2 games to secure their playoff aspiration. Stick around and we'll see you for match 2.
歴史が違うんだよ。Hey, come on, come on.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Hey, keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it! Now! Cursed blinding shield! You should have killed me.
Well, guess it's your lucky day.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
这肯定是不用讲的，这个不是 cut TC 就是 Hades， 随便写而已。
Who is this? Oh, wait, this one is the who lah. This is the import lah.
Oh, that I know already.
Oh, wait.
No, it's this feather.
I think this should.
It's this feather.
The one?
Bro, correct ah?
Oh, yeah.
What's your appearance?
It's confirmed import lah.
I just guess it.
Wow. Vio, no cure. Vio, no cure. Confirm. For sure.
Kia?
Confident.
Gasa.
I'm 100% confident.
Oh, I think it's
Who is?
import.
Oh.
You can to play EXP.
If I spell name,
It's okay. Oh wait. We are no kill. Correct.
You look like Venom Camp, bro. How does that look like slowly? Slowly don't look like that, bro. Slowly your ex-teammate, no way he look like that when he was young.
3, 2, 1.
I told you, bro.
Bro. Forgot about him, huh?
3, 2, 1. Correct. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. It's real no kill. My goodness.
So, it's well for us.
Sorry.
People gonna chase up.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. Huh? Who is this?
Oh, wait. This one.
I think this one, eh. Wait. You tell me if I'm right.
Oh, it's Bray, bro.
Don't know. You don't know who is that? You don't know who is that? And then? What are you thinking?
Look at you.
Wow. Who is that?
I have no idea who is that. Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
Ah, this one confirm no who already lah.
Huh?
Oh yeah, it's Bray.
Okay, can we answers? 3, 2, 1.
Bray actually look the same, bro. Bray looks the same now, eh.
I guess all the opposite. Right, he's Bray.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right, he's Bray.
Yes.
2, 1.
Oh, Bray.
Bray.
What's up, ladies and gents? My name is Jace. We're currently doing a bit of an interview with RSGSG. Joining me right here is Bray and also, wow, Derry. How are you guys feeling today? Derry, how are you feeling today? Normal. How does it feel like wearing a different jersey?
I think it just feel normal.
Okay, Bray, what about you? How do you feel today?
I feel good.
How's media day so far for you?
As usual.
As usual.
It's quite normal for me because experience.
Yeah. Yep. So, okay, so a bit of a catch up for you guys. Technically, both of them debut mostly in season 3 together. RSGSG directly for Bray. Derry was debuting in SMGSG back then, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Derry?
Correct.
Okay, so a few more questions. Derry, why did you decide to join RSG?
I think cause at that point of time, Roy texted me.
Okay, so Roy recruited you.
Yeah, Roy asked me whether am I still playing next season or not. At first I told him that I'm not playing already. After he just say they lacking roamer. Then after that he asked me come and trial. After that, from there on, then here I am.
Yeah, I remember you actually went on your Instagram once to announce your retirement.
Yeah, actually I already planned to retire and quit already. But then maybe 1.5 months, 2 months later, when I never opened ML already, then Roy suddenly texted me. Then asked me to want to come play back a lot.
Then why do you accept Roy's invitation?
Actually I wanted to play with Roy quite long ago already. But it's just that he joined RSG, then there's a back then there was a high requirement or standard to join RSG.
That's right.
But then it's just I wanted to play with him more. I wanted to try play with him. Play with Bray also. Yeah, then after that I see Kilo they minus room, then just go and try already, then yeah, I am.
Why do you think Team Evil is so strong that you always cannot beat them? Be it in SMG, be it in Homeboys. Yeah.
Actually, I really don't know why we cannot win them. But I have to admit that their chemistry as five really very strong. Maybe that's what sets them apart. Maybe they are able to stay in the top 3, top 4 range. Yeah, their chemistry is really one of a kind.
Okay.
For the reason why I cannot win them, I really don't know. I really don't know why I cannot win them.
Okay, then
Maybe it's just a curse thing.
No way. Then I'll turn it to the person that actually won Team Evo before. Bray, why do you think Team Evo is so strong? You won against them before, but other teams cannot. What is their secret sauce?
I think it's the fans. The fans always very loud. Then really give the players a boost. Like when I play, I always hear the fans shouting. But it's also very entertaining lah. Like I like to fight people because I did hear their mic checks and all. It's very hype. Like I really like Powerful the way he play and coach the team. Like, because he's the captain of the team. I really like how he managed the team. I heard from the mic check he was very how to say, his comms was very like
concise, precise.
Yes, but also
energetic.
Yeah, very energetic.
Commanding.
Yeah, so it's like
Okay.
I just like the way he does all this, and his fans also lah. It's very nice to fight them because of the hype and all. Yeah.
Then can I talk more about your other players? Like we talk about CS, talk about Closer. To a certain extent, even Crow. Crow making a comeback as Evo Smokey, Impunity Rizel, and now he's what, Crow. We talk about Crow first, right? How is he really like? Because we never see him play. He was always sub.
I would say he's more on a team fight player if you're saying in game, because I did see him play. Because I usually play with him in rank, so I see quite the potential in him if he manages to get much grooming, because the way I see him play is he's not really selfish. He's more of like if
Like a
you need help,
boots.
like if you need help, I will help you. Like he can sacrifice this to help you.
Okay.
Which is what a teammate really needs. So that is why that is why I asked him to join RSG also.
RSG has always been a very roam dependent kind of team. Dependent on Lozy, they're dependent on Lucian Cutie. Now you're filling the boots. How are you fitting in with the rest of the team?
Fitting in isn't a problem. It's because most of the players, like, I actually know them one.
Yep.
It's not like it's not like I don't know any one of them or like I'm uncomfortable with any of them. So I think it's okay. The communication won't have any issues.
Then let me boil that question down to you now. To Bray. Bray, you lost a lot of your teammates. Do you have anything to say to them? Especially when they jump over to Team Flash. You start losing Lozy, then you start losing, Bougie to a certain extent as well. Now it's in Homeboys. What do you have anything to say to them?
They join another team, right? So they will have a new jungler. So hopefully their jungler can match my skill. Tell them don't miss me too much. Yeah.
Then does your parents support you in MPL?
Yeah,
Like
of course.
when they start?
Oh, at the start, not really, until I like show them some achievements. So they started to believe in me, like allow me to play in MPL. Yeah.
When did that start? Is it like season 3 when you won and you go overseas?
Yes. I think after season 3 where I went to MSC that period of time. Yeah. And then they started to believe. Yeah.
Derry, on the other hand, for you, I will start with you first. Who are your bottom 2 teams of MPL Singapore?
It's very, very difficult to answer this question.
Really? Okay.
I really think
So politically correct.
I really think all 8 teams currently in this season all okay, actually
He changed his mind.
actually if you look at the roster, you can actually tell, you can own self roughly gauge who will be in the top 4, who will be in the bottom 4.
Right.
But I think for me in personal opinion wise, I really think the top 3 teams
I
will
asked
stay
for
there.
bottom 2 there.
Okay, so the top 3 teams will be
Stop
there.
avoiding the question.
Wait, so the top 3 teams will be there.
Okay.
But the other 5 teams, right, we'll just have to do it out. Lor.
I'm asking for the bottom 2 teams there. You stop avoiding the question like avoiding your girlfriend, asking the hard questions. I'm not your girlfriend.
I cannot give you the 2 teams that I feel will be in the bottom 2 because I also don't know. Ma.
Lies. Just give me 2 teams.
I don't know. I cannot give you if I don't know. Ma.
You want me to read out all the roster for you? I can read it out for you.
RSG.
You're voting for yourself to get relegated. Are you trolling?
Cannot vote for other team. Ma. Must be nice. Ma.
Okay, I'll skip you for now. Bray, what do you think? Bottom 2 teams.
Wow, but
Looking for.
cannot. Later I get flamed. Okay, wait. Bottom 2 team.
I mean, there's no right and wrong, right? There's definitely gonna be winners and losers in the tournament. But in your opinion, bottom 2 teams. Wow, that was quick. Okay.
Let's go number 1.
Exco bottom. Okay.
Bray name the other one.
Sorry.
Bray name the other one.
Bray name the. What's this? Teamwork.
They always say teamwork makes the dream work. Ma.
Bro. I want bottom 2 teams from each of you. You only give me one, but Derry. Give me another one if you can. Bray, do you have another? You have bottom 2?
I think one is the Esco.
Exco,
Yeah.
and then one more. You want to take a look at the qualifier teams as well?
Homeboys.
Homeboys, your old team. So your answer is Homeboys
Exco.
and Exco. Bottom 2 teams. Do you have a reason why? Or it's just a gut feeling?
I go in my own feelings.
Gut feelings. Okay. Bray, bottom 2 teams. Exco and? You want to vote for Homeboys as well, or you want to go for someone else?
Homeboys are home.
Wow, both of you are. Don't dare to spice. Okay. So both of them decides to be Homeboys and Exco. Is there a reason why you go for Exco immediately after I read out the names? Derry, you said gut feeling, right?
Honestly, I feel. Actually, I watched through the qualifiers.
Yep.
And the lower bracket was supposed to be Teletubbies and Exco fight for the slot, right?
Correct.
I honestly think that the Tele team could have won Exco team to come to MPL instead. So that's why I am thinking that maybe Exco will struggle and not be able to stay in the top 6 range.
I agree. Okay.
Because I honestly felt that it's just during qualifiers, Tele made a very huge mistake. And then like it cost them the game. Then like there were mistakes here and there. If they were to play to perfection, I think they will be the one instead of Exco coming to MPL season 6.
So you're saying that Exco entered MPL because it's a fluke?
Not say it's a fluke, but honestly, if both teams were to play
perfect
and to their fullest potential, honestly think Tele will come out on top.
Okay. So technically speaking, you're saying that Exco may not be as ready yet for MPL.
Looking at the player roster list wise, I think so.
You were from a qualifier team as well. Side SG?
True.
How was it like to compete in a qualifier team?
I think to play in qualifiers is very difficult because the first round is a BO1.
And welcome back, friends. Right here to MPL SG Season 7, Week 3, Day 2. So right now, teams are left with their last 2 games right here of the regular season. Earlier on in Match 1, even though Homeboys SG did make a wonderful play in Game 1, Bleed Esports doubled down as hard, taking the final 2 games, closing off the series with a 2-1 outcome for Match 1. Now, next up is going to be a very interesting match. Now, we see 2 teams who's going to come up real soon with the likes of Evil as well as Vanguard Esports. Now, why they're interesting is because they are both known as dark horses once right here in MPL SG. So who will emerge victorious as they claw for points to fulfill their playoff aspirations? First up, presenting to you our community heroes, Evil. Now, these boys are known to always be caught in a tough situation, but diamonds are formed under pressure, and we are sure that they will bite back twice as hard. Coming up against Evil, presenting to you Vanguard Esports. Right now, as the seasons pass, we have seen incredible synergy right here from Vanguard Esports. Now, there's a lot of stake for these 2 teams. Right now, as we speak in the overall standings, Vanguard is in 5th position right now, just in the lower brackets. Now, if they want to advance to a better position to the top of the tables, this is the match that they should take. Whereas on the other hand, Evil, they are also caught in a very precarious situation where they might face elimination before given the opportunity to head off to the playoffs. So without further ado, let's see what the casters think. Take it away, boys.
Well, welcome everybody to MPL Season 7, Week 3, Day 2. I'm your caster, Moman. With me are my fellow co-casters, Holler and Jays. All right, today we are kicking things off. I mean, we already kicked things off.
Yep,
no, we're in precarious situations, you know, dire situations. We talked about Homeboys having to win, but now more so than ever, Evil, they do have to come back from this. They are currently bottom 2. They are at the threat of being relegated right now.
And I feel like that threat is definitely gonna be a little bit more of an added pressure against Team Evil right now, right? Especially when they're going up against Vanguard. Vanguard, you know, they're probably already graduated from being a dark horse. They're now looking to basically solidify their stay in MPL Singapore. But Evil, you know, being one of the mainstays in MPL Singapore as well, is facing the threat of getting eliminated.
It's kind of scary. It's but at the same time, Evil, let's talk about them in the sense of, you know, Twist, Powerful, Sayla, Carrot, and JS. These guys are known. I mean, you're talking about the fact that they've been in MPL for quite some time.
Yep.
But let me also say that they are the most consistent that we've seen them, right? In the sense that every regular season, they do poorly, right? They are playoff monsters.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is that the format has changed where you have to get top 6. You actually might not even make the playoffs. So Evil right now, kind of in uncharted waters. They don't really know what to do.
Yeah, uncharted waters for them. And I mean, for Vanguard themselves, they feel extremely strong right now as an opponent to deal with for Evil. I mean, Sayla, he has to step up, Jason. All these players, they have to step up right now. Today is now not too late. They still have a chance. But looking at Vanguard, their opposition right here, we have Ken, Salem, Super MJ, Nick Stain, and Luxian Stain. With the addition of Youngin as your coach, Briston was already a coach, right?
Yep.
Now they brought in Youngin as well, who was Briston's mentor, right?
Yep.
So now they have the full combo.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? We talk about the synergy between Youngin and Nick Stain. They used to be from the same team as well. So Nick Stain actually took a lot of learnings from Youngin before Riston joined in the last season as well. So yeah, this is like double buff for the side of Vanguard right now.
Yeah, I think we have high expectations. This is a team that kind of every other team right now needs to fear going in, right? They're starting to peak at the right time. And like going into this, of course, this is the second to last regular season day. Very scary to be up against them going into this late game.
Yep.
And this is not a sprint, right? This is a marathon, but the marathon is nearing its end. We are already at the second last day of MPL regular seasons, but these are the stats that the teams have to fear, and they are already known for all to see. For Evil, I mean, it's pretty much standard. They haven't changed the roster, even in the transfer window. They stuck to the guns, and I believe this synergy has to come through somehow. If you look at Sayla's percentage, I mean, he is extremely good at involving himself in these kills as much as possible, but we see him constantly getting picked off by teams because they have adapted around his play style. And the thing is, Powerful, he is very good at peeling away damage from his team, but it feels like there's not enough follow-up available coming out from Jace's and Twist at this point. And that's where they need to grab the synergy together. They need to wake up, and they need to come together as a team to prevail against Vanguard. It's going to be extremely hard, and we will be looking at Vanguard's stats. Can you bring me through this, Jace?
Oh, well, of course, immediately you can see like Salem and also Powerful, they prefer the Barat's pick as well. Ken has found a lot of success on this Arlot. Super MJ on the Vexana, something that you also have to fear. Now, right now, it's just all about Vanguard Esports. When you talk about them, you have to also talk about the Stain brothers, right? Nick Stain and Luxian Stain. Nick Stain is this wall that he built together along with Super MJ, Salem, and also Ken, providing Luxian Stain so much space for him just dish out uncontrollable amount of damage to all the teams that face him. So right now, we haven't seen any team that was able to resolve the Vanguard formula. Luxian Stain is untouched.
Yeah, untouched, and it's because of his brother, right? Who attracts so much of attention. I mean, Nick Stain is one of those guys where, like, yeah, he gets jumped on, but the rest of his team is so nearby that they're willing to just help out. They're on the same page, and again, they're starting to gel, and like that coordination that they have is really on point.
Yeah, and the thing is, we see Luxian Stain being shut down by teams at the start of the series, in the start of the tournament, but now they have adapted, they have improved so much. I mean, these teams, Evil as well as Vanguard, they are going so well, but let's just find out what they have to say in the head-to-head video.
Have improved lah. But looking at their last season, I think they are actually still a bit unprepared. But I think this season they should be well prepared lah. I think Twist should be able to beat him lah. I believe Twist is gonna be able to dominate him in the lane, and yeah, let's see how will Ken be playing.
I feel this one is quite questionable. So, cause last season it was like mostly about slowly. The rest is like okay lah. Then now I don't know how they train but maybe they improve a lot. So this one depends on how they perform. We shall see on that.
Personally, I'll say Sayla. I think it will take a while for him to fit in the team. Cause like Evil, as you can see, always in the regular season they'll struggle, and I feel this time they will struggle as well because Sayla needs time to adapt into the new Evil system. So I'll personally not really see them as a threat first, but I'll not underestimate them because as you saw, we lost to them in playoff. So I'll still respect them and put in my 100% because it's Sayla, and I respect Sayla and I know how strong he is.
I think I'd say Evil is still like the same standard because of the role shift and all, but yeah, they have a stronger mage, more experienced than their old mage Melon. Then I think Evil would do better than last season, but in terms of placing, I think they would still do the same because like other teams, they are also improving. They are also better than last season. No coconut, Evil confirm win.
Wow, what a call out right there. Coco Melons being called out. Yeah, both coconut.
Oh my
and
god,
melon.
we missed the opportunity when both of them are in the same team. We must call it them Coco Melon. Man. But I really felt like you can start to see these head-to-head videos is starting not to age well, because MPL Singapore Season 7 thus far has been a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, it's a thrill of emotions indeed. Now Evil, nobody expected this. I mean, they said Evil will do well. Evil will do well. They have Sailor now. But Sailor's, as I said, not synergizing well with the team. But this is what the audience has to say about the predictions for Evil versus Vanguard. Evil still pretty much slightly crowd favorites in terms of 54%.
It's a bit of a coin flip still.
Yeah.
And I mean, to your point of what Nick Stain was saying in the sense of like Sayla really not able to gel, I think that aged quite well. And that's of that entire video, that segment, definitely the best part, right? In the sense of, you know, he hasn't really found his footing. It's one of those moments where we see him and we've called him out, but like again, we still haven't seen really the improvement that we expect out of the Sailor.
Oh, of course, our prediction is not going to bode well this time around, right? I also kind of predicted this like all the way at the start of the season.
Yeah.
But now, don't forget, I forgot to go back and did, right? Because we have to also count in the new factor, Youngin coming, joining, giving a lot more direction to what Vanguard is. Because at times in the earlier parts of the regular season, you can see Vanguard trying to do a lot of things at the same time. They're still a little bit scattered. Yeah. But now with Youngin to make sure that they added more cement onto the wall as well, plaster it up, and even a fresh coat of paint, right? So this is a new Vanguard that that Evil has to face, especially when they're already so down low in the regular season already.
Well, you're absolutely right. Youngin is definitely the X factor, and it might change things up, especially going into this one. But it's one of those things where whenever I, vote against Evil with their backs on the wall, I've always been slapped. Right? I've always lost that prediction. I've always done poorly. It's one of those things where Evil, when their backs are on the line, everything is on the line, so to speak, for them, they tend to show up.
Yeah.
And look at this, Sailor's player team history. Jay, let's go.
Man, not only just that, right? Sailor came a long way. Debuted in season number 2, joining Evil Singapore. Then after that, jumped over to Slate because that's a natural progression during that period of time. Then after that, it got taken over by Bleed Esports, and then from Bleed Esports, he got to know Nick Stain as well, which is where he's also playing against, right? And now he's also playing against his ex-coach, which is Youngin, even in RSG itself in Season 6, and now he's in Team Evil. He's basically like jumping from one team to another, from a very structured team with a coach, and now going to Team Evil without coach.
Sayla is basically the hot girl who's dated everyone, right? Has a little bit of intel on every team. No, there's a bad analogy.
Yeah, technically speaking, because Bleed Esports has just released most of its players, and then it became like what, roamers? You got FMM, you got Nick Stain, and stuff like that. So yeah.
I mean,
you can say that.
Sailor, you talk about the analogy of him being a hot girl, right? It goes both ways.
Yep.
He has the intel on the teams, but the teams also have intel on him as a player, as his playstyle, and we see the storyline of this regular season. He's being shut down regularly. His playstyle has been adapted to words, and even in the drafting and banning itself, they regularly try and blanket him out. Now we do have the drafting and banning stages underway, and already the Harif, the Moskov being picked out. Liechtenstein yesterday with the Moskov bringing on the Maniac. He was the crux of his team. So taken out by Evil, very good ban right there. Harif, of course, the highest ban rate, highest pick rate. If it's not banned, it will be picked. So currently, in terms of MPL SG, it feels like Harif is dominating the meta at this point. Now, the Minotaur, one of the niche bans being taken out of the pool as well. I mean, I feel that for Vanguard, there are a lot of blanket bans to think about. There's still the Matilda, there's still the Loi, which is taken out, the Vexana as well. I mean, Vexana is not really too important, but with Super MJ on the board, I mean, Evil would want to control that as much as possible.
Yeah, now Youngin on the coaching, the main coach right now, drafting for Vanguard. Yeah, like you can purposely open up, like what you mentioned, like purposely open up Vexana and force Evil to either counter pick it or ban it away, because now just one ban slot left. There's so many things that you have to look out for. There's still the potential chip that could appear. There's also the flexibility of Nick Stain going for the Hellcurt that appeared yesterday as well. So there's a lot of flexibility, and it's up to Evo to really pick a ban right here. Mathilda definitely should be banned away. Prefer it to be the second slot because you have prior pick and first pick.
Yeah, and this would leave the Faramis still available, right? Faramis,
True.
Valentina. If you talk about mid lane matchups, Sayla, Super MJ, in terms of playstyle, they are very similar, but Super MJ, we've been seeing him fall back into more of a safer player on the mid lane. Sayla still being the aggressive beast that he is, not paying off dividends so far, but the Faramis being taken out by Vanguard at this point.
Yep.
So the Vexana is still available.
Yeah. Do you first pick the Vexana away from Super MJ, or do you go for something for yourself, like an Arlot? You can take that away, or even for a Roger, but no, that's an Angela being selected by the side of Team Evil instead.
Yeah, and Angela, we talk about it as a support that is the enabler, right? You enable your characters to become a tank.
Yeah. Also, Angela, of course, picked five times, 100% win rate in MPL Singapore.
But high ban rate as well.
True, very high. Very high.
A lot of people, a lot of MPL Singapore teams prefers to ban Angela away, but don't forget Angela does have a counter, which is Esmeralda, which I'm very sure that Ken can also pull out.
Yeah, they can pull it out, but the first two picks, Barat and Nathan themselves, I mean, Evil, if they see this possibility, they can pick up the Esmeralda for themselves to deny the pick away, but Nathan, I still feel that he's an extremely strong goal laner in the hands of Lucian Stain, and their goal laner choice, I think Roger and Yuzong on the EXP lane for sure. I mean, Roger, we saw him as very dominant coming in for the first few series, but he hasn't been performing very well, given the fact that he needs momentum, he needs tempo in the game, and Roger without tempo just feels like an empty bullet.
Yeah, and now just Evo have now access to the Nathan, so it's up to Vanguard how they build that wall up, right? What we're talking about. Now, in order to build that wall, why don't I distract? So that's what Vanguard is saying with Ken on the Paquito going to create more space on the side lanes, whereas Evo wants to look for a massive clash.
Yeah, Paquito being one of the key answers to taking away the momentum because of the macro plays he can make on the map as well. Now with Vanguard's banning stages, they do have Powerful to think about whether they will take away
I think you take away the Fredrin.
Yeah, the beefy Fredrin, the Barat available for Powerful. I mean, that's going to be the play for Vanguard here, right?
Yeah, you can take away the Fredrin and the Baxia, and then after that, I think Vanguard should be okay. But imagine if Vanguard really wants to limit the healing coming off from Angela, they can also go for the Baxia instead, but nope, they're going to take it away from Powerful.
Yeah, they will be taking away the Baxia for Vanguard right here. I mean, the mid laner, still available. Yep, the Valentina will be banned out. Vexana still available for Super MJ as well. Extremely scary to deal with. But yeah, as we said before, most teams have not seen this, right? The chip is still a very much possibility for the side of Team Vanguard. And if Vanguard wishes to pull it off here, I mean, the Hellcurt, Rome, the Chip Rome as well, Nick Stain has shown a lot of versatility in this tournament, and we don't know what he has up his sleeve.
I personally feel if you go for Chip, that would be kind of cool because you've got something to face and react towards the global Angela, right? So that's actually kind of a good idea, but I think Vanguard, it's up to them to basically try to ban it out. Fredrin should be, but Youngin?
Okay.
Sailor? Really? You want to ban the Cyclops away?
Yeah,
what?
I mean, the Cyclops, a potential threat together with the Angela in the mid game.
No way, you're trolling. Youngin, you're trolling. I'm gonna call you out right there.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if a Cyclops is a priority, then you will ban it out. But Evil, I think they're gonna stick to the guns. I mean, they have to go for the Vexana ban here, right?
Okay, I think it's a nod over to Sayla because Sayla does play the Cyclops. Don't forget, Evil can always flex that Angela into either Sayla or be it Carrot, so that's why Angela is kind of strong in the first pick, right? But now it feels like Vanguard is saying that, hey, I have the answer to your Fredrin, and Evil right now is gonna ban away the Lilia.
Yeah, taking away the mid lane possibilities for Super MJ as much as possible. But that would mean the Vexana is still out for Super MJ. Does Evil, is it kind of leaving it open? I mean, Evil might be trapping him into taking Vexana, coming out with counterplay from the Angela.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Vanguard, Evo should ban away that Vexana because of how Super MJ very strong in the positioning. And now you got an additional body to basically deal with against Team Evo. And don't forget, Paquito is very flexible, right? It can be part of that massive wall or create a massive problem elsewhere on the map, right? So you really don't want to give Vanguard that Eternal Guard as well. So there you go, Vexana. It's a no-brainer pick coming out from Vanguard.
Yeah, now Team Evil. I mean, they let this one go. They slipped this in the pool. I mean, they probably have something up their sleeves, given that Vexana was given to Super MJ. Given the amazing stats that this guy has on the Vexana, is going to be extremely scary to deal with Nathan in the backline as well. As going to be protecting Vexana just by bursting damage that can come to him.
Yep, the only way that for the side of Team Evil to deal with the Vexana is definitely going to be the Yuzhong. So Evil, I feel like the reason, now that I look back, the reason why they decided to ban away the Lilia instead, because they have the answer over to the Vexana already. So they take away the Yuzhong as well. That Smart is going to be more dive, more chase, and more DPS, right? Now the last pick, it could go into a roam, it could go into a mage.
And we have the Edith, so most likely we will be seeing the Angela on the mid lane piloted by Sayla. So Vanguard, they have their pick of choices for Roman shit. A lot of possibilities. If we talked about the previous game, right? One of the key factors to take away the Roger is the Kaja. The Kaja is pretty much available to take away the control. With the Angela hard guard on the target, Kaja can essentially drag that person in, so you get a 2-for-1 freebie.
Oh, Camilla coming out from Vanguard. And it's the same idea, right? You use the ultimate, and then after that, the Nathan can also spread damage and bounce around. There's a lot of stun. You also have the bonus movement speed to catch up to somebody. So, yeah, I was thinking either Vanguard could go for more healers maybe on the Florin side, but Carmilla solves that. He does have a lot of heal, does have some stuns, and also the counter heal, right? Once you build like something like a Dom Ice, you're gonna limit the heal coming out from Angela. So yeah, Vanguard, that's a decent pick coming up from them, but we shall see going into game number 1.
Yeah, and now Evil will be the one trying to make these early game moves as much as possible with the Martis, with the Roger, and the Angela as well. And Vanguard will have to respond because they are playing a macro game at this point. They want to play macro Paquito. They want Nathan to farm up as much as possible.
Match 2, game 1, Evil, Vanguard. We know the lineups. We know what's going to happen. Can the Yuzhong get to the Vexana? Can they figure things out? Can this Roger, who's top 3 most picked within almost, 39% win rate, maybe get to this victory? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out. I mean, 39% victory, but Angela 100%.
I mean, sample size, right? Sample size. Don't forget, Angela finally slipped through the cracks. And yeah, you can evidently see that that's the reason why a lot of people ban away the Angela, right? Yeah, Roger, on the other hand, it's kind of hit or miss. Yeah. Like, even as a marksman on its own, it's really hit or miss. If you don't get an good early game, you're going to just basically be, I don't know what you are if you're a Roger that you're behind. You're basically a useless body, right? So right now, Vanguard is looking to scale towards the later parts of the game. Now it's how Vanguard plays around the early game with Ken and also Super MJ once I hit level 4.
Seems as though Sayla will be the enabling factor for the side of Evil as much as possible. When Roger is going in, when Marches is going in, when Yizong is going in, he has that hard guard available to help when he hits level 4. But he has went for Purify on the Angela. I mean, really key in dealing with the Vexana at the early stages of the game and the mid stages of the game as well. But in the later stages of the game, might come to bite him in the back.
Yeah, I feel like you need more mobility in a sense, like a flicker or basically like a sprint, right? Yeah. Yes, technically you have bonus movement speed, but I think they're really afraid of the CCs coming out from the side of Vanguard, right? You got that Nick Stain, the ultimate that could just potentially stun everybody. There's also like a lot of knockup coming up from the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, and trying to secure the level 4 for Twist and Angela as much as possible will be a top lane where we have the first total fight about to unfurl.
Yeah, this is a very, very aggressive lineup coming out from Evo. They do have a lot of damage, especially coming up from Karen on the Edith as well. Powerful went for killing spree, so he really needs to scale. That's the reason why Sayla decides to go for the Angela. and hopefully just funnel everything onto Powerful, and hopefully he becomes powerful enough to carry them out of this predicament that they found themselves in the regular season.
And there we have it, both level 4s online from Super MJ and Sayla. Hard Guard, Eternal Guard, both guards available.
Now, both of the stains are also at just leaning towards the bottom lane. They're going to give the turtle over there. And that kind of limits the power spike coming off of Powerful in a sense, right?
Yeah, he wants to go for these kills, yeah. But the objective just being given towards the side of Evil. Vanguard, I mean, very key gaming from them. They want to macro up as much as possible. Like, Evil, they want to crash in. They want to take these kills. They have the Angela. They want to fight.
Yep.
But Vanguard, Nathan, Paquito, farm.
Yeah, and this reminds me of the Evil versus Bleed game once again, right? Where Vanguard just decides to ignore Team Evil in terms of any fight. The best part about having Nick Stain as a Carmela, you do have some, disengaging tool. Looking at the emblems, like what I mentioned, look at Powerful. That's a very aggressive emblem setup, right? Season Hunter, Rupture, and also even the Killing Spree. On top of the Assassin emblem, he really wants to get these kills in the early game, but Vanguard's not giving it to him.
Yeah, Salem will be showing himself on the map, keeping tabs on Powerful at this point. Does not want Super MJ or Nick Stain to be caught out of position. And it's very key and vital in knowing where Powerful is to stop these rotations from coming in. Liechtenstein did get most of the gold plating with that turtle being given up, but now we see engagement at the top lane.
Yeah, in the top lane, they do have him knocked in. The missiles are going to just kind of whiff at this point, but now he's going to use Black Dragon form. He's going to get to safety, get on out of there.
Yeah. Massive push down at the bottom side. Liechtenstein was able to absorb so much damage, so much energy like what you mentioned, Mo, and also a lot of pressure coming off of Vanguard, right? Whereas Team Evil is trying to focus, trying to gank. That's a felt gank to allow Jace's to snowball.
Yeah, and Jace's, they have the momentum going. They need to have the momentum going for the Roger as much as possible.
Yeah.
And Evil's not finding that. Vanguard's not giving them the space. And if things proceed like this, they are on a ticking time bomb here. They can potentially jump in the backline here with the Angela, with the Roger, with the Marches as much as possible. But this team fight here, whether they give the turtle again, might just give them the macro advantage that Vanguard needs.
Yeah, Vanguard's probably looking to clash at the second turtle. That's why they're giving it away. At the very least, look, it's also spawning on Liechtenstein's side, right? And looking at the gold lead right here, still 500 gold lead, not too shabby either. But Team Evil should have a stronger second turtle because of the amount of damage that JC's has, and also Powerful. Powerful right now should have a lot of gold to be able to slice and dice over to Vanguard's draft.
Posturing, positioning here, Super MJ, he has to play extremely safe here. It will be the key factor for Vanguard.
Oh, but Salem takes the turtle, and he's going to go right into this. Ken dodges on out of this one. Salem continues on with Twist. Twist gets a little bit of half-life. Carrot flickers back to safety. The knock-up, and they do have Salem. That's going to be first blood. Goes the way of Powerful. They do have the Heart Guard, so where else do they want to go? The Black Dragon form is going to push them away, and that's going to be a disengage.
Okay, I'm not too sure who actually got the better of the trade here. If you put them out on a weighing scale and just weigh out, Powerful got that first kill, but Salem, using that ultimate, he's CC immune, he could just dash in, retreat, and then get out, but unfortunately he wasn't able to get out. But you don't want to give Powerful that snowball because Team Evil right here, like I said, they should win the second fight, and now they're looking for a clash.
Conceal, they go right behind them. They found Nick Stain. They found both of the brothers. They're focusing in. They do get Carrot. Carrot's going to fall, but Nick Stain will as well, but they do get Luxion.
Yeah, both Stain brothers going down there is huge for Evil. They managed to convert, and a bit of a trade from the top lane. Not going to be resulting in anything at this point, but still, Evil with that kill onto Salem, they converted onto more kills onto Nick Stain and Liechtenstein.
Would you say that they left a stain? I'll show myself out.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, but okay, fine. Now, Team Evil definitely has a massive snowball, right? Now you give kills over to Powerful, you give a kill over to Jesus, and now you take a look at the items. He's already starting to just work towards the Endless Battle already. Windtalker already there. And no, sorry, as I say it, Endless Battle's already built. So now Evil has a better damage to be able to deal with Vanguard's roster right now.
And we do see Carrot in a slight bit of trouble, but able to dash out of harm's way. Jace's, though, he went for the Endless Battle. He's going for his sustainability in terms of the team fight. So we know Evil's game plan here. They want to fight, right? And Vanguard, they have to avoid that as much as possible, but they're not given the space. Yeah, Liechtenstein getting caught by Jace's on the top lane, and that's just not going Vanguard's way at all.
Nope, Team Evo is basically scrubbing the stain off the floors of Vanguard right now, right? Like, if you limit Luxenstein, he's going to take a little bit longer time. And while Vanguard is just trying to farm up, they're not ready to basically protect Luxenstein yet. So Team Evo is basically abusing the fact that they've got this massive snowball in the mid game and they're taking full control of the Land of Dawn right now.
Yeah, and they have Mr. Muscle, the stain remover himself, in the hands
Mr.
of
Powerful.
who does get the turtle, the last turtle of the game. It will be converting into a Lord in 2 minutes. Luxenstein does finally get his Scarlet Scythe, but already losing the top and bottom outer turrets. Evo, they keep all the other turrets. They have so much map advantage going for them.
Okay, at least there's a little bit of momentum going over to the side of Team Evo. Team Evo, its hopes are not just dashed out yet. They can basically snowball out of control, and we've seen what happens when Evo gets a momentum, right? They could just funnel through. They're just going to shove everything, and they're doing it right now.
Onwards, Earthshatter right onto Ken. He flickers back in. He's under tower. He's being chased, but Powerful. Not enough damage to kill him. They do have the knock-up in return. The Eternal Guard's going to be used to counter them, but Powerful way in the heart of the enemy team, but the Heart Guard is on point, keeping him alive. And it looks like he's trying to run away. Is he able to do so? JS not fast enough. He's going to be killed.
Yeah, now because Sailor committed the hard guard over to Powerful, Jason suddenly found themselves in a little bit of trouble, stuck in a very hard place. Ken has absorbed so much attention away from Evo. They've tried to kill him, but he couldn't. Vanguard bounced back.
Yeah, Decimation available, but not able to be used. Ken's Flicker just on point there. And then, I mean, the Hard Guard, it did its job. It looked like Evo was winning that team fight for just a moment. But looking at the top lane here, I mean, Ken, he still has the creep priority. He still is playing that macro Paquito game. And if Vanguard scale up, they keep things even at net worth. That's where they are winning the game still.
Yep, Salem builds the Garden Helm already. That's some item power spike. Don't forget the Barat scales with HP bars. Ice Queen 1 secured by Sailor. More slows against Vanguard. They try to slow down the tempo, but they need to really try really hard and abuse the fact that they got this mid-game power spike.
Yeah, Heart Guard is going to be used, and they're just going to focus him down. He's been knocked up. Ken not getting away this time.
And taking away the macro factors, the pressure on the top lane has been relieved so far. So, Team Vanguard, they are grouped up at the Lord right here, but one man down, no flank to worry about. Evo might get this for free.
Yep, continue play going. Carrot looking for the target. Nick Stain will be spotted. The Lord already half HP. Nick Stain step forward. Ultimate already committed.
Oh, the Eternal Guard, that's going to be committed.
Massive.
Twist goes to the heart of the enemy team. Luxenstein getting whittled out. He's being focused by Twist, and they do have the damage. They're going to kill him. Salem trying to get away, not able to do so as well, and Powerful living up to his name.
Yeah, Vanguard committing to a fight where they do not have a flank option available. Evil could just run them down, and they do get the Lord for free after they take out the team as well. So much going for Team Evo at this point. But this is their power spike. This is their game to lose right now. Vanguard, they can still turn it up. They have the scaling available from Luxenstein, available from Ken. Super MJ does have the damage now.
Not only just Super MJ does have the damage, everybody from the side of Team Evil has the damage. Jace's snowballed. They have a Lord pushed up against Vanguard. They have everything that's going so well for the side of Team Evil.
Going well until it all doesn't. Then Vanguard, they do have a lot of key damage. So we just have to look out for that in this Lord fight that will be ensuing soon. I mean, the Lord is marching down. Creep priority is already given to the side of Team Evil. Whether they can convert any more objectives or Vanguard stop them right here.
Yep, Twist just now played a wonderful game earlier just now. Was able to also split the fight into half against Vanguard.
I just want to point out that Powerful right now, level 14, the highest in the entire game.
Yep.
The highest on the other side, Salem right now just hit 13.
Yep, and that means that, the retro battle, but then again, Team Evo is dragging an attention all the way up top. Bottom lane, that's another Lord that's pillaging down bottom. We'll be able to push that in. Team Evo playing a macro game instead.
Yeah, macro game objectives is here. Powerful does have the Oracle, but there we go. Not seeing any engagements as of yet as the last outer turret will fall. No inhibitor turrets will be challenged yet, and Powerful using the CC immune, avoiding death at that moment as the missile looked like it was going to bring him in.
Okay, Vanguard being pushed back to their base right here. Team Evil has all the turrets still available, so it's really hard for Ken to basically also step up to create space, right? Because Team Evil, I don't know, Twist was able to do really good rotations and also be at the right place of the team fight at the right time. Vanguard is unable to do the macro Paquito that we've seen usually, and now forced to play together with his team.
They are not too far behind though. Only a 5k gold lead for the side of Team Evo. And with the lineup, they don't have the range scaling in terms of traditional marksman. They only have the Roger who has to dive in. And with Luxian, he can stay alive. We've seen him staying alive. Yep. He can deal the damage needed to take out the Roger, to take out Twist as much as possible. And Powerful, he might just be losing his early game edge here with the Holy Crystal being picked up.
Yeah, but I still feel like if Twist was able to land right now with the Black Dragon Form and Petrify ready available against Vanguard, if Evo handshakes the Vanguard and Vanguard wasn't able to take away a Petrify from Twist, yeah, Vanguard is going to go into this Lord Pit with a slight, no, actually a major disadvantage.
Yep, Vanguard has a lot of priority targets to take note of right now. And Super MJ, Luxian being the presidents, you know. We talk about Vanguard playing the Protect the President comp, and they have two right now. Super MJ, I mean, he does have the peel for himself. He does have the Eternal Guard for himself. Luxian will be a key target for Team Evo, and that is the name of the game for Team Evo right now.
Okay, right now Vanguard feels like they're looking to trade the Lord for the turret. Yeah, technically speaking, they do have a slightly bit of high ground. They also have got good wave clear coming out from the Nathan. That's why they decide to take this decision. But it's a Lord for a potential, 3-base open for the side of Vanguard, right?
They don't have any map control. They're just gonna take what they can get. Fighting into Team Evil without their terms right now.
Yeah.
Team Vanguard, they have to turtle up, at least have the tower present when they take these team fights. I feel that it's very good decision making from Team Vanguard right now, because that might have been a potential team loss right there. Without the Paquito round, they do not want to challenge that Lord.
Yep. Massive wave coming up, but the Lord is also marching all the way up top. Vanguard looking to try to fix the lanes just slightly, but Team Evo, that massive map control is doing them wonders.
Yeah, both teams just posturing for position. Vanguard, though, I don't want to see them out of this space. I don't want to see them getting caught right now. They have to go for this 5v5 no matter what, and hope that they get an advantage right now with the heroes that they pick.
Right now, it's just the waves are getting cleared out, and that's the amount of splash damage that Vanguard has, right? But Ken can always fix the wave. Salem has AoE wave clear, and not only just Nick Stain does have a little bit of push. Luxian Stain can wave clear from afar, and now it's just Team Evo struggling to try to sync up these 3 lanes, and yep, they managed to do it, and now we see how they defend against this one.
The Lord crashes in. That's going to start the fight here, but they're focusing in the mid lane. Carrot taking a little bit of damage here. Looks like the Lord will be vanquished, but he did trade for the T3. Nice 2-man stun. They do get the bottom T3 as well, and Powerful gets on out of that one. Black Dragon form, over to zone, and it looks like this is going to be the perfect disengage.
Yeah, okay, Twist activated Black Dragon form just to make sure that they secure the bottom lane turret at the same time. Don't forget, does have the Petrify available. Luxian Stain and also Super MJ were walking so close and tightly together, but that means that Twist doesn't really have Black Dragon form to basically try to do it for this push.
Oh, but okay, he's gonna back off JS. That was a little bit precarious there, but like they've got thwarted. They're gonna back off here.
Yeah, hindsight bias right here. Twist, if he had that Black Dragon form, maybe Team Evo could have cracked that mid lane turret open, right? So, okay defense coming off from Vanguard. They lose 2 turrets, and that's what I was talking about, right? Vanguard trading that bottom lane turret for the Lord Pit, and then after that, Evo takes away 2 turrets. Is that worth it from a grand scheme of things?
In terms of late game status, Vanguard, we have moved into the 16-minute mark. So that means their items, I mean, they're going to be maxing out soon. With the creep priority not going their way, they still have a lot of lane priority in terms of having the Vexana, in terms of having the Paquito as well, very mobile across the map. They can still deal with the pressure, but whether it comes down to fighting for these objectives, they can converge in time. That's going to be key for Vanguard right now. These micro decision makings at these later stages of the game. Vanguard needs to fight for this Lord.
Yeah, and I've seen it before, right? Team Evo, they had solid team fights, that's got solid micro fights, but they would come the late game, they always lose out because of being out macroed. And Vanguard is trying to do that same as well. Don't forget, Ken was from Team Flash as a sub right now, right? And Luxian Stain does have experience with help of Salem and Super MJ. They're more than happy to do a little bit of Lord dance, whereas Vanguard tried to shove down bot lane.
Powerful has not been spotted as of yet. Salem checking every single bush but him, but finally shows himself. Liechtenstein picks up the Wind of Nature, and this fight will be ensuing really shortly.
I don't think Vanguard should handshake this team fight. Let Powerful take this lore right here as Swiss goes for the back line.
They've got the onwards as well. They do have him locked in, not able to go anywhere. Salem's going to be killed. That's going to be the first one, but the Heart Guard on the backside keeping Twist alive, and the Eternal Guard is now going to be used in the top lane. Super MJ try to flicker away. I don't think you can get away from this monster that is Sayla, and Twist just tearing it up with Carrot as well, and Nick Stain's going to be next on that list. The base is wide open. The Eternal Guard is going to be focused here. It's all about the minions here as they look to push this one, and it looks to be game. Ken goes in for one last hurrah. Nan up to do it. He gets knocked up. Evil right now. Clean up.
There's no Bob.
Take game one.
Bob's not here. The minion's not here yet. Okay, finally they come, but the death time is super long already. Vanguard will lose game number 1. Team Evil, fighting chance in the regular season.
And Evil make a statement 1-0 against Team Vanguard, who we thought that they had the coach, they had the draft available, but they just weren't able to find the convergence in time on the Lord. Yeah, you did not want to take the fight on the Lord without the Paquito, right?
Yep.
Ken was not available. They had to deal with so much lane pressure, so much map advantage that they slowly got for themselves.
And not only just that, Twist was the massive MVP right here, man. He's, for all these fights, Twist using the Yuzhong was able to dive all the way to the backline. Remember, we talked about this, right? The Stain synergy is strong, but individually they will fall. Because with Liechtenstein, without Nick Stain to create all this, attract all this attention, all of a sudden, Vanguard doesn't look very strong anymore, because that's one massive damage from the side of Liechtenstein. It's already gone out of the equation. So Team Evil just has to deal with Super MJ and Salem, and I think it's easy, right? They've got Powerful on this assassin emblems and loads of damage that could just cleave through Vanguard.
But who do you think is the MVP? Twist, right? Yeah,
Definitely.
and there he is on the screen. He is the MVP. But for me, I felt it was Sayla who enabled everything. I feel that the hard guard was so good. But Twist with the target prioritization was extremely well done. He always singled out the Nathan as much as possible, and Super MJ, he could not get any form of damage in the moment the Black Dragon form was on him, right?
Yeah. And Evil's probably like, we don't need a coach. We're fine. We got this one. We understand how to play this one. But this is one of those moments where, again, backs on the wall. Got to make a stand, right? The morale, we talked about it, in the break, there was kind of like, are they really feeling it or whatever? They're like, no. Our backs are on the wall. We understand what we need to do. Let's just kind of put ourselves in this zen moment, make sure that we know how to play, and they were incredibly strong. They owned this game. Everything was done systematically. They knew when to retreat. Very good game by Team Evil.
Definitely, and this is a massive momentum boost over the side of Team Evil. Remember, you give them an inch, they'll take the mile, or I mean, in metric terms, if you give them a centimeter, they will take the kilometer.
Yeah, and Vanguard was playing the comfort roles, right?
Yeah.
They were putting Ken on the Paquito, Salem on his signature Barats as well, Super MJ on Vexana, and they beat them at their own game. Evil, they just put on a completely different facet of themselves. And looking at Sayla, I mean, he was completely farmed on the mid lane, on the Angela as well, able to get the Holy Crystal on the Angela. That's just farm right there.
Something if you notice, right, apart from the items, right, if you take a look, Liechtenstein has 4 deaths as compared to Super MJ 1 death. You can see the target prioritization coming up from Twist. They're looking for Liechtenstein, not Super MJ. For the past few games that we see from Vanguard, they always look for Super MJ because he was identified as the threat, right, from the side of Vanguard. But now I see how Evil has cracked the code for the side of Vanguard, and they showed us in this particular game.
Yeah, Liechtenstein was the key to victory for most of the games that happened yesterday.
Maniacs.
As well.
How many Maniacs has he gotten?
Yeah, he's
I've
just
lost count.
in accolades at this point. He's just a maniac getter. But at this point, Jasus, with that item build as well, he did go for the early endless battle. He just wanted to keep on fighting as well. We typically see gold laner Rogers. They don't go for the endless battle anymore. That's an item for the jungler Rogers, right? So now with that, he could back up Powerful, who went for this emblem here, the killing spree. Given the fact that he did not find too much early advantage, but they converted it so well.
In the second part of Turtle, right? That's where you expect Vanguard to try to contest, but don't forget Team Evil. This is the mid-game power spike kind of roster. Yeah, like this is where Team Evil is the strongest, right? Even before Jasus can get any kill at all. You give him kills in that second turtle, boom, this is exactly what happens.
But it seemed like every single objective, Evil was just left alone. Right,
Yeah.
Vanguard knew. I mean, even from the beginning, in the first turtle they gave up. The second one they did contest, and then they did get that one. But from every other one, it seemed like Evil was like get a kill right around the time of like the Lord spawning or whatever objective that they need, and they took advantage of it. So again, Evil was very smart with how they play this one.
Yeah, this is really surprising coming out from Team Evil. Remember, they were like the team fight geniuses, the magic of Team Evil, right? But now it's a different kind of magic. It's like Team Evil decides to, usually they practice dark arts, and now they suddenly start going for holy arts, like the light arts, that sort of idea.
Wait, Team Evil going with the
yeah,
light
they may be
arts?
Secret Angel.
What is going on? They need to change their name.
Yeah,
no?
they're going to be Team Good.
Team Good. Team Good. Well, they played good in that last game. They definitely did well. But this is one of those things where, again, we're seeing the playoff team, right?
Yes.
Team Evil. This is the one we
The
wanted to
playoff
see from week 1. We're seeing it now, but it's a little too late.
Not too
Not
late.
yet.
Not too
Okay.
late.
Not
They're
yet.
not out of this just yet. Jace, you did the math. I mean, if Evil, they do take this 2-0, right? They can potentially knock Homeboys down
Yep.
to the bottom 2.
Yep.
So that's what they need to do. They need to take these series 2-0.
Yeah, and now it's up to Vanguard to basically stop them, right? It doesn't hurt Vanguard as much, but it really puts a load of trouble over the Homeboys, especially when Homeboys lost 2-1 earlier. Yes, that's 1 point that which they need, but Team Evil, man, they're looking solid going into game number 2.
Yeah, but with this draft already being shown to Vanguard, of course, Vanguard, they expected the same Team Evil that they've been seeing, but now going into game 2, right, they have to think about the drafts, but let's just forget about all that. I mean, that game 1 was amazing from them. But let's just take a review at the highlights that we'll be seeing on the screen. Jace, run me through this.
Yeah, if you take a look at most of these highlights, look at the position of Twist, right? It's just basically taking a lot of attention, and then after that, just use the Black Dragon form to gap close and create space, right? Especially this one, when JC's actually jump in, this is during the mid parts of the game, where Luxian is not ready for a gank. Most of the members coming out from the Vanguard is playing away from it, trying to get Ken as quickly as possible so that he became a threat on the side lanes, but he wasn't able to become a threat. Team Evil could just send one person to deal with Ken, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, Twist did such a great job of zoning away Luxian. I mean, this was the last fight, right? Where Twist ran towards Luxian, made sure he did not get an ounce of damage on the team itself. If you were going to deal the damage, you just deal it on me. You're fighting me now, right? You're fighting me now. And with that, with Sailor hard guard on top of that, he was just so well defended.
Yeah, and it's usually what happens. You see late game Yu Zhong's getting chunked down, and that's where Sailor, if you notice, playing it really smart. I start using the hard guard onto Twist instead.
Yeah, it definitely helps. It's one of those things where even Luxian, he's getting run on. He's got the hard guard, coming at him as well. That hero, insert whatever hero you want.
Yep.
That's the way to do it. But like, how do you deal with that?
No, we will find out how to deal with that from Professor Churros at Off the Desk.
Evil are not going down without a fight. On the precipice, on the brink of getting eliminated, they unleashed their playoff buff a little bit too late in the regular season, but every single win counts. And we've seen this formula by a lot of the teams that Evil faced for a very, very long time in the regular season. Everyone is picking the Paquito or some form of split pusher or lane pressure to counter the magic of team fights. But this is where Twist is not going down without a fight, because he has set his eyes on to Luxian and putting a stain on Vanguard's victory. So we'll see over here in the next Lord fight that Angela was actually picked up just to counteract the split push capabilities coming out from Vanguard. And they did this very, very well. Notice how Powerful and Twist are not giving vision over to the enemy team. Salem, his issue was he didn't check this brush. The only reason why Powerful stepped out of it was just because of the Lord. The Lord had that knock-up ability, and Powerful didn't want to get CC'd into it because, then they'll lose a lot of time, a lot of effort into creating this pressure onto that Lord. So we'll see how this plays out. Notice how Twist is just giving a lot of information, noticing where Luxian and Super MJ was. And I want to just pause here just for a little bit, because Luxenstein, he notices that something is amiss. It's like spider senses tingling, Twist is in that bush somewhere, or Yuzhong is nowhere to be found. He doesn't want to commit onto this wave clear, and this has led to their direct detriment because Bob was still up, untouched. And when everything just goes ham, and they notice that Salem was pushing into Powerful, and Powerful unleashes himself, he just goes straight in, noticing how in this fight, he sees Luxenstein, and because Powerful is intercepted onto Salem, Twist immediately goes in, plays delay and disrupt onto Luxenstein without detonating. It is basically no team fight for Vanguard, and I think this played out very, very beautifully. They don't even have vision onto that rush. And notice how actually Salem uses that beetle just to get that vision because the beetle goes to where the enemy is located. And once that has been found, he's like, okay, screw it, let me just go in. Luxian, you have your back on your target, I'm gonna be chasing after you. And the rest, as we know, is history. Even Ken cannot find a flank because Powerful and Jace's has set their eyes or sights up onto Ken and delaying his inevitable flank. So this is Evil coming back alive, and I can't wait to see how this series unfolds. Boys, back to you guys.
The question is can or cannot be. I think that's the main question. Wait, is it did I quote Shakespeare wrong?
What?
To be or not to be? That's the question.
Yeah, Ken is not involved.
It's not Ken.
There's no cans involved.
Okay. The only can I want to be involved in is from Barbie. But anyways, the most important thing that we also have to take a look is, man, that Terry Bogard. I feel like the Paquito, I can see what they're doing. Yeah. But I feel like Vanguard needs to brush up on that macro in order to be able to triumph against Team Evil.
Yeah, I mean, Team Evil, they were doing such a good job at shutting it down, but you know what always prevails? It's always the skin buff, right?
Yes.
So it's always the skin buff that Terry Bogard was available, and here comes the new challenges, the highly anticipated new characters of the MLBB and the King of Fighters 97 collaboration have now been unveiled, and the collab skins already arrived on 24th April. I mean, Paquito, Terry Bogard, popular characters such as Valir, Kyo Kusanagi, Mai Shiranui, as Masha will bring the unique fighting talents to the Land of Dawn for the ultimate showdown. Terry Bogard?
No, I'm actually looking at Kyo. Awesome. I already got so many good skins from Valir. I'm like, I need that one. I think I need that one already. Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
How do I put my credit card in? Let's go. I'm doing it.
Okay. Now you got a customer.
You guys talk about the ban and pick rate, and let me see how I get it.
All right. So now with the pick and ban recap. You look at Vanguard. They wanted to shut down the Faramis from Sayla. They wanted to shut down Luoyi as well. Given that, they leaked out the most important pivotal play for Evil, which is the Angela on the mid lane, the hard guard, providing a powerful initiating and supporting tool for Powerful and Twist as well.
Yeah, it's still, I mean, the Angela pick is still 100% in the league, right? And letting it go through, I think that they were kind of taking a calculated risk on that one. Also, they weren't 100% sure who was going to pick it up. Or the fact that Sayla now, there's a lot of pressure off of him. He can play more like a support in that sense of just helping out whoever needs to be done. He doesn't have to be that in-your-face damage dealer that, you know, some mids and other teams might have to do.
Yeah, okay, so now the issue is that if you notice how Team Evil has been playing that particular draft, it's very physical damage. There's not a lot of magical damage unless you're talking about Carrot. But Carrot wasn't really outputting exactly a lot of damage. Yeah. It was mostly, you know, Twist zoning out everybody, right? So if you notice how from the other side, you can see where Vanguard just decides to go for full armor, but we're gonna have to stop on that game number 1 because there's a new chapter gonna go into game number 2.
And Vanguard once again going to single out the Luoyi and the Faramis. And I see you got a bit unlucky there, Jace.
No.
With the skins.
It's the first one. It's the
first one. So yeah, let's just go. And now with Evil, they take out the Moskov. That's the kill potential from Luxian as well, and the Harif. Both teams, they know their win potential. For Vanguard, they want to cut down Sayla as much as possible. For Evil, the name of the game is Luxenstein. And Vanguard, they do take out the Angela now.
I want to talk about this Luxenstein because he was focused quite a bit, right? It didn't seem like Nick Stain on the Carmilla last game was able to do any sort of peeling and like protect the brother kind of thing. Like, what should they do going into this one? I mean, they went for the, again, last game, just to kind of recap, Carmilla was the last pick, right? It was like the trump card, but it kind of didn't really play out that well.
Yeah, for Vanguard, they went for a very reactionary lineup to what Evil was going towards. And it felt like Team Vanguard was not playing to their strengths at all. The same Nick Stain that we saw being the key momentum, the key playmaker, he was always reacting to what Twist was doing. And with that Carmilla pick, I mean, you can rotate it around. It's just that they did not have the map advantage. Powerful, he had a CC immune as well. Picking up the Carmilla does not stop the Black Dragon, does not stop the Ashura's Aura as well.
That's what I was thinking, mate. Maybe Carmilla should have switched out into a Florin, right? Something that could heal and assist the Nathan from afar so that you can also do the stuns in the front and also heal the Nathan in the back. Now, Vanguard has already gone for it. The Nathan has already reviewed it. Team Evil right here, I feel like Twist or the Yuzhong must be a first pick, right? If not, you don't have access to the backline already on the side of Vanguard.
Oh, a Fredrin pick for the side of Team Evil. And with Arlot, I mean, this is still a very flexible pick. Arlot, we saw the likes of Sagitnu. He went into a full damage build on Arlot, showing that it's extremely viable if you still have the front line available. Arlot can be the jumping factor onto Nathan as well. It does not need to be a Yuzhong. And we might see it being piloted by Twist as well. But Vanguard, they do have a reactionary lineup once again. Minotaur, I don't feel that it's a very good initiation, but it's extremely good at counter initiation. And Barats will be the pick of choice. I mean, Salem on the Barats has been a staple. It has been the winning factor for Vanguard for many games as well.
You can see, you know, Youngin in the background just grilling everybody from the side of Vanguard. They cannot afford to allow Evil to gain this momentum because rest assured, player buff is going to come earlier for the side of Team Evil, right? And now Vanguard going for the Minotaur. We talk about how it's an okay initiation, not the best, but it's a very good defensive one. It's a good disengage, right? Team Evil go in maybe with Twist on the Arlo, but don't forget, Karen could also pick that up as well, right? And then after that, you could just counter-initiate with a Minotaur maneuver, just stay there, right? As long as Nathan, you create space for Luxionstein, like how they always do, Luxionstein will just carry the game.
And Evil sticking to their guns once again, going with what works. The Roger pick might have failed other teams, but they did not fail them on the first game. But they do not have the key factor of Angela available. And now the Terizla being taken out for Team Vanguard. Very good key potential into taking out the Fredrin with the penalty zone. And now Vanguard, they can respond with a lot of blanket bans for the mage pick. Yes, and it will be a Lilia ban as well. So far, 4 of Sayla's heroes have been taken out by Team Vanguard. It's really clear who they're aiming at.
Yeah, and the best part is Youngin has full information on what Sayla can play, right? So, yeah, he was just coaching him, like he was just drafting for him last season back in RSG. Now you also already remove Lilia. Maybe seeing a Cyclops ban coming up from Vanguard once again. That's really nutty.
But Cyclops, I feel that it's not being enabled by Angela at this point, right? He does not have the hard guard available, so might not be it. I mean, Super MJ, he still has the Vexana available. Evil might just give it to them again, given that they did win the first time. And they do go for the Yuzhong ban themselves, which might signal Evil might go for the Vexana themselves.
That could be it as well, right? And now, with Yuzhong being banned away, it may lean to a Twist Arlot. So they're looking for maybe an Eden from the side of Team Evil as well. So Vanguard, this is good information that Team Evil just leak over to Vanguard. We shall see how Youngin reacts to this. What hero would they ban away? We'll talk about this, right? Maybe this could be a full-on Sayla ban right there.
Full-on Sayla ban, man. Valentina, take it out as well. I mean, there's no one Fury to take away, but they do take out the Vexana. They see the possibility, the Yuzhong being a key factor. You know, key tell. When you pick a Yuzhong, when you ban out a Yuzhong, you want to play the Vexana.
He tells, she tells, and then all of a sudden Vanguard just takes away the Yuzhong in a sense, right? I mean, take away the Vexana in a sense, right? So now Team Evil, Valentina is also wide open. They can pick it away, and they can also take the Minotaur away. But Vanguard might also look for the Valentina as well. The final slash could potentially add on to the counter disengage from Vanguard, and Team Evo prioritize Lapu Lapu, and now immediately Arla goes into the roam. Lapu Lapu does the same thing as a Yuzhong, create space, find the back line as well.
Yeah, but does not have that much of an AoE factor when it comes down to the sustain, right? Lapu Lapu does not have as much sustain as Yuzhong, and without the Angela, Lapu Lapu will most likely be alone. Arlot would have to be a key unit as well. Fredrin, feel that he does not have much supporting him in the form of an Arlot. There is no form of healing factor, there's no sustaining factor. Evil, they do look slightly weaker in the mid game as of now.
Yeah. Valentina should be... Oh, Mitsutar coming off a Vanguard. That denies the dash, and remember what we talk about, disengage and also information that that Super MJ can also provide. That disengage is going to be beneficial for the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, and Min Si Thor coming out from the side of Team Vanguard. Yeah, you just said it, man. They can't dash away now. Roger might be locked in.
Oh, wow.
But the Yves coming out from Sela. Sela, you can't ban him out, man. Yves 100% win rate, but sample size only 3, of course.
Yeah, of course. You saw Curtizi played it. I think somebody from the side of Vanguard played it yesterday. I can't really exactly remember.
Yeah, it was Godzilla.
Oh, Godzilla, that's right. And after that, Yves, remember we're talking about trying to dive the back line. Remember we set up this aerial control by the side of Vanguard with the Minuan's Fury, and also now the King's Calling. Now Team was saying that, okay, you can set up all this camp. I know you'll be very comfortable there, but I can just spread artillery strikes all over you.
Yeah, control, control, control. It's going to be like the name of the game here. With the energy eruption from the side of Fredrin, there's so much AoE available. But in terms of vision advantage, feel that Vanguard with that Novaria pick might be cooking something here.
Yep. But it also could mean that, you know, Team Evo is going to cook Vanguard instead. Ladies and gentlemen, going to go into game number 2. This is Team Evo on the clubs, on gaining the momentum back against Vanguard Esports.
I hope to see it, because this is one of those ones where Evil really needs this one, right?
They definitely need this one.
Technically, the regular season, I think the coach was just like, hey, when we're going to talk to each other, we're going to, like, the only trick is going to be, like, actually, we're going to pretend like it's just, like, the playoffs, right? Let's not talk about the regular season anymore. This is it. Do or die at this point.
Yeah, the coach is playing with them right now. Huh? I believe it's powerful, right? And now we do see Super MJ in slight bit of trouble. Mid scuffles down there. The Minotaur not available to help. Nick Stain prioritizing Liechtenstein at this point. Super MJ, he will be okay as the Novaria. He can find the farm, but you do not want to leave him alone for too long. And we do see Nick Stain rotating in.
Yep. Clearing speed for both these mid laners should be there, but Carrot is there to kind of help. So that makes it a lot better, right? That's why Nick Stain decides to join the Concussive Blast, making sure that he has a Liechtenstein gets level 2 so that you can kind of peel Jace's away as he trying to pounce with the Lycan Pounce.
Yeah, and Liechtenstein does go for the Weakness Finder instead of the Quantum Charge that we see for most of the Nathans today. But now, with Salem hitting level 4 already, burning the Flicker away from Salem.
Yeah, that's still okay, Sayla, technically speaking. The Flicker is not really very vital for Eve. It only helps and just covers up the mistakes, right? Right now, it's just both these two mid laners, especially Sayla, needs to get to level 4 first so that they get to create this aerial control on their own.
Yeah, and it's around that 2-minute mark where we see both mages will be heading towards the EXP lane to get their level 4 before the first turtle fight. And the 2 roamers on the mid lane as well.
Yeah, Nick Stain should be able to get level 4 first, but unfortunately I think he missed some EXP somewhere else. Therefore, Carrot was able to rotate first. Powerful was trying to drag it over. Don't forget, Salem can also dash. Like just now, and Retchie steal it away from Powerful like he did in game number 1.
No Minoan Fury, but Final Slash available.
A real world manipulation, the Final Slash right onto them. The Echo is on the back end. Nice stomp. The Minoan Fury just racking them up, and Twist is going to be killed. Powerful as well, and it looks like Vanguard have gotten a perfect engagement.
Yeah, this is exactly what Vanguard is looking out for, right? The King's Calling. Setting up that one. All of a sudden, Powerful cannot dash, means that he doesn't really have the combo to reset, doesn't have access to Appraisal's Wrath or anything, doesn't get the energy. Everything gets denied. So, really smart pick coming up from Youngin to put Ken on this Mincetar.
Yeah, Min Si Thor being the key pick over here because of that King's Calling. Just setting up the Minoan Fury very perfectly. Nick Stain getting that level just in time. And that flicker coming through. Very key play by Nick Stain at that point. Liechtenstein though, he is still doing well on the bottom lane versus the Roger. Jace is surprisingly having a bad time after the advantage was given by Nick Stain.
Yep. Going into looking at the state of the map right now, Evo needs to find this mid-game power spike once again. It's the same kind of storyline that we saw in game number 1. Let's take a look at the Emblem Saint. It's very aggressive, but if take note, Liechtenstein go for Weapons Master instead of Bargain Hunter, Mystery Shop instead, right? Because Mystery Shop should allow you to kind of have a little bit of a discount to get into the items that require, but I think Liechtenstein is looking for this ultra late game where my items are overpowered, so they're trusting the rest of the team to basically peel for the early game.
Dennis welcome. That's going to be using real manipulation as well. They've got a nice little knockup. Powerful getting a little bit low. He's going to be killed. Salem will take credit for that. Twist gets Nick Stain as well. And now they're continuing on. Salem is going to be killed. And it looks like they're going to get, what, 2 for 1 in favor of Team Evil.
Only Powerful taking out both. Retributions will be out for now, but there's no turtle to speak of. But Carrot, he might be going for an engager. Super MJ with the Astral Echo for the disengage. Super MJ.
I like the fact that Carrot pushes him towards the wall. He's like, yeah, I need a wall. Okay, thank you.
and help you out.
And it phases through the wall, right? Okay, now let's take a look at the different levels, right? For the side of Salem and Powerful. Powerful is actually down in terms of the level, so yes, even though Evil was able to take down Salem, but Powerful is still slightly behind. The Retry is now going to be in the favor of Vanguard instead.
It's a 2-level difference.
Yeah,
Salem
it's
is level 8 to Powerful 6 right now. So this is actually pretty huge going into this turtle pump here.
And before 5 minutes, already picking up the Brute Force Breastplate from the side of Salem. It's going to be extremely scary and tanky to deal with. It enhances so much damage and then gives you so much physical defense as
JS
well.
with the pounce? Oh, okay. Okay.
Not fighting. I mean, it is a Mincidar after all. It's extremely hard to kill. It's pretty tanky.
Yeah, curious, right? Coming off from Team Evil, they decided to do a lane swap, and Vanguard will react as well, sending the gold laners up away from the turtle. I mean, that's good, but maybe Jason should have stayed around the turtle pit because that's where you'll potentially get kills, right? That's how, remember in game number 1, the second turtle, like right now, is where Jason really truly pops off.
Jace is taking away the enemy purple buff at this point. Wants to go for the Nightingale at the top lane, but this turtle fight is the one to watch.
They're loading it up. Carrot's gonna go with, gets the stun. There's the Echo. They do have vision of this. Carrot with the nice Final Slash pushing them away, but that's not much to finish it off with. Real manipulation, the turtle's gonna heal back up. And Sayla's taking so much damage. Stomp the Minoan Fury. Sayla tried to flicker away, not able to do it. Salem will take the turtle, and now Carrot and Twist. Can they get anything in return? They're trying to focus on Nick Stain. They do have enough. No! He flickers to safety, and now Carrot, he goes right back in, but he's gonna be killed as well.
Yeah, massive team fight coming out in the turtle pit, but don't forget, Jason also picks off Liechtenstein at the top. And I was going into that turtle fight just thinking, where's the damage coming up from the side of Vanguard, right? Super MJ as the Navaria is basically just a massive big pickoff, right? Massive big bursts, right? But Ken, let's take a look at a replay to kind of dissect that one down. If you notice, it's just this box that Sayla set up. If Ken was able to remove that away, and all of a sudden Salem was able to have a lot of free roam access around to try to peel backwards. Super MJ just waiting for the cooldowns to kind of just output the bursty damage. Carrot, I think that's a little bit over an overextension, but don't forget, Salem does damage as the Barats, and that's why Barats is so prized as a jungler.
Yeah, and so what you're saying, Jays, is that in the world of shapes, circles are more powerful than squares.
Yeah, because circles has more edges as compared to squares.
Yeah, so, what?
No, I'm serious.
How does it work in the Land of Dawn?
All right, that's a little bit too mathy for you. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a little bit too math. But yeah, technically speaking, right now, we're still in the state where Vanguard is ahead because just compared to the jungle lead, yeah, Salem is definitely ahead. That's why Jason decided to steal away a creep to try to slow down. If you take a look Powerful, that gap doesn't seem too far anymore.
And Evo slowly falling down in terms of sustainability. They do not have the same lead zone from the last game of Vanguard.
Oh, they're going to die for this one. Carrot to get focused in. He's going to be killed. And they do it under tower. Twist is as well. And Powerful and Sayla have joined the fray, but it might be too little too late at this point. Especially since they're going to be pushing the top lane.
Uga because Salem is 713, does a lot of damage. He's a big, massive, chunky boy, but don't forget, he kind of falls off slightly towards the late game. But there's nobody from the side of Team Evil to handle him. There's not a lot of DPS. Jace's is also kind of like a burst marksman as well, and with Super MJ just revealing everybody, there's so much information shown over the side of Vanguard.
Look, it's 8 minutes in, but the net worth lead is only 2K. This is something that they can come back from.
Yeah.
But in terms of the objectives, like, what does Team Evil need to do to get back?
Jace's needs to jump the back line. Since Arlott is not going to be able to jump the back line, Twist does not have the factor, Jace's needs to be the one to jump.
Yep, and we're looking at massive burst damage for Roger to come in for the cleanup, right? You're looking for Twist to basically set up the space, but he's not able to do so because Salem is this massive threat that Twist has to deal with right now. And Luxenstein hasn't shown himself in terms of these fights. Yes, you can say that the gold lead right now is around 2.8k. Don't forget, that's weapon master for the side of Luxenstein. So that gold lead is around like, what, 3k-ish?
Oh, JS, they found Luxenstein. That's a good start, but now Kara's going to be focused in. He's been knocked in, stomped to the ground by Nick Stain.
Jace is getting away by the skin on his teeth there, just using the Purify though. That means he won't have it for the previous fight, but Salem falling extremely low on the mid lane. Still, Lord priority, creep priorities going towards Vanguard's way. Only one trade from the side of Vanguard versus Evil, but losing Luxenstein there.
Yeah, that's a glass cannon built by Ken, right? Corrosive side, Demon Hunter Sword should be going into, I don't know, maybe a Golden Staff next, or Wind, not say Wind Talker, Wind of Nature next, right? So at the very least, he can tank through most of these items, damage from Twist, and also Chases as well.
Oh, the final slash pushing Ken back in. But again, they have the turnaround. The damage is there. They have the Echo. Twist is getting knocked up. He's been eaten up, spit out, and he's going to be looking to stay alive somehow. He flickers back in, and Twist somehow survives.
Yeah, Twist landing a perfect stun coming out from him to kind of slow down the tempo. If not, he would have been dead. That's a 5-man stun, massive. But Team Evil wasn't able to capitalize it.
And the name of the game now for Evil is to try and get Jace's as much farm as possible for him to jump the back line.
Going in with Powerful and nice little Appraiser's Wrath. They do some damage, but Powerful's going to be the first to fall. Salem getting so low. Ken is going to be killed. And now how do they turn this around? They've gotten Salem. Salem dies to JS. The triple kill from JS. Wow, that's one way to get back into it.
Yeah, Roger is really hard carrying Evil right now. 3 members from the side of Vanguard already down. Luxenstein wasn't able to create the damage. Just nobody from the side of Evil wasn't lining up to the damage from Luxenstein, so that's why Luxenstein is having a lot of trouble. And now you can start to see, you know, Evil. This is the mid-game power spike that they just hit. Vanguard, all of a sudden, they need more time.
Still gold advantage towards Vanguard, but Evil, they do have the funnel farm onto Jace's at this point. Most of the farm is on Jace's. If Vanguard, they somehow manage to pick him off inside the King's Calling, that would mean a lot of farm down.
True. Now, right now, I like that thought process, right, Mo? Ken should also activate the King's Calling when Jace's use the Lycan Pounds so that you don't have that secondary Lycan Pounds to basically jump out. Once you remove the Lycan Pounds from Jace's, all of a sudden, you don't have a lot of damage from the side of Roger, right? Especially when you go with this kind of build.
And Ken, he did deal the most damage with Salem, with close behind as well. I mean, Ken, Mincithar, you can't count on his damage, man.
Now Salem setting up for the lockdowns right here. Members of Vanguard looking to reinforce. Salem taking a lot of damage. It's all about the pokes coming up from Super MJ right now.
Both teams posturing along this Lord at this point. Both marksmen trying to look for each other. Jace's wants to know where Luxenstein is before showing himself.
Twist is looking to dive the back line. Maybe catch Super MJ, maybe catch Luxenstein. Don't forget, there's a lot of non-committal information that Vanguard
Powerful
can do.
goes in, Brave Assault. He's been eaten up though, and it looks like they're going to turn this around. Oh, nice 3-man stun. The middle very well. Powerful's going to be killed. Nick Stain getting solo JS. Twist has already been killed. JS now on the run with Sayla. Salem wants something. He's trying to get him with the missiles. He pushes Sayla back and he eats him up. And now they're going to look to take the Lord here.
Man, the man of the series right here. Ken is just outputting so much damage. The King's Calling. Now I also see it, right? If you notice, not only just Powerful, unable to execute his combo, Twist cannot execute his Bravest Warrior at all. So as long as you fight within that circle, Evil will fall.
What a draft pulling out the counter pick. And Jasis, he was trying to get in, but there was no way. He had to run through the entire King's Calling, and that would have taken him so much damage. Now, Evil on the back foot. They have to hold the towers here. All inhibitor turrets under threat. Outer turrets already gone.
And not only just that, if Evo decides to hunker down, yes, they do have a little bit of high ground on that Eve. And okay, kind of clear coming outside of Roger. I can pull you out like Ken was trying to do right there.
And we see the King's Calling already being committed. Jace is falling extremely low to Super MJ's poke. And with this area of control, Super MJ has been running just uncontrolled, right?
Yeah, guys, this is a very crazy drop from Youngin. Now what's Evo gonna do? I hide in base, I'm gonna get pelted down by Super MJ. I hide in base, Ken can pull me out. Now all of a sudden I'm losing a lot of map control, and now I have no late game.
They found him, and they got the energy eruption as well, locking Salem in. But can they do the damage? He's somehow still alive. No, he does fall in the end. Salem will take credit for that kill, but they've turned this around. Powerful is down, JS as well. That's most of your damage. The Lord is now here. The base is wide open. Salem taking a lot of damage. Carrot trying to deal with these minions. Trying to go in and out with this. No. Can they deal with the Lord? They do have the damage. They do vanquish that. But now it's Nick Stain, Ken, Super MJ. How do they do this? The siege is on. They're focusing it in. And it looks like in their bottom lane. And it looks like they do have Twist. They do have the damage. And Luxian Stain will take that one. And now with the base wide open, Sayla, all he can do is watch as Vanguard take game 2.
Yeah, right now, Team Evil wasn't able to execute what they did in game 1. They found a lot of successes. Oh, look at Luxian Stain. He's so stressed. He's so tired, man. You can see in game number 1, they found a lot of successes targeting Luxian Stain, but in game number 2, Team Evil wasn't able to find Luxian Stain at all.
Yeah, and the name of the game was Control for Team Vanguard.
Yeah.
Having the King's Calling, having the Novaria behind as well. So creative picks by them. Youngin with the draft of this series, man.
Yep.
Oh my god, the mind games.
We're just giving him credit, right? You know, maybe it was Luxian Stain that was, or Salem that came up with the idea, right? Why are we giving it to Youngin?
Okay, because
I'm just
Youngin
kidding. I'm sure
also came out with another creative draft. You notice when the Phobia Smith pick, and then after that Arkai and the Arlot, there's a lot of displacement.
Yeah.
So basically there's something that Youngin was able to find, that synergy between all these heroes. Don't forget, Astro Echo allows Ken to have an easy time to land the spear.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the counter synergy as well, right? In terms of picking off the heroes, Roger couldn't pounce in.
True. Bravest Warrior couldn't do anything.
Nothing can be
Frederick
jumped in.
cannot reset the combo. You don't see a lot of Appraiser's Wrath. Even if you do see it, it's outside the King's Calling.
I mean, it's the control. It's nice to have those insights and to kind of pull out the pocket pick. Totally caught everybody off guard. I think Evil are like, whoa, okay, now we need to deal with this. Now we can't just draft so one-sided.
Yeah, I feel like the MVP goes to Ken, but okay, Salem would take it because he was 2-3 levels ahead against Powerful, and that's massive.
Salem, in terms of the early game advantage, he was there as well. In the late game decision making, that last team fight, Salem was dragged in with a final slash, and he used the Daytona's Welcome on to Jasis, where all the farm was concentrated on. And that kill on Jasis just prevented the damage falling through from the side of Team Evil. They had all their eggs in one basket, and once it was all cracked, Salem just took it all and make it into a nice omelet.
Yeah, and remember there's a period of time where we talked about how in the early games, where is the damage coming from, right? And the damage eventually came from a lot. In the early game damage was Salem, right? The AoE damage, I wasn't expecting it. Team Evil definitely doesn't expect it.
I mean, Ken... that mean Seathar pick, man. That Burmese Spear Warrior, that's my favorite, man. I'm a fan now. I'm a homeboy, man. Burmese to Burmese. Yeah, let's go, Min Seathar. That's the debut.
Is that how you pronounce Min Seathar in Burmese?
Yeah, Min Seathar. Yeah.
Okay. We didn't get it so wrong, right? Yeah. So it's like a Filipino warrior going up against a Burmese warrior.
There we go. Lapu Lapu versus Min Seathar. But yeah, you gotta favor the Min Seathar. You can't use the Bravest Warrior when you're in the King's Calling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's extremely hard for this level of control to deal with. And if you think about Carrot, he can't vengeance out or in when the King's Calling is up. So there is no way to take that area of control that the real world manipulation provides from Sayla. You cannot take advantage of that anymore. It was just taken away with just one pick.
Yep, and if you notice, instead of going for, I was talking about the Wind of Nature, if you notice, Ken went for Golden Star. Basically, it's a lot of damage. output by his side of Ken, and he became like a secondary, not only just a glass cannon, but also the utility that he was able to provide to the rest of the team. Super MJ landing the shots from afar, 2-0-14, 1-4. The amount of assists that this guy has to pull off just landing down the shots created so much opportunity for for Vanguard to just collapse onto Evil.
Yeah, Lucian Stain being the main source of damage, right? Lucian Stain was the main source of damage for game 1. And then now, they realize their error of the ways. Yeah, we can't really rely on Lucian Stain if he's getting knocked down so much. Now we have Ken in damage as well. Nick Stain, Salem, they can frontline. And they did their jobs so well.
Okay, this emblem pick coming out from Ken as a Master Assassin. Wow, he really wants to win lane, right? And he was able to do it against Twist. Twist wants to shove and wave clear and sustain and stay in lane. Whereas Ken, yeah, you can push me against me, but if you're closer to my side of the turret, I can drag you in. So that's basically what Ken decides to do in order to win the EXP matchup.
Just what a great draft.
It
At
is.
the end of the day, so balanced, so like caught everyone off guard. Everyone knew what they had to have done, and they set each other up.
Yeah.
That was like the best part about this.
Yeah, Vanguard literally caught Evil off Vanguard. Yeah, I'm sorry, I tried to do the off guard joke. I think that was a bit of a stretch. Sorry, guys.
Off guard Vanguard.
Off Vanguard, get it?
Off guard Vanguard. But look at the stats, man. All across the board. Team Vanguard, best wingman being Nick Stain, who always took the brunt of things. The sandbag, Salem as well in frontlining for his team as well. Nick Stain, Salem. This combo, I think it's working out really well for them. And look at the damage dealt by Ken. We were talking about Mincidar being glass cannon.
Yep.
139k. That's 33% of the damage needed to be dealt. And Lucian Stain, with this newfound damage from Ken, he can play as the farming role that he was meant to be. Uninvited, no need to worry about anybody else. He can just take out the key objective.
I like to switch up from the side of Vanguard, right? Like Team Evil finally cracked the code. You kill Lucian Stain, they have no damage. But here comes Ken. It's a secondary damage dealer. And also here comes Salem on the Varats. So it alleviates a lot of stress away from Lucian Stain so that he can basically, just do his thing, right? Go back into a traditional marksman, push down turrets.
I mean, the team still revolves around Lucian Stain, right? The damage that he provides is just immense. But the fact that you're talking about the support and how everybody can help him, I mean, it really shares the load. And going into this one, I think it comes, again, to the draft. The draft was so good that they put themselves, everybody, again, in the right specific role, what they needed to have done. It was just very well played.
All right, do you miss me saying Coach Diff?
I think ever since you've been saying Coach Diff that I've noticed that in the latest piece that a lot of coaches have been picking up.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the MVP highlights brought to you by McDonald's as well. There's so many shapes being drawn on the land of Dawn, right? You got a circle, you got a square, you got a circle, and then what's next? A triangle, and then you got like the rectangle.
Line from
so many
guys. Is this really how we're gonna do our highlights? Just by talking about shapes?
Semicircle from carrot as well.
It's more like what's it called?
It's a square.
It's a pie. All right, Mia, it's a pie. Okay, right now, it's all about Lucian Stain just taking so much attention. Like, if you notice how Team Evil was trying to zone out and deal with Lucian Stain.
Jace's couldn't run in because of that King's Calling right there. Yeah, he wanted to deal damage, and King's Calling just countered everything that they want to do. This last team fight here, Salem was in. And then he was dragged in, but he managed to get the Daytona's Welcome onto Jace's. And that led to the damage from Lucian Stain taking out Jace's. That was all the farm right there.
Now, if I may, unpopular opinion right here. If that Roger go for another build, the Master of the Basics build, right? Heart's Claws, Berserker's Fury, Malefic Roar.
Okay.
Then now you don't rely on your Lycan Pounce to do the damage. You rely on your physical, your basic attack to do the damage. So Lycan Pounce is more like a gap closer, and that could potentially change the flow of that particular game. And that's why Roger is really flexible.
I mean, it's flexible, but I guess maybe some of the teams haven't really found that groove, right? In the sense of the right itemization, because we're kind of seeing a bit of a flex in terms of how successful that hero has been throughout. It definitely was not successful in that last game.
No. I know a successful person.
Really?
Yeah, Professor Churros at Off the Desk. He's extremely successful.
Thank you, boys. And I'm here to draw a little bit more shapes and break it down for you how this fight went down. The best way to put this entirety of this match in a metaphor is basically if you wonder what a bullet lands on a bullet head on, this is this match. And Evo, they have made quite a good early to mid game, but on the late game, it's the layering of the crowd controls, coupled with the draft coming in from Youngin as well, that got their victory in the end. So this was one of the Lord fights, or one of the second Lord fights of the match, where Powerful was a little bit too hit strong going into the fray, and then they were targeting onto Jace's. All they needed to do was just land the Minoan Fury, land the King's Calling, and then Ken coming in to just clean up, pull everyone into the main target zone. So if I can draw a perfect square here, just consolidate and coagulate every single one of the members of Evil within one area. You have Luxin Stain just at that back side, able to just free hit from that back, and that's precisely what they did. So layering in all that crowd controls and leaving Luxin Stain free and easy, just hitting in everything. How Evil could have been playing this differently was basically having Powerful going in first maybe, and then just pulling out, baiting out all the ultimates before the rest of the team commit to that team fight. So this was how this entire thing played down, but it was very, very well done from Vanguard, identifying and notifying that, okay, RWM has popped up, this is where we're gonna fight, and this is where we're gonna take it. This was a very, very substantial lord coming in from Vanguard that eventually won them the game. So in this case, Ken was a little bit too trigger happy with the King's Calling. He thought he put in Jace's, that's why he put in the King's Calling, but Salem has set his eyes up on Jace's. There's two ways that this could play out. So Lord marching down that bottom side, we'll speed this up just a little bit. And then you have a really nice final slash coming in from Carrot to pull Salem in. And that was one of the biggest mistakes. You want to target that back line. And now Salem's inside, and notice that frame by frame difference, by all metrics, Jace's shouldn't have gotten caught, because Sailor is just right in between and sandwiching them. But Salem, down to his own micro devices, captures Jace's out of nowhere because of that one like and pounds, and just spits him out, solidifying their game. We all know how this story goes, but I want to know how the next story goes. So, boys, bring me to game 3.
1-1. Things are tied. And now I think Jace is extremely happy at this point.
I'm the kind of guy that gets... so if I am the one that's reading out the advertisements, I'll get it. Like last season when McDonald's was also offering the soy chicken, yeah, I had like quite a few meals with that one. And we were talking about the Kyo Kusanagi Valera. I'm like, I played a Valera as well. I would like to get that one. So I got it in 3 tries and I immediately got what I want.
The bingo is a tic-tac-toe, right? You gotta line 3 up.
I got my first one was in the middle.
Yeah, which is crazy. Yeah.
Which is nuts.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm like, yes.
We saw it live. I feel like we should have recorded that actually. When we were doing it, just to have that proof.
True.
But we saw it live and it was pretty amazing. I mean, you're incredibly lucky. So.
He was jumping out the chair. I thought the game was over, but no, the game is not over. It's tied up 1-1, and we saw the game of shapes in game 2, right? Circles, squares, semicircles, everything around was thrown. But the thing that just held them down was that Min Sitar pick. And now with the pick and ban recap, we see that, it was the last pick after all. They trapped them into going into the Eve, going into the Lapu Lapu as much as possible, all out going in. Roger already picked. Then now you pull out the Min Sitar, where you can take away that jump potential, that mobility from Evil. They want to jump in on top with the real world manipulation as much as possible, but with the King's Calling there, what can you do?
Yeah, and the worst part is, the last pick coming from Team Evil wasn't able to deal with the Min Sitar as well, right? What's the next best thing that you can do, right? That's why now I see why Vanguard decides to ban away the Lilia and the Vexana, because if you put a King's Calling right there, yeah, all the Vexana has to do is just lands the ultimate, right? Or even Lilia just bomb that one circle. Well, a Eve, technically speaking, also does the same, but Eve, the damage got nerfed, and now most of the time you see Eve is just more like a utility Eve, right?
Yeah.
To try to massively slow everybody down.
Yeah, one thing I love about Vanguard's picks is that everything lining up to that last pick, Midstar, was the fact that they were all top 20 picks. We've seen them. I mean, everyone's like, this is the traditional, this is the normal lineup, and we're going to get it. And all of a sudden, it kind of comes out of left field. It changes everything, right?
Yeah, the bans are not normal for Vanguard as well. If you look at that,
yeah, that is true too.
It's five,
very targeted.
5 mages
All
banned
targeted.
to just make people think, they're targeting Sayla. They're targeting Sayla. No, they're not targeting Sayla at all. They're targeting your entire team.
And yeah, not only just targeting your entire team, it also makes Ken's life easier.
Yeah,
So this Vanguard drop, I have nothing but praises. It's like I love this. I love this drop so much.
So much mind games being played by both teams right now. But as we head on into Game 3, they're already 1-1. Evil, they still have a chance of getting a 2-1.
Yep.
And with a 2-1, they would tie things up with Homeboys, right? So that would put them out of a potential bottom feeder status. And with that...
Why do you gotta call them bottom feeders, man? Why
come
you
on.
They're just on the bottom, looking up, kind of difficult. Bottom feeders is kind of mean, man.
Yeah, let's not sugarcoat things here. It is what it is. And
Yeah, but I
Evil-
mean, Team Evo, right? There's nowhere nowhere to go but up.
True.
Right? It's basically Team Evo just fighting for survival right here. Whatever points they get will be okay. At least another add +3 points, and there you go. That's probably how they're gonna solidify this particular rankings. But now we just need to really hope that Team Evo just regain that momentum that we see in game number 1 again.
I mean, it's hard though. It's one of those things where in a knockout fight, right? You got punched in the face, or you do the punching. You got punched back in game 2, and then now how do you recover? You might still be wheezy from that punch in that game 2, essentially, in this metaphor, right? So it's like, how does Evil, like, without a coach, just talking amongst the players, like, if you're going to give a pep talk, what do you say to your players, your fellow teammates?
As Jay said, there is nowhere to go but up right now. They know what they know best.
I would say try harder.
Try harder. Oh, whoa.
I'm the kind of guy. It's like, oh, I'm sorry for this. I'm like, okay,
Asian
sure,
dad.
Yeah. I'm ready.
You come home with an A-? What is this?
Try harder. There's nowhere to go but up. Even though you're A-.
I'm shaking right now. I'm having PTSD. Like, are you my dad at this point?
All right, now we just have to feel like, I really feel game 1, the Yuzhong from Twist was instrumental.
Agreed.
The Yuzhongs, the Khaleeds, these are the 2 prior picks that Team Evil need to secure for themselves. But whether Team Vanguard allows that, we shall see.
Yeah. And we're going to be going into the draft very soon, but any final words to either of the teams going into this one, going to, of course, Game 3, very important game for both sides.
I mean, Powerful, I know you have great mental strength, and I need you to summon all of it right now, as you need this win as much as possible. Rally your team, and hopefully you prevail.
Right now, it's just the lack of third-person perspective. Hopefully, they actually pick up why they kind of falter in game number 2, right? Now, they go back to the standard events, right? Moskov, which has really gotten a lot of priority in the past week. And now, even the Mathilda getting banned away for the side of Team Evil. Yeah, everything is kind of normal, especially if you're coming up for first pick.
Yeah, Vanguard going for the Harif ban. We do see it being taken out of the pool already. I mean, this Harif, he's never going to see play, or he is going to see play. That's just...
It's 100% pick rate, pick ban rate at this rate.
It's essentially how it's going at this point. So Mathilda sometimes makes the leaks through, but we do see the Loi being taken out of the game as well. So, I mean, Sayla on the Loi, we saw how scary it can be, but we saw how teams can counter it as well. Now the Minotaur being taken out from the side of Team Evil. Perhaps an homage to Nick Stain with that amazing Minotaur performance that got them the 4K on the early stages of the game. Now Angela...
Nathan, wide open. Snap pick by Jaces. You don't want to allow Lucian Stain to play that again. Now it's back to the drawing board for the side of Vanguard. Does Liechtenstein go for the Roger, or do they go for something more of a traditional marksman? I don't think Vanguard needs to review that as of yet. Now they probably pick maybe the Fredrin, the Barats, which was quite well, quite successful in this one. And I feel like, remember what we talked about, the Yuzhong, the Khalid needs to be picked by Team Evil. If not, Vanguard will try to take it away.
Yeah, they do need to pick it up. Twist, known for these heroes, but now securing the barrage for Ramus in the pool, so Super MJ will be piloting that, not denying away from Sayla as well. But with that, the Valentina is available.
Yeah, okay. You first pick the Ramus right here. You take it away from Team Evil. Now Team Evil needs to force a Valentina pick. Now you have one, basically you need to select a Valentina right now. Right now, it kind of pushed Team Evil away from securing a Yuzhong for themselves, unless they go for a Yuzhong. But what are the prior picks right here? Team Evil go for the Yuzhong, Vanguard starts banning out the jungle. If Evil picks a Fredrin here, Vanguard starts locking down in terms of the EXP lane. And there you go, they went for the second option. Now, Yuzhong is so free to pick for the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, Vanguard potentially can pick it up for themselves. And we already saw what he can do in game 2.
He can do it.
He can do it.
Yeah, like, I really feel like Evil should have secured, or because rest assured, Vanguard is going to start banning away the, like I told you, the Khalid right now. So that now Vanguard has just basically denied Evil from a win condition by selecting a Yuzhong and also banning away the Khalid next.
Yeah, that's next level drafting right here.
There we go.
What do you say again? Coach Diff?
Yeah, Coach Diff. I've been telling them since Season 3, but let's hope for the best, right? Team Evil, they're not out of fight just yet. We've seen them making the team fight magic work. They need all that magic power right now.
Yeah. They can still potentially rotate the Fredrin away into the EXP lane, into the hands of Twist, but that would mean a horrible day versus the Yuzhong, right? So you most likely want to put Powerful on that. So there is no surprise from Team Evil's lineup at this point. I feel that Team Vanguard can go for the blanket bans to make it better for the team. They go for Edith, which can potentially chunk down the Barrage with the HP% damage.
Yep.
And now the Khalid has been taken out as well. It's so easy for Team Vanguard to ban it out.
And then to make it harder for the side of Evil right here, they cannot go for, I don't think... Yeah, I mean, if Evil wants to force it, Sayla can pick up the Nathan to the mid lane, but that's a little bit delusional. Or Delulu, as the kids are calling it these days. Vanguard can go for the carry, and that satisfy two things. One, you counterpick away from Evil. Two, you make sure the Barats get a save one. Three, in fact, you shred through the Fredrin.
Alright, you go for the Terizla on the EXP lane, you put Nathan on the jungle, and you would carry on the gold lane.
Okay.
But that requires too much more.
Yeah, Roger taken away by the side of Team Evil. Vanguard, I feel like the carry is a good pick.
It's extremely good pick versus Fredrin. Nathan does it normally well as well, equally mobile in terms of taking objectives.
Yep, right now they're just lacking a roam and lacking a... Actually, both sides are lacking roam, so which means that Vanguard should prioritize a roam pick right here. But what are the roams that are available? I feel like Florin would be good, even to a certain extent. Rafaela is also good because once you walk around with the Firemen together, you get heals. You also allow Barat to stay in the fight even longer.
And here we go. You called it. It's like you're in their heads, man. I mean, Youngin was on the desk before, and I believe you spend a lot of time with him.
You make it sound like I'm on a secret rendezvous with Youngin before.
Well. First it was Diablo, now it's Youngin.
I'm a loyal person, Diablo, so don't worry, I'm your biggest fan. I'm still your biggest fan.
Wish you were here yesterday because he was
playing.
I know. Now, Team Evil, they are on the back foot in terms of draft right now. They have the Yuzhong already denied, Khalid already taken out from Twist. That would mean he has very limited option available in terms of picks as well.
Right now, you need a tanky EXP laner and also something like a healer to counteract. Okay, it's a little bit interesting coming out. Hold on a second. Carrot goes to Carmilla. Paquito on Twist. Fredrin. Okay, still, I was expecting maybe like a Carmilla jungle, right? But I mean, I don't think you'll switch it around like that.
Yeah, I mean, Fredrin, you wouldn't want to put him on the roam. You need farm as the Fredrin. So most likely, yeah, Carmilla will be on the roam. Now we are left with the pick of the gold laner for Vanguard. I mean, most likely we said it might be a carry, it might be a Claude.
Yeah, I feel like carry is not going to be really good here. Maybe, yeah, a Claude, definitely. Second best pick coming out from the side of Vanguard. You need to be able to dodge the punches and also potentially the stuns coming out from Evil and can skill shred the French. So that satisfies the both conditions for this particular roster.
Yeah, but Claude, I feel in terms of just having these objective clears, he's more of a single individual unit, right? You want to place him on the macro objectives. You want him to get him as much map control as possible. You can't really go for these turtle fights. You can't really go for these lord fights. You want to segment away as much as possible. You want to play like a CC to speak. Yeah, so Vanguard, they do have a lot on them to win this game right now. Team Evil, with the surprise pick of the Paquito and the Carmilla, will Carrot be able to perform?
Match 2, Game 3, Evil, Vanguard, everything is on the line, I would say, for at least Evil going in. We haven't done the math. We don't know the rest of how the other two matches are going to play out. But of course, this is the second last day of the regular season, so you need to get all the points that you can get at this point. So I think there's definitely a little bit more pressure on Team Evil here.
All the points that you need to get at this point? Yeah. I see what you did there.
Glad somebody's paying attention. All right.
I wasn't even thought that was supposed to be a pun, but okay. All right, now if you take a look at how they're rotating, gold lane is going to be an even lane right now. The only way that Evil and Vanguard wants to make a play, we're leaning towards the EXP lane. That's why Sayla rotated all the way up top first, and Ken is just AoE damage all across the board.
Yeah, Ken, I mean, he's having a good time. He's a Yuzhong after all. Level 1, level 2, he will have a lot of sustain. But Salem, trying to force Powerful into an unfavorable situation here, but will not manage to find the key damage needed. He can still go for the buff rotation, but taking away one of his camps as well. Salem might be hitting level 4 a bit sooner than Powerful.
Okay, remember we talked about how Luxenstein may get is always targeted right now for the side of Team Evil, especially they're going to replicate what they did in game number 1. Nick Saint on the Florin, that ultimate could just basically heal Luxenstein from afar, so that's a good synergy coming out. It's just as easy as pressing a button. And not only just that, the on-hit attack provided by the passive of the Florin, on top of Luxenstein's Golden Staff, which he has to build, that's massive stonks.
Yeah, and it will all fall down to Twist on the side of Evil, right? How he plays the Paquito, whether he finds these macro advantages as the Paquito. But now we do have the early game where the mages want to get the level 4 as fast as possible. Might be a fight breaking through.
Yep, they're playing around the EXP lane right now. Super MJ is going to be crucial. The first person that clears the wave quickly, with the concussive blast, is easy. Vanguard takes the level 4 first.
Yeah, still both mages trying to hit level 4. They will both have it. So NetherRealm available on both sides, if you think about it.
Yep. Now it's just about how to execute this turtle fight, right? Twist looking for a flank. Ken will be able to spot that out. The stun coming out from Nick Stain just ticked. Okay, level 4. Now Vanguard is looking to fight.
They're looking to go, but Black Dragon form, they're going to make the drop. They get the Detonus welcome. They spit him out. Salem getting a little bit low. Doesn't he be careful? The NetherRealm is going to be used. Who takes the turtle? Powerful will take first blood. Powerful will also take the turtle. And Powerful coming out on top here. Twist goes down for the count. Ken is going to be focused here. Salem will take that one.
Oh, it could have gone even worse for the side of Vanguard, but nice play coming up from Team Evil, taking that turtle away. You can start to see the value from Carmilla, right? Especially when Vanguard is sticking themselves together, especially in the Faramis NetherRealm. Wow, it's just damage for days, right? You can just spread all the damage and everybody will get hit.
I forgot about that interaction, where the fact that Sailor, you can take the Black Dragon form as well to counteract the NetherRealm from the side of Team Vanguard. Very heads-up pick, forcing the versatility of these players here. Sailor showing the true potential of the heroes.
Yeah, and now Evil doesn't need to pick a Khalid or a Yuzhong, right? They have a Black Dragon form in themselves, and it's because of Sailor.
Yeah, and now Twist, he can play the macro game. Sailor, in this early stages, he can still afford to steal the Black Dragon form, but as he falls into the later stages, he will not have the sustainability to do so. So Vanguard, they still can keep things up.
Yeah, and I like how, you know, if I were to draw lines on this right now, Sayla takes Ken's ultimate, find Liechtenstein. Carrot will deal with Super MJ's Nether Realm, and then everybody from the side of Evil just pours the damage into Super MJ's side. So you can see how Team Evil is also adapting really well. I thought Vanguard has the better draft, but now wait, because of those two information, Team Evil's draft, it takes a lot more micro, but we have
to knock off the energy eruption right onto Nick Stain, who's getting whittled down. Oh, the heal, the bloom.
Man.
They're looking to turn this around, the Nether Realm, but do they get anything in return? It looks like they're just going to waste the ults and then get on out of there.
And that's the macro play that they were going for. Jace's managed to chunk down a lot of the gold plating with the entropy available.
Yep.
And that's almost all of it.
Yeah, and not only just that, now Nick Stain doesn't have the ultimate, Super MJ as well. And now Team Evil, if they want to go ahead and burst down this turtle, it's basically free for them.
Yeah, Paquito might be in a slight bit of trouble. Salem in position for Daytona's welcome. The twist out of there in time.
Looking at the setup coming up from Team Evil right here, the more time that, you know, Vanguard was able to buy for them, the better the chances are. So it relies right now for Vanguard, it all falls on Ken. Finding powerful stunning on bursting down, or practically use Salem to steal away the turtle like we see in game number 1 earlier.
Yeah, it's going to be the Yuzong Paquito matchup once again. Both of them picking up 100 strikes at the correct timing, and Powerful gets the turtle for free.
Yep, Super MJ doesn't really have the ult. That's why Vanguard doesn't dare to commit. Don't forget, Sayla also has the Fireman's out for himself. So, yeah, Vanguard made a smart decision not to teamfight right there.
Yeah, Super MJ, one of these players on the Faramis where he is so disciplined with his Nether Realm. So watch out for that.
Chung down, Jace's managed to crack open bot lane, limiting the farm of Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein is going to get starved out of this.
I'm getting flashbacks to game 1, just with how much control Evil has taken on the map and the objectives. I mean, they're just like in full control, and Vanguard right now on the defensive, reacting to whatever Evil gives them.
Yeah, and Jace is now being put on the traditional marksman as well. He is on the Natan. So that means they do have the scaling advantage as well as Vanguard as well. So usually it was the case where it was a Roger, right?
Yep.
Now he is on the Nathan. So he will be doing well in the later stages of the game as well.
Massive burst coming off with Sayla, chunking down Super MJ down low. Right now, okay, there's a lot of time for Turtle, so Vanguard can go back and refresh. Salem and Nick Stain coming to also reinforce so that Super MJ gets you back
Powerful
up.
knock up. Energy erupted. The Detona's welcome on to Powerful. The Nether Realm keeping him alive. The stolen one is going to be used, but Salem gets back in. Super MJ is fine. Nick Stain, do they get anything in return? The Black Dragon form trying to go in. Nice 4-man stun. He's been taunted. He's been knocked up. Ken has been killed though, and Twist is looking to turn this around. Liechtenstein gets back to safety with the image, and he's going to get killed. Excuse me. The Shadow Stampede pulling him back. Sayla does get the kill on the Salem though. And it looks like they've got a 3-for-1?
3-for-0 potentially.
3 for none. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I forgot my abacus. Couldn't count.
I mean, it's good. It's good. Exactly what Team Evil wants, right? And now, because of that, you can see Jace's and also Liechtenstein. You can start to see the disparity, right? Jace's gets up the items even faster, albeit a little bit more expensive. Liechtenstein unable to find the damage because the damage numbers on the Nathan is a lot more better. And now, because of that, Team Evil has free access to the turtle pit.
Yeah, they were hoping for an extended team fight, but Ken, he instantly got chunked down. When he went for the 4-man stun, we thought it might change the tide of the fight, but did not happen. He was instantly just shut down.
Liechtenstein doesn't have the items yet. Corrosive Scythe only just built. Had he had a Corrosive Scythe, that would be a game changer right there. And Jace's, because of the turret push down bot and the gold energy he has collected, he has hit the item power spikes first.
Yeah, Twist also joining the team fight. Did find value as Paquito. Extremely hard game for Vanguard at this point because Evil, I feel that compared to game 1, they have a higher scaling lineup and they do have the map advantage right now.
Yep. I like what Vanguard has brought onto the table, but now it's all boils down to execution. Liechtenstein needs to try to hunker down as much as possible, try to get the farms in, maybe wait for the golden staff, and that's basically what Vanguards want to do. Try to wait. Evil, on the other hand, they need to try to snowball, try to take away as much resources as possible, take especially the mid lane turret, first tier turret.
Yeah, Evil, they will have to take away this mid turret if they want to clear up the map. Powerful still in a kind of a wonky position. He might be getting caught here, but Camilla is around to help him.
Powerful levels 12. All right,
Yep.
he's got an advantage. It doesn't matter, right? He can be wherever he wants to go. He owns the map.
Powerful says, I want this map, he gets it. Right? And now it's just fighting for, in terms of fighting for space, Vanguard is losing a lot of space. We have the macro twist on Paquito coming in on the side lanes. Now he's 2-1-3, has lethal ignition. He can burst down anybody. He can burst down Luxenstein if Luxenstein makes a wrong step.
Yeah, the pressure will be coming in from both sides as Jace's does get the bottom tower. So Paquito getting the minion priority on the top tower as well. Your eventual goal is still this mid tower. A lot of teams struggle with this outer mid tower, and Vanguard are doing an extremely good job of keeping it safe.
Jace secures the Holy Crystal already with the 5k gold lead. Coming in favor for Team Evo right now, that's another massive item power spike. Hope to see the items, especially for the side Luxenstein, whether that has the Golden Staff or at the very least Demon Hunter Sword down, because without those items, without the Golden Staff, Luxenstein needs more time.
And yeah, just deja vu to game one, where Vanguard most likely does not want anything to do with this Lord right now.
Lord being reset for these two teams, they're not. Vanguard knows they're not ready for this, right? The level difference between Powerful and Salem is a little bit too huge. And even if Vanguard decides to engage, if Salem does have the little route,
Brave Assault, he's got Salem. That's the first target. Black Dragon form, he's been knocked up once again. Is he able to drop down? A nice 3-man stun on the back. Carrot is doing some work. JS has already taken the Lord, and now the stolen Nether Realm, that's going to be used. Salem has been killed. Carrot getting a little bit low. Nick Stain has already been killed as well. The Energy Eruption locking in Ken, not able to get away. Luxenstein running for his life, not able to do so. And JS will also take out Super MJ. That's a team wipe.
yeah, it's a massive team wipe, and not only just that, Evo picked up the Lord, sending him down bot. Vanguard, Luxenstein coming in just a little bit too late. Maybe 1 second could have turned the whole tide around, right? Because Luxenstein just secured himself a golden staff, and now Jace's, the Holy Crystal, whoa, making wonders against Vanguard.
Extremely hard game for Vanguard. They did not want anything to do with the Lord, but Powerful forcing the issue with the Energy Eruption onto Salem. Salem does not have the farm that he had in game 2.
Yep.
He is not the tanky factor that he needs to be. And Powerful, he has that same advantage now that Salem had.
Yeah, now it's just a game number 2 replay, but it's a name tags has been swapped, right? Now back against the wall. Wave clear wise, Vanguard should have it because of the Salem AoE clear and also Luxenstein. But now we just have to see how Evo conduct this siege, because Carrot can easily force it with an ultimate.
Still holding on really well is Team Vanguard. They will have the creep clear Lord already being dealt with. Still, Super MJ. He has only been picked off once, but Black Dragon
form, he's not going to go the full way. It was just more to be like, hey, I'm going to scare you away. And that's going to be pretty much it.
Oh man, 1 dot on the turret. I see what they're trying to do for the side Team Evo. They're using the ultimates to basically try to shove down mid. Nick Luxenstein just in the nick of that AoE, that the auto attack range, was able to clear off that small little minion, and then Evo backs off.
9,000 gold lead for Evo at this point, with all outer turrets already being taken away from Team Vanguard. They have a lot of map control. Team Vanguard, they have to rely on Luxenstein as much as possible, but Twist.
Oh, he draws out the Blazing Duet. Luxenstein will just farm with that one, but Luxenstein kind of, he's looking for farm anywhere.
No, here comes
Carrot looking to go for the backside. They do have the stun, but he's kind of by himself. Powerful's making an appearance. The Black Dragon form is going to be used, but Luxenstein has been killed. And it looks like the Black Dragon form just to run away. They need to retreat. Tails tucked between their legs, and they're going to go back to their base.
Luxenstein thinking he was safe in the bush, but Twist was there waiting, and now they do get the mid inhibitor turret as well.
They've gotten pretty much everything they've wanted. Powerful still up front, tanking in. Carrot is getting a little bit low. They've stolen Nether Realm, and that looks to be it. They're looking to fight, but they're going to focus the base, and that's going to be game 3, going the way of Team Evil, and the playoff buff has kind of made an appearance.
Man, that was so unlucky for Luxenstein, right? Like, as a co-op player, I know what he's doing, but Twist knows exactly where he's going to be, and he waits there for him.
plays on plays
man.
on plays, man. These EXP laners, first it was Ken, now it was Twist as well. They are doing so well for themselves. Evil doesn't look like a team that is going to be relegated. I mean, with this series, they just brought themselves back. They're tied up with Homeboys at this point.
They're not out of the fire just yet, right? I think that they still have a ways to go. We're gonna check the math during the break, see where we're at, because I don't know where we're at. And plus, we have 2 more matches later today to kind of dictate a little bit more of the standings. Of course, we're getting close to the end. We will know who's going to be relegated, but it's going to be very interesting and exciting going in.
And every single team fighting for this spot right now as we near towards the end. I mean, first 2 games of the day, we already have a full best-of-3 series. It was all 2-1 from both teams at this point. All 4 teams.
Yeah, and really props over to Team Evo. They finally found their mojo right there. And don't forget, you would have thought that they went in without a plan, right? Remember, we set it up during the draft, like, oh, you don't have a Yuzhong, you don't have a Khalid to try to dive. But turns out Sailor can also do the same, and once they focus down on stay, and then I am you and you are me, and then because of that, you know, like your EXP, the Vanguard's EXP laner, like Yuzhong, Ken wasn't able to find the damage become the secondary damage anymore. It's not like the glass cannon that you see in game number 2.
And there we have the MVP, that is Jasis, who has what GPM, man. 888 on this guy. Dude, I mean, Jesus, he's going so well on the lane. He was denying so much away from the enemy Claude. He took the gold turret. I mean, just chunked it down before like 3 minutes.
Yeah, and he has a lot more priority down the bottom lane, right? Instead, so the problem about Claude is that you gotta have to step up, try to last hit with your Art of Thievery, right? But Nathan does have a longer range for a skill, and if the Claude wants to jump on you, actually Jasis has technically speaking, Nathan has a better early game as compared to a Claude. The Claude has no choice but to wait and farm all the way to the later part.
So between Nathan and Claude, you're saying that size matters?
It's the shape matters.
Ah, okay,
right?
Back to shapes.
Yeah, it's always about the shape because Nathan outputs a line, right?
Yeah.
And then what Claude does is a cone and a circular area, but it puts Claude in a lot of danger because of the shorter range.
So today we learned that circles are better than squares and lines are better than circles.
Correct. Think outside the box.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. But thinking outside the box, if we're talking about this draft, I mean, this was a no contest. 11-1, I mean, in terms of scoring, it was just very systematic, and what we're kind of seeing the rise of Evil going into this one, especially after that game 1 where they just owned all the objectives, they've taken you back, they own the map control speed.
Yep. Yeah, Super MJ was trying to be the utility mage, right?
Yeah.
He went for the Necklace of Durance first item. I mean, that was kind of wanting to save his own teammate, but feel that Nick Stain did not need to go for the Necklace of Durance on that item as well. He could have went for more of a cooldown to build the sustain onto Salem as much as possible. I mean, it was not about taking Evil down at that point. It was about sustaining Team Vanguard. It was about keeping Salem and Ken alive. Ken being chunked down was a huge problem at the start of the game.
Yeah, maybe a fleeting time would have been better, but I feel sometimes you can see the team fights gets really disjointed, right? And because of that, both Nick Stain and Super MJ decide to go for the Necklace of Durance, it frees up the item slots for the side of Salem to go for, like, for example, other tanky items, especially instead of, and also skipping the Dominance Eyes.
Let me talk a little bit about the draft, because I feel like in the beginning, Vanguard, when they chose the Barats and the Faramis first pick, they should have banned the Valentina. Like enabling, like letting Sayla get that and literally steal everything and be a better Yuzhong, Faramis than you are. Like he was on point with the ults. It was one of those things where if you're setting yourself up for these type of picks, you gotta ban the right heroes too.
Yeah, but okay, from Vanguard, the first 3 bans are the Harriv, the Loi, and the Angela. Who would you replace? I feel like right now it's just Vanguard has no choice but to take the Faramis away. So at the start of the game, at the start of the draft, Youngin just literally asked Super MJ, are you more comfortable on a Valentina or basically the Faramis, right? And Super MJ definitely, from this one, obviously says Faramis. So right now, Vanguard did a trade for Evil, but I feel like what Vanguard lack is that, unfortunately, hindsight bias, right? The foresight to see that Sayla can take the Yuzhong out away, and now you have a access to the backline.
Yeah, with Sailor running into the backline, Twist does not need to do that anymore. He can play his own macro game, get the farm up, and we did see him joining the early fights, unlike other Paquitos as well. He did join the fight that Ken was in, and he got chunked down straight away just because he had so much advantage. And look at that, the rich guy and the carry, same person, what? Jace 888, 121k damage.
What?
What?
Okay, I joke, I kid. But if you take a look immediately, damage dealt is just clearly night and day. And you can see, right, Luxenstein joining the fight prematurely earlier just now is just costing them a lot, right? Like, if you don't really have your items as a clot, try to avoid the team fights, right?
Is this my rank game? Are these stats from that? Because turret damage 0? That seems to happen quite a lot in my games where nobody wants to focus on these things, huh?
You haven't played with me. That's
with a Claude on your team, your turret damage 0. Something is going wrong or something is going extremely right for Evil. Because I feel that they were on the Luxian stain duty. Like stain duty. You see the stain come out, you gotta wipe it away.
Yeah. So basically, remember, most of the games that we see from the side of Vanguard, Luxian Stain is that 0.01%. And Team Evil finally perfected the formula. They found 100% cleaner right there to wipe off that.
But you got 2 stains to deal with in that team.
Yeah, the other stain is within the 99.9%.
You're just going to combine them? Yeah. It's just one big stain? No, let's give Nick Stain a little bit of respect.
Yeah, therefore I call him the 0.01%.
Okay,
But
and where can they find you on social
100%.
medias? Nick Stain, JaceCast.
He knows my Instagram.
So let's just find out what these players are saying in the mic check.
I'm going for back line,
he coming up, missed out. Hey, go, pass. Back train.
Is it nice? You can fight,
Ulti. Slowly.
The back line, I think about. I'm no idea.
Let's go. I got it, that's why.
I killed a pass.
I got Lodge.
Shooting.
Nice.
Let's go.
Well, you talk out the other side. Can they? Let's go.
Help me.
Nice. Hey, careful.
Flying fleet. Stand you.
Go.
Nice.
I go tank the tree.
Hey, Luxian.
Go low.
Hey, below. Kapu.
Okay.
Nice.
I go tank. Hey, I go solo.
Nice. Keep going.
No, cannot say. You can take me.
Me. Go.
Tahu. Nice.
It felt more like a sigh of relief on the side of Team Evil as compared to a celebration. And by the way, ladies and gents, if you guys hear there are more than just 5 people screaming in the background, it's the members, the audience also screaming for Team Evil right there. That crowd buff went well for Team Evil.
Playoff buff, crowd buff, same thing, right? Like at the end of the day, I mean, their supporters are showing up when they need them the most, and this is the time.
This is the time
you
they
can
need
feel
it,
right? Like they can definitely tell. Like even in the comms, like everything that's going well and they're cheering on, it just pumps them up. And you see in the next team fight, they're just doing much better.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, ladies and gents, if you want to really cheer and support your team, head on down over to MPL Singapore regular season's anyways office to cheer for your team, especially when we're entering the last final laps of regular season.
Yeah, and Evil being one of our community heroes, together with Team Astros as well, but we do have a favorite supporter of Evil, Professor Churros, with Off the Desk.
You got that right, and if it's anything I understand from this game is that Evil has started their villain arc, and that's what I like about this team, right? They try to understand, adapt on that fly, and the fact that Powerful is a player coach, you basically have that third eye who's overseeing the entirety of the game within the game itself. And I want to take notice on 2 different fight sequences that happened all throughout this game. Was the first Lord fight and the infamous twist surprise, right? But before we go into that, let's talk about the draft real quick. The fact that Carrot picked up the Camilla, it is an ode of combo. It's sort of like a combo for the Natan, the single target damage becomes splash damage. You're able to pop Super MJ's Nether Realm just like that. So putting him out of the equation, and basically this becomes sort of like an Ube kind of strategy where, if you don't know, it's the ultimate bonding experience. You basically have that team fight kind of a situation. But a shot calling from this particular fight itself on Powerful onto Salem was so immaculate. Just notice where Claude is. Knowing that Luxion Stain is a little bit too far for any backup whatsoever, Powerful immediately pounces in. And this is the time where the Lord was about a third of his health. And that was the main pattern that Evil kind of wants to go towards. So knowing that Lord is kind of low, Jason's on that backup already, you have Twist rotating downwards, he starts at call. But Ken made a massive misplay over here. He should have went for that back line. But knowing that Nick Stain, Super MJ was in danger, he sort of made a really nice U-turn and just landed up back here. And this was where the entire fight just broke down. Even if he had the enhanced skills that he wasn't able to do much in that team fight because of how Twist was able to so perfectly sync up with the Blood Pack, with the Curse of Blood, to be able to pop down the Nether Realm that Nick Stain or Super MJ has got onto the team itself. But this is the infamous Maniac from Jason. So well done to him. He's really shown us his improvement, his evolution from being an EXP laner to a mid laner and then towards a gold laner. Speaking of gold laners, Luxion Stain, I just had to put this clip in just because I know it's so like, yeah, I'm gonna BMI over there and Twist and Sayla is gonna be right in that bush. But it was so well predicted how Twist understands that, like, okay, I'm gonna be taking, absorbing a little bit of chip damage from the BMI. I know that Luxion Stain is coming up here, and this led to their victory. It's been a very long time since we heard Team Evil actually had an interview with Cheryl. So, Cheryl, who do we have today?
Thank you so much, Prof, for the breakdown. Now I have Carrot beside me. I've been waiting so long to interview, our wonderful homegrown heroes, Evil here. Now, Carrot, what happened to you? From Carrot become organic Carrot already now?
Serving NS then everyday exercise like that.
Everyday exercise, but looking super good
Good.
Handsome. Hey. So, yes, this is a very crucial win for Evil. Now, does this win, give you guys confidence moving on to the final day of the regular season next week?
I think it's good also then it give us momentum more.
You think it's good?
It is good.
It's necessary. You think it's good? All right. And of course, when it comes to the league, before the game started, there's an interview, right? It wasn't really in Vanguard's favor because you were saying that maybe some people will be weak. So, given your thoughts before the season, do you think that the level of the league has stepped up?
Definitely, yeah. Most people that I've known is like improved a lot. Then it's cannot underestimate any other team.
Yeah, that's definitely so. And of course, counting points right now, you guys are scrambling for points because there's only one day left. All right? But it is mathematically possible for you guys to make it to playoffs. What do you guys think?
Just thinking if we get into playoffs, right, then I feel that
What is Eve?
we will get into playoffs. Okay.
Yeah!
So
The mind of a champion, Carrot.
So those teams who have all in is us, so then you watch out in playoff. We will be back.
Wow! He was telling me I must sound fierce. Yeah, I sound very fierce. Very fierce. This Carrot. Now, another thing is the fans, the community of Evil that you guys built over the past 4 seasons. It's amazing, and they have been patiently waiting. Can hear your voices. You're very loud. Yeah, so they have been really patiently waiting and supporting you guys. Is there anything you want to say to their unwavering and loyal support?
I think I will say thank you for all your support. Then, because the true supporter is like, you will stay with you even if you lose or win. Then, then is happy to have all your support. Thank you.
Yes. So there is one more week for you guys to prepare for the final day. All right. And yeah, God bless in your favor that all goes well with Evil. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Carrot. Thank you. So guys, that was Carrot right here from Team Evil, our community heroes. Now, we will be moving on to match 3 and that will be happening at 3:30 p.m. So we'll see you then.
맥시가 지가운다요. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gator.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
loosen your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it now!
Cursed lightning! Seal!
You should have killed me.
Well, guess it's your lucky day.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
OSIM.
这肯定是你不用讲的，这个不是 cut TZ 就是 Hades。随便写而已。
Who is this? Oh, wait, this one is the who lah. This is the import lah.
Oh, that I know already.
Oh, wait.
No, it's this feather.
I think this should.
It's this feather.
The one?
Bro, correct ah?
Oh, yeah.
What's your appearance?
It's cover import ah.
Yeah, I just guess it.
Wow. Vio, no cure. Vio, no cure. Confirm. For sure.
Kia.
Confident.
Gasa.
I'm 100% confident.
Oh. I think it's.
Who is?
Import.
Oh.
You can have to play EXP.
If I spell name,
It's okay. Oh, wait. We are no kill. Correct.
You look like Venom bro. How does that look like slowly? Slowly don't look like that, bro. Slowly your ex-teammate no he look like that when he was young.
3, 2, 1.
I told you, bro.
Bro,
I
forgot about him, huh?
3, 2, 1. Correct. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. It's real no kill. My goodness.
So, it's important for us.
Sorry.
People gonna chase us.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. Huh? Who is this?
Oh, wait. This one.
I think this one eh. Wait. You tell me if I'm right.
Oh, it's Ray, bro.
Don't know. You don't know who is that? You don't know who is that? And then? What are you thinking?
Look at you.
Wow. Who is that?
I have no idea who is that. Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
Oh, this one confirm know who already lah.
Huh? Oh yeah, it's Ray.
Okay, can we answers? 3, 2, 1.
Bray actually look the same, bro. Bray looks the same now, eh.
I guess all the opposite. Right, it's Bray. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right, it's Bray.
Yes.
2, 1.
Oh, Bray.
Bray.
What's up, ladies and gents? My name is Jace. We're currently doing a bit of an interview with RSGSG. Joining me right here is Bray and also, wow, Derry. How are you guys feeling today? Derry, how are you feeling today?
Normal.
How does it feel like wearing a different jersey?
I think it just feel normal.
Okay, Bray, what about you? How do you feel today?
I feel good.
How's media day so far for you?
As usual.
As usual.
It's quite normal for me because experience.
Yeah. Yep. So, okay, so a bit of a catch up for you guys. Technically, both of them debut mostly in season 3 together. RSGSG directly for Bray. Derry was debuting in SMGSG back then, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Derry?
Correct.
Okay, so a few more questions. Derry, why did you decide to join RSG?
I think cause at that point of time, Roy texted me.
Okay, so Roy recruited you.
Yeah, Roy asked me whether am I still playing next season or not. At first I told him that I'm not playing already. After he just say they lacking roamer.
Mhm.
Then after that, he asked me come and trial. After that, from there on, then here I am.
Yeah, I remember you actually went on your Instagram once to announce your retirement.
Yeah, actually I already planned to retire and quit already. But then maybe 1.5 months, 2 months later, when I never opened ML already, then Roy suddenly texted me. Then asked me to want to come play back or not.
Then why do you accept Roy's invitation?
Actually I wanted to play with Roy quite long ago already. But it's just that he joined RSG, then there's a back then there was a high requirement or standard to join RSG.
That's right.
But then it's just I wanted to play with him more. I wanted to try play with him. Play with Bray also. Yeah, then after that I see Kilo, they minus room, then just go and try already, then yeah, I am.
Why do you think Team Evil is so strong that you always cannot beat them? Be it in SMG, be it in Homeboys. Yeah.
Actually, I really don't know why we cannot win them. But I have to admit that their chemistry as five really very strong. Maybe that's what sets them apart. Maybe they are able to stay in the top 3, top 4 range. Yeah, their chemistry is really one of a kind.
Okay.
For the reason why I cannot win them, I really don't know. I really don't know why I cannot win them.
Okay, then
Maybe it's just a curse thing.
No way. Then I'll turn it to the person that actually won Team Evo before. Bray, why do you think Team Evo is so strong? You won against them before, but other teams cannot. What is their secret sauce?
I think it's the fans. The fans always very loud. Then maybe give the players a boost. Like when I play, I always hear the fans shouting. But it's also very entertaining lah. Like I like to fight Evo because I did hear their mic checks and all. It's very hype. Like I really like Powerful the way he play and coach the team. Because he's the captain of the team. I really like how he managed the team. I heard from the mic check he was very how to say, his comms was very like
concise, precise.
Yes, but also
energetic.
Yeah, very energetic.
Commanding.
Yeah, so it's like
Okay.
I just like the way he does all this, and his fans also lah. It's very nice to fight them because of the hype and all. Yeah.
Then can I talk more about your other players? Like we talk about CS, talk about Closer. To a certain extent, even Crow. Crow making a comeback as Evo Smokey, Impunity Rizel, and now he's what, Crow. We talk about Crow first, right? How is he really like? Because we never see him play. He was always sub.
I would say he's more on a team fight player if you're seeing in game, because I did see him play. Because I usually play with him in rank, so I see quite the potential in him. If he manages to get much grooming, because the way I see him play is he's not really selfish. He's more of like if you need help, like if you need help, I will help you. Like he can sacrifice this to help you.
Okay.
Which is what a teammate really needs. So that is why that is why I asked him to join RSG also.
RSG has always been a very roam dependent kind of team. Dependent on Lozy, dependent on Lucian Cutie. Now you're filling the boots. How are you fitting in with the rest of the team?
Fitting in isn't a problem. It's because most of the players like I actually know them one.
Yep.
It's not like it's not like I don't know any one of them or like I'm uncomfortable with any of them. So I think it's okay. The communication won't have any issues.
Then let me boil that question down to you now. To Bray. Bray, you lost a lot of your teammates. Do you have anything to say to them? Especially when they jump over to Team Flash. You start losing Lozy, then you start losing, Bougie to a certain extent as well. Now it's in Homeboys. What do you have anything to say to them?
They join another team, right? So they will have a new jungler. So hopefully their jungler can match my skill. Tell them don't miss me too much. Yeah.
Then does your parents support you in MPL?
Yeah, of
Like
course.
when the start?
Oh, at the start not really, until I like showed them some achievements. So they started to believe in me, like allow me to play in MPL. Yeah.
When did that start? Is it like season 3 when you won and you go overseas?
Yes. I think after season 3 where I went to MSC that period of time. Yeah. And then they started to believe. Yeah.
Derry, on the other hand, for you, I will start with you first. Who are your bottom 2 teams of MPL Singapore?
It's very, very difficult to answer this question.
Really? Okay.
I really think
so politically correct.
I really think all 8 teams currently in this season all okay, actually
he changed his mind.
Actually, if you look at the roster, you can actually tell, you can own self roughly gauge who will be in the top 4, who will be in the bottom 4.
Right.
But I think for me in personal opinion wise, I really think the top 3 teams
I
will
asked
stay
for
there.
bottom 2 there.
Okay, so the top 3 teams will be
Stop
there.
avoiding the question.
Wait, so the top 3 teams will be there.
Okay.
But the other 5 teams, right, we'll just have to do it out. Lor.
I'm asking for the bottom 2 teams there. You stop avoiding the question like avoiding your girlfriend, asking the hard questions. I'm not your girlfriend.
I cannot give you the 2 teams that I feel will be in the bottom 2 because I also don't know. Ma.
Lies. Just give me 2 teams.
I don't know. I cannot give you if I don't know. Ma.
You want me to read out all the roster for you? I can read it out for you.
RSG.
You're voting for yourself to get relegated. Are you trolling?
Cannot vote for other team. Must be nice. Ma.
Yeah. Okay. I'll skip you for now. Bray, what do you think? Bottom 2 teams.
Wow, but
Voting
now
for.
cannot. Later I get flamed. Okay, wait. Bottom 2 team.
I mean, there's no right and wrong, right? There's definitely gonna be winners and losers in the tournament. But in your opinion, bottom 2 teams. Wow, that was quick. Okay.
Let's go number 1.
Exco bottom. Okay.
Brain name the other one.
Sorry.
Brain name the other one.
Brain name the. What's this? Teamwork.
They always say teamwork makes the dream work. Ma.
Bro. I want bottom 2 teams from each of you. You only give me one, but Derry. Give me another one if you can. Bray, do you have another? You have bottom 2?
I think one is the Esco.
Exco,
Yeah.
and then one more. You want to take a look at the qualifier teams as well?
Homeboys.
Homeboys, your old team. So your answer is Homeboys
Exco.
and Exco. Bottom 2 teams. Do you have a reason why? Or it's just a gut feeling?
I go in my own feelings.
Gut feelings. Okay. Bray, bottom 2 teams. Exco and? You want to vote for Homeboys as well, or you want to go for someone else?
Homeboys are homeboys.
Wow, both of you are don't dare to spice. Okay.
Sorry.
So both of them decides to be Homeboys and Exco. Is there a reason why you go for Exco immediately after I read out the names? Derry? You said gut feeling, right?
Honestly, I feel. Actually, I watched through the qualifiers.
Yep.
And the lower bracket was supposed to be Teletubbies and Exco fight for the slot, right?
Correct.
I honestly think that the Tele team could have won Exco team to come to MPL instead. So that's why I am thinking that maybe Exco will struggle and not be able to stay in the top 6 range.
I agree. Okay.
Because I honestly felt that it's just during qualifiers, Tele made a very huge mistake. And then like it cost them the game. Then like there were mistakes here and there. If they were to play to perfection, I think they will be the one instead of Exco coming to MPL season 6.
So you're saying that Exco entered MPL because it's a fluke?
Not say it's a fluke, but honestly, if both teams were to play
perfect
and to their fullest potential, honestly think Tele will come out on top.
Okay. So technically speaking, you're saying that Exco may not be as ready yet for MPL.
Looking at the player roster list wise, I think so.
You were from a qualifier team as well. Side SG?
True.
How was it like to compete in a qualifier team?
I think to play in qualifiers is very difficult because the first round is a BO1. So anything can go wrong or anything can go in your favor. So let's say if a very strong team or top team blunder in day 1, there goes your chance. So I honestly feel qualifiers is really see whether
is it luck?
I think luck is also one of the consider factor because how to say MPL got 10 bands.
Mm.
Qualifiers only have 6 in total.
Mm.
So there are more things open
Okay.
in terms of meta heroes.
Okay.
So I really feel must be really good or really strong.
Top 3 players, Jerry.
Each role,
No, irregardless of role. Top 3 players.
any team.
And welcome back, friends, right here to MPL SG Season 7, Week 3, Day 2. So right now, we're in the midst of the final 2 games for most of our teams. So as that being said, just earlier on in Match 2, we have seen the rise of Team Evil from the ashes as they secured a 2-1 win against Vanguard Esports. Now coming up next, we see a match between RSGSG against Exco. Now this is going to be an exciting match because as of right now, RSGSG stands tied with Asterisk at 10 points in the overall standings, and they're looking to rise above the ranks right here in the overall standings for this match. Whereas Exco, on the other hand, has the final 2 games to gain as many points as they can. So with that being said, let's jump right in to match 3 for today, starting off with RSGSG. So for the past few days in the regular season, we see this brand new RSGSG gaining traction and rapport over in the land of Dawn. But right now, there's a change in the EXP lane where we see Crow. So what will happen in this brand new mysterious addition to RSGSG? Now going up against them, presenting to you, Exco. Now, definitely we see Exco showing signs of life in Week 2, and we can't wait to see that in Week 3 as well. Right here with slowly, the regular season's MVP, and of course, Utah making waves in the EXP lane as well. What will happen from this match? So without further ado, let's hand it over to our casters to find out more.
Hello and welcome to MPL Singapore Season 7, Week 3, Day 2. I'm Holler, with me is Moment, and of course, Jace. We're going to be your casters for this Match 3. There's going to be some fireworks today with this RSGSG versus Exco lineup. Jace, walk me through one of the teams that you find a little bit more favorable in this one.
Definitely, I guess everybody on the desk will be favoring RSGSG because not only just the fact that they've been looking solid since Week 2. They also added a coach pacifist that we kind of tease a little bit. And also, this time around, we also get to see a name that we haven't seen in a while. Not a name, but more of like a face, right? He was a sub in EVOL Singapore Season 2. Smokey, aka Crow, is back on the desk.
Yeah, but back then he was a sub, right? Now he's on the main stage, a lot of pressure on him, but he does have the experience since he's all the way from Season 2. But we see CS already coming online a lot more as a goal laner, with Derry and Bray in the peaks as well. Then we have the RSG lineup. Crow, of course, will be replacing Closer for today. Bray on the jungle, a staple. Godzilla, also known as Roy, on the mid lane. Derry on the goal, on the roamers. He is very good, adept at finding this aggressive invade when given the chance. But he has shown the duality that he can play the Angela as well in terms of being a support. And CS has been popping off, and we can see why he was a sub for RSG previously, because originally in the first few weeks, I feel that it was very underwhelming, but now he's there.
Okay, and definitely RSG is one of those teams that have, top 3, they've done quite well, they made a name for themselves. No strangers to the top of the MPL world, Singapore world. But now walk me through a little bit about Exco here, Chase.
So Exco are your qualifiers that enter MPL Singapore through the qualifiers, and I'm going to say that their performance during the regular season hasn't been really up to the requirements, right? Because they are definitely being under the threat of being relegated, or perhaps already confirmed the relegation, unfortunately. So I really do hope that the rest of these players like Utah, Slowly, Jet, Bertizzi, and also Gira come in, get the experience that's required, and then come back stronger next season.
Definitely. It's all about the lessons that you learned. I mean, this is a great opportunity to play at the pro scene against some of these other these. I was going to say tyrants, but these
well, technically speaking, RSG SG was a fallen tyrant.
Definitely. Yeah. And they have that opportunity to show up on this one. So it's going to be very interesting. But like, if we're going to talk a little bit more about RSG, right? The stats are going to be coming up shortly. Just walk me through some of these ones that kind of stick out to you.
Okay, so for Crow, for this entire tournament, we don't have any stats on him because he hasn't played yet. But for CS, he has been popping off as of late. Derry, of course, being the aggressive roamer that he is, he has shown that he can play a mean Angela as well. So 100% win rate. You
aggressive
Angela. Aggressive Angela. You want to bat it out as much as possible. Godzilla, he is a man of many talents. You want to try and ban him out as much as possible. He still has the Kadita in the pocket. You can't really ban him out because he has so much versatility. And Bray, he has shown that despite the fact that he is super good on the lane, he's good on the export as well. He can be the statue that RSG needs.
Okay, well, RSG has played 5 games. 4 of them have actually gone the distance into the 3rd game. So the only one being up against Vanguard, which they did beat. Now, if we're talking about XCO, they haven't really had that favorite, so to speak, in terms of scheduling and winning. But walk through some of these stats that might stick out to you, Jason.
I think definitely we have to look at Yuta, right? He's been making the plays, especially for XCO, albeit not to a greatest extent, but he also filled in for slowly during the first week. That kind of impressed me quite a lot, right? His retries were on point, his rotations are there, and now he's slowly coming back into the mix. Yep, he is the actually main roster, but we want to see more coming out from XCO. We want to see more coming out slowly, where we talked about how back then when he was in Vanguard, he was actually decent, but now you just start to see like, yeah, maybe I'm just gonna add this, right? It's gonna be a bit of spice. For Vanguard, it wasn't slowly that popped them off.
Yeah, and it's definitely not easy to get into this situation, right? Getting into the top 8 speaks volumes about it. Unfortunately, again, you're up against these really strong teams. But I think individually, the skill set is there. We've seen flashes of brilliance.
Yep.
But, if we're going to talk a little bit, about this head-to-head matchup going into this one, who kind of sticks out to you?
Let's just watch the head-to-head video and find
Yeah,
out. Right?
let's watch the video.
In their experience from somewhere first, start small, then slowly build up the confidence. Because when I first played, I also quite nervous and all. So only I had the motivation talk with the coaches and the players, then slowly build up confidence.
Because I think XCO, I'm not really sure if there's anyone leading the team. So if that's the scenario that if there's no one leading the team and pointing out the mistakes, I think it'll be quite a big problem for them because I think they'll probably have the wrong rotation and we'll do we'll make more mistakes as compared to the other team, and this will make them be quite far from as compared to the other team, and will show a big gap between the teams that they are fighting.
I think the new lineup for RSG is quite good to see because a lot of the reserve players, the people that haven't been able to play on the main lineup, they are stepping up to be in the main lineup this season. And I feel with the correct training, RSG can definitely achieve the top 3 position. But in order to beat Flash, I think they have to work a bit more because their previous rosters were more comfortable together. That's why they were able to secure back-to-back championships.
I think ISG fell off because they don't have their old players anymore, like Bray, Diablo, Sela, yeah. But I think they still the top contenders for the MPL slots.
Interesting. I think that at the end of the day, they're still giving a lot of respect to RSG's name. Jace, what were your thoughts on that head-to-head video?
I always felt these are recorded before week 1 during the media day, and they have not aged well. I mean, given another chance, another opportunity for these players to really speak about the head-to-head again, with the information they got for the first 2 weeks, I feel like the answers may have changed.
Yeah, I think so too, but I don't think it's so far off. There were a lot of questions. I think that even with RSG at top 3, where are they really in terms of this MPL SG, right? It's one of those things where we're not 100% sure.
Yeah, we're not 100% sure, but the audience will be 100% sure of who they are voting for. And look at that, 88% across the board for RSG. XCO just at a mere 12%. Really not looking too good in terms of crowd being the crowd favorite.
Yeah, this happens to be a moment where I was going through the YouTube. I accidentally clicked on XCO, so that 12% is a little skewed. But let's talk a little bit about the caster prediction. I think that one's going to be a little bit more telling as of how the series we think is going to go.
Yeah, I like the fact that you have a lot of trust on the caster predictions as well, because we have a record of being wrong. But of course, on the desk, I can see Moment having a little bit of copium right there.
I mean, XCO is on its last legs. They have to pull an evil cosplay right now and just pull something just out from the ranks, just something that they have. And they do have that something in the form of Slowly. Slowly has not been able to play his assassin meta that we talked about at the start of this whole regular season. The assassin meta should be reigning supreme right now in terms of tank meta, because the tanks, they have been nerfed in terms of the items, but slight buffs. But assassins, we do see them coming more and more so in the other regions.
It seems to be like, for the XCO team, you need to show me something, right?
Yeah.
And I get it, and it's the potential's there, but okay, this is going to be the roamer. Derry, of course, a huge part of RSG's success and why they're doing well.
Yep.
I mean, when he doesn't do well, the team doesn't do well, so we kind of see that one. But Bear TZ, walk me through a little bit some of these stats here.
Interesting stats, right? Average CC time coming off from Bear TZ is like, what, number 3 out of all the 8 roamers in MPL Singapore, which means that Bear TZ loves to play all these hard engaged roamers to make sure that they stun lock everybody. Derry's CC stats right now is currently in a slightly different kind of metric, because don't forget, he's been starting to play a lot more Enchanter kind of supporters, right? Like your Angela, your Rafaela, and Florin. Back then, he used to be playing mostly like, I remember he used to play a lot of Marsha roams back in when he was in SMG. He used to play a lot of tanks, but now I think the meta has shifted slightly for RSG.
Yeah, both teams have brought in new coaches as well. RSG, you said they brought in Pacifist, and of course we have a former household name, XCO.
Oh, yeah.
They did bring in LY4.
And the funny part is LY4 used to be from RSG back all the way back in Season 3, where he played together with Bray during the playoffs one time, but they were from the same team before.
So it's like the revenge arc? Is that what we're going for? Or is it that level? I mean, I'm sure they were on good terms.
Yeah, they're definitely on good terms.
Create a little drama here.
All right, they're definitely on good terms, but I think right now it's just XCO. Main thing is, like what I said earlier just now, they're here to gain experience. I feel like, unfortunately, they've already relegated themselves out of MPL Singapore, but hopefully we get to see them coming back stronger.
Okay, with this game and then, of course, the game next week for their final one, this is from XCO. I mean, is this one of those things where, like, what would be enough for them to level up? Yeah, you gain the XP, but to get to that next level, what would you consider a win for them?
For them, they have to find themselves making good decisions in terms of mid-game and late-game. When it comes down to extreme pressure situations, it feels like XCO, in drafts, they have to answer. They have the heroes to do it, but in execution, they just fall short in terms of execution, in terms of decision-making. XCO just seems inexperienced.
All right, look, I've seen you outside of the office. I have never seen you make a good decision. So what do you know about good decisions? I'm sorry, bro. I'm just kidding. That was too easy.
I'm questioning myself right now.
You set me up. I had to take it.
That was a low blow. But anyways, yeah, okay. I feel like if XCO wants to, I want to see something out of XCO, at least make it hard for RSG to get the 2-0.
Yeah. Okay, I think that will definitely be a win. I mean, if they can pull out one, I think that would be a massive win for themselves. Just kind of, if they win the first one, something maybe a little bit crazy, but, the Minotaur Vexana, somewhat straightforward and definitely meta in this scene.
Yeah, Minotaur Vexana, very easy to execute frontliner in terms of Minotaur. He does have the Minoan Fury to just stop any form of initiation onto the Vexana, but the Nathan pick from RSG, one of those premium gold laners that we see right now in his meta. Because of the entropy, I mean, when you reach level 12, the timing that you can take these lords, you can take all these towers, it becomes so fast. 12-second cooldown on that skill, double the damage from that claw. And that repositioning makes him very, very good. Now they do pick up the Grok and Barats. We see Grok as the usual counter pick towards the Vexana because of him having that barrier available, distancing that Vexana away from that Eternal Guard so that she cannot land her nukes when needed. Then with that, you just try and remove the Eternal Guard out of the equation.
Yeah, keeping it tanky, right? I think at the end of the day, you want to protect the Nathan as much as possible. But the Minotaur Vexana, I kind of like this combination. Like, yeah, you can kind of get on the Vexana, but you have ways. The Minotaur can kind of keep him alive. You have that peel, you have that tankiness, you have that stun, so to speak, to keep yourself into the fight, and that's what they need more of. But looks like they're going to pick up the Moskov. Your thoughts on this one?
Exco picking off Moskov. I mean, Jiro, he's known for being an extremely safe player. Then he likes these kind of heroes where he gets the farm up, then he goes in for the team fights when he gets the key item. So Moskov, I feel that it suits him really, really well, but RSG coming out with a very spicy ban, taking out the Dyrov, fearing that slowly with nothing to lose at this point, right? He can go back to his comfort picks, he can go back to his Hanzos, Dyrov, Hayabusas. That's might be an option, but Exco with the Kadita ban showing respect to Godzilla right there.
Okay, what are you looking to pick then? I mean, okay, it's one thing to kind of ban out slowly, kind of target him, but if we're going to look more to the RSG side, you still have Bray, right? He's still a household name in terms of the jungler in Singapore, right? Like, who are you looking, I mean, Paquito is banned, Kadita as well, but like, who are you looking to pick up as RSG with Bray?
RSG, I feel that Barats will be on the jungle, so it might be a Crow game here, but they still can put the Barats on the EXP lane. They can have Bray on the Ling, and that's extremely scary. But they have taken out the Paquito, but Benedetta is still an option to dive in towards the back lines, towards Vexana, but the Yuzong has not been accounted for.
Yeah, and that's definitely high on the list. That's kind of what I was thinking in terms of maybe Crow picking that one up. Okay. But the Hellcurt here, nice ban. Definitely don't want to give that one up. We've seen the power of it in MPL SG in the past couple of weeks.
And the Exco team members going for the denial. Yuzong not being banned out, they will take it for themselves. So RSG, they require something that can dive past this front line, be the Yuzong in question, right? But what do they have? What options do they have? They have the Benedetta available. They will have the Ling available. If, let's say, comfort picks wise, they will still have Valentina that we saw out from Sayla, right? Godzilla does play a mean Valentina as well.
Yeah, I think it would round it out. You definitely have so many things that you could steal from the Exco side. Definitely a possibility, but okay. Alpha and Valentina. Okay, so the Valentina, you're correct, Alpha. This is going to be a Bray Alpha, right?
Yeah, Bray Alpha most likely. Crow will be on the EXP lane on the Barats. You don't want to hamper the Alpha's farm. So for Team Exco left with the final pick, they are left with the jungle of choice. I mean, they can't go for Slowly's heroes here. The Assassins, you still can play it together with the Yuzong, but you do lack the support for the Vexana. And yes, they do pick up the Hanzo for Slowly going into the comfort zone. Slowly, he's the only one that has played Hanzo in this entire tournament so far, and he has been making it work with 100% win rate. Of course, only one game.
That's all you need. That's all you need.
And the 2 times ban that you see from Hanzo, it's all against Exco because of the respect to Slowly. And given the fact that they give it to Exco right now, they might have something to prove here.
Yeah. And looks like we're going to go into this one. It's going to be match 3, game 1. Exco, RSG, SG. Your lineups, we know the lineups, but Jace, who do you give the edge to?
Tough question, Holler.
I only gave you
It's really a tough question. I like the fact you always throw me tough questions. Like, what should we have for lunch today?
It was a tough one.
Yeah, that's a really tough one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into RSG going up against Exco. RSG looking to take this 3 point from Exco, but Exco here looking to prove us wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go into game number 1 to the Land of Dawn. It is RSG Bray starting out at orange, whereas Hanzo starting at the purple.
Yeah, in terms of execution, XCO, I feel that they have an easier lineup to execute. It's always get the farm on the Moskov, protect the Vexana, slowly does the damage. Bertizi, Yuta, Jet, these three play as a unit, right? For RSG, it's a bit harder. They are on the reaction. Whether they can steal the correct ultimates on Godzilla, whether Break finds the Spear of Alpha onto either Jet or Gira.
Ooh, loads of damage already dealt by Godzilla onto Slowly. Slowly should be able to heal that up. No issues, but you can start to see that amount of pressure. Bray's gonna step right into the enemy jungle, knowing that Slowly is a little bit low.
Yeah, but Bray just now on the run. Not really much to really worry about with Bertizi, but Jet gonna join the fray.
Yep. Ooh, massive damage coming out from Jet though. Bray still pressing on, doesn't really have level 4 to work with, but the Alpha Spear just managed to heal up quite decently. Gira tries to join, unable to find anything for now.
Yeah, Moskov joining in this early. He's already level 3, slight advantage ahead of CS, surprisingly on Nathan at this point. However, I mean, with the EXP lane matchup, you do have the Brave Smite and the Flicker on the side of the Barats. This is not a jungling Barats, so with the Flicker available on the Barats, it presents a new option to initiate and engage as well. That's going to be extremely scary if he does use it.
All right, so as a RSG, like, what is the perfect initiation? Like, what is it? Like, Bray goes in, then, you know, Derry, like, shielding, or Crow. Like, who do you want to go in?
Crow needs to be the first one. Definitely with Daytona's welcome, he will need to find as much advantage as possible, and I think Bray needs to be on slowly duty at this point.
Okay. So he's just got to basically focus on slowly just find him wherever he is in the entire time? Or should Bray more look at kind of like a, I just need to outpace him. I just need to outfarm him. Is that the right?
He can outfarm him. I mean, slowly though, it's extremely hard to outfarm him.
Actually, it's not about outfarming. Right now, the way that RSG is playing, it's just hard invading Slowly's jungle and then preventing from gathering his passive so that, you know, you basically free up a lot of resources on the side lanes. You can see Slowly just trying to do something and anything and unable to find anything else.
But even then, you saw the attempt of, you know, going for the attack, trying to do something, but you're not farming, right? This is buying more time for Bray to get even fatter, make it a little bit more difficult. So again, it's one of those things where, yeah, slowly he's doing a little bit of damage to us, but he's not doing what he needs to do, which is farm and to carry this game.
Still,
man, that's massive. Again, coming out from the side of RSG, Bertizi knocks everybody sky high. Gira will not be able to run away. He actually goes down by the wall, slowly comes in from the side, trying to look for the flank. Brave falls, unfortunately, and here comes the Dragon going towards the mid lane, but slowly, he doesn't actually look at his real body. Yuta joining the fray, will not be able to catch Gira as well, and Gary goes down for the count. It is going to be sniped down by Jet.
Well done from Team RSG and XCO. XCO, they answer back in kind. I mean, you initiate on a Minotaur, the Minoan Fury will be on you. And Jet just holding that back line, making sure Crow does not proceed any further. Very good job by him right there.
I think that's still a bit scary. I mean, that was well played by Bertizi, buying a lot of time. The stomps were on point. But it was one of those things where, do we really want to get slowly involved in team fights where you can potentially get some sort of farm at this stage when we've already done a good job of starving him out?
Bottom lane, wall charge already committed by the side of Derry. CS outputting the damage. Yuta immediately gets deleted down bot. Nice gang coming up from RSG. XCO, on the other hand, they got a good top side gank, but what about this turtle fight now?
This turtle fight is going to lean heavily in the favor of RSG at this point. I mean, they do have Crow already online. Flicker not available. Yuta will be joining the fight shortly. And if Yuta manages to converge for this fight, XCO might have the slight advantage. Slowly can find the ultimate.
Okay, slowly, second skill already committed. Bertizi stepping forward. Slowly is actually on goes for me to get deleted. Bray takes the turtle away. And on the other side of the screen, CS managed to take down Jet on a 1v1. And that's massive for RSG.
Yeah, Yuta not able to converge in time. Jet just being left out in the cold. So slowly, I mean, he is slowly losing his advantage towards Bray at this point. And it just goes to show that he's just not getting the farm in, but he's also not getting the kill advantages as Hanzo needs in this early to mid game.
Right, XCO here showing that they have the individual skill to do well, but when it comes to the team fights and the calls, they need to be on point. The coordination seems to be just a little off at this point.
Yeah, the key factor for Exco has to be on Yuta at this point right now. Slowly will not find the damage to burst any key damages, any key factors for RSG. CS, he's nowhere to be found.
That's actually what you want. You want him just to be off the map. You don't want any sort of kill. I mean, he's got 2-0-1, but you don't want him dying. You don't want him involved right now. Let him farm. Let him carry you into the mid to late game.
And now we do have a little skirmish from the bottom lane as CS will be looking to try and get some form of priority.
Yeah, slowly just farming, and if anything, he should be out of there. Just kind of, again, trying to get whatever sort of farm he can get. And Exco seems to be prioritizing him.
Yeah, Spirit Destruction.
Okay, not only just that, Godzilla will be using the Hanzo ultimate, trying to gank the backline. Instead, Crow setting up a lot of space where CS will be able to take down the mid lane turret. And now, with the Black Dragon form committed by Yuta, looking for the snipe. And there you go, Gary actually going down. Godzilla right here, No Man's Land will be able to take down Gira along with him. Now the three of us on the members from the side of Exco trying to chase out Godzilla. Slips on by, even takes away the ultimate from Bertizi in all that chaos.
How is Godzilla able to get out of there alive, man?
I mean, he flickered at the right point. His engagement was on, like the angle that he came in and flanked and was able to take out, you know, I think it was Bertizi at the, or sorry, not Bertizi. He was able to get that kill and to get himself out of there. I mean, just speaks volume about his positioning. Really on point by Godzilla there.
Yeah, Godzilla coming out the micro place, but Spear of Alpha.
Bray, petrified, gets stolen out a little bit, and now he's in the No Man's Land. Crow trying to get in, trying to cover for his escape, and Bray manages to escape out of that, and CS will be able to take down this mid lane turret out of that.
All right, through it all, slowly he's been doing a lot of damage.
Ooh, massive team fight happening from the side of RSG, and now immediately, slowly, and Yuta getting blown up right there. CS trying to hard push, Jad stepping forward to try to wave flare very quickly. Gira outputting damage onto Godzilla, will not be able to find anything for now.
Look, I'm trying to compliment slowly, and then he just gets focused by RSG and gets blown up. Come on, guys. Like, I'm trying to be nice here, right?
5,000 gold lead ready towards RSG, right? That kill, giving away Yuta right there, is not going to look good at all for Exco. Exco needs Yuta as a frontliner no matter what. They cannot rely on Slowly. They cannot rely on Bertizi to be the frontliner. Bertizi's a roamer. He only has the Radiant armor up as of now. Instead of Grok, he has a Dom Ice already as well.
One charge committed. Bertizi getting caught in a crossfire. CS will not be able to get knocked out. Nice replacement jumping back to the clone. And now Gira is in a lot of trouble. Lots of damage from Crow. And also with CS tagging on. Jet letting the Eternal Guard onto Crow. And Alpha on the other side slowly immediately deleted. And now Yuta trying to go in and burns him back. But no, the Black Dragon form being popped. He has to run away. But before that, he takes down Bray with him.
It's a difficult time. It was one of those moments where Bray focused on Slowly, made sure that he got him. Slowly thought he was safe and hiding under the T3, but
Yuta stepping forward though. Godzilla outputting damage. The wall being built by Derry, and Jet getting caught in No Man's Land right now. But he's just dancing around. Will be able to dodge. Gira a little bit low, trying to pull the tension away, saving Jet in the mid.
Oh, Gira so low on that one. I thought he was going to be killed, and he was very close to, but 1-3-2 Gira. Like, you need to get farm. You need to stop dying. Yeah, he did get that one, but super risky play.
Yeah, CS was so close to dying, but with the entropy down there, he managed to escape in time. But now, with the Lord already up and about, CS is taking it in the back line. He already has it. Now, with a 9-5 lead, RSG are looking to close out the game.
Wait, interesting that you said he took it into the back line. Okay, I thought you paused a little bit there, so it was kind of awkward. I wasn't sure how you were going with that, but nonetheless, we still see Bray kind of farming here. I mean, okay, look, if we're looking at this 9 minutes and 30 seconds in, they have an 8K lead as RSG. They've got full map control. Even what we're observing has just been on the front lines near that T3. We have not been looking at the base because what RSG is still managing to take things like the Lord.
And this is everything as envisioned for RSG, right? Bray on slowly duty, making sure he does not get the damage out onto his team. There's no poke available. He's always on the slowly ultimate as much as possible, or on the main body if he can find it. Because Bray, he does have a lot of nuke damage, a lot of burst damage, and the Hanzo will just be countered out, just given the fact that Bray has so much farm already. and Yuta not able to frontline, still level 9 at this point, not even double digits.
Ooh, not only just that, Godzilla, Black Dragon form used to kind of zone all the way out, allowing the Lord to march all the way in, Season step forward, and here comes the ultimate from Bertizzi, but CS gonna blow him up instead. Bertizzi already down, CS the damage dealer from the side of Archer as well. Derry the normal peel, and now EXO will try to step forward, try output the damage, but 6k gold lead from the side of RG is making it so hard for EXO, but okay, Gira's gonna commit that, unable to find a stun, and not only just that, slowly does go into the ghost form, takes Sombre. Gira, Jet, and also slowly manage to defend for now.
Yeah, we are seeing signs of life from Team EXCO here.
Yeah, it's signs of life. Unfortunately, there's a pretty sizable level discrepancy at this point. Bray hit 15, and they were like, hey, I'm at, let's go, right? And so they started the fight. They got as much as possible. CS is 14. Gira, yeah, you survived, but you're only level 12. You've suffered in terms of farm and also levels. You're having a tough time. Now they need to get whatever they can out of that small win of a team fight and push that bottom T1 as they got it.
Yeah, conversions coming through from the side of Team EXCO slowly but surely. Of course, they do have slowly, and he did find the pick onto Bray eventually. And that's what we want to see about Team EXCO. That was RSG making the premature call of trying to dive into the base using the Black Dragon from Godzilla. That means he did not have the chance to steal away the Minoan Fury that could have provided a knockup.
Yeah, that would have actually been massive. And this is one of those things where, you know, we do talk about RSG, and they're definitely in the driver's seat in this one, but they're not in their final form yet. Right? In the sense that they're still making mistakes. There are things that they could do better. That fight, that team fight, they're going to look back at that and check out the replay and be like, hey, what could we have done better? Because that was not the greatest one. Now we're extending it. If we were up against maybe like a Team Flash, that might have changed the scales in terms of this game.
Yeah, I mean, RSG, they still have some nooks and crannies to fix out. And if EXCO can take advantage of those nooks and crannies, they can take advantage of those mistakes. But still, RSG are fighting a clean game.
Godzilla down low, slowly will be able to find him in the ghost form, and now Derry wall charge all the way there. CS never line, slowly come in, will not be able to take away the Lord, still being secured by RSG. Bray right now will be rejoining the fight. Bertizzi and Yuta unfortunately went down, and Derry, oh look at that, Gira, okay, he's not going to commit, thank God.
Oh yeah, that looks, yeah, you hit the Spirit of Destruction, you want to go in so badly, right?
I thought he was going to go just for the highlight reel potential, but slowly taking it a little risky on that one. But it looks like they're going to back off here.
Oh, CS. Whew. Going in with the entropy, putting himself in a slight bit of danger. They turn on him there was no one behind him. But now with the Lord advantage on their side, they will have the man advantage and the creep advantage as well.
Yeah, we're crashing in the bottom lane. They got to deal with that. But slowly, you know, he's going to get on out of there. He's going to be fine. They're going to deal with this Lord. They don't have the minions. So RSG are going to have to wait at least for another day to take the siege.
Yeah, the creeps crashing in though.
Okay, maybe that could be it. Bertizzi knocking two members up. Derry getting down low and slowly going into Ghost Form as well. Just slicing and dicing all the way in backline. CS3 hitting from the front. And now all of a sudden, Archie doesn't really have to build. Yuta jumping onto CS instead. Gets terrified. Bertizzi picks up that kill. Three members down in the middle in the doorstep of EXCO.
Heads up play at Gira right there, right? Finding the first pick onto Godzilla. That just spawned everything. He couldn't steal him in Minoan Fury anymore. No Black Dragon form for you. If Godzilla is gone, you don't have any blanket ultimates available.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is going to be a disaster with Gira down or whatever, but the fact that they got CS in return gives them a chance. Now slowly here.
Oh my goodness, that's so unlucky. You get stun locked, you cannot recall to your main body, and that's it. That's how RSG dealt with slowly.
That was just unfortunate right there, and that's the slowly effect. Not out for 30 seconds. Bray still going for more, knowing disadvantage available.
The spear. Okay, Bray lands a spear, gets stunned right against the wall. He thought he's had a big boy alpha, but no. EXCO just shoves him right back, proves otherwise.
What a great spear. Letting him get himself back in this game. But it looks like in the front, Bertizzi does need to be careful, does need to respect it.
Okay, CS with also not only just that, Yuta's getting chunked out all the way low. Nice Petrify will not be able to buy enough time for not only just EXCO, but also the members of Gira and also Jet to step forward to do some of the damage.
They do get the inhibitor turret at the cost of two of their members. Derry already going down. But with the fact that Yuta, his Black Dragon form, not finding too much key value at this point, already just on the back foot for Team EXCO in terms of creep advantage. despite the fact that it's 15 minutes in, they already are trying to max out on their items. Minotaur at this point, he gets a lot tankier. Athena Shield available, Radiant Armor now available as well. Yuta, he needs to find one more tank item for it to make this works, for him to initiate as much as possible.
All right, look, the net worth lead is dwindled to about 2.5 at this point. Don't you think that RSG are really not taking the right fights?
Okay, Crow swallowing somebody up on the side of EXO, and now all of a sudden look at Big Dragon form by the side. Yuta just circling around, looking for a target. Bear TZ peeling for one, but get pulled back by Crow. At the same time, CS unlocks, stepping forward. Godzilla in a single dog will be able to dodge away. CS jumping into Entropy, picking up a double kill against Yuta.
Oh, we have
the spear! The spear?
Oh,
okay.
Just in time.
Oh my gosh, Godzilla playing the hero to the limit. Understanding how you do it, and the shades away at the perfect time. Godzilla taking the Valentina to the next level.
Oh my god, what a team play coming out of RSG. We were talking about them not taking a correct fights, right? They were just giving away a lot of advantages that they should not have been giving, and now they've cleaned it up. They're together as 5 right now, slowly. With the ultimate.
Okay, Jet doing a lot of damage with the Eternal Guard, and not only just that, Crow will be able to swallow Bear TZ, putting him onto the wall. CS coming out, and before Bear TZ uses the ultimate, CS will be able to shut him down, but all of that, EXCO taking out 3 members down away from RSG, and look at Yuta. Look at Yuta, but no! Gira finds him, and CS managed to step on the way, pushing Yuta back. The damage from CS is unbearable by EXCO.
Okay, that was a bad fight, right? We can talk about RSG not taking a good fight. That one's a bad one, right? I think we can agree to that one. Because, again, it's one of those things where, like, if you're 100% aligned, you're coordinated, you understand what you need to do, you're not throwing it. You're not taking fights that are, what, 3 versus 4 or whatever.
Yeah, what happened down there was Godzilla. He used his ultimate, and he stole the Spear of Destruction. And he just came in like a Moskov. Instead of stealing the ultimate that could win them a team fight, which is the Minoan Fury, or the Black Dragon form, or the Eternal Guard. There's so many options. Why take the Spear of Destruction?
For the highlight reel.
For the MVP highlights reel, yeah.
Yeah. To say that I stole it, right?
No, I stole the spotlight. Yeah. Okay, right now, what is RSG going to do, right? Like, we've got like this immortal turret all the way up top, and now they don't really have a lot of pushing power. You can see EXCO just completely clearing all the waves. What is RSG going to do right now?
RSG, they either have to hunker down, or they can afford to death ball up and take map control away from Team EXCO. Map control, name of the game for slowly right here, and they're trying to do that.
Lots of damage coming out from Godzilla. Nice wall charge right there, but the CC immune by Gira will be jumping in onto, and CS got petrified, but he's still alive! And now he is in a little bit of trouble. Yuta just jumping onto him, but CS still hanging on with a single dot, and not only just that, the Entropy already committed. He's outputting the damage. CS is unkillable by EXCO.
And just the way that they play that one out. Jira thought he would go in, thought he was the aggressor, but it was actually a numbers differential. They were having a problem slowly, not able to find the right piece, and CS just blowing people up. I mean, 13, 2, and 6. He's been on point. His positioning's been great this game.
Yeah. Bray in the back line, though, tried to go for slowly, did not find the kill. And now Godzilla looking to end this.
Crow looking to solo up, but Bear TZ goes all the way down. Not only just that, Godzilla will be able to just pin slowly against the wall. Now the minutes are already chipping in, looking for the NRSG, looking for the clear, but Bear TZ sees no, knocking Crow up. CS will be just outputting damage from behind. Jet is already here, and now the Eternal Guard will be landing all the way slowly. Will be on tag, but Gira will be landing a spear, and Crow will fall next.
CS is the only one. He's going to be standing to tell the tale of what just happened there. But, I mean, that was not a great fight by RSG. EXCO coming back in. The spear was on point. The timing of that was fortuitous for them. But Vertizi does need to be careful here. As it looks like
the sequel right now. And not only just that, CS is also outputting damage. You can see Yuta, the Dragon, looking to hunt down CS. But Derry will be there to peel for him.
Now this Lord, I mean, this could be a fight that goes the way of EXCO. They're definitely in control with 2 members down from RSG. This is definitely a window of opportunity. How does RSG stop this fight?
extremely hard. They have to find Slowly's position here. It has been on Brave versus Slowly, and this will be key.
Spear Destruction land. Gira will be standing Dario against the wall. CS will.
Oh, Gira down.
Well, Gira's immediately get burned out. CS, even though the position is so nice, but the massive damage coming on CS from the back line. Jet picking up the god line. Unfortunately, Lord going down a little bit low. Who will be able to take it slowly? Still the Lord with RG, but what cost as CS just wipes out EXO with a maniac.
Yeah, the Lord taken for Exco. But RSG got a maniac.
Yeah, we'll just take everybody else. I mean, yeah, you got the Lord. That's a fair deal. But it looks like RSG right now, definitely full control. They'll make mincemeat of that Lord and just take the base. Looks like it's going to be game one going the way of RSG, but there was opportunities, right? That was a little sloppy by RSG. That definitely could have cleaned that one up going into this one. But Exco, right? You saw the play by Jiro. Was he too aggressive with the spear? Let's go with you first, Mo.
I mean, he took what he can. They were on the back foot. I feel that he is already at the point where he has to find the key targets no matter what if they are going to make things work. And that's the mentality going in.
Okay. I mean, you definitely want that. You want it. It's better to play aggressive than scared. So I understand that. That definitely has play here. But now, okay, as RSG, you're the coach. What are you telling them?
I think good job. I think good job.
Just good job?
Yeah, but I feel like they're
not
really...
an Asian dad response. I don't like that. That was not an Asian dad response.
Try harder then. End the game in 5 minutes. Okay, jokes aside, I just feel like at the end of the fight, RSG is just like literally throwing bodies. They're like, okay, let's get this game over with, right? You can feel that they're playing like they're late for their own wedding or something like that. And they're literally just looking for the end.
Yeah. You could feel it, but that's the thing is that as a team, you need to grow into this. You got to play patient. You can't just throw bodies at it. This is not the right strategy when you're going up against a top-tier team.
Yeah, signs of life from Exco too, but RSG, they did have a lot of small mistakes here and there.
Agreed.
That Exco, they did manage to try and take advantage of. But in the end, RSG, they pulled together.
Yeah.
And yeah, they did well. CS, he held it down. I feel that CS was really the MVP, and he is the MVP. 72, despite the fact that Bray was going in, despite the fact that his teammates were going in one by one, CS was just hunkering down.
And not only just that, CS was so under threat by a lot of these things, right? Like, not only just the Utah Dragon, you also see Gira could also jump on top of him. But there's a lot of times where you could just get out scot-free, and I'm confused. How did that happen?
Yes, and we're going to see the highlights a little bit later, but you're going to see exactly what Exco was thinking was, we need to kill CS. And so there are a couple of members that were trying to attract attention on him, while the rest of the team was kind of off on another plane, dealing with everybody else, right? It seemed like they weren't on the same page, so to speak.
CS was like the dad trying to hold his children together. That's what it felt like, you know. CS was like holding it down, farming, trying to win the game, objective guys. Then you see Godzilla stealing Spear of Destructions.
Yeah, like messing around. What are you doing, Godzilla? Why are you stealing the spear? This is not the play. There's so many other adults.
Yeah, and not only just that, Godzilla also stole the Hanzo over one of them. I was like, wait, why is Godzilla flying around on the map?
Like, you see Godzilla sitting down like that. And I was like, yo, what's Godzilla doing right there? And CS, behind all this, he was just trying to hold on for dear life.
Yeah. To be honest, if CS died like 2 or 3 more times, this game was definitely a loss for them, right? The fact that if he got caught out, Jiro would have survived, he would have just cleaned up everybody else. So it's one of those things where, again, I like the dad analogy that you're making, because by CS staying alive, he was willing to, like, you know, keep the team alive and running in this one. They gave him a chance.
Yeah, and it's a slowly effect that we saw. Despite the fact that he did not have a clean mid and early game, still on the Hanzo, he's shown that he is to be feared. Because the way that he was cutting the creeps on Hanzo as well, and he just kept finding the members of RSG again and again. Godzilla just couldn't be safe, and that's why he was just trying to run around, create as much chaos as possible. Slowly is the one that put them in that position, and that's why Gira could land so many of the Spear of Destructions, right?
Yeah, and not only just that, like, there's so many, like, CCs, right, from the side of Exco that makes it so easy for Gira to land a Spear of Destruction, right? Like, Jet with the knockout with the Eternal Guard, you also got Bear TZ's Ultimate, Minoan's Fury, Black Dragon Form with the Petrify, and you can see Yuta creating a lot of space, right? But unfortunately, what I want to see more from Exco is Yuta working together with Gira, right? I want Yuta to create space for Yuta to come in and enter with the Spear of Destruction.
Yeah, Yuta just needing to be the key initiator for XCO. In the early game, I mean, it wasn't executed much too perfectly, couldn't find the space, but when Yuta was involved in these fights, you see XCO starting to win them. And that's when they should have realized that, yeah, without the Black Dragon form, we should not be fighting.
Yeah. And again, it's one of those things where, again, the coordination, these are the lessons learned as you move forward, right? And how to kind of, you have the great combination. This draft could potentially work. We saw the opportunity that it had to win this game, but unfortunately not able to close it out because some of the minor mistakes going into this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of dives coming out from EXO. Technically speaking, almost everybody can dive except for Jet. And you can imagine a situation where slowly we'll start with initial engage. Make sure that RSG is a little bit busy in the back line. At the same time, Bertizzi enters with a Flicker ultimate. Yuta could go in the Black Dragon form. It's a very scary draw for the side RSG to react towards EXCO, especially looking at the roster right now.
Yeah, but with the fact that they got so much early game advantage in terms of just Bray invading away slowly's jungle, in terms of Derry being there as well, Godzilla did well on the goal, on the mid lane, and Crow was kind of destroying Yuta, right? He was level like 7 at one point, and Crow was level 10.
Yeah, there was, I mean, look, Godzilla was on point. Crow was quite good as well. But Godzilla, his positioning, the way he takes the fights and gets himself out unscathed speaks volumes about him as a player, right? Because it buys a lot of the time. It attracts the attention where everyone else would just literally be on CS if he wasn't there.
Yeah, if other mages are trying not to die, Godzilla's trying his best to almost die.
Yeah. No, it's a good thing. It really was. And it works at this point.
Yeah, it's literally taking a lot of attention, like what you guys said, right? And with attention that you take, allow CS to be, have a lot of free time to basically free him from the backline. But if you notice, EXCO also did a good job to adapt into targeting CS towards the later parts of the game. Like, to the point they send slowly, they send Yuta. They realize catching Godzilla is almost nigh too hard, right? You saw him, like, there's so many great escapes that he did all throughout later when you see the MVP highlights.
Yeah, it was tough to find him, tough to draw a bead, and it might come back to the draft in terms of how they do this. But I think, again, you were talking about the fact that Yuta really needs to initiate with the Black Dragon form, force the issue, and then let everybody kind of combo in on that one and give. Basically, Bertizzi should not be the initiator.
Yeah, that could be it, right? And because don't forget, what if the initiation doesn't go well? You have someone like a Hanzo that could initiate without any repercussions if it goes wrong, right? What's the worst thing that could happen, right? You're just stunned for a bit.
At that point, you're behind as the Yuzhong. You're gonna die anyway. Yeah. Why not go in and die while initiating? Just get some knockups along the way. Because if you play too defensively with a Hanzo and a Moskov, you are not going to be in a position where you want. You're going to be grouped up together with the Vexana behind you, and then it becomes a sitting duck. You're just sitting down there waiting to get shot by RSG.
All right, but we have our assessment there, but let's check out some of the highlights to kind of give everybody, let's break this down in terms of the actual team fights that are happening. Jace, will you walk me through some of this?
Yeah, I think in the early parts of the game, you can see, how RSG is just focusing and making sure that CS has a good lane. After that, immediately, they focus down bot, and of course, in this part, CS is already all the way on the opposite side of the map, but you can see how Yuta can always look for these engages, but it's just up to how EXO play off from that Yuzhong.
Yeah, and CS just being not caught, just being the dad at this point. Look at that. His positioning is just key. And just trying to just deal as much damage as possible. Just output, and then try and get out. This is the only fight that he was caught, right? After that, he was never dead again.
Yep. You can see you can see the positioning between Bertizzi's ultimate and CS is just standing right at the edge of it. He knows how much he needs to move in order to avoid the ultimate.
And playing around with Hanzo's ultimate timing as well, knowing when it was on cooldown, off cooldown. Once it was gone, CS would be on the chase.
Yeah, but RSU really need to work on their sieging, right? How to end the game, super important. Throwing bodies at it, not the way to go.
Yeah, you're telling me that throwing bodies at the problem won't solve the problem?
It doesn't.
Well, that's what Hanzo does.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Hanzo did in the early game.
Okay, well, that's just your opinion, man. Let's see what Professor Churros has to think about this game.
I have so much to say about this game. Constant push and pulls. I was sitting on the table, I was watching the game, and there was like every single point of the game was basically a turning point. But I think my casters are not giving the, the congratulations to CS. 17 kills? 17 kills in a pro match. That's just unheard of, and I think it's one of the top runnings for highest KDAs in the entirety of this series. But let's break it down and see what went wrong in that final match. This was basically a marksman to marksman game. Whoever takes out a marksman, and my caster said it best, wins the entirety of this game. So notice at this point, Yuta already uses Black Dragon Form to push everyone out of that way and leaving Godzilla as well as I think it was Crow out in the graveyard. So they have that 20-second timer for them to take down this Lord. Notice that they won't want to contest for this one because they've only got like 3 members fighting towards this Lord. Slowly, doesn't have his ultimate. He goes in, tries to poke the Lord as much as possible, trying to force the issue in, and this is where all hell breaks loose. Gira was right on that back foot, very, very heavily protected by Yuta, Jet, as well as Bertizzi. You've got the damage, you've got the protection, you've got the crowd controls, and you've got a lot of knockups coming in from Jet, especially since he's not used the Eternal Guard as of yet. But Gira, instead of going for that Lord, he used the Spear of Destruction, goes on to CS, and basically Nathan is one of those heroes that you cannot buy a Wind of Nature on. It's full magic damage, you don't have your immortality, you don't have a Winter Truncheon, and basically that's it for the side of Exco. It was just a very, very tough game, and this was a very huge mistake from the side of Exco. If I rewind this just a little bit, Yuta actually walked in trying to save Slowly's clone, but in actual fact, they want to be able to secure that Lord, give up that Lord, and just try to fight another day because they were very, very well versed in base defense. You've got enough on the death timer, you've got wave clear in the form of Jet, in the form of Yuta to be able to defend from that base. But as we say, we all know how the story unfolds. Their draft from RSG was built to counter assassins, but for game 2, will Vanguard be able to pick out the assassins once again? Wait and see. Casters, back to you.
Professor Churros for that breakdown. We definitely needed that knowledge. I needed that knowledge, and I feel much smarter because of that.
I felt a little bit smarter now.
Yeah, I mean, Gira, I feel that he did land a lot of Spirit Destruction just at the last moment. He saw CS, go for CS. That was the play, right?
Yeah.
It was marksman versus marksman, but Derry was there. He could not see that with the Moskov ultimate, right? He was just hiding in the bush.
Yeah, sometimes it's one of those moments where you need to hide from the bush because things get a little intense, Yep. We know that gaming can get intense sometimes. However, Osem has got your back. The U-Throne V gaming chair, massage chair is built to energize and reinvigorate your mind and body. Level up your performance with this patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. Gaming comfort and style with the U-Throne V Transformers Edition designs. And remember, OSIM is here to provide support for your well-being, even if no one else supports your character in-game.
Yeah,
like you don't support me.
I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out. Yeah, the V-hand massage. This is actually what it feels like at the back of your hand, literally, and it's really just automatically goes on different modes as it goes all the way up and down your back, and just helps with the blood circulation, makes your mind a little bit refreshed, especially after a long day casting or playing games or whatever you do at home.
Yeah, and it's a great chair, and of course,
V-hand, not V-fingers.
Yeah, I think at some point you're doing gang signs. We got to be very careful. But let's talk a little bit about the draft here. I think that was the biggest teller going into this one. Professor Charles did say it himself in terms of how this draft was looking to be, about how it was looking to counter things. But if we're looking at the draft of the previous game, what kind of stuck out to you, Jace? Like, what was the biggest thing that might have been a little bit different here?
I feel like it's just... I don't think it's a draw. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Holla. I really don't think it's a draw. I think it's about how Exco executed that particular game, right? You can see how RSG knows how to play against Hanzos, right? How do you play against Hanzos? You just hard invade, make sure that they don't get the passive up as much as possible, and you see what Slowly had to do. He just sent body, he just keeps sending body. He's basically undead, right? Just sending bodies from the mid lane wave clear mid, and then after that, hope to create a lot of opportunities in the mid. That's why if you notice when RSG was training up top, how we usually do, you see always the side lanes get pushed in first. RSG had the mid lane cracked open first, and that's all because by Hanzo.
Yeah, it definitely helped out. Any thoughts on that one? Was it draft, or do you agree with Jace on this?
I kind of have to say I agree with Jace, but I feel that the draft-wise, RSG is still a bit stronger in terms of them having the Valentina. Just having the Valentina alone. Just having the Valentina alone, you can steal a lot of spells from the side of Exco. You have the Eternal Guard that is so good. You have the Minoan Fury that's so good. You have the Black Dragon form that's so good as well. But what you're stealing? Spear of Destruction.
And also the Hanzo ultimate, right?
Yeah.
Man, that was funny, man. I've never thought of seeing a Valentina stealing the Hanzo ultimate in RSG. It was still away the Hanzo by banning it.
I mean, I think Godzilla was doing it just for the flex here. But this is going to be, of course, game 2 going into this one. RSG Exco here. Anything stick out to you? The Matilda, Angela, of course, Faramis, and the Hanzo ban from RSG showing a little bit of respect.
Yeah, Derry does play a mean Angela, and of course, if you give him the Matilda, you give him the main invade hero of this meta. It's going to be extremely scary on Derry, so you gotta ban that out. And from RSG, we see that they do not want to deal with the Hanzo anymore. Finally, the respect ban from the Hanzo coming out. Don't want to deal with Slowly's Hanzo. It could have been a breaking factor for RSG at that point. And now the Faramis will be taken out. We know that Jet, he did pull up stats in that previous game as well. 8-1 on the Vexana. And giving him the Faramis is not going to be good. Whoa, a lot of respect bans on the board.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't want to give up CS Nathan again, right? This is one of those things you got to respect. You saw it in game 1. That was a menace. You don't want to deal with it again. But I think it's funny that RSG knew that Slowly had a ridiculous Hanzo. And they were like, hey, we still have a draft. We can deal with it. But now that we've seen it, we don't want to deal with it again, right? It's a headache. It definitely kept him in the game. Let's make him play something that he might not be as familiar with, or something a little bit more, off meta maybe.
Yeah, and Exco sticking with what works, going for the Moskov on Gira once again. I mean, he did pull up a pretty good game in the mid to late stages of the game. Early game, he held his own versus CS as well. It was just ultimately lost to the map control that Bray managed to get for them. But now, with the Moskov being picked up, they...
Whoa, Kadita!
Wow,
Derry's Kaja, oh man. Exco, they banned away the must bans, and they also banned something that's comfortable. And RSG Snap Pick, these are the two heroes that Derry and also Godzilla are so comfortable with.
And Churros off screen is calling the Kajita combo right now. He feels that it's gonna be, just the RKO 2-0 for RSG, right? But still, Exco, I feel that they did play a mean Moskov, but now there's another problem. Kaja. The Divine Judgment, if you catch it on anyone, that's just one member down, especially with the likes of Godzilla operating on it. Now, Exco will be going for the Minotaur Vexana once again. It did work for them, Deja Vu, but this time they won't have Slowly's Hanzo.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think that these were not the weakest links, right? I think it was more of a coordination thing more than anything else, and not a draft issue. I think the draft is fine. Let's continue on with this. We'll find something for Slowly going into the next phase.
I feel like Exco always have like a lot of these tools in the bags, but they don't know how to use these tools, right? Like for example, in the previous game, there's a lot of ways that they could turn around. In fact, they did, and they almost did Hellcurt. Okay.
Oh.
What's going on? What's going on? Is that you, Bray?
Okay.
Bray on the Hellcurt?
Bray on the Hellcurt. Oh my god, that's extremely scary. Leading into the assassin meta, since Slowly is most likely going to go to his comfort roles. Assassin, let's just have an assassin versus assassin. It's going to be our memes and dreams coming true, man.
Don't let your dreams be memes, ladies and gents. Hellcurt turning off the lights is going to pose a lot of fear on the side of Exco, because you may get stunned by the Kaja, you may get knocked out by the Kadita and burst it down before you can even say Kadita.
Yeah, definitely the possibility. This is going to be an interesting one. Who runs it at the end of the day, we're going to have to find out. But they're very squishy. They're going to go run at you, and they're going to do it with the lights off. So They have a whole bunch of different opportunities. They don't want to do that. Maybe they're not going to go for like a team sustaining fight. They're just going to look to pick you off and just move on with their lives.
Yeah, and the thing is, they picked Hellkurt knowing that the mid laner is Vexana already available. Usually we see if there's a Hellkurt picked out, you want to pick up the Novaria as much as possible, give your team a lot of information with the Astral Echo. Even the fact that you can't see them, yes, but you are communicating as a team of 5. And with the Novaria, you can cancel that out. And we do see the Fredrin being taken out as well as the Martis, just giving Hellkurt a much better time if he's going to the jungle.
I think if XCO were to just create this death ball, I think they might have a good time. Because what RSG want to do, they want to get that pick off, isolate them, kill them, and then move on with their lives, right? Whereas XCO, it's like, hey, let's just find the 5 toughest dudes, or women, or dudettes, and just stick them together, have them hold hands, and let's take this team fight together.
And now we do have the Roger picked up. Most likely a gold lane, most likely a gold lane Roger. Hellkurt on the jungle, Kaja on Derry, of course, Kadita on Godzilla. And now with XCO, with the last 2 picks, they have a lot to answer for. They have yet to pick up Slowly's hero. Yuta might be on the Ala at this point, and Slowly will be taking the Karina.
Nani?
That's a first in the entire tournament. Yeah, entire regular season, we have not seen a Karina. So, yeah, I mean, it works the same way as a Martis, right?
I'm sorry, LY4, I'm really confused about this pick. Like, immediately there's like a Hayabusas that could potentially go into the Shadow Ultimate, right? To kind of just deal with any of these things, right? You got your iframes, but Karina going in, it acts more like a cleanup crew, right? And now RSG is going to go for, okay, I'm going to go for something slightly tanky, but I'm also a little bit greedy. I'm going to go for more damage. That's where the Thamus comes in.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely hard fighting into the Thamus. They do have the Vexana Minotaur to control the area. They do have the Final Slash as well. Once again, XCO, they do have the tools to make it work. Just a little bit of questionable pick from the side of Karina, right?
I think the pickoff potential is there from RSG if they're able to kind of get the right pick off in that fight. But I think XCO, this is an interesting lineup. I think that they have that nice counter initiation with the Minotaur and the Arlot. You have potential. You have the Moscow that can start the fight at any moment, as well as the Karina to kind of have cleanup crew throughout. So they have a lot of options going in.
But have you tried cleaning trash with the lights off? And that's where the Hellkurt Ultimate comes in, right? So I feel like both these 2 teams, they know what they want to do. And now it's all about the execution. And ladies and gents, we're going to go into game number 2 right here. RSG, Derry is already hard invading against Slowly.
Yeah, you don't want to give Derry his comfort heroes. And now with the Kaja available, Godzilla on the Karina, it's going to be an uphill battle for Team XCO here as they try to tie things up. CS versus Gira, 1v1 on the gold lane. Moskov versus Roger. Actually, Gira will be able to get a slight advantage going.
And that's what you need, right? You want is whatever sort of advantage going into the early game as possible. Give yourself a chance on this one. I think it'll be very huge. But to answer your question, Jace, what do I do in the dark? Picking up trash in the dark, definitely not something that I do. I don't do anything in the dark because I'm kind of afraid of the dark.
Yep, massive Petrify coming in, giving the first blood over to Bray, and that's exactly what Hellkurt wants to have. And he's already healing up because of the new passive.
This is extremely scary from RSG, giving them this kind of advantage on the Hellkurt. Now he has the level 4. He can turn the lights off on you right now. With the troll still not underway yet, 28 seconds, it's going to get extremely hard. It's going to fall down to the 1v1 matchup on the EXP lane. If Yuta gets the level 4, gets the final slash onto Bray, that will potentially shut things down.
Yeah, Bray got that kill, then is invading the enemy jungle, and now they're going to have to see what's still left, right, of the XCO jungle. They're going to make it very difficult. Hellkurt now, Bray going back to his own jungle to just farm his everything. So, again, the 1-0-0, it's one thing to be like, oh, it's just one kill, but it snowballs into a lot more, especially with against a player like Bray, who is so potent.
And Godzilla, he has his level 4 here. Jet, he has to play a lot safer. Rough Waves will be available. Petrify also available for Godzilla at this point. Very not level 4 yet, no Divine Judgment, but still Godzilla alone will be a threat together with Bray.
Yep. Should be able to take that all the way soon. The members of XCO already just poise around the turtle, but look at where Bray is. They don't know where Bray is.
Yeah, he's gonna make an appearance in the top lane. I don't think he's been spotted out yet, so they're not gonna really commit for this one. But it looks like slowly he's gonna want to take this turtle.
Not only just that, the Dark Knights have already fallen, and now Derry will face a lot of trouble. Yuta and Bertizzi pushing away once Moscow given the all clear that, you know, there's no Bray around the turtle pit. So you can see slowly stepping forward, slowly. Okay, should be still able to secure that. It could be so bad for the side of Godzilla, and now Godzilla getting knocked sky high, and Gira. Okay, that spear will miss, but slowly picks up a double kill right there.
And slowly just putting our doubts in disarray as saying Karina is not a bad pick. Yeah, he knows how to play this hero. Chasing them down with the information that Bray's on the top lane. Going for the kill on Gira at that point. Did not find the kill.
All right, for the record, I didn't say Karina was a bad pick. You guys did, so I just want to be very clear and clear things up on that one. But nonetheless, the 2-0-0, level 7 versus the level 6 of Bray. Flicker forward.
There you go. Flicker Divine Judgment right there. We'll be able to just burst him all the way up, but that's a flicker already committed by RSG.
I mean, every time Flicker is off cooldown, if you can get a kill out of it, I'll take it any day of the week. So I'm okay with that.
Yep. Jet just trying to pick up the farm on the top lane, get any form of advantage. Rough waves being used on the Yuta. Yuta in a slight bit of a tiffle here.
Oh, Flicker committed by Yuta. Where are you flickering, bro? And now, not only just that, slowly we'll be using Shadow Assault, but right into Bray, and slowly getting chunked down a little bit low. The stun coming up from Yuta. We'll be able to save it, but not for long. Slowly, first one down for the casualty. Godzilla will be able to heal all the way, but he limps away. And Jan joining the fight just a little bit. Bray coming for the secondary engage, picking up Yuta along the way.
Okay, I normally, when I watch the MPL Singapore, I've never been like, oh my god, I can make that play. But when I saw Yuta make that flicker, I was like, I can do that. Like, shots fired, I'm sorry.
Oh my god, Holler.
No, you can find me online at Such Abstract. Come at me. Come at me, bro.
Oh my god. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this. Oh my god.
And that's what I was going to lead to, right? Yuta using that flicker in the mid lane could have cost slowly his life, but he does get the counter kill onto CS already. Counter kill out by Godzilla on the mid lane off the screen as well. We do see the turtle being started up, and slowly does not have the retribution to contest this.
Okay. Bray will easily take that turtle. No contest there. RSG right now, 5 versus 4. A little bit of a, 1K net worth lead, not too much at this point, but Godzilla surviving that one fight was actually key for them. Right, let him get going. I mean, he's 2-1-2. He's starting to get a little bit scary, and then you're providing a lot of space. And Bray, oh my god, the damage!
Oh my god, so much damage from the stingers as well. And now he's gonna turn off the lights and instill a lot more fear, allowing RSG to step forward down in the bottom lane. But RSG lost up top just now.
And this is not a roaming Hellcurt. It's a 3-0-1 jungling Hellcurt in the hands of Bray with a killing spree emblem. He is out for your blood. So check all bushes, ladies and gentlemen.
How are we supposed to check them all, man? Sometimes you gotta just face check it.
No, don't face check if you're a marksman, alright, please. Yeah, never face check a bush. Don't teach them the wrong things. Don't teach the pup the wrong things.
I'm hoping that they play like that, so when I meet them in the ranked game, they'll be really easy for me.
Alright, now it's just Bray going on a hunt. I don't think Giro will be able to spot him. Okay, we'll be able to push him away, but Derry jumping flicker, unfortunately, will not be able to land. Bertizzi knocking up, and Derry just will be grabbing onto that cow instead. And Bertizzi Godzilla goes all the way back. Will not be able to find Giro, but Bray will be finding it instead. CS, like a pound, jumping onto it, and not only just that, they take up top lane.
I like that committal coming out from RSG, despite the fact that they failed in the first attempt. They still get their objectives, which is Gira. And Bray, with that itemization, he's going for the Demon Hunter Sword first item on the Hellcurt.
Immediately, Godzilla blows up Jet all the way up top. Bertizzi, the only one left to defend. Crow, and slowly going at it. And not only just that, Yuta taking a lot of damage from Bray. Bray, the Stingers can shred Bertizzi, who is supposed to be your tank. How could this happen?
Not really much you can do. I mean, CS and Godzilla doing a lot of siege damage on that top T2, giving themselves a lot of space on this point. Very difficult right now for XCO. This is one of those things where it's only 3K. You're thinking, hey, 7 minutes, still very early, but we have no map control. We've lost our top T1. like bottom 2-1. Like it's very difficult to find any sort of space to farm at this point.
Yeah, and you know why the Stingers can shred Bearteasy? Because he has the Demon Hunter Sword, first item.
And not just that, RSG picks up the turtle. No contest right here. Dairy does not have the flicker, so no engagement as of now. There's a siege coming on the mid lane. EXO needs to defend this.
Yeah, turning out the lights.
Turning off the lights. He took outs coming in, but no, like I said, there's no. But oh, nice final slash coming out from Yuta as well, and you can see Gira trying to join the fight, but it's all over because Derry gets blown into pieces.
Yeah, Godzilla has to use the rough waves to just get out of harm's way, and this will provide space for XCO to farm while keeping the map control at the same time. They do still keep the mid turret. Bearteasy!
Oh my god. You can see how far ahead Bray is, and now it's going to be slowly growing up against Crow does shoot damage, don't forget, but it buys time for CS to picking up. That's massive gold going over to the side of RSG.
Yeah, you don't want to give CS any sort of farm like that, but I mean, slowly thought he was going to be in a 1v1 solo fight with him. Unfortunately, I mean, he does get the kill, but he does die in return, but Mira looking to turn this on.
You know what I'm talking about. You know why. But okay, Bray's looking for a hunt right here. He has 3 bushes to pick from, right? So unfortunately, he will not be able to pick one. But yeah, CS picking up the Ass Claw build.
The flicker.
Okay, not only just that flicker. CS is also on the chase. We'll be able to just heal all that. Gira will be jumping in with a splash damage, but flicker will be burned by CS. Just get out there.
Yeah, very, very good pick-off from the side of CS onto Yuta. And now with the final slash, not available for his team fight, RSG wants to commit.
Okay, lights has been turned off for now. Slowly just jumping around, but they don't know where Bray is. We'll be able to find Gira stuns him against the wall, and he gets shut down. And Gary jumping in will not be able to do anything for now. Slowly jumping onto Gary himself. Shadow also will be reset. And goes for the double kill. He made it over jumping up Godzilla, knocking him onto the sky high. And now Crow and CS jumping in. The Lycan Power doing a lot of damage. Crow stepping forward just a little bit. The Eternal Guard coming up from the side of Jet will be able to slow the members from the side of RSG down Godzilla, picking up a double kill. Man, 2 men down for 2. I'm not too sure whether but who is actually getting the trade out of this?
Okay, I would think that slowly dying is probably worse right now. I think it's one of those moments where there's a lot that's being put on Slowly's shoulders. And for him to die at that point, probably not optimal. He was a little too aggressive on that fight. He probably should have disengaged, but let's check out the replay here.
Yeah, and we did see that Bray just went into a Moskov control, and off the screen, we already see that they did take the lore due to this advantage. Slowly did get the kill afterwards, but going for the double kill onto Godzilla might not have been the play. But CS was already on him. Very good Eternal Guard from the side of Jet, just to disengage as much as possible. But even despite all that, Godzilla still managed to go in with the rough waves. Very well done from both sides, actually.
Look, we know how good of a player Godzilla is, but each and every game, it just, he shines, right? He always makes that impact. He's always in and out, and he's very elusive, very hard to pin down, and it's difficult to do anything because he does so much damage, and he's 6-1-4.
Man, the Great Dragon Spear being built by CS. This is like a full-on crit build from CS. Now his auto attack, just take a look at the speed. Wow. Just gonna shred whoever XL sent against him, and now with the Lord punching down bot.
Yeah, RSG just converting the right objectives, getting the tower as well. Now with the Blade of Despair onto Bray. He's falling extremely low though on the back lines.
Slowly, and not just that, slowly he's just using the Shadow Assault to kind of peel all the way, and not only just that, Bray jumping back to just burst down slowly, whereas XO will be able to just deal with the Lord down ball. Diary jumping in with the flicker, snacks onto Bearteasy, and now he's getting a lot of trouble. CS peeling down Bearteasy, not only just that, Gira looking down low, and now members of RG just chasing all that Gira as well. CS coming in like a pout. And take down the XCO, gold laner, and also the bottom lane turn.
Yuta, the only one alive. RSG will be trying to kill him off, and they do, and they do have a creep, and that's it. RSG will be taking the series 2-0. XCO showing some signs of life, slowly not converting the kill onto Bray there, costing them the game.
It's a little bit hard, right? For XCO, it's one of those things where this game, they were definitely not, playing to their potential that we saw in Game 1. This is definitely a much more difficult game. RSG really was looking to shine here.
Yeah, they do shine. Not only just that, we get to see Crow, Smokey, Crow, Rizal, whatever you want to call him now. It seems like every time as he is in an MPL team, he changes his name. And yeah, finally get to see him back right here. Just makes me feel like, wow, it's been a while since I've seen him since Season 2 as a sub.
And I mean, he showed up, right? I think that they were really on point. RSG really showing how good they're starting to get, right? They're starting to get scary. They're starting to peak at the right time, which is perfect going into the playoffs. Again, this is the second to last day. They have one more regular season game until the playoffs, so this is going to be great momentum going into that.
Yep, and that's going to be going into Bleed next week. So definitely they need
that.
all of that momentum going in.
Bleed looking like a powerhouse right now, sitting at the top 2 spots, right? I mean, the top few spots. With RSG winning this 2-0, I think they might have pushed themselves higher in the leaderboards. But still, XCO, they had the signs of life. They had the answer.
But unfortunately, they met up against the MVP, which we're going to show right now. This is, of course, for RSGSG. Who is the MVP of that game? Game 2? I gotta say...
I was thinking about, like, you know, Bray, like, man, my man has been, like, you know, being the target and the butt of the jokes for so many times. And you start to see, like, he's more happier somehow, right? But because he's now able to play like nutty picks, like for example even Hellcurt. You saw his Link coming back up, because these are the heroes that he weren't able to play because of Diablo being in team back then, where he wants to be this flank and damage EXP later. So he needs to double up as a tank utility jungler instead.
Yeah, and it's about flexibility, and that will really help you into the playoffs, because it comes to the draft, you're more flexible, you can do whatever you want and kind of change things up at a moment's notice. So very good for him, but let's talk a little bit about Godzilla. What made him so special in Game 2?
I mean, in terms of versatility, Godzilla is up there as well with the usage of the rough waves all the way deep. He made sure to use the full extent of the Kadena when it comes down to these pickoffs, right? Even without Kaja around, Godzilla is managing to find picks all the way at the back.
Yeah, I was looking at, remember we were talking about CS's build? Okay, great Dragon Spear with the Hearth Claws and the Windtalker. Actually, I love, okay, this is basically just more on a build that focuses on basic attacks, right? That's why he was able to shred through Bertizi from a front, and when, you know, when slowly dives onto Bray, he was just in the human form and he's already outputting so much damage without turning into the Lycanroc. So he can shoot from afar, from safety, yet do more damage as compared to a full-on, you know, Windtalker, Endless Battle, BOD build.
Yeah, and the point is he has so much sustain as well. I mean, that was a point in time where Jira looks like he was going to burst him down, but CS was just outputting damage left and right. And one thing I want to highlight too is Bray going for the Demon Hunter Sword, first item on the jungle as well. Him being that damage factor onto Bertizi just made Bertizi so scared to go into any form of bushes at all. You can't face check any bush now.
And not only just that, if you take a look, Bertizi going for Radiant first, there's too much fear coming up from Bertizi by Godzilla, right? So he skipped the armor, and when Bray is just popping off and can just shred through Bertizi, it's because he has no armor. Because once Bray starts building the Blade Hypostasis, and rest assured the emblems, as we're going to see later, it's going to be the Assassin emblems, it's going to be a lot of armor penetration. There you go. It's just so much armor penetration. It could just shred through even a tank like Bertizi.
It seemed like everyone from RSG were able to just blow people up. Derry gets it, any Divine Judgment, anybody he could get his hands on would just die in an instant. Like, XCO had no sustainability, no real way to kind of fight. You saw that, like, yeah, they were trying to do the Assassin with, with slowly, but it was one of those things where he was never able to start the fight and continue on with the rest of the team helping him in. It was always him trying to do things solo.
Yeah, and Yuta was trying to be that sustain machine as much as possible. He went for the tenacity build, and with the concussive blast as well, he went for the full damage build, but still, he was still being chunked down. Right? Still being chunked down again and again. He did find a lot of key final splashes, but it was extremely hard game for the side of Team XCO. RSG, I feel that they just had the better map rotations, they had the better calls as well. In terms of itemization, you see CS, how they build, Bray, how they build, and that's how you counter based on itemizations.
Yeah, the coordination was on point. Like the communication, again, we'll hear it in the mic check coming up. But if we're talking about some of the damage here, like damage dealt, of course, CS is going to be on the train, right? He's going to just blow people up. You had Derry, who was doing a great job on that Kaja, forcing that pickoff, right, left and right. So Derry really stepped up as well. But again, I feel like RSG, their entire lineup, was just, they're starting to be this well-oiled machine. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, and I totally agree. Right now with the Pacifist, that's not only just oil. I don't know what you call it. Something better than oil? I don't know, man. Like
lube.
lubricant, right?
Okay, maybe just oil. All right, let's just go with that.
Yeah, but like that's exactly just high grade, top tier. Anything that you need to make sure that this machine is well oiled and ready to perform at 110%. I know you cannot squeeze out the 10% out of a machine because engineering wise that doesn't work, but you get the point.
Yeah.
RSG is being another second powerhouse, contending for top 3 as well.
Yeah. I do agree 100%. Any final thoughts?
Now let's just find out what these players have to say in the mic check.
Nice one. Can see how, Đây.
Ê, đợi Minolo.
Minolo.
Nice
one.
Pick up top.
Hey, help me rotate back.
Okay. Let's go.
Okay, help him.
Wait, a bit deep.
I can come into approach.
Go me. Okay.
Must scoreboard. Can try another.
Cannot. Purify. Nice. Slowly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I go.
Okay. Tower first.
Go. It's okay, pick up.
Nice.
Nice, pretty dog. Hey, pressure. By that. Nice, don't purify. Double purify. Come back. Hey, get back.
Hey, look at me.
Hey, help. Yes. Hey, Moscow.
Moscow.
Come. Moscow time.
Nice try. It's okay. Yeah, on my way. There, I can cover you.
Carry now. Take it.
Hey, my minion.
Hey guys, kill the carry now. Carry now.
All right, that mic check was the almost Zen moment.
Yeah, no, I feel like the communication was made not verbally, but mentally, telepathic.
It's like everything was very efficient in the comms.
Yeah.
Right? There's no extra hooting and hollering kind of thing. It was just like, oh, who needs to die? Or what's going to happen? It's very efficient.
Yeah, and not only just that, I like the fact that when Dario was like, okay, slowly, in my mind's like, do we play slowly or do we target slowly?
Yeah, it's gonna happen. I mean, you're it's one of those things where, okay, yes. I think there was probably some confusion, but they figured it out. They were playing fast and they were killing slowly very quickly. So at the end of the day, they knew what they had to have done.
I see what you did there, bro.
Yeah, an RSG, a team that keeps getting better and better, but let's just find out what Professor Churros has to say in Off the Desk.
His name might be slowly, but this game ended quickly. But what a game! You asked for an assassin versus an assassin game. We got an assassin game, albeit a little bit unorthodox. So let's just first start off with the draft. For the side of Team Exco, it's pretty standard kind of team fight draft. You've got Minotaur and Arlot just to set up everything. Jet and Gira just to do that damage with Gira with an added bonus of being an investment or insurance for that late game split push and then slowly coming up as a cleanup crew. What better way to target a team fight composition than a pickup composition? You can't team fight if you don't even have a team, right? So this is where I love how RSG has drafted this out. I mean, I can't say this enough to my fellow co-casters. We've been talking about this, we've been discussing. Kaja still has a 100% win rate. And the fact of the matter is, you got so many combos, so many potentials. Derry just starts everything off. Godzilla with the rough waves and the petrify. It doesn't matter if Kadita actually lands a kill because you've got Bray and CS for that cleanup. And to just add matters worse, Crow is right there with the Cauldron Inferno just to melt everyone off. And this is one of the sequences within that purple buff fight. I don't really have a lot of objective fights except for this purple buff because it executed it so perfectly. Notice how Crow always starts off this battle during Godzilla, just waiting for the right time and the right target. And even though Bray goes down here, Crow still surviving just because of the Cauldron Inferno, just because of the sustain that he gets from his ultimate. Derry tries to find the right target, tries to save on Bray, but here comes CS. So here we see the beauty of the cleanup crew, the burst potential, and the basically the divine justice coming in from the Kaja, right? You cannot move. It's basically a stun on steroids. Slowly we'll go down here. The cleanup crew, CS just free hitting from the back. Notice how he hits that Lycan Pounce only at that last second when Crow is just absorbing so much damage, and Godzilla just targeting on that back line, giving CS so much space for this entirety of that fight. We have another one and turning the team fight potential, the pickup potential into a team fight, which is the base rush. And this was where Exco played it very, very poorly. It was just slowly way out of position. He should have been inside of the base, but he created so much space for an insane pickoff, which turns a 5-on-4 kind of team fight for the side of Exco that might have favored Exco into basically a pickoff. Notice how the combo comes in again. Darius starts to kick things off, baiting out all the ultimates from the side of Exco. A CS just free hitting from that back and Crow absorbing all of that damage, and the rest is, as we say, is history. Notice after the crowd control, Crow just immediately pops the Counter Inferno and just absorbs so much damage. The damage that he deals onto his enemies with the Vengeance as well was just insane. I want to hear from that players. This was a sick draft. Cheryl, who do you have for us?
Alrighty, so thank you so much, Prof. Right now here I have beside me Crow. Now, it is very refreshing to see you here, but of course you're no stranger to the scene because you were a sub in Season 2. So tell us, like, what were you doing in between this period that, you know, we haven't seen you in the midst of Season 3 to 6? What were you doing then?
I was stuck in NS.
Stuck in NS, serving the country. So now you could potentially serve the country in a different way as well. All right, so with that being said, you know, this lineup is a rather different RSG, and it seems like you guys are really all bros playing together. So what do you think of this lineup going into playoffs based on what you have seen from the other teams so far? What do you think your roster would fare in the current looks of the scene?
Actually, at this point, I can't really tell because we didn't, during the scrims we didn't actually do well. Then suddenly there's a huge improvement together. So I really can't tell if it's maybe first place or top. I think top 3. Yeah.
Right, so top 3, that is what you guys
Guarantee.
Guarantee. Wow, sign chop. Okay, that's good. Also, you coming into the picture is also very interesting because right now we are in the last 2 games, and right now after this, so it's the last game that you guys have for RSG. So the fact that you're appearing here today, is it more of a tactical decision from RSG or a test of rotation when it comes to players?
Closer just want to rest.
Closer just need to rest, so you just I'm here, and then you deliver as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so just want to pick your brain a little bit. The next game that's gonna come on, we will see the likes of Astris as well as Team Flash. And Team Flash is the defending champions who's currently in the top seat in our overall standings. What do you think of Team Flash? Long pause.
I still think Team Flash is just trying around their lineup. So I don't know what they are planning to do. Maybe if they confuse us, we don't know what to do, then yeah, maybe they have a better chance or something like that.
Yeah, but what do you think of the lineup of Team Flash? Do you think that they are someone that is someone to look out for, someone that is, maybe all-stars but maybe cannot work well together? What are your thoughts?
On par with RSG.
On par with RSG. So you guys have a chance of meeting them at playoffs. So
Grand finals.
Grand final. Wow, that confidence there. All right, so even though there was a long pause, the confidence is there. He will see them at grand finals. All right, so thank you so much, Carl, for this interview. Thank you. So yes, guys, that was Crow. Now, a surprise addition right here today to RSG's lineup. But of course, he definitely showed dominance in the EXP lane today. Now, moving forward, we will see match 4. Now, this is the highlight match of today that's got everybody super pumped up. Why? Because we'll be seeing the likes of Astris as well as our defending champions, Team Flash. Now, Astris is not a team to be undermined because even though that they are a brand new qualifying team, they have shown tremendous track record so far in the past 3 weeks. So what will happen in this match of New Blood versus Old Guard? Let's check out match 4 coming soon.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome.
Keep it together. Do you really want to die here? If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty. Of course. Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it! Now! Cursed lightning shield! You should have killed me.
Well, guess it's your lucky day.
gonna run it.
This will sting. You have my word.
OSIM.
这肯定是不用讲的，这个不是 cut TC 就是 Hades。随便写而已。
Who is this? Oh, wait, this one is the who lah. This is the import lah.
Oh, that I know already.
Oh, wait.
No, it's this feather.
I think this should.
It's this feather.
The one?
Bro, correct ah?
Oh, yeah.
What's your appearance?
It's confirmed import.
Yeah, I just guess it.
Wow. Vio, no cure. Vio, no cure. Confirm. For sure.
Kia?
Confident.
Gasa.
I'm 100% confident.
Oh, I think it's.
Who is?
It's not. Oh. You can to play EXP.
If I spell name.
It's okay. Oh, wait. We are no kill. Correct.
You look like Venom Camp, bro. How does that look like slowly? Slowly don't look like that, bro. Slowly your ex-teammate, no way he look like that when he was young.
3, 2, 1.
I told you, bro.
Bro,
I
forgot about him, huh?
3, 2, 1. Correct. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. It's real no kill.
My goodness.
So it's simple for us.
Sorry.
People gonna chase up.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. Huh? Who is this?
Oh, wait. This one.
I think this one Wait, you tell me if I'm right.
Oh, it's Bray, bro. Don't know. You don't know who is that? You don't know who is that? And then, what are you thinking?
Look at you!
Wow. Who is that?
I have no idea who is that. Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
This one confirm no who already lah.
Oh yeah, it's Ray.
Okay, can we answers? 3, 2, 1.
Bray actually look the same, bro. Bray looks the same now,
I guess all opposite.
Right, it's Bray.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right, it's Bray.
Yes.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, Brian.
Bray.
What's up, ladies and gents? My name is Jace. We're currently doing a bit of an interview with RSGSG. Joining me right here is Bray and also, wow, Derry. How are you guys feeling today? Derry, how are you feeling today? Normal. How does it feel like wearing a different jersey?
I think it just feel normal.
Okay, Bray, what about you? How do you feel today?
I feel good.
How's media day so far for you?
As usual.
As usual.
It's quite normal for me because experience.
Yeah. Yep. So, okay, so a bit of a catch up for you guys. Technically, both of them debut mostly in season 3 together. RSGSG directly for Bray. Derry was debuting in SMGSG back then, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Derry?
Correct.
Okay, so a few more questions. Derry, why did you decide to join RSG?
I think cause at that point of time, Roy texted me.
Okay, so Roy recruited you.
Yeah, Roy asked me whether am I still playing next season or not. At first I told him that I'm not playing already. After he just say they lacking roamer. Then after that he asked me come and trial. After that, from there on, then here I am.
Yeah, I remember you actually went on your Instagram once to announce your retirement.
Yeah, actually I already planned to retire and quit already. But then maybe 1.5 months, 2 months later, when I never opened ML already, then Roy suddenly texted me. Then asked me to want to come play back or not.
Then why do you accept Roy's invitation?
Actually I wanted to play with Roy quite long ago already. But it's just that he joined RSG, then there's a back then there was like a high requirement or standard to join RSG.
That's right.
But then it's just I wanted to play with him more. I wanted to try play with him. Play with Bray also. Yeah, then after that I see Kilo they minus room, then just go and try already, then yeah, I'm off.
Why do you think Team Evil is so strong that you always cannot beat them? Be it in SMG, be it in Homeboys. Yeah.
Actually, I really don't know why we cannot win them. But I have to admit that their chemistry as 5 really very strong. Maybe that's what sets them apart. Maybe they are able to stay in the top 3, top 4 range. Their chemistry is really one of a kind.
Okay.
For the reason why I cannot win them, I really don't know. I really don't know why I cannot win them.
Okay, then
maybe it's just a curse thing.
No way. Then I'll turn it to the person that actually won Team Evil before, Bray. Why do you think Team Evil is so strong? You won against them before, but other teams cannot. What is their secret sauce?
I think it's the fans. The fans always very loud. Then maybe give the players a boost. Like when I play, I always hear the fans shouting. But it's also very entertaining lah. Like I like to fight Evil because I did hear their mic checks and all. It's very hype. Like I really like Powerful the way he play and coach the team. Because he's the captain of the team. I really like how he managed the team. I heard from the mic check he was very his comms was very
concise, precise.
Yes, but also
energetic.
Yeah, very energetic.
Commanding.
Yeah, so it's like I just like the way he does all this, and his fans also lah. It's very nice to fight them because of the hype and all. Yeah.
Then can I talk more about your other players? Like we talk about CS, talk about Closer, to a certain extent even Crow. Crow making a comeback as Evo Smokey, Impunity Rizel, and now he's what, Crow. We talk about Crow first, right? How is he really like? Because we never see him play. He was always sub.
I would say he's more on a team fight player if you're seeing in game, because I did see him play. Because I usually play with him in rank, so I see quite the potential in him. If he manages to get much grooming, because the way I see him play is he's not really selfish. He's more of like if you need help, like if you need help, I will help you. Like he can sacrifice this to help you.
Okay.
Which is what a teammate really needs. So that is why that is why I asked him to join RSG also.
RSG has always been a very roam dependent kind of team. Dependent on Lozy, dependent on Lucian Cutie. Now you're filling the boots. How are you fitting in with the rest of the team?
Fitting in is not a problem. It's because most of the players, like, I actually know them one.
Yep.
It's not like it's not like I don't know any one of them or like I'm uncomfortable with any of them. So I think it's okay. The communication won't have any issues.
Then let me boil that question down to you now. To Bray. Bray, you lost a lot of your teammates. Do you have anything to say to them? Especially when they jump over to Team Flash. You start losing Lozy, then you start losing, Bougie to a certain extent as well. Now it's in Homeboys. What do you have anything to say to them?
They join another team, right? So they will have a new jungler. So hopefully their jungler can match my skill. Tell them don't miss me too much. Yeah.
Then does your parents support you in MPL?
Yeah, of
Like
course.
when the start?
Oh, at the start, not really, until I like showed them some achievements. So they started to believe in me, like allow me to play in MPL. Yeah.
When did that start? Is it like season 3 when you won and you go overseas?
Yes. I think after season 3 where I went to MSC that period of time. Yeah. And then they started to believe. Yeah.
Derry, on the other hand, for you, I will start with you first. Who are your bottom 2 teams of MPL Singapore?
It's very, very difficult to answer this question.
Really? Okay.
I really think
so politically correct.
I really think all 8 teams currently in this season all okay, actually
he changed his mind.
Actually, if you look at the roster, you can actually tell, you can own self roughly gauge who will be in the top 4, who will be in the bottom 4.
Right.
But I think for me, in personal opinion wise, I really think the top 3 teams will
I asked
stay
for
there.
bottom 2. There.
Okay, so the top 3 teams will be there.
Stop avoiding the question.
Wait, so the top 3 teams will be there.
Okay.
But the other 5 teams, right, we'll just have to do it out. Lor.
I'm asking for the bottom 2 teams there. You stop avoiding the question like avoiding your girlfriend, asking the hard questions. I'm not your girlfriend.
I cannot give you the 2 teams that I feel will be in the bottom 2 because I also don't know.
Lies. Just give me 2 teams.
I don't know. I cannot give you if I don't know.
You want me to read out all the roster for you? I can read it out for you.
RSG.
You're voting for yourself to get relegated. Are you trolling?
Cannot vote for other team. Must be nice.
Yeah. Okay. I'll skip you for now. Bray, what do you think? Bottom 2 teams.
Wow, but cannot. Later I get flamed. Okay, wait. Bottom 2 team.
I mean, there's no right and wrong, right? There's definitely going to be winners and losers in the tournament. But in your opinion, bottom 2 teams. Wow, that was quick! Okay.
Let's go number 1.
Exco, bottom, okay.
Brain name the other one.
Sorry?
Brain name the other one.
Brain empty. What's this? Teamwork.
They always say teamwork makes the dream work. Right?
Bro.
And welcome back to MPL SG Season 7, Week 3, Day 2. And right now, we're at the final match closing the show. Earlier on in Match 3, we see RSGSG bulldoze the Land of Dawn, closing off with a 2-0 win. Now, right here, we see a very interesting match. In fact, it is the highlight match of the day, where we see the Rising Stars going up against the All-Star team. So what will unfurl right here in this matchup? Let's take a look at the wonderful players. First from the team, starting off with Asterisk. Now, this brand new qualifying team has definitely proven their worth as the regular seasons go. But this is a true testament of do they have what it takes to go up against the top dogs. So speaking of top dogs, presenting to you our defending champions, Team Flash. So right now, once more, there's a flex of players as we see a Lalzi back here on the desk itself. Really interesting lineup once more. So, of course, it brings back memories because in my interview with Bear, he mentioned that he loves Diablo. So will he be pouring all of that emotion in the EXP lane? Let's find out from the casters. Take it away, boys.
Hello, welcome to MPL Singapore Season 7, Week 3, Day 2. My name is Holler, and of course I've got Moment and I've got Jace. And we have a banger of a final match. This is, of course, the fourth match of the day. Team Flash versus Asterisk. JC.
You just called me
did.
JC. Why do you call me JC?
I did.
It's not JC.
I did.
It's
Because
Jace.
I want you to play some music right now. I want you to go to Diablo.
Wait.
To let them know your thoughts.
I'm your #1 fanboy. Okay, jokes aside.
Jace, all jokes aside.
Okay, jokes aside, I feel like it's not about Team Flash's performance today. I personally feel that this is a massive milestone for Asterisk, right? This is the biggest test that Asterisk needs to deal with, because this is where they'll find where are they in the actual power rankings.
We're going to have to find out.
Old generation versus new generation, right? Young blood, old blood. And I mean, this Asterisk lineup is looking pretty solid so far. They have been performing against their counterparts really well. The likes of Bear, the Bear Trap, of course, JH on the jungle, Kiwi on the mid lane, pulling up stats that you will see later
Reaper
on.
himself.
Yep, FMM on the roam, the gameplay himself. And Chu on the goal lane, very stable, very solid, and very good on the Roger as well.
So basically, Asterisk is just compiled with, like, technically a very fresh kind of lineup. These are your next generation. You can start to see some really stars that really growing and start to become bigger and looking to consume the actual stars, i.e. Team Flash.
Yeah, and Team Flash coming right up. Jace, you take me through this. It's your team, man.
My team. Okay, just because Diablo is there doesn't mean it's my team, all right? Remember RSG. Okay, so now it's going to be Diablo, Hades, Curtizi, Lolzy, and Vanek. So technically speaking, Lolzy and JPL is just the only difference JPL, right? Technically speaking, we're not too sure what is Team Flash's final roster until this day, because they've been switching rosters like crazy. Hades was playing the roam yesterday for some weird reason. And not only just that, Vanix, the Inevitable, is also here playing against Asterisk. So Team Flash, this is basically almost like what? Like an 80%, 90%, or even 100%. We also do not know until we see the actual main roster during the playoffs.
Yeah, we saw the likes of Curtizi playing Charizla mid yesterday.
Jay did that as well.
Yeah, Jay did that as well. Curtizi, You can put him on the EXP lane. You put Diablo on the mid lane. Yeah, come on, fighter mid as well. If it's gonna work, it's gonna work. You already put Hades on the roam yesterday, so why not just change things around? Put Lozi on the gold lane, put Vanix on the jungle. Switch things around. I dare you, Team Flash.
If you're the #1 team in the league, you can do whatever you want, right? In terms of just putting yourself in, you can definitely just kind of force it in that way. But okay, Jace, walk me through Asterisk's some of these stats. What sticks out to you?
Okay, definitely it's just one trait JH on the Fragile, right? He's very comfortable on this hero. He knows the limits, but I think right now it's just more or less about the retribution, where he kind of lags just a little bit. So he just needs to like kind of focus on landing these critical retribution. Don't let it get into his head. Another part of that is definitely the Undying, right? Kiwi, right? Look at the KDA. It's just so in the favor. 12.17% with a kill participation of 80%, which means that his positioning is so good to a certain extent that he's still in the fight, yet not in the fight at the same time.
Yeah, actually, that's actually insane, right? As the mid laner, that KDA is very, very high. Definitely sticking out. But Bear, you were talking about it, Mo, in terms of what you saw Bear on screen. What is it that's kind of making him do really well in this league?
Damage taken per def, I think, doesn't tell the full story. Despite the fact that it's the presence, it's the pressure, and the same thing, the same story for Team Flash as well. Jay's favorite player, Diablo, damage taken per def, it's not high up there. KDA is not high up there as well. But still, Diablo, he has a commanding presence when it comes down to these team fights. Bear, he provides the same amount of cover. And this Diablo versus Bear matchup is going to be very key going into this EXP 1v1 here.
And not only just that matchup, I'd also like to highlight that like, we're always giving these names to these players, and I like the fact that you gave the name to Diablo as Jay's favorite player. It's like, that's not a nickname, that's not cool. But I would like to also highlight the terrible twos, Hades and Courtesy. Their synergy is unseen before.
Yeah, definitely so. But let's see what they had to say about each other. Let's talk about let's send it to the head-to-head video right now.
There will definitely still be top contender for champions in MPL. Not only in MPL, actually other regions also. Because MPL is not a one-sided factor. Anything can happen after a lot fight or team fight. So there may be a chance for any team to go champions.
They definitely have the power to get champion, top 2 most likely. But it depends on how they play, because we don't know what happened. I definitely think Lozi has big shoes to fill from KZP. I don't think he can replicate exactly what KZP did, but I think that Lozi will have his own spice on how he wants to bring the team together.
If they're able to take down one of the giants, then they might be the dark horse. But for now, it still remains unknown. But still, for me, they might be around 5th position, right? Because I sort of have the top 4 in my mind already.
Firstly, the experienced MPL players didn't perform well last season. Yeah. Then FMM took the liberty to leave Bleed, form his own team, and join qualifiers. And he changed role again. Now he play role. Then Bear. Hopefully no more Flicker Yu Zhong lah. If you don't have, then he'll be a good asset. He'll be a good asset.
Some shots fired there.
Yes.
I think nonetheless.
Flicker Yu Zhong. I remember it last season. Oh my god, yeah.
It happens to the best of us. Unfortunately, that was one of those things. But I mean, I think Asterisk coming in, being the qualifier team, they've surprised a lot of people, right? And not only, I mean, they're thinking they were going to be top 5. They're actually in 4th place right now. Their destiny is in their hands, so to speak, going into the playoffs. But Mo, after that video, anything that kind of stuck out to you?
I mean, Lozi always brings the heat. Asterisk has a lot of respect for Team Flash as well, but still, I mean, it is the new generation versus old generation, right? Asterisk, they have yet to play against Team Flash. How they fare against them is going to be a different matter, and that's what the audience thinks as well. Flash will be doing a lot better in terms of having the experience, having this hurrah as they go on. They have the crowd presence. They do have big names on your side.
Yeah, and don't forget, Asterisk and also apart from RSG, yeah, they're definitely top 4 right now, right? And they are one of the very few teams that fielded a full-on Singaporean player. So that's something to be a little bit proud of, right?
Yeah.
As if you're a team in MPL Singapore.
Of course. But let's look at what the casters had to predict on this one. I think it's across the board, 2-1s with us. But Moment, what about the Team Flash in this matchup where you were like, oh, this is a 2-0. This is an easy one, right?
I'm just saying, Team Flash, they have been playing well all across the board. They are so versatile in terms of what they want to do. And I feel that if they want to win right now, they can just take any game that they want. The way that they're playing, the players that they have, they're so mechanically talented in terms of draft as well. They can confuse us, the casters. They're going to confuse a lot of teams and trying to draft against them.
Okay. And the worst part is that Team Flash, as you can see right now, we're going to take a look. Ooh, play team history.
Oh, here
Almighty! Oh my god, I can't believe I'm actually saying that name again. Almighty. Don't forget, Adamir used to be from Almighty as well, but in a different generation as compared to FMM. He debuted in Almighty. He wasn't really well known back then, but as he ventured into Slate Esports, all the casters start to notice him because of his superior positioning. And when he was in Bleed Esports in that Season 5, Season 6, man, you can see where he started switching roles, where he started to learn a lot more game knowledge. My man is now in Asterisk, he's graduated from Bleed Academy, and now he's like, yeah, I am a roamer, I am strong enough to lead a team, and as a debut, as his own team in the qualifiers, as a qualifier team as well, you're in top 4, I think that's a massive win already.
Definitely. He has the expertise. He has the knowledge. He knows what it takes to get him to the next level. So I think for that audience participation, they might not have heard the name Asterisk as much, but if you know the players, if you dive deeper, you know that this team is actually formidable, right? The fact that they're top 4, I think they can make waves in the playoff. It's going to be interesting to see, but this is going to be the true test. Going up against Team Flash, this is the first time they've ever met in the regular season. How are they going to fare?
Yeah, against the Giants themselves, Team Flash, if they don't go for anything off the meta, I mean, they have read Team Asterisk. They probably viewed their VODs before. They probably played against them in a few of the scrimmages as well. So they know the players best. And Kiwi, I feel that it's about his time to run out as the Reaper now.
Yeah, definitely. And you talk about Reaper where he has more than 9 lives or something, that even death fears him because of his superior positioning. Is so safe, but sometimes it could be a little bit too safe. But the stat says otherwise, right? He's still able to output the damage even though he's standing far away. And another thing that I would also like to highlight, especially from Team Asterisk, is that this is a team of a product of hard work. All right, FMM earlier in the year in January, he was texting me and saying that, okay, where do I find community tournaments?
Yeah.
And rest assured, we see them everywhere after that. And this roster that FMM was able to form is just proof that if you really want to be an actual MPL and be a contender, you can qualify through MPL qualifiers, and you have to be serious. Everybody from the side of Asterisk really want to make waves in MPL Singapore.
And we're happy to see it, right? I think the more waves that they make, the better it gets overall. But this is against the Titan that is Team Flash, last season's champion.
Yeah.
I mean, going into this one, there are high expectations of Team Flash to continue on. You've picked up Diablo, you've shaken up your roster to make sure that you're kind of getting to that next level. Hopefully you do well on the international stage. But now Asterisk, are they able to kind of, I mean, steal one game? Maybe, and that's what our predictions say.
Yeah.
But can they take 2?
Yeah, I think that's going to be interesting coming out from especially this series. This series to Asterisk is like taking your O levels. All right,
okay.
it's that important against Team Flash.
Yeah, it's really important because it's a gauge of your own levels against the international stage as well. Many players from Team Flash, they have seen the international stage, so a lot of experience down there across the board. Even the coach himself, Adamir, he has been through a lot as a player, and as a coach right now, he will have the experience to guide his team. Now, we do see the early bans already finish. Harif, of course, being one of the top few bans, will be taken out. Roger, Angela, Nathan, Loyi, followed by Chip. Chip, an interesting ban from Asterisk themselves because they do play it, and now with the first pick, they still take it out, but they pick up the Moskov for themselves.
Yeah,
We're seeing a lot of Moscow first picks recently, right? And now usually Asterisk, their picking pattern is mostly going for the R-Lot first, and then you can flex it between Bear and FMM. Most of the time it goes to FMM.
But it's such a high priority hero at this point, right? The amount of damage it does, like it can literally carry your games, right? You can get into the position whenever you need to. It just does it ticks a lot of the boxes, so to speak. So it's a great first pick. How do they counter pick Team Flash?
Well, Team Flash, they still have a lot of options available. Whether they go for the Paquito or the Yuzon from Diablo right now, that could be a priority, whether they want to value the EXP lane, but instead they deny away the Fredrin from the JH, picking it for themselves, and Valentina in preparation for what Kiwi is about to pick. From what these banning and drafting patterns have been going, Asterisk is pretty straightforward when it comes to banning and drafting. So they want to go for the Vexana for the Kiwi as much as they can as an opener in terms of feeling it out.
Now I have a conspiracy theory coming from Asterisk. If Kiwi decides to not go for the Valentina, go for the Vexana, there could also be a Faramis potentially, but there's also a potential Novaria that Kiwi could play. And that kind of limits what Team Flash can take as a Valentina.
Yeah, I think picking the Faramis into the Valentina is not a great pick. So I don't think Asterisk will do that. We'll have to see, but it's one of those things where I like the Novaria more than the Faramis in this game.
Oh yeah, that's Mathilda. I almost forgot he got slip on by. Usually, if you're the first pick, you don't want to ban it. Team Flash, let it go. And Asterisk surprisingly did not select it as first pick, and Team Flash did not pick it as well.
Yeah, Valentina, Brethren will be their choice. Matilda leaking through. Asterisk identified for themselves, picking it up. Very good enabler in terms of the team fight, as well good initiator in forms of circling eagle. And Barat will be the tank of choice coming through from Asterisk. Very good in dealing with the Fredrin, especially if the Daytona's welcome. But given the fact that you can have a positioning error when you use Daytona's welcome, you can throw Fredrin accidentally into your Moskov, and that can happen. But in terms of Valentina stealing spells, right?
Sounds like you're
I just wanted to say,
experience.
Valentina, you can steal the Spear of Destruction.
Yeah. We saw it for some reason. I don't know why it was done, but we did see it earlier today by Godzilla. I don't think we'll see it again. Probably more in an actual highlight reel, so to speak.
Yeah, but Carry will be the marksman of choice for Team Flash. Vanix versus Chu here. I mean, Carry, she does well in terms of sustainability, in terms of bursting down the Barat as well. But whether she has the mobility versus the Matilda, that's going to be the key issue here. And Flash, they do take out the Paquito. Their drafts are not messing around this time. They are going for the throats of Team Asterisk.
I like what Team Flash is going for. I can see why they identify Bear as the main threat, not Kiwi, right? I was thinking if Team Flash could go for start bending away mage pools, right? Like for example, your Novaria, your Faramis, just take it away. You just don't want to deal with it. But maybe it's just Team Flash saying that, okay, Bear has more threat. That's why they start banning, locking down on Paquitos. Or maybe because Team Flash has already said, okay, I've got a Valentina. You can throw any big mages at me. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I can counter you. I can play around you. You know, we have the skill to do so. We're not worried so much. So it's more of a flex play, especially going into game one. These teams have not played against each other here. But the Kaja band, from the Asterisk side, your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, 100% win rate so far on the Kaja. In the likes of Lozy, he's an extremely aggressive player as well. And he was the only one to pull out the Tigreal in the entire regular season so far as well. We saw him dashing into the wall, but I mean, still getting the implosions off. Come on, Lozy. He is extremely aggressive when it comes down to these roam picks as well. And FMM on the Matilda, you want to mitigate that as much as possible. And taking away the Kaja might just have done enough.
Yeah, okay. But I mean, there's still options. I think Lozy is very, very flexible in terms of some of the other heroes they can choose. But the Faramis band here, you know, Jace was talking about the fact that that's a mage. You know, the Novaria is still out there, but I do think that the band was okay.
Just limiting it, right? Like a Faramis, one more combo with Mathilda, one more combo with a Barat could be a little bit too much for Team Flash to handle. So you just take it away, right? Now, Asterisk, are they going to target mostly on the roam role, or are they going to look at banning away EXP? Right.
Yeah, if they do ban the EXP here, that might potentially limit the potential of Bear as well, since the Paquito is no longer in the pool. But given the fact that both Bear and Diablo mechanically gifted players, I don't doubt their pool at this point. They're better off trying to ban off the roamers, right?
I think Cho would be a good ban coming up from Asterisk, something that, of course, that's Lozi's favorite pick, the Franco coming out. Team Flash, I mean, Lozi can play the Cho. He's played it quite well, being used to bait out so many of these spells, especially when you have CC Immune or a free Purify when it's Shunpo. But now it's Team Flash turn to pick. What would they pick for the EXP lane? Or roam, you know?
Yeah, and we do have the Minotaur still in the pool being picked up by the likes of Team Flash. Asterisk might have potentially looked for it themselves, but they already have the Matilda available. So not banning that out, choosing to go for the respect ban on the Franco instead, gives them the edge in terms of AoE.
I think right now Asterisk is just lacking that tankiness, right? Like, I think more tankiness would be good, so you're looking for a more tanky EXP lane. Maybe you can... I really dig the Novara idea, right? The fact that you can just land your shots with the Moskov a lot easily. So yeah, definitely digging.
Yeah, there's definitely synergy there. It does make sense. And you want to get to... Okay. Vexana and the X-Borg.
Yeah, we do see the standard pick from Kiwi. Vexana, we know that that's the hero that he is known as the Reaper on. He is permanently nowhere to be found. And with a Team Flash, they have to answer for it. They already pre-picked the Valentina, knowing that Kiwi is going into this Vexana. Stolen Eternal Guard 1-for-1 can prove to be a danger for you guys as well. Given the fact that now that they have a Minotaur with the Minoan Fury does provide a lot more knockup in comparison to what the Matilda can do. Matilda is a mobility initiator, while Minotaur is a blanket initiator. So in terms of AoE, Minotaur has a lot more going for them. And now, lacking the damage, they go for the Benedetta on Diablo. Skill versus skill, X-Borg versus Benedetta, 1v1.
Actually, Benedetta will have a better rotation coming off of Team Flash. They already got the tankiness down, so I'm definitely looking for something more on damage and something that can dive the backline, right? First reaction is usually Yu Zhong to be able to find a Vexana, but in the hands of Diablo, that could be a macro Diablo or even going a flank Diablo. So it's something that Diablo is really comfortable with.
I like the pick. I think it rounds out the draft quite a bit. It addresses the concern of how to get to the backline, how to get to Kiwi, the Vexana, how to figure out how, to deal with this. How do you get through the X-Borg and, of course, the Barat's very tanky, right? So it does round it out.
FMM and Barat will have to hunker down the early game as much as possible over here, especially from the side of Team Asterisk, because Lozi, I feel that he's going to be on the Minotaur trying to look for as much advantage as possible. And ladies and gentlemen, we have it. Team Flash versus Team Asterisk, last match of the day.
Yeah, and right now Asterisk is picking up the pens, and Pencil's ready to start answering some questions because this is basically O levels for Asterisk. This is the benchmark. If Team Flash if Team Flash doesn't sweat at all, we more or less know where Asterisk stand in the actual ranking, because technically speaking, Team Flash is the 80-90% of them right now.
Yeah, FMM in this early stages of the game, not prioritizing Kiwi at the moment, but still, we do see the 1v1 matchup. Fear Augur Armor already taken out of Bear. Diablo will have the mobility and damage to deal with the X-Borg.
All right, going into this game one, who has more pressure on them?
Definitely Team Asterisk, right? In terms, not even in terms of draft, not even in terms of just heroes in general, but they have a lot riding on this. When you're taking your O levels, you feel the stress.
A lot of things.
Once you get a practice test, maybe you study up, you kind of understand what's going in before going. You don't go in blind, right?
I mean, they're just winging it at this point, but it just looks like they have the correct formulas. But Chu,
Appraiser's Wrath right there, cutting off the access. Phoenix just also leading a lot of damage, and now it's going to be JH pushing about. Somebody from the side of Team Flash already swallow, pin against the wall, and nice flicker over there from the side of Kurtisi to dodge it. If that is a kill, that is a good trade, but no, Team Flash got away.
Yeah. Right, so one question was asked. It looks like they failed that one on that O-test. Right?
Not yet.
Kurtzi, I mean, that was a nice flicker play. Lousy was just on point, right, in terms of saving his teammate.
Yeah, Chu potentially could not escape from Hades, and that was just that. He used the Purify. He used the Purify and still could not escape away.
Oh, damage coming out from Diablo onto FMM. Bear just burning it down. Don't forget, Turtizi does have the Lance Insanity. JH just chomping onto Hades, and now he gets terrified. Kiwi, oh, yeah, praises Wrath! Letting the damage down. FMM needs to go away. There's lots of space being bought by Turtizi. Bear will be able to turn down Hades, but Bear stole the turtle from Team Flash, and Benedetta picking up a double kill at the same time. 2 members from the side. Asterisk go down.
Yeah, Team Flash feeling the full effects of the Kiwi effect as he can stay alive in the backline, just raining down the nukes. And this will be a problem in the later stages of the game, especially if Bear can keep on making plays like this.
Nice play, but I mean, he did sacrifice himself for that one. Giving farm to Diablo, probably not the best choice. I mean, obviously you're not choosing who gets the kill, but looks like they're going to go for this one.
Okay, JH sorting out low team, pushing out on the wall. Should be easy pickings for the side. Ooh, not only just that, Spear of Destruction allows them to funnel it over to Chu.
Wow. Downtown, we'll take that one.
Yeah, and not only just that, Bear, doing a lot of damage. Diablo is just dancing around Bear. The flamethrowers is not doing well against Diablo.
Yeah, and he finds Hades in his jungle at this point. Fredrin becoming much and much more of a pest as Hades, he will ramp things up and try to take things away from JH as much as possible.
Oh, have you seen a flying dinosaur?
Yo, that
scared me.
That's a pterodactyl or something like that, right? Ooh.
Oh!
Okay, it's a Eagle challenge bottom lane right now for the side of EXP lane. Bear going up against Diablo, and Bear, of course, all the EXP laners in Singapore definitely look up to Diablo, looking to be, like him as well, right?
The thing is, the gold lane matchup is not favoring Chu at the moment. They did get the early funnel onto Chu, but they did get an early kill onto Chu as well. And once Vanix gets going, he already has the Corrosive Scythe. He will have the sustain to be taking out Chu in this early stages.
Yeah, Vanix on a farm carry is not what you want to see in the late game. So getting him, slowing him down as much as possible, best idea possible if you get some sort of rotation. But Astros right now, they really haven't found much. And it looks like there's going to be a turtle fight coming up.
Yep, Jay is trying to drag the turtle over to the outside. Diablo looking for the flank, opening up the map for now. FMM just standing in the forward, but taking a lot of damage by the side. Curtizi, Kiwi looking to land. Eternal Guard will be able to drop onto Curtizi as well. Bear jumping up and at the same time getting knocked out. The turtle gets reset.
Yeah, FMM already using the circling eagle onto Diablo, but Diablo, he does still have the Lecto Final Blow available. Hades, he has the Brute Force Breastplate now, so he can go for these team fights, but Kiwi is becoming more and more of a problem. Already committed the Eternal Guard, but still, Team Flash playing it safe.
Inevitable. Giovanni is showing Chu who's boss, tutoring him in the gold lane. Not only just that, FMM right now already burned away the ultimate. We shall see how they're going to execute this particular turtle fight. Kiwi just landing around, just looking for it. It's going to be the last insanity, but Hades dashes forward, taking away, stealing away, and not only just that, Minnow and Fury committed by Lozy all the way to the back line. Kiwi and Bear needs to run for it. Curtizi this time around, last insanity pop. FMM buds. Ooh, pull JH back to safety for now. Diablo, Electro Fundable going in against Kiwi, knowing that he doesn't really have. Miss execution by Diablo! Kiwi, you're unkillable!
The Reaper himself managing to survive that from Diablo and getting the counter kill on him. Nice flicker timing there. Micro skills on point.
That was crazy, actually. Everybody surviving from Asterisk and being able to take that and just run away where it thought it was going to be a disaster of a fight, but JH now.
Concussive Blast committed. FMM looking for the circling eagle. Curtizi looking a bit low. No commitment coming out from Asterisk for now.
Very hard fight from the side of Team Asterisk still, as Chu is constantly kept down by Vanix on the top lane. They won the team fight from the side of Team Asterisk, but still macro advantage on Team Flash with Hades getting a turtle.
Yeah, very smart, very calculated, and the fact that they're got a 2K net worth lead speaks volumes about how they're trying to prioritize objectives as well as pushing the other, like the T1 bottom. So giving Diablo a lot of space, right? Yeah, he's died twice already, but he's made an impact. He did have a misplay in the mid lane a little bit, but it's one of those things where Flash are really putting the pedal to the metal in the sense of just putting a lot of pressure on them.
I like how Diablo actually misplayed right there in the mid lane, but he still gets pushed down bot.
Yeah, he still gets the objectives, and meanwhile, Vanix on the top lane doing his job as well, getting away the outer turret. Curtizi, with the Necklace of Endurance already picked up, wants to be the utility mage as much as possible.
Damage coming out from Kiwi, landing onto Diablo, burns him down to a quarter HP, 1/3, 2/3 of the HP left. You can start to see Chu, you know, just paying too much respect over to Vanix. That name tag, that Vanix is the inevitable, just makes Chu really hard to come execute in the gold lane.
And now we have the turtle fight underway.
Yep, getting zoned out by Vanix alone. How is Vanix zoning the rest of Asterisk as well, giving the turtle over to the side of Team Flash?
Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to do that as a carry, but still, look at the damage dealt. Kiwi, he has been left unchecked, managing to deal damage at the back lanes. And if he can prove to do so in the mid game, in spite of the fact that Diablo is constantly chasing him down, he will manage to come out on top. He has the AoE damage to begin with. Very heavy AoE damage coming out from Vexana, and if she does get a kill, it's going to explode.
Definitely. It's one of those things where they've done a great job of protecting, again, to Jace's point, of protecting the president, right? Kiwi is the president in this case. Chu will come in when he required, but Kiwi is the lifeblood of this team. If the Vexana dies in a team fight, you're almost guaranteed to lose that team.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chu wasn't able to have any form of spearhead, no pun intended right there, against Team Flash. He's already lost one lane, and potentially, you know, Vanix gonna shove down bot as well.
And look at that, a 2k gold advantage towards the side of carry versus the Moskov. And that's gonna translate to a 4k gold advantage in total for Team Flash. Still macro pretty much on their side, despite the fact that they have a 4-4 scoreline. And Asterisk, they have lost their outer lane turrets from both the top lane and the bottom lane. That's a lot of map control loss for Chu to farm. And that's Vanix being able to shove the wave at bottom constantly while getting the farm from the neutral creeps as well.
Yeah, it's the squeeze, right? And this is how Team Flash are playing it. Like, if we're looking at kills, it's 4-4, it's a tie. But the net worth lead is shifted because they've taken the objectives. They understand that, hey, we have a slight edge. Look at how the fact that the bottom lane is completely controlled by Team Flash, making it very difficult for Asterisk to find any sort of farm, but the Circling Eagle doing some work.
Ooh, Chu, okay, that's a bait, massive coming up on Chu. Diablo getting a little bit low. Electa final blow just to get out. Diablo gets away to safety.
Yeah, and that's a flicker wasted from the side of FMM as the Lord will be up and running as Team Flash, they're already starting on it.
Yep, okay, Losi this time around, Minoan for her going in, JH looking down low, getting shredded by Vanix. Not only just that, Eternal Guard helps him buy some time, but Vanix looking down low, and not only just that, this time round it's gonna be Chu! Shredded 5, Winter Spear Destruction, Circling Eagle, tagging on to Curtisi, nobody for the side of Asterisk is following up. The Lord is actually got it down low, but there's no jungle for the side of Asterisk. Hades takes the Lord away for himself.
We'll take that one, but they want more.
I don't think so, but no, Curtisi jumps at Birds of Flicker. Kiwi doesn't really have the mana at all. Hades just step forward, a Concussion Blast. Not only just that, Electrify the blow, a red carpet for Vanix to take down the mid lane turret.
Just barely missing out on Kiwi. The final blow was just a sliver away from hitting Kiwi. All he needed to do was just hit that last piece. Unfortunately, not able to do it. Kiwi survives, but now Asterisk still behind 5k net worth lead.
Great Dragon Spear on Diablo.
Diablo just doing a great job of keeping Kiwi away, and I think that Great Dragon Spear...
Is that a normal build for Benedettas?
I don't think so. He's just using it as a mobility tool, just because Kiwi has been getting away just a little sliver, and that might just provide him the mobility needed. Diablo does finally finish off the outer turret on the top lane, but look at this!
Circling Eagle, that's also going to be an energy implosion coming out from Hades. Half HP does have a lot more damage. If he actually tags on the Appraiser's Wrath, it could be over for the side of Asterisk. Mid lane, bottom lane turret is actually going to get attacked, but luckily for the Lord, getting chunked down by Asterisk.
Still a lot of map control lost by Asterisk. Only one outer turret left. And with Team Flash's lineup, Hades just going in with the energy eruption. Not finding anything at the moment, but they might get the inhibitor turret. They do. And Vanix just free roam, having the damage output and the backline as well. Kiwi has become a non-factor to them as Diablo is dealing so much macro advantage in the top lane, in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, forcing the issue. And you're probably wondering what's like, oh, why is Asterisk just not dealing with the bottom T3? Why couldn't they protect it against lower? It's because you saw Diablo actually pushing in the other lanes. He was pushing the mid T2, and unfortunately they had to split their forces. They had to divide their resources to kind of deal with this. And Diablo doing a great job of just pushing and pulling and just basically forcing Asterisk to where they want to go.
Yeah. Macro Diablo.
Yeah, that's macro plays right there from Team Flash. I mean, despite the fact that, you know, they have identified the Asterisk team fight, They want to go into the team fight as much as possible. With Kiwi in the backline, he does deal a lot of damage. Q can come in at any time. That's very team fight based, right? But Team Flash, if they take away the objectives while they're taking a team fight and they don't lose any members while doing this, then of course they're going to get the gold lead no matter what. And it is there now. 8,000 gold lead for Team Flash at this point. Curtizi 003 still untouched. Not to be found. Very slippery mage.
There's no resources in the jungle at all. Team Flash has basically stripped Astra's jungle bare. And to the point that you can see JH is just struggling to become big due to his passive.
I thought Astra's right there was just having a team meeting in the jungle because they were like just sticking around. They weren't killing anything. They were just like, hey, what are we doing? Like, how do we get ourselves back in this game, right? It's one of those things where they're even sticking together today or right now and just trying to maybe get an ambush because they don't have anything to farm.
Yeah, Vanix with the Wind of Nature purchase. Curtizi has the Winter Chun-Chan ready, so it's going to be extremely hard.
JH edging forward, nice. Ultimate and Diablo coming for the flank as well. JH not long for the wall, getting shredded by Vanix as well. Bear also just trying to burn backwards, and he's also taking a lot of damage. Eternal Guard just doing havoc against Team Flash. But look at Team Flash, the health boss are all full.
Both teams bringing in their A game, but Team Flash getting a slight bit of advantages in terms of itemization, in terms of timing as well. Vanix has the Wind of Nature, cannot be caught by Chu anymore. Curtizi has the Winter Tron-Chan. Diablo already with the Endless Battle as well. So much tankability, sustainability coming through from the side of Team Flash.
It's tough. It's tough to find that pick. I mean, right now Team Flash are almost all sticking together except for Diablo, who's that elusive, very mobile Benedetta, very difficult to deal with. And Diablo has forced the issue with, pushing the lanes. Right now the Lord is pushing in the bottom lane, but Team Flash are sticking in the middle. And how do you deal with this death ball in the mid lane?
Yep, Lord already marching in. Hades also leading the charge as well. Mid lane already getting a lot of problems. Diablo gets terrified, unfortunately. Mid lane already getting a lot of punishment, and now it's going to be the Lord getting chunked down a little bit by Chu. Chu is trying to step forward and try to wave clear. Unfortunately, damage running off Team Flash is a little bit too much. Eternal Guard to try to equal it. Asterisk definitely leads to try to survive. JA shut off Losi and the Praisers round to wave clear, but the members from Asterisk is running low on steam. Team Flash going on the same as well. The minutes are still marching in. Top side as well. FMM and Chu stepping forward just a little bit to try to wave clear. Team Flash, they will not be able to cry Asterisk Spirit for now.
They will manage to hold for now, but that was extremely dangerous for Team Flash. They did not lose anything and still managed to get out with close to 10,000 gold lead. If you notice the timings that they are engaging the fights, it's when they get the key timings. Lozi, he had the immortality out, and then they initiated. Hades got the NT Cuirass. Vanix with the Sea Halberd. The moment the items were out, they started to initiate. They know their critical mass. They know the key timings to get out scot-free.
Yeah, scot-free, but on both sides, actually, because nobody was getting. But this 10K is almost nigh indestructible at this point. This Team Flash death ball is just insane. They have a huge net worth lead. It's just very difficult to deal with. And again, even with the itemizations that you're talking about, but
Lozi getting a little bit of a gap closer because of JH second skill, and now everybody from the side. Diablo coming to the cut. Kiwi not over the wall, flickers forward back to safety, and Chu with the help of the Terrify will be able to push Diablo away. Hades stepping forward. Bear in a lot of trouble, and he will now get trapped, and he will be trapped by Team Flash. Two members from the side of Asterisk already fallen.
And Diablo manages to get the Winter Tron-Chan as well. He will be out of harm's way.
Okay, they just need to score Bob. Just 1 minute left. Hey, not only just that, FMM just dragging the members from Team Flash on the right. And now with the minions marching in, Hades is already stepping in. Chu goes into Wind of Nature as well. But Team Flash, it is unstoppable. Asterisk will fall in game number 1.
And that is all she wrote. Team Flash will be taking the series 1-0. Very well done from both teams, showcasing the best of Mobile Legends Bang Bang today.
Yeah, what a great game. And that's kind of what you expected out of Team Flash. There was no doubt, right? Once they had that lead, they were like, okay, we know how to close the game. And so we're talking about this game versus the last game, right? In the sense of, RSG not knowing what to do with the lead, this is a bit of a struggle, right? Team Flash is doing really well. RSG struggle.
Yeah, and I don't know what to say, man. I was just kind of looking forward to Asterisk really stepping up just a little bit more. But but I just see how Team Flash just going in and just dissect them one by one.
Tough situation,
It
right?
is tough.
But okay, we saw that game. Who was the actual MVP though, Mo?
I gotta say, it's gotta be Diablo. He was doing so much as the Benedetta, providing so much macro advantages throughout the game, and he was cutting and segregating the entire team fights. With him, Kiwi just could not deal the damage he required to finish it off. He dealt the damage, but he could not be there to finish it off.
Okay, well, let's find out who the actual MVP is, and of course, it's going to be Cortese.
Wow.
Valentina, your thoughts? Are you a little upset that it wasn't Diablo?
Yeah, it wasn't Diablo. It's okay. Diablo is forever my MVP in my heart. It's fine. You don't need a graphic for it.
Okay, but Cortese, why? You know, the 205, the 77% kill participation. He was kind of on point. He was making some good plays, right?
Yeah. In terms of why Cortese was the MVP, he did have a lot of stolen Eternal Guards where he managed to land down a lot of nice Eternal Guards to counteract the team fights with the help of the Minnow and Fury coming out from the side of Lozi as well. But in the final fight, you saw the showcase of mechanics from Valentina. It was FMM on Cortese. He stole the Circling Eagle, and we thought that it was the Matilda dying. Yes, it was the Matilda dying, but it was dying to a Matilda.
Yeah. It was like Top Gun, right? They were like there was like a dog fight in the air, and it actually was a really nice play. Hopefully we'll get to see it in the highlights, but that's going to be coming up. But again, that was one of those games where there was no doubt, right? Team Flash, again, with this victory, I mean, 3-0-3 on the Vanix, he was almost untouched. That net worth lead is almost nigh unstoppable at that point, and Diablo just farming all of the lanes, just really putting a lot of pressure onto Astro.
Yeah, if you take a look at the gold lead as compared to his counterpart Bear, right? Bear is more of a utility EXP lane. It makes sense. But Diablo, though, this is a massive bursty build. If Kiwi gets touched by Diablo, Kiwi will just pop. He will just melt. There's no armor. It's mostly building for the magic resist boots, so that he doesn't get stun locked by Lozi.
And the fact that Kiwi did not die at all in the entire game is a miracle. He still proves to be the god of death. But honestly, he dealt the damage needed in the early game. He was dealing so much damage, but just could not find the finish. As you said, almost is not there.
Yeah.
And for itemization-wise, you see how Team Flash capitalizes on these itemizations, especially when they're at advantage, right? They get the item, they go. They get the item, they go. And that's how you get more lead off of your lead. Make your money work for you.
Yeah, and Diablo's itemization is just crazy, right? I don't think that's how you build a Benedetta, but I mean, that's how Diablo builds his Benedetta.
It works. I mean, it was one of those things where, you know, Mo, to your point of, when I get that item, it's a huge power spike for the team, right? And if everybody's getting it roughly at the same time, we can make something happen. Like the Lousy, when he gets the immortality, when he went in, he knew exactly what he was doing, understanding the risk and reward. Can you get something out of it? Unfortunately, nothing happened. But throughout the game, all of the itemization, they were doing timing pushes based on those items.
And remember when Chu actually started picking out his golden staff, he's actually starting to do damage, but albeit it's a little bit too late. Vanix was just bullying him out of lane. He was like 3k goalie behind. That's one full item. That one full item could have been a golden staff that Chu desperately need to be actually relevant in the fight. If you take a look, damage dealt is actually more Asterisk done more damage as compared to Team Flash.
Yeah, in terms of damage, Kiwi was there. The output was there. Asterisk, they did everything correctly, but Team Flash, they had the answer with the form of Diablo, having the macro pushes, Vanix getting so much control of the map. Just getting the early advantage for Vanix, get the early advantage for Diablo, and then they have the superior lineup to segregate the map as much as possible, right? Cortese, he playing as a utility Valentina, you just don't want to be caught. You want to be taking as much damage as possible and getting out. And he did that to a T.
Okay. Let's do a little role play right here, right?
Yeah.
You are RL19, you're the coach.
Okay.
You're going to talk to Asterisk. That game
I'm
happens.
RL19.
What do you tell your team?
Be better.
Okay. All right. Anything
Agent
a little
Drive.
bit more? You want to elaborate a little bit more?
Okay, I feel like it's just mostly about, well, we'll take a look at the highlights, right? You can start to see how, not only just Cortese, right? Also Diablo, how they split these teams, right? These red carpet that you see, done by Diablo, the Electro final slash. Look at Kiwi, look at FMM. He can't really step forward, whereas, you know, it's just going to be Team Flash dealing with your front lines, be it Bear or JH. once you leave them on a small little island, Vanek could shred, no damage coming out from Team Flash.
Yeah. And he did a great job of just forcing it. Kiwi was uncomfortable the entire time. Look at how far back he is, and he's like, I don't know if I'm too close. I'm not able to do my damage because, again, I can get blown up at any moment. So these team fights are really back and forth, but the fact that he had to focus. Look at JH. He's tanky. He has to run away.
Yeah, and this one, just Vanek's just free hitting from line. And this is also something, yes, Kiwi doesn't die, which is great, but now your damage dealers are locked behind this one guy, this elusive Diablo, right? And you're just being gate-kept.
It's so extremely scary to play against Team Flash.
It is.
It felt like Asterisk, at that point, you were doing nothing wrong. And still, you lose the game somehow.
It could happen. It could definitely happen.
This is what happens when the O levels ask you something that you did not study for, or the questions are just way too hard. I just need to find one of these sample questions.
And here to answer the questions is Professor Churros with Off the Desk.
Right, I will, but this game was just a banger of a series so far. Asterisk was this close, but Flash was able to break down RO19's minds and get to his mind space and create that fear, that nightmare that Asterisk dreams of at night. But there's a lot of things to talk about, a lot of back and forth, lots of great fight sequences, but let's first start off with the draft. In this case, for the side of Asterisk, it's very clear cut. Chu wants to farm till late, so we'll go into the late game, try to get in as much farm as possible, try to get that Holy Trinity as much as he can, creating a lot of space in that front line with Bear as well as JH, but they never got to that late game. The reason being is because it's very difficult for a Barat to pick up his stacks, to pick up his passive as a Barat. Taking out the Fredrin, the signature hero of JH, was one of the greatest moves that Flash could do up against Asterisk. So preventing him from having a very easy game from that start and then just go ham very aggressively, pushing that fighting power, onto Chu's lane. In the early game as well, Vanix has a very, very easy time because on a one-to-one matchup, carry wins Moskov every single time. All you need to do is basically pop your first skill, maybe poke just a little bit, do some chip damage onto that Moskov, and then just back off. You have a little bit more mobility with Diablo as well, and this is a great showcase of this sequence. This was the last fight that ended it all. Diablo was just split pushing, is basically playing a 4-1 synergy with Diablo just constantly pushing. For the side of Flash though, Diablo notices that Moskov was already back. So Asterisk doesn't have that fighting power. Moskov is out of the equation. What happens after this is you want to force that fight within this entirety of this base. Notice where Vanix is at all times as well. Always very highly protected by the entirety of Team Flash. It's always standing at that back foot. No one of the members of Asterisk would be able to reach him except for Bear. But then you have to pop your last sanity, and then basically your Firaga armor is just destroyed. So forcing that fight, pushing Diablo, noticing he cannot take Chu underneath that turret, he goes for a flank. And this was a very, very good move coming in from Flash as well. This is how the FMM is trying his best to just try to split Vanix apart. But there was no follow-up damage, especially from the main damage dealers. Notice how JH is already down, tanking all of that damage, but the burst damage coming in from the Valentina as well as the carry is just way too much for him to handle. He can't even buy that time for his entire team to come in and back him up. And I think this was the major downfall. Why go for the objectives when you can just hunker down your base, wait for the next big objectives? Because when you're playing against Macro Diablo, it's just the entire Land of Dawn is a hunting ground. You don't want to leave your backs open. And I'm very excited to see how R19 figures this out. Boys, back to you.
Professor Churros, and of course, it's hunting everyone down in the Dawn of Light, right? The Land of Dawn, excuse me. It was one of those things where he's everywhere, felt his presence felt. It's just very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I don't think I would like to go out in the Land of Dawn, especially alone, because Diablo can be anywhere. Wait, I should... Wait, what? Wait, where are we going with this? What is the angle? Okay, the angle is do not be alone when Diablo is on the Benedetta, because he's creating so much space by the sides. You go in alone as a gold laner, you're gonna get one shot. You can see Chu doesn't really dare to step forward to start to do, you know, the split pushes like what we expected from most of the Moscovs that we do, because they like to split push by the side and after that join the team fight with one ultimate.
Okay, but over to you, Moment. If you had to pick one player to be alone in the land of Dawn with, I'm just kidding. Your thoughts? I mean, going into this one though, what is the thought process now? Right? You're Asterisk, right? What are you thinking?
Well, now your Asterisk, I mean, Vexana has been found out, but now, I mean, just looking at what Team Flash is doing to Team Asterisk at this point, it's extremely hard for Asterisk to fight back. And yeah, Asterisk just not having a good time.
Yep.
Their strats have been found out.
But of course, let's talk about the Exorcist skin series are back. Exorcist Grandeur and also Exorcist Hayabusa. Woof. Looking really nice as well. As I was just rolling the KOF, I was like tempted. Which one should I go for? Right? I kind of want to play the Valor. I already got the Valor. I want to play I want to get the Valor. I want to bring Valor back into meta. But yeah, Grandeur and Hayabusa are looking solid. If you guys watch the trailers as well, the animations are sick. So grab your own Exorcist skins now. And by the way, lots of Yizhong flying around. The Yizhong skin Exorcist is also available as well.
Yeah, if you missed out on your chance to get the Yuzong, the Kagura, it's your chance to do it right now. And I believe they will have an event soon. So if you top up during the event, you will get extra tokens, right?
It's all about getting lucky,
Or
right?
you could just power through.
Okay. That is an option. That is an option, of course. But now we're going to go into, of course, is going to be Game 2, the next draft going in. Was it a drafting issue?
I really don't feel like it's a drafting issue anymore. It's just they do not know how to answer against the Benedetta. I think right now it's just that the laning phase-wise, the gold lane is having a lot of trouble. The EXP lane-wise is also having a lot of trouble. In fact, it is the mid trio that should be going around assisting and maybe play opposite, right? You have to sacrifice one lane in order to gain the advantage on the other lane.
Yeah, and I feel that they did not manage to get the macro factor, despite the fact that, you know, if Diablo is doing well, then you should be focusing on probably Chu to get the farm in, to put the eggs onto one basket, right? Moskov needs to get the farm in, but Vanix was doing so well on the opposite side as well. And if the gold lane and the EXP lane are getting so much macro, even if winning the team fights, getting the damage, you do not pull it through. So Team Asterisk, they have a lot to think about right now. Now, with the Harif being banned out once again, Team Flash will be choosing to ban out the carry as well as the Lo Yi. Lo Yi, of course, very strong on Kiwi. Way that Asterisk communicates, they are a unit, they are a very strong team.
Okay, yeah, definitely so going into this one. But I think that's, look, I like Asterisk. What we've seen throughout, I don't think that was the true form that we would normally see from Asterisk. And this is a situation where, look, we're going to learn, we're going to see how we fare against the top tier. I don't know if Team Flash is going to be at the point where Game 2, maybe they play with their food a little bit and kind of change up the draft so it's a little bit janky.
My mom taught me not to play with my food. Alright, so I hope Team Flash doesn't play with food because you want to give a lot of respect over to Asterisk because these are also esports players, right? I think a lot of respect should be given over to Asterisk, especially to reward them for, you know, all the hard work ever since January.
Yeah, and Team Flash, I mean, that was a mechanics versus mechanics right there, right?
Yeah.
In terms of macro play, you come up to how you take these objectives, what are your key timings, how you work on your advantages. And Team Flash just showed what stellar gameplay looks like. Even though Team Asterisk, they did have the answers, they did have the damage. Now, Asterisk, they have to change things up. And this is where it falls down to, yeah, Kiwi, you played a great Vexana, but it's not the answer right now.
Okay, so if you are Kiwi in this case, and you're like you're saying, had a great game, is it like, do you start pointing fingers, or like, well, how do you get out of this rut?
Oh man, it's going to be on to RL19 as the coach, right?
Yeah.
He probably has a lot of strats for Kiwi. I mean, he's not limited to the Vexana as well. We did see him on the Loya as well, but that has been taken out already. So he does have a Faramis available, but the Moskov picked up from Vanix. It's going to be scary.
Yeah, I don't think Kiwi wants to pick the Faramis right here. We've seen first pick Faramis. Sometimes, yeah, it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Team Flash going for a snap pick onto Moskov, giving over to Vanix is just literally telling Asterisk that, hey, let me teach you. And now, since we're going to go to scale towards the later parts of the game, here I am. I have a Claude.
Yeah, and they do pick up the Fredrin for the JH as well. But with the Claude, I feel that Claude has not been performing as well as we think he should. He is at a 20% win rate. I feel like since we've seen him so much in the previous meta, teams have learned how to play against Claude. And the way that they are trying to counter him out is to try and catch as much of his macro gameplay as much as possible. And with the Minotaur being picked up as well as the Valentina, they have the blanket picks available already for Team Flash. Minotaur to counteract the Claude, and Valentina just to counteract anything that Kiwi's gonna pick.
Yeah, they're very flexible.
Here we
one.
go.
We'll pick whatever it takes. But Chip, that will be an interesting one. What are your thoughts on this Chip pick?
Definitely, it's like a better Loi in a sense without the damage, right? And that's something that FMM likes to play as well. And you see the pick ban rates, right? 18% ban, 2 times pick rate. And yeah, like expect now Team Flash needs to respond to this kind of rotations, and the way you respond to these kind of Chip crazy rotations, we've seen it before. The Bandadettas, the Paquitos, the unfortunately got banned, and even to the certain extent the Yuzhong, right? Something you could join the team fight as quickly as possible.
And Mo, you were talking about how the Claude, teams have kind of figured out his macro play. But if you've got the Chip who can kind of get you in and out and portal you around, shortcut you to places, I mean, it's gonna the synergy, and we see what they're trying to go for in this draft.
Yeah, and that's what's taking what's comfortable with the meta and adding on a twist. What a draft by RL19 at this point, and taking out the Carmelia at this point is going to be extremely pivotal, because locking down the Claude is going to be the name of the game for Team Flash here. With Chip, he can go in and out with a shortcut, and Minotaur already being given to Team Flash, they don't want to give it any more stackability. I mean, Hades, he can play in the jungle as well.
Yeah, and Team Flash, if they can kind of limit Claude's farm in the early game, right, they'll have a much easier time. But come mid to late game, when he tends to be a little bit more mobile, he's more survivable, he does more damage. I mean, all the things that you don't want to see in the Claude, now it becomes a problem. So it feels like Team Flash are really limited in terms of that lockdown that they really need to deal with this Claude.
Yeah, but there are still a lot of EXP heroes for Diablo to deal with. And Diablo is a factor, given the fact that he was playing the Benedetta. He can play the counter macro game from the side of Team Flash. Any objectives that Team Claude takes, Team Flash, they can do the same as well. And Asterisk, at this point, they just want to take out as many counters to Fredrin as possible. So they are going to take out the Barats. With Team Flash on the last ban here, they can still take out Kiwi's pick.
Yep, I heard that. It's Thamas being taken away, no more Bear Trap, taking the trap away from Bear. I was thinking Asterisk could have gone for a Hellcurt ban, because looking at Team Flash matchup, I turn off the lights, you wouldn't even know when Lozi just comes in with an ultimate. You just get knocked up sky high, and you're like wondering what actually happened.
And with that, Lapu Lapu will be the EXP laner of choice from Team Asterisk. Very good with the control, immunity, jumping the back lines as well. I mean, synergy with the shortcut. That's going to be very important, right? Yeah. Having the AoE, having the synergy with the shortcut, this feels like Asterisk is going for as much of the fight, focusing on FMM as much as possible. And Team Flash, they will have to counteract the shortcut effect.
I call this the whole monkey strat, right? In the sense of just like, I just run at you, right? That's all that's going to happen. It doesn't really matter. Everybody just wants to get in your face. We want to force the issue, from minute 1, so to speak. We'll see how that laning goes, because again, if they're behind, they're going to really suffer. They're going to have some pretty weak monkeys at the end of the day.
And Team Flash, they have to answer here. They will go for it.
Guinevere from the previous patch. It's also the first pick as well for MPL Singapore.
This will be the debut of Guinevere.
No, we've seen her in MPL PH. She does make an appearance there. She definitely has play. You have a lot of control. You obviously go in with the what is it called? The spatial migration.
Right? Yeah, but not only just that, right? Your ultimate is also going to coincide really well with the Minotaur. That knock-up probably allows you basically so much access for the Guinevere to make sure everybody stays in the sky a lot longer for Moskov or even Valentina just output the damage.
And there's one thing that I want to note about this Guinevere pick versus the chip, right? If you do a spatial migration into your ultimate at the shortcut, you might provide enough damage to close out the shortcut because the shortcut can be destroyed as well. That's what most teams, they do not know. Chip ultimate is not, unlike the diversion, it's not inevitable. You can actually destroy it. And that's going to be very key from Flash. With the Lecto Final Blow, that's a lot of damage onto the shortcut and essentially might cut short your team fight.
You know, I was thinking that like Asterisk is just like running at you, but I feel like Team Flash can counter in their own way, right? They're willing to fight. This is going to be two heavyweights just going at it. Who falls first at the end of the day?
Yeah, Team Flash with this lineup looking extremely scary. Diablo once again on the Benedetta. Vanix will be on the Moskov as we head into Game 2 of Team Flash versus Asterisk.
So would this be a road bump or a mountain that Asterisk is facing? Ladies and gentlemen, we shall find out in game number 2. Team Flash going up against Asterisk, with Asterisk a lot more to prove against this crazy of a team, Team Flash.
Yeah.
Do you like this draft from Asterisk more than last game?
I do like this, but come on, Team Flash, I feel that they had the answers to the chip right now. The shortcut being destroyed, that's gonna be key here. Team Flash, if they can destroy the shortcut, Asterisk will be permanently on the back foot.
Okay, but if they're on the back foot again from the beginning, like it's one of those situations where like, yeah, I can portal, but like I can just portal from like my T3 to my other T3, right? Like you're forced back into your base. You don't really have many options. So it's one of those things where Asterisk need to ensure that they dictate the pace, they get some farm.
Yep, massive damage coming out. Hades doesn't really have the Abrasion's Wrath as well. You can see the heal coming out of Lozy. Oh, not only just that, JH will be picking up first blood onto Hades.
And JH proving that Fredrin is the pick of his choice once again. Bear in a slight bit of trouble, but will have the sustain to handle out the aggression of Diablo.
What do you think about this Lapu Lapu versus Benedetta matchup in the top lane? Take out the player names, take out all that, but just on paper, who's got the edge?
In terms of damage, of course, it's going to be Benedetta. But sustain and team fight, I feel that Lapu Lapu will eventually want to scale up and join these team fights as much as possible. And Benedetta, it depends on whether he wants to join the team fights or go for the macro.
Okay. But who gets the edge on paper then? Just flat out. In that lane. Let's not talk about macro in other lanes.
Skill matchup here, right?
Yeah.
Because you have to know that there's a lot of iframes involved for the Benedetta.
Yep, Hades is looking for a joint fight. Kiwi will be able to spot it out. Nice snipe will be able to land onto Diablo. For now, JH stepping onto the turtle already. And now turtle fight should be ensuing very, very soon.
Still sticking around. It's a little bit of a dance. Lousy scouting it out, eating that meteor to the face. He'll take that one, but the Electo Final Blow.
Electo Final Blow finds Kiwi. Kiwi burns a flicker as well. Unfortunately, Diablo will be able to find the assassination as well. Bear, not long for the world. Lousy picking up that kill as well. JH is now stuck in a no man's land. 3-4 members just surrounding him. But JH still takes away the turtle for himself. And Hades still going on to JH. FMM gets dragged all the way out. And FMM gets out JH gets out scot-free.
Yeah, JH, but FMM not having the shortcut, burning the Purify as well. Losing this early game advantage, it's not where Asterisk want to be, especially with JH getting the first blood on to Hades. They wanted to push the advantage, but they did not have the manpower, given the fact that Diablo had a lot of damage onto where he had to recall home. Extremely hard for Team Asterisk now to come back from.
Still 2-1. It's not the end of the world, but FMM does call for reinforcements.
Yep.
And the Echo, they do spot him out.
Oh, not only just that, that's going to be FMM bringing the friends as well. Diablo is joining in this time around as well. And Bear jumping onto that. That's a CC immune coming out, but nice down coming up Vanix. Now members on the side of Asterisk already lined up. FMM looking down low. Curtis picks up the kill as well. And not only just that Electo Final Blow, it's a finishing touch coming up on Team Flash.
Yeah.
Somehow surviving.
And that was the result of the mid-team fight there. FMM not having the Purify for the Guinevere. He could come in and choose him as a target, knowing fully that Chu still has the Purify available. But FMM, he does not.
Does not indeed. And I mean, if we're looking at this one, I mean, Team Flash is up 3-1, only a 1K net worth lead, but it's 4 minutes in, very early, right? FMM hasn't really found, I mean, we've seen one portal play, hasn't really been to the most success. they've kind of pushed it out. At this point, are you looking to, as Asterisk, to maybe slow things down a little bit, kind of give your Chu a little bit more time to farm?
Yeah, time to funnel the farm, protect the president. It's going to be Chu at this point.
Sure. For sure.
Now, looking at around the turtle pit as well, 10 seconds left. Members of Team Flash are just retaining around, looking for any pickoff right here, anything that could make their turtle lives easier.
Blade of Heptasis already available for
trap.
Diablo.
Oh, JH, that's energy eruption. Face hanging right here, Knowledge is dead. Everybody for the side of Team Flash is just going to pour the damage onto JH. Immediately gets deleted, the portal coming out from the side. Team Flash just add a bonus to ensure that kill.
Looks like they're going to start the turtle at this point. Diablo continuing to harry away the FMM. It looks like it's going to be a free turtle going the way of Team Flash. Unless FMM somehow gets a miracle steal, not going to happen.
And I really like Team Flash's lineup even more, given the fact that Valentina, you can steal the shortcut away, right?
Yep.
Oh my god! Team Flash are playing another game here.
FMM, Chu, they're trying to provide Chu some space, right? It's not a great situation. He's actually a level behind. Diablo almost soloing Bear, but here comes the help.
Oh, here comes FMM to join the help, and not only just that, Hades will be able to knock FMM sky high, and Bear down a little bit low, unfortunately, giving Diablo the double kill.
Oh my lord, what a play coming out from Team Flash. FMM coming in to help, thinking that he was the help needed, but it was a grab delivery, and he got taken out.
Yep. JH is just taking so much damage from Curtizi, and that's not supposed to be the case because Curtizi is supposed to be like burst damage, right? And JH is taking way too much punishment.
Yeah, at this point, even the lead though, going the way of Curtizi, JH. With this early game advantage, not finding the conversions needed. Spatial migration from Hades has been proving to be the danger for Team Asterisk.
Look at the net worth, right? Like the fact that Diablo is 4,300, your Moskov, who's been farming 001, 4,500. He's been on point because he's been making plays, forcing the action top, took out the T1, getting kills left and right. He's 3-0-2, and this is the Diablo effect. He's level 9, highest in this game at this point.
Yeah, and it's about always winning these 1v1s, these solo lane matchups here. Given the fact that your teammates will rotate in, yes, but if you do get the gold advantage on the marksman lane, on the gold lane, on the EXP lane as well, it can convert into so much macro advantage for the team and so many objectives that will lead to you getting even more and more.
All right, so what does Asterisk need to do? They need to just group up, force the issue, maybe take the turtle at this point? I mean, it is spawning at this right now.
Yeah, they have to find Diablo with the help of Bear, and they're currently just trying to scramble around at this point. If you look at the members of Team Asterisk, they're nowhere near Chu, and they're nowhere near at Bear at the moment. And Team Flash, they're playing for the extremities of the map at the moment. They're nowhere focusing on the center, and Asterisk completely lost.
Yeah. No, I love that play by Team Flash, right? I mean, yes, the turtle is there, but we'll come back to it. Let's force the issue. We've already got this huge advantage. You have to react to me. Diablo, again, level 10. Who's going to deal with this? FMM is like, I see him, but I can't do anything. All I can do is watch.
Oh, FMM actually ganking all the way down bot instead. Will be able to catch and also bring in the Goon Squad, targeting onto Lozy. Lozy not getting reverting sky high. Vanix also will be able to dash away just a little bit. Here comes no, that's not Kiwi. That's Curtizi holding on to Kiwi's ultimate. Vanix, managed to find the star on the Bear. Bear gets shredded, and now Lemons 2 cannot stand behind it, and FMM taking a lot of punishment. Right now, Asterisk cannot line up.
Vanix just putting on a show as Hades will be going for the turtle that we mentioned before.
Oh, Vanix is gonna try it, but he's gonna get stunned by FMM and also is getting zoned out. Not only just that, Diablo coming for the flag as well, finishing off the job that Vanix started.
It was a trap. It was all a trap, right? They
but
did not
by
expect
Bear.
that. Yeah, I mean, they took the turtle. Like, look at the timing on that, right? The fact that they were able to take the turtle, instantly rotated bottom. They cut the creeps. They made sure that they take those extra kills. And Team Flash, this is why they're so scary. They're everywhere.
Yeah, they focusing on the extremities of the map. Team Flash, they keep Asterisk in the center as much as possible. And when they use the shortcut, they disengage and re-engage when they feel that they can win. Team Flash playing it to the T. Really scary.
Yeah, and FMM, like, they tried for the portal, the shortcut play. They sent all 5 members, but they got nothing, right? That's kind of one of those things where you took your shot, you missed, but now you're not farming across the map. You're losing a lot, and it's going to be even worse.
Now all outer turrets being taken out from the side of Team Asterisk. 10k goal lead. FMM in a lot of trouble.
Yep, definitely not long for the world as well. Kiwi just highlighting the positioning that obviously everybody knows from FMM, and now Asterisk will try to jump onto Diablo, but Diablo is super slick.
Diablo says beep beep. He gets on out of there. I mean, he's so mobile,
Wow.
so elusive.
I know that cartoon.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just aged myself with that. Thank you so much, Chase, for making me feel normal. But nonetheless, they're going to Team Flash continuing to push. All the lanes are pushing. 30 seconds till the Lord is going to be up. I mean, this is a game that has been, in full control of Team Flash.
Not only just this game, right? The whole series, literally. And now, because FMM's portals are located outside of the base, now FMM hunkering, now all of a sudden he lost a lot of things. And not only just that, FMM, okay, immediately gets deleted. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, losing the early game advantage as a chip, not what you want to see. Your shortcut becomes
the death cut.
Yeah, a liability. In terms of your team members going in, they're going into a red carpet from Diablo as well. So it's going to be extremely scary when it comes down to a 5v5 team fight. But Team Flash, they don't need to go for the showdown because they have so much map advantage. They can play as singular or dual units, and then they're still getting so much macro advantage as well. The way that they engage and disengage, Asterisk cannot find an answer for this as of yet. They have to start baiting, throwing bodies, and that's what we see Asterisk not doing. They're valuing the lives a bit too much, not committing to these team fights.
But how do we connect to this team fight? Because right now, as Diablo just will be one-shotting FMM right there, that's just out back to safety. He goes in, he goes out. Nobody from the side of Asterisk was able to catch him at all.
It seems like when you're up against a death ball, basically you want to split the lanes. But you can't do that because Diablo is in those other lanes. He's sniping you out. He's picking everybody off, making things very difficult.
Okay, that's a terrifying. No push coming out from Team Flash for now, but it's just Asterisk getting locked right inside the base.
Once again, Vanix, he does have the Wind of Nature available, but it's falling extremely low.
That Lord is starting to chip the damage. Gets the T3, so they've gotten that. That is an opening. The Lord will continue. Asterisk will deal with him. FMM still up in front. He is very scared. All Chip wants to do is eat those chips, and he's not able to do so in peace.
Chip not having a good time in this game. That 100% win rate of his will be not sitting pretty this time.
Well, I feel like what all records are made so that they can be broken. This is one of the situations where unfortunately Chip is on the wrong side of this one. Thought you had a good thing going, but again, it's all about that early game, right? They didn't really have it. Team Flash has been in full control. They forced him to kind of push him back. Asterisk, maybe they're lucky to get a couple minions of their own, like of their jungle, but they have been reactive. They have nothing. They are starving. Feed the hungry.
Team Asterisk, at this point, all they can do is hunker down, wait for Team Flash to make a mistake. They have no other choice but to do that and find a pick-off at this point. Asterisk, they cannot get picked off. They have to wait for Team Flash to make a mistake, and that's all they can do. Chu needs to get as much farm as possible.
Yeah, or basically force a mistake, right? You do have Kiwi as Novara. You can almost always pick or somebody. Oh, what's FMM doing right there on his own? Okay, he can go. Oh, that's a mistake. Then Vanix goes in, jumping over the wall instead, and lots of damage and lots of heal. Chu will be finally able to take him down. Not only just that, Diablo joining the crew at the same time. Chu taken down, and Diablo on the chase. FMM will be up next. No damage coming up from the side. Asterisk for now, and not only just that, Barrett's actually dragging the attention away and pulling it away from Team Asterisk as well. For 3 men down for the trade of 1.
Vanix going down there, but Diablo showing that he has to damage JH.
That's it.
Not able to tank the full Flash lineup. And 4 members available. They do not have any creeps.
Oh, Bob's not here. And they will be bringing more Bobs coming in from the side of Team Flash. And ladies and gentlemen, Team Flash towards Asterisk. This is just a road bump for Team Flash, but a massive mountain that Asterisk smash face first into Team Flash.
That's the way to do it, the way to finish it out, right? They took it out. They traded Vanix for 3 members. You know, it was the portal play. There was the all-in Hail Mary type of play. They did get Vanix in the end, but then everybody
they lost everything.
To Team Flash, they came in angry.
Yeah, Team Flash just showing us what stellar gameplay looks like in terms of mechanics, in terms of taking key objectives, in terms of winning the lanes, just mastering the basics, right? What you know about playing the game. You want to win the lane, you want to take objectives, you want to get the kills. And it all comes one step at a time for Team Flash, but it all looks so easy, like breathing for them.
Yeah, it's very easy. I mean, it was pretty much breathing.
Yeah.
It was like, it was
like
taking
a walk to lunch break.
I want to say it's breathing, but I felt like it was actually easier than breathing for them because they were in full control. There was no doubt in my mind that Team Flash was going to lose that one.
Yeah, and really, Asterisk just lost a lot of steam, especially after Game 1, right? Game 1, they had a lot more fight. But I really feel like you can see there's a lot of hesitation for the side of the gold laners. And also, not just that, also JH actually stepping up in game number 2. I like that one.
Okay, well, you think that JH just stepped up, but let's check out who the MVP was in that game. And it's going to be... Jace.
8:05 GPM at 826. My man is playing a gold laner here. He's been farming up. He's been wave clearing and then controlling and making sure that there's a lot of errors, forcing, Asterisk to really step out of the comfort zone and kind of fix these errors that, this Benedetta left behind.
Scary is all I can say, right? I think Diablo was very, very scary on the Benedetta. I mean, it's coming in as the last pick, right? For all the teams that are scouting Team Flash, you got to understand what could potentially happen. You got to make sure you have the lockdown. You have to figure out some way to stop this Diablo train.
And they can play this individualistic lineup as well with Diablo on the macro. And of course, on the other hand, you have the other Diablo, which is the teamfight Diablo, where he plays the Yuzhong so well. So how are you going to ban this out? It's so extremely hard to try and blanket ban what Team Flash can do.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I mean, everybody is so good at this point, right? Where their hero pool is somewhat deep, and it's difficult to kind of to figure out what they're trying to do, as well as have that hero to do that, to ban the right hero.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't know, man. Like, you don't ban out Diablo, right? Diablo is just so smooth. And on this Benedetta is also one of his signature picks.
Yeah.
One of his, and the way that he builds the Benedetta is also quite interesting, right? Like, going for a lot of more mobility, especially with the Great Dragon Spear, as you can see in terms of the items. There you go. Not only just that, you got 2 bursty items with the Blade of Hephaestus and Endless Battle as well. Man, it's just, like I said in the game number 1, as long as Diablo touches anybody from the side of Asterisk, he's got to get blown to pieces. And how is Asterisk able to split push at all, right? Because Diablo could just come out anywhere and then just attack you.
Okay, let's also talk about the Hades here on the Guinevere, right? I think that we were kind of shocked that she was picked. This is the first time she's been picked in MPL SG Season 7. But your thoughts on this pick, right? Was it good enough? I mean, 2-1-7, I think he could have been any sort of jungler and they would have done well. But did you feel the impact of the Guinevere here?
All right, the key thing about the chip is having that mobility with that overdrive. And with that overdrive being taken away, he could not get the shortcuts needed. That spatial migration denied so much space. And if he's going to drop down a shortcut, sure, you will drop down a shortcut, your team will come in, but you're running into a Guinevere ultimate. That is so much damage taken for your team. And that's the deterrent factor that the Guinevere provides when it comes down to the chip pick.
And it's also with the lousy, the Minotaur, right? If you jump on him, he's going to stomp you, Minotaur and Fury, we'll just we'll take it, right? We want this fight. We want everybody in the heart of the enemy of our team, so to speak. So I think they played it very well, and that was, again, a 13-minute game. Very quick. They knew Team Flash knew what they needed to have done.
Yep.
Now, Asterisk, though, look, the O levels.
Yep.
What score are you giving them other than fail? I mean, let's be a little positive.
Okay,
here.
I think that's a C because I feel like you can start to see Asterisk's main problem that I was worried about going to week 1, right? How are they going to compare themselves against Titan teams like this?
Yeah.
The reason why Diablo was able to make it in first place, Lozy was able to make it in first place, Vanix as well starting to step up, is because they disrespect name tags. Name tags can be scary at times, but especially when you're playing in a professional level, you really just need to, like what I say all the time, you just have to out-ret your Kyrie. You just have to win the duel against Oheb. You just need to win the fight and get a better flank against Baptiste. Yes, it's easier said than done, but I think the first bump that Asterisk needs to resolve first is to stay and play to their strengths.
Yeah, it's about flex tape, duct tape, whatever you have, blue tech at this point. Asterisk, they need to learn from their mistakes. And Team Flash, they showcase the gap between the teams. Asterisk versus Team Flash. If you're versus a Titan like us, what's going to happen to you? And what we do to make these advantages work. We make EXP lane look easy. We made gold lane look easy. And that's because we prioritize them with the rotation. Even Kurtizi, he was having a good time on the mid lane. Despite the fact that Asterisk, they prioritize the mid lane. You see FMM, Kiwi JH playing as a unit very strong on the mid lane, but extremely hard on the EXP lane and the gold lane. And look at that. With a Claude, you still have the 0 turret damage stat.
It's just way too hard for, Asterisk to do anything in terms of the macro sense, right? Asterisk has probably just have their hands extremely full. Team Flash is a team that probably has also have international experience, and now they're coming back and just showing you, okay, how is it done? I really hope that Asterisk, the next time we see them, they need to really not say disrespect, but more like, name tags doesn't mean anything at all. You just really have to play to your strength, play your own game, because your biggest enemy is yourself.
Okay, well, let's see what they have to say in the mic check coming up.
Yeah, no bite.
Oh, Vexer, help him.
Hello, damat in the low.
Hey,
Damat in the low. No flick. No flick, Xbox, nice one.
Good. Diablo snowball, nice one, guys.
Ulti, Moskov, no ulti.
Hey, Imia, guys. I got emote. Back me up.
Delo.
Okay, we can. Help Enix.
Okay. 5 seconds. Hey, just come bottom, guys.
Cannot just back.
Moskov, no ulti.
Hey, look at my position.
I flicker.
Okay. Moskov in the
Hey, Enix, can help?
Go.
I don't do.
Pass.
Yeah, no.
Hey, help Enix.
No, okay.
Okay, help the front line. You have tower lock.
I don't just sour lock. Noise to.
Hey, cheap behind, guys.
Reset.
Just cheap first, guys.
Hey, labo.
Die. Chill, guys. Nice one.
Not, guys.
Can.
I'm on the way, guys. Can. Lapu.
Coming.
I ulti, chill, guys. Okay, Lapu ulti.
Hey, we can just start it now.
I think can.
I think can.
Cannon.
Yeah, bro. Diablo. Must see Diablo.
How come in those team comms, you're hearing, I don't know who it was, he's saying, don't die. I feel like I say that in my games, but none of my teammates listen and they die. What's up with that?
Because it's Lolzy. You can see that the leadership as he stepped onto any team at all, be it RSG and even Team Flash, and now even though he's like, technically, I don't know who to be honest, and to this rate, I don't even know who the actual main rover for the side of Team Flash is. It could be JPL, it could be Lolzy, but I like the fact how Team Flash is showing that they are like literally Team Frankensteins, right? Plug and play, anything could work.
Yeah, anything could work, but if you look at the comps from Team Flash, extremely clean in terms of wanting their objectives. Look at my position, Diablo says. And look, the Moskov is in the base. There's no damage. Go for it. And that's all that's being communicated towards the team as they go for these team fights.
Okay.
From a champion team, champion words.
Champion words. But let's find out who else gives champion words. Professor Churros, please take it away.
What's going on, guys? For Asterisk, this might be a big test, but for Team Flash, this might just be another Sunday. The fact of the matter is, this entire game was just them having fun. To be honest, I was sitting down and I was like looking at the entire game, just scrubbing back and forth, but I cannot seem to find a particular moment when every single fight was happening, because everything just finished just like that, just in a snap or a blink of an eye, and it's all about being in a flash, right? This was all about rotation. One look at Flash's entire draft, you might think, okay, Lolzy picked up the Minotaur, it's gonna be a team fight draft, but no, they baited this once again. You got Vanix on the Moskov and Insurance on the late game as well as a split push advantage. You got the macro Diablo with the Benedetto yet again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Going in with the split push again, and now adding into the equation, you've got Kurtizi with the IMU for the freaking shortcut. And this is one of those team fights that show the prowess of how, you played the Uno reverse card, and all of a sudden, you have the entire Team Flash with you. I want you to take notice of how fast the shortcut was actually put on. So shortcut activated just at this point of time. So counting down the seconds, that's 1, 2, and every single thing turns blue. It's just 3 seconds in. Every single one of Team Flash came in to the team fight in a flash. No pun intended, but this was just a crazy, crazy fight, crazy play coming in from Curtizi and the entirety of Team Flash. I'm running out of words to say about this, but with this, you effectively turn a team fight composition for the entirety of Team Flash into a pickup composition, but not only that, also a split push composition. So might I say, a little bit unorthodox right here, but it's a perfect composition. You cover all sides. It's just that crazy. And this was that last fight. I just had to put it in. Nothing much to really analyze over here, but this was just Vanix showing us why he's touted the god Vanix, right? He's coming in, FMM sees that he's all alone, he tries to portal over to Portal 3, but then JH notices that, okay, the rest of Team Flash, they're over here, FMM, go. The entire team, Asterisk, is ready for you, we're coming in. But notice how long he takes to pop that shortcut, and this will be eventually in their downfall and detriment. So the rest of Team Flash, they know, okay, Moskov gives the call, gives that sound, sounds that horn. The rest of Team Flash follows up, and this was the moment where FMM pops the ultimate. Again, the rotations coming up from Team Flash, a little bit too quick, a little bit too flashy. The rest of Team Asterisk comes in, but Vanix outplays every single one of them for at least 8 seconds, enough time for Team Flash to come in and clear out every single one of Asterisk. This was just that crazy, and I can't wait to see what the players say about this. Cheryl, bring me out of this. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Prof. And right now, I have a Lousy beside me again every season. So, hi, Lousy. You are back-to-back how many times already?
As a player, back-to-back. Then as a team, back-to-back. 4. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so is it rub stomach for good luck? Rub belly for good luck? Good luck charm?
Good luck charm. Just focus on myself and try to do better every season. I mean, I'm getting a bit old, but yeah, that's why I need to practice more and train more. Yeah.
Right. So, right now when it comes to Flash, you guys are rotating your players very often. So, who is like on the main roster for Room?
Everyone is in the main roster. Everyone got every kind of different strats. Maybe Vanix, EXP, sometimes Diablo feel like going goal lane. So we see how it goes on. Maybe next week I play jungle.
Oh, really? Link jungle?
Link jungle, I think cannot. I accept.
Oh, you accept.
So maybe Hellcut, I don't know.
Oh, Hellcut. Okay. So when it comes to Flash, there's two main roamers, you and JPL. Now, say, if you are both in your prime, who do you think is the better roamer? Like on good days for the both of you?
JPL, I mean, for obvious reasons, like when I came into MPL SG, right, like the first thing I played, I always looked up to him. Yeah, so, I mean, now we are teammates, like for the first time, it's a bit weird or what, but, I think Flash, best two roamers in Singapore, yeah.
So you basically look up to JPL. So how does it feel like working with someone that you have kind of like idolized for like the longest time?
I mean, I never work with him lah. When he plays, I won't play mah. Yeah, so it's interesting to see how he thinks about the game. Like sometimes his perspective and all. Yeah, so yeah. Just sometimes I have my own thinking and he has his own thinking. So that's how the team gels and that's how we are doing quite well. Not good yet, but playing around and all. So not too shabby.
Right, and then you're also holding on to the position of player as well as like coach. So when it comes to an all-star team where everybody has, their own ideologies of how the game should be played, is it hard to control a group of all-stars like Team Flash?
No lah, I think everyone mostly, I think everyone knows, so I talk a lot. Then the rest, I think they are mostly reserved and like they are okay to go with the flow. And if need their participation or inputs, right, then they'll talk about it themselves lah. But mostly in general, just yeah. You never see our new coach now on stage, Zarate. Yeah. So mostly it's he and Adamir give the call lah. So we just follow and see how it goes. Yeah.
Okay, so next question, just for fun. You have interacted with most of the Team Flash players and are very close with them. So can you assign a spirit animal for each one of the players?
Spirit animal.
Animal, yeah. So maybe start off like with Diablo today. What is a spirit animal you will assign Diablo?
Diablo today he like take the bear, fight the other bear. So you win you win. So give him lion don't give him the small bear lah. Lion eat the bear, so lion. Yeah.
Okay, lion. Then what about Katizi?
Katizi, he play a lot of game and he's smart. Let me think. What's a smart animal? You know?
Owl?
Dolphin?
Oh, dolphin.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not very smart, that's why.
Oh, that's why I'm here lah. Playing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So Kurt, dolphin. Hades. Stay around. Let me think. Hades. I think rabbit looks good. Rabbit. A bit sneaky here and there. Do his own thing. Assassin. Okay.
Run around
rabbit.
here and
Run
there.
around.
Rabbit. Vanix?
Vanix. This one I think don't need to say. A bit obvious. You want to guess? Start with S one.
I'm not very smart, you see.
Sloth lah. Vanix. What you expect from me? You see here over there. Just doing his own thing. Sloth.
Sloth.
Yeah, and you can see he haven't gone NS. Confirm run slow. Sloth.
Okay. JPL?
JPL. Wow. JPL, this one interesting. JPL. Owl since you say owl also smart.
Why?
Why? He's a night owl. Full stop. Okay.
Okay,
next.
then maybe Puski.
Wow. Puski, he also a bit shy leh. Turtle. Just like the Alchemy 8th place now, Core or the Turtle Shell, maybe now Flash first place maybe. So start from inside first, reserve first. Then now he showcase his talent, you see. Okay. Adamir, last one.
Adamir.
Adamir. Kangaroo. Recently his stomach looking like kangaroo. So kangaroo pouch like that. Yeah. Then he also very protective of the team. So he very sacrificial for the team. You see when he play Fedrin or whatever hero he play. So
Kangaroo.
yes.
Wow, your animals are very exotic. Okay, then
Not bad.
yourself.
Myself jialat Fish. I like to fishing so fish.
You like to fish and then you are the fish, so you're the
Yeah, that's why.
you're the food lah.
Correct. Yeah, I'm the food of people. But surprisingly, the Minotaur game, the second game I die 0 time. Normally I feed a lot. So
And nobody interested in you anymore.
that's why.
That's why all 5 men went
That's
to
why all
Vanix,
fish.
what?
Yeah, that's why. Fish. Normally they eat me but yeah. Then just now also show some Florine jialat 0 death. So yeah.
Okay, so we have been seeing you for 2 games only. Will we be seeing you for the 3rd?
Next week I play jungle. I thought I told you just now.
Okay, so confirm
Hellcat. Maybe.
So
we see how.
is there open request for what heroes you will play in jungle? Will you do a poll?
Cannot a bit limited. I don't expect
You
too
still
much
want to
from
play
me.
jungle? Limited still want to play jungle?
Limited still. Yeah, everyone now also can play the same field. Fedrin, but so you see MPL SG, same Never come. Link also haven't come out yet. Only our team. Maybe.
Okay.
Unless it's so same lah. Don't need put me also can maybe. Baras, Xbox, Fedrin, Martis. Okay lah. Okay. 4个够了。
Okay.
Don't need too many.
So promise next week.
加一个 Hellcat 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can. Alright.
Promise I don't know. See how.
What is see how?
See how. You see our team always see how who want play what lor.
Okay, we shall see. So thank you so much, Laozi, for this wonderful
thank you.
interview. So that's Laozi right here from Team Flash. Oh, wow, what a interview that was. Definitely a content king right here from Team Flash. So yes, what a day right here for week 3, day 2. Now, let's take a look at the overall standings. So as you see on the screens, the great divide, it is proving that they are our defending champions. Team Flash with 16 points, RSGSG at 13 points, Bleed Esports at 11, Asterisk right now at 10 points, Vanguard Esports at 9, Homeboys SG at 6, Evil climbing up to 5, and we have Exco Esports at 2. So yes, right now we are down to our final day, and that will be happening next Saturday. So let's take a look at the upcoming schedule for week 4. So as you see here, for our final day of week 4, day 1, opening up the show, we see Homeboys SG going up against Asterisk. Now this will be happening at 10 a.m. followed by match 2, where we see RSGSG going up against Bleed Esports at 12:30 p.m. Then, match 3, we see Vanguard Esports going up against our defending champions, Team Flash, at 3 p.m. And closing off the show, we have Evil crossing swords with Exco at 5:30 p.m. Now, we will be highly anticipating week 4's arrival. Why? Because that will be the moment where we have to painfully say goodbye to 2 teams before proceeding off to playoffs. So stakes are as high as ever, but still, anything can happen in week 4. So once more, do follow us on all of our relevant social media pages at mpl.sg.official to make sure that you're not missing out on any of the action. Once more, my name is Cheryl, and I can't wait to see you on Saturday. MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.